Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1726 to Chapter 1779. Whoosh, the broken blade was like a hungry wolf. As soon as it appeared, it rushed into the treasure-refining Taoist Qi. Its snow-white surface emitted amazing obscure fluctuations, and it was singing happily. It was visible to the naked eye that the treasure-refining Taoist Qi was being refined little by little. And on the surface of the broken blade, there was an amazing change. Life-precious patterns that resembled golden dragons appeared one after another, swimming about within the broken blade with their heads held high. They were extremely lifelike. Both Lin Sun and Hu were stunned. The speed of transformation was too conspicuous. Originally, the broken blade had 8 life-bonded tattoos, but in just a few breaths, there were 6 more. Moreover, the transformation was still going on. The clear howls of the broken blade grew more and more excited, and the obscure aura it emanated grew denser and denser. If one looked carefully, the 3 Tao marking diagrams that had transformed into the origin, extreme, and execution inheritances seemed to have come to life from their deathly silence, and they emitted a mysterious aura. At this moment, the dim cave was already glowing brilliantly, and it was filled with the divine glow of treasures. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who wouldn't have believed that the transformation of a treasure could show such a mysterious phenomenon? What was the origin of this treasure? Who became more and more curious. At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't calm down either. The broken blade had long been his life-bonded holy weapon. At this moment, every transformation of the broken blade appeared in his heart, which surprised and even shocked him. 20. 30. 40. 50. For a full 10 minutes, the broken blade had been transforming, like a bamboo growing crazily in the spring rain, rising steadily. With the transformation of the broken blade, the treasure-refining Taoist Qi that had evolved into a passage of the Great Way had gradually become dim and blurred. Until now, there was not much treasure-refining Taoist Qi left. Finally, under the shocked gaze of Lin Sun and Hu, the broken blade completely refined the treasure-refining Taoist Qi. On the other hand, 54 innate treasured markings that were bright and golden like enormous golden dragons surged into appearance on its surface. Clang! Before the two came to their senses, Lin Sun suddenly shone, as if he had accumulated too much power and began to release it at this moment. Boom! A divine splendor rushed out from the sharp edge of the broken blade, accompanied by a fierce aura. This gloomy cave was completely destroyed, unable to stop this terrifying aura's impact. A hole was forcefully blasted open, rushing to the surface, rushing into the clouds. What a shocking precious light. It's like a bull, sharp and fiendish. There is definitely an exceptional great treasure that has appeared. A group of cultivators in the vicinity had been alarmed, and they shot their gazes over while revealing burning gazes. Quick! Move now! Without hesitation, they teleported through the void and rushed over. But when they arrived, the shocking light suddenly vanished, and at the same time, Lin Sun and Hu's figures charged out from the ground. All of those cultivators were stunned, and then their expressions changed. Damn it, it's that guy. Who? Lin. It's him? These practitioners were all trembling in their hearts and wanted to retreat. They thought of Lin Sun's brilliant record of killing Luong in a fierce battle a few days ago. You want to snatch the treasure? Lin Sun showed a playful look. The bodies of these cultivators trembled in unison, and they hurriedly shook their heads. We're just passing by. Farewell. They didn't hesitate to turn around and leave as if there was oil on their feet. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. When did the cultivators on the ancient path of the starry sky become so timid? Who grinned and said, they've started to understand that you, demon god Lin, aren't someone they can offend at will. Lin Sun was surprised and said, I just want to test the might of the broken blade. An additional natal treasure mark on the broken blade was able to increase a cultivator's combat strength by 1%. An additional 10 could increase a cultivator's combat strength by 10%. Now, the broken blade possessed 54 natal treasure marks, so how formidable would its might be? Ahu said, once you condense 108 treasured markings on this treasure, it'll undergo a completely new transformation and develop an artifact spirit embryo. At that time, relying on the might of this treasure would be sufficient to double your combat strength. Lin Sun sighed softly, it's too difficult. The treasure refining Qi I obtained before was so amazing, but it could only transform the broken blade to this level. I don't know how long it will take for me to condense 100 natal treasure marks. Immediately, Lin Sun smiled, but I'm already satisfied. In the following period of time, the two of them began to move. They planned to use the remaining time to search for more treasure refining Dao Qi. On the way, they also learned some news. For example, in today's treasure refining place, many powerful figures were searching for and inquiring about Lin Sun's whereabouts, and threatened to kill him. This made Lin Sun's heart surge with killing intent. Did these bastards really think that Lin Sun was a fish on the chopping block that could be taken at will? At the same time, Lin Sun and who also heard the news about Sha Luqing. The Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, this caused Ahu's beautiful eyes to suddenly narrow, and she said, so it's an envoy of the Divine Oracle. No wonder he possesses such mysterious combat techniques. Lin Sun's heart could not calm down. He remembered something from the past. When he killed Zhu Yingkong in the Nai region's battlefield, he had inquired about the Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi from Zhu Yingkong. It was not until Zhu Yingkong died that he gave him an answer. Ba Qi, one of the founding elders of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect in the ancient Yin territory, hid in the border battlefield all year round, and was a quasi-emperor. Moreover, Zhu Yingkong said with certainty that with Lin Sun's background, he might be able to easily kill Ba Qi when he stepped into the quasi-emperor realm in the future, but he would also not be able to withstand the wrath of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. At that time, Lin Sun did not believe it at all. Zhu Yingkong did not explain, but said, you will understand how terrifying the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect is in the future. However, Lin Sun did not expect that Sha Luqing was from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Is the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect very powerful? Lin Sun noticed that Ahu's mood was a little strange. In the dark world on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect is regarded as one of the three giants. This force. Next, Ahu told Lin Sun some information about the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Lin Sun soon understood that the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was a mysterious killer organization, and its successor was called the Oracle Emissary. They were secretive and cold-blooded. The most frightening thing was that the sect was extremely mysterious, and came from the dark world. No one knew how terrifying its background was. This sect has a divine punishment ranking. Any assassination target that is targeted by them will be recorded on this ranking. You suspect that my name has also been recorded on the list? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Killers came and went without a trace, and it was impossible to guard against them. It would be a headache to be targeted by such a terrifying and mysterious killer organization. Ahu nodded and said with a strange look in his eyes, among the three giants in the dark world, in addition to the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, there is also the Hidden Land Realm. Those bald donkeys call themselves the Adversity Travelers and take it as their duty to eradicate the heretics in the world. Don't forget that these bald donkeys have been targeting you for a long time. Lin Sun was stunned. What's the relationship between the Hidden Land Realm and the Great Earth Temple? Ahu quickly explained, the Great Earth Temple is a branch of the Hidden Land Realm, which can be called the Outer Gate. The real successors of the Inner Gate will never reveal their identity. Lin Sun was speechless. The grudge between him and the Great Earth Temple started from the tranquility scripture left by holy monk Du Ji. In those years, he killed many successors of the Great Earth Temple. For example, the 18 Xitigarbha sons and a sage named Fa Lin. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that the Great Earth Temple in the ancient Desolation Realm had such a special relationship with the Hidden Land Realm in the Dark World. So, the black-robed monk we saw before is not from the Great Earth Temple, but from the Hidden Land Realm. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep. He thought of the black-robed monk with a black lotus mark on his forehead not long ago. If it were any other practitioner, his Taoist heart would collapse after being targeted by the two giants in the dark world in the starry sky. Lin Sun wasn't shocked or afraid, but he couldn't help frowning in awe. He knew the style of the Great Earth Temple best. Those bald donkeys were cold and unafraid of death. In order to kill the enemy, they were not afraid of death at all. What's the matter? Are you a little scared? Ahu joked. Lin Sun touched his nose and said, I'm just afraid of trouble. It's annoying enough to be targeted by a group of flies. Now there's another group of flies. After a pause, he asked curiously, by the way, which is the other giant force in the dark world? A gleam of light flashed in Ahu's beautiful eyes. She said, Bronze Sparrow Tower, a mysterious organization whose power spreads all over the dark world and controls the chaotic land and the underground world. Nowadays, almost 90% of the villains on the bounty list on the ancient path in the starry sky come from the dark territory controlled by Bronze Sparrow Tower. Different from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm, Bronze Sparrow Tower is like the dominator who sets the order of the dark world. It maintains the operation of the whole dark world with its supreme will and iron-blooded power. I once heard that if the Copper Sparrow Pavilion wasn't holding down the fort, once the order of the dark world collapsed, the ferocious people scattered throughout the dark world would definitely swarm out and surge into the ancient path of the starry sky, bringing unimaginable calamities and slaughter. Speaking of this, Ahu looked at Lin Sun and said, Do you feel that Bronze Sparrow Tower doesn't act like a giant in the dark world at all? Lin Sun nodded. It's a pity that most practitioners in the world don't think so. In their opinion, if it weren't for the protection of the Bronze Sparrow Tower, the ferocious criminals in the dark world would have been annihilated a long time ago. The so-called underground world and the land of chaos would have been trampled and eradicated, too. Lin Sun was stunned and asked thoughtfully, What about you? What do you think of Bronze Sparrow Tower? Ahu's eyes were clear, and her expression was rarely serious. She said seriously, I only know that without Bronze Sparrow Tower in the dark world, the ancient path in the starry sky would have been in chaos. It was about 10:30. So far, Lin Sun had a rough idea in his mind. In the dark world of the starry sky ancient path, there were 3 giants, the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect, the Hidden Land Realm, and the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Among them, the God Illuminating Ancient Sect saw themselves as the oracle emissaries, carrying out the orders of the gods to kill. The Hidden Land Realm regarded themselves as the traveler of misfortune and took it as their duty to eradicate the heretics in the world. On the other hand, Copper Sparrow Tower was like the maker and defender of the order of the dark world. Its influence spread throughout the entire dark world, and its influence was far-reaching. Where there is light, there is darkness. As for where the dark world was, most of the cultivators in the world were unable to say. Even Ahu only said that the dark world was just a general term. Generally, the more turbulent and chaotic a place was, the more likely it was to be infiltrated by dark forces. This undoubtedly made the 3 dark giants, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, the Hidden Land Realm, and the Copper Sparrow Tower, appear even more mysterious. From this moment on, Lin Sun had a trace of vigilance in his heart. Being targeted by 2 dark forces, the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm, no one could remain indifferent. One day later, the entire treasure refinement ground suddenly trembled while the heavens and the earth shook, and all the cultivators scattered throughout the area stopped what they were doing. This place is going to fall back into the seal, someone whispered. The true danger and test will begin now. Don't forget that in the past, there were only a handful of people who could walk out of the Kunlun ruins alive. Someone had a solemn expression. The treasure refinement ground was only the outskirts of the Kunlun ruins, so it was not that dangerous. However, it was different in the depths of the Kunlun ruins. It was filled with killing intent, and it was extremely likely that even a piece of mud or an inconspicuous blade of grass could take the life of the great sage of ultimate sin. This was not an exaggeration, it had truly happened in the past. In the depths of the Kunlun ruins, there are great dangers, but there are also great fortuitous encounters. The secrets are like a fog, and no one has truly seen through it since the ancient times. This time, I wonder how many people will be able to obtain the fortuitous encounter. Some people's thoughts were wandering. Boom, it wasn't long before a muffled rumble resounded in the sky, and it caused one's heart to tremble. Then, one after another, thick green vines descended from the sky and landed in different areas of the treasure refining grounds. The ascending heaven vine has appeared. Many cultivators began to move. Some summoned their secret treasures, some formed hand seals, and some activated their blood chi. They were sensing each other. There were countless heaven ascension vines. Cultivators only needed to climb up the vines to leave the treasure refinement ground and enter the real Kunlun ruins. However, almost all of these heaven ascending vines lead to a land of death. If one was unlucky enough to be chosen, it was highly likely that they would end up in a land of great danger. In the past, countless cultivators had accidentally entered the death zone and become a true dead person. Let's get moving. Ahu spoke. She tossed out a silver hairpin that was densely inscribed with Tao markings and diagrams flashed out. Buzz, the silver hairpin glowed and suddenly pointed in a distant direction. Let's go. Hu led the way, and Lin followed closely behind. Seeing this, Lin Sun suddenly remembered that he had obtained 3 treasures when he passed the last 3 tests of Green Cloud Path in the Heaven Accessing Place. One was the Wings of the Burning God, one was the Heavenly Mandate Profound Energy, and the last was a treasure called the Heavenly Cycle Thousand Trickeries Guide. According to what the mysterious woman said, the Universe Thousand Trap was extremely profound. No matter if it was getting lost in the boundless sea of stars, falling into the maze of the heavens and the earth, or straying into a perilous predicament, one could rely on this treasure to deduce the path of survival. Here we are. Before long, Hu stopped. In front of a mountain in the distance, there was a huge green vine as thick as a bucket hanging from the sky. From a distance, it looked like a green python hanging upside down from the sky, whose silver hairpin was pointing at this heaven-ascending vine. Lin Sun looked up, but he could not see how long the vine was. It seemed to extend from the sky. Once you ascend to the sky, you will arrive at the Kunlun Mountains. That is a boundlessly vast remnant that hides countless secrets and dangers. After arriving there, you must be careful. Hu exhorted and was about to take action. A voice as gentle as the spring breeze suddenly sounded, "What a coincidence to meet you here." Along with the voice, the void in the distance rippled, and 3 figures walked out one after another. The first figure was thin, elegant and handsome, with wide sleeves and a belt. It was Meng Yi, the pure-blood descendant of the Xianxia fighting clan. Ji Qian and Jiang Heng of Xuanji sect were beside him. When they saw Lin Sun and Hu, they were both stunned. Ji Qian frowned, and Jiang Heng's pretty face turned cold. When Lin Sun saw Jiang Heng, he was also surprised. He recognized her as the woman who had regarded him as a thief in the Battle of Flying Immortals. What a coincidence indeed. Lin Sun smiled, his eyes playful. He glanced at Ji Qian and said, "If I guessed correctly, you were the one who tried to take away the treasure in my hands, right?" Ji Qian snorted coldly, "Back then, you stole the divine medicine of my Xuanji sect in the Battle of Flying Immortals. I haven't settled the score with you." Lin Sun sneered, "Oh, is that Battle of Flying Immortals the backyard of your Xuanji sect? Just because some divine medicine without a master caught your eye, it became yours? Everyone, let's not talk about past grievances. It's just a small matter. If Brother Lin had any losses, let me, Meng Yi, compensate you, okay?" Meng Yi said with a smile. His voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. "No." Lin Sun's answer was very stiff. Meng Yi's expression froze, as if he did not expect Lin Sun to be so difficult to deal with. Ji Qian and Jiang Heng were already angry, glaring at Lin Sun. They were about to say something when they were stopped by Meng Yi. Meng Yi said, "Forget it. The treasure refining site is about to fall into a seal. Instead of arguing about the trivial matters of the past, it's better to leave this place first." Lin Sun and Hu looked at each other and did not object. Next, Meng Yi brought Ji Qian and Jiang Heng with him and took the lead. They landed steadily on a fat and huge green leaf on the ascending vine. Hu and Lin Sun also chose a leaf and stepped on it. There was no need to climb at all. The thick vine began to shrink rapidly into the sky, bringing Lin Sun and the others into the sky. "Brother Lin, I'm Meng Yi from the Xianxia battle clan." On the way, Meng Yi cupped his hands and spoke. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "It's not that I'm being unreasonable, but you can just say what you want." Meng Yi thought for a moment and said, "I'm here with the intention of heading to a dangerous place in the Kunlun ruins to search for a fortuitous encounter. With the help of the Flying Celestial Token, I have a 70% chance of obtaining this fortuitous encounter." Before he could finish, Lin Sun smiled, "You're also here for the Flying Celestial Token?" Ji Qian and Jiang Heng could not help but frown. They felt that Lin Sun's smile and words carried an indescribable sense of ridicule, which made them feel very uncomfortable. However, Meng Yi seemed to be unaware of it and nodded calmly, "That's right. However, I don't want to make things difficult for Brother Lin. If it's possible, I hope to cooperate with Brother Lin and go to that place of fortuitous encounter together. Brother Lin will definitely have a share of the gains." Before Lin Sun could reply, Ahu suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, can you reveal which place of fortuitous encounter we're going to?" Mangi fell silent for a moment and said, "The pilgrimage platform." It was just 3 words, but it caused Ahu's beautiful eyes to narrow as she said, "As far as I know, since ancient times, anyone who entered that place never returned. It can be said to be the most forbidden place in the Kunlun ruins. Even with the help of the flying celestial token, it won't be of much use." Mangi said in surprise, "Miss, you know about the pilgrimage platform as well?" "That's right, since ancient times, no one has been able to survive from it. However, it's different this time." As he spoke, he flipped his palm and a sealed scroll appeared. Even though it was sealed, it still emitted a vast and mysterious aura. It was like a decree from the heavens. Although it was not revealed, it already possessed supreme power. "This is a scroll of the pilgrimage tablet inscription that my ancestor obtained by chance. There are some clues imprinted with supreme divine power, all of which are related to the pilgrimage platform. With this treasure and the help of the flying celestial token, it's enough for me to make a trip there." Mangi revealed a confident look. The pilgrimage tablet inscription, both Ji Qian and Jiang Heng were surprised. They did not know that Mangi had such a magical item in his possession. Ahu looked at Lin Sun. It was up to Lin Sun to make the decision. However, she had already told Lin Sun that Mangi would not dare to lie because without the flying celestial token, he would not dare to enter the pilgrimage platform. Under such circumstances, even if he harbored evil intentions, he would at least not dare to act recklessly during the trip to the pilgrimage platform. Lin Sun said, "I'm very curious. What exactly is hidden in the pilgrimage platform that makes you insist on going even though you know it's dangerous?" Mangi said word by word, "Rumor has it that the secret to becoming an emperor or ancestor is hidden there." His words shocked everyone, and their hearts trembled. Becoming an emperor or ancestor, not to mention a peerless great saint, even a quasi-emperor or a half-step emperor would fight for such a supreme opportunity if they knew about it. At that moment, Lin Sun fell silent as well. "You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. There's still half a month before you go to the pilgrimage platform. If you make a decision during this time, you can contact me at any time." As he spoke, Mangi handed a message talisman to Lin Sun. "Crush this talisman, and I will come to meet you at once." After a pause, he continued, "To show my sincerity, I will go in and out with you in this operation. If I encounter any ignorant fools who try to obstruct me, I will be the first to kill them." As he finished speaking, a wisp of piercingly cold coldness suffused his warm eyes. "I'll think about it." Lin Sun took the message talisman. Mangi smiled and said, "I look forward to working with an extraordinary person like Brother Lin." From beginning to end, he had been humble and gentle, well-behaved, well-mannered, and sincere. Even Lin Sun could not find a reason to hate him. Of course, one could not judge a person's heart from his face. Anyone who could become a peerless great saint was not a simple character. Boom, not long after, the sky-climbing vine shook violently and rushed into a deep and dark crack in the sky with Lin Sun and others. Rich and pure vitality rushed over. In a flash, Lin Sun felt that he had entered a deity land. The mountains and rivers here were verdant, the land was vast and the resources were abundant. The sky was crystal blue, and all the plants were full of vitality. Some common wildflowers were gushing with wisps of essence, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Many ancient trees stood tall in the sky. When the branches and leaves on them swayed, a waterfall like light rain would fall, which was formed by rich vitality. Everything looked like the legendary Holy Land, a blessed land where the gods lived. Moreover, different from the treasure refining place, there were amazing life fluctuations in this world. Screech, in the sky, a clear cry broke through the clouds. A group of white cranes, like a group of white rainbows, flashed across the sky. Kunlun cranes. It is said that these cranes are born with the Kunlun ruins, which is an auspicious sign. I didn't expect that we would see them as soon as we arrived. Mangi praised and said with a smile, "Doesn't this mean that we will be able to avoid danger and have good luck?" "Thank you, Brother Mang." Ji Qian also smiled. Lin Sun and Ahu looked around and sensed silently. They were not the only group in this mountain and river. In the area not far away, other cultivators emerged out of thin air one after another. As soon as they arrived, they couldn't help but exclaim. Because this world was really beautiful, a pure land of immortals. Standing in it, one could naturally feel the breath of the great way without exerting any force at all. Where's the sky-climbing vine just now? Why did it disappear? Lin Sun asked suddenly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would pay attention to such an inconspicuous little problem. Even so, Meng Yi explained patiently, the sky-climbing vine is just a means to enter the Kunlun ruins. It connects the treasure refining place and the Kunlun ruins. Brother Lin can regard it as a bridge between the two worlds. Lin Sun nodded. He didn't speak without thinking, but he remembered the origin of the treasure refining place. If he hadn't obtained the copper piece left behind by the artifact refining furnace, he wouldn't even dare believe that such a large treasure refinement area was actually formed from the artifact refining furnace. What was the origin of this Kunlun realm relic that he was standing on? Could it be? Was it also transformed from some kind of divine object? It was obvious that neither Meng Yi nor anyone else could answer this question. A shrill cry suddenly sounded out in the distance, and it was extremely miserable and shrill. It seemed to be extremely ear-piercing amidst this peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Lin Sun and the others were awestruck and looked over at the same time. In front of an ancient tree in the distance, a purple-robed man's neck was strangled, and his body was suspended in midair. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. What was strangling his neck was a verdant tree branch that was hundreds of feet long. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the purple-robed man's body rapidly shriveled up. It was as if all of his energy, blood, and flesh were being devoured. In the end, even the skin that was left turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. This strange and terrifying scene caused the expressions of countless people in the surroundings to change greatly, and they exclaimed in shock while a chill ran down their spines. That's the first successor of Xianxia Saber sect. He is also a great saint with strong combat power. But he died just like that? Someone was frightened and said in a trembling voice. They had just arrived at the Kunlun realm relic, and a great saint had suffered such a terrible disaster. Who wouldn't be frightened? Many people realized that this world in front of them seemed to be as peaceful as a pure land of immortals, but in fact, there were many unknown dangers buried in it. It had been like this since ancient times. Lin Sun looked carefully. The branches of the ancient tree were verdant, towering to the sky, and flowing with vitality like a waterfall. It looked extremely sacred, and there was no trace of danger at all. But who would have thought that one of its branches could easily kill a peerless great saint? When he looked at the mountains and rivers again, Lin Sun couldn't help showing a dignified expression, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Don't approach a forest, avoid a mountain, take a detour when you encounter water, retreat when you encounter fog. Ahu said softly. This is a lesson learned by countless seniors who have gone to the Kunlun ruins in the past with their blood and lives. We can't be careless. As she spoke, she looked at Meng Yi and the others and said, Everyone, we're leaving this place first. All right, I'll wait for your reply. Meng Yi did not ask them to stay. Farewell. Lin Sun and Ahu turned around and left. At the same time, many cultivators who had arrived at the Kunlun ruins started moving one after another, flashing in different directions. The Kunlun ruins were huge. No one knew how many secrets were hidden in this world, and no one could measure its vastness. The cultivators who had entered the Kunlun ruins this time had come prepared. They had planned ahead of time, and there was no lack of illustrations and clues related to the Kunlun ruins in their hands. Therefore, when they moved, they would not wander around like headless flies. If they did, it would be extremely easy for them to encounter mishaps. Just like the purple-robed man from before, he was strangled to death just by getting close to an ancient tree. Similarly, it was the same for Ahu. She had come for an immortality peach tree. With her leading the way, Lin Sun naturally did not have to worry about accidentally entering a dangerous place. Brother Meng, what exactly do you plan to do? Are you really going to work with them? Ji Qian could not help but ask via voice transmission when Lin Sun and Ahu's figures disappeared. Meng Yi smiled and asked, Why not? If we really try to snatch it by force, I'm afraid we won't be able to take them down without paying a heavy price with our strength. Are you sure? Ji Qian stared at Meng Yi. He had a feeling that Meng Yi was plotting something. Meng Yi patted Ji Qian's shoulder and said warmly, Brother Ji, we're old friends. You just have to follow me. I've already decided on everything else. After a pause, he looked into the distance and said, "Let's go. Before heading to the pilgrimage platform, let's go to a blessed land first. If we're lucky, we might even be able to obtain some good things." As he spoke, he walked forward with his hands behind his back. Ji Qian and Jianheng looked at each other and followed. "Eldest senior brother, do you trust this person?" Jianheng asked via voice transmission. She was somewhat worried. Meng Yi gave her the feeling that he was like an unfathomable abyss. He was shrewd and unfathomable. "Don't worry. Meng Yi won't dare to do anything to us." Ji Qian was very confident. He came from the Ji clan, an imperial family, and had a very deep relationship with the Xianxia battle clan. Moreover, he had been friends with Meng Yi for a long time and was very clear about Meng Yi's character. However, the only thing that Ji Qian was not sure about was whether Meng Yi really decided to cooperate with Lin Sun and Ah Hu just for the flying fairy token. A silver hairpin floated in front of Ah Hu, guiding the way. Lin Sun followed closely behind, extremely vigilant along the way. The Kunlun ruins was like a paradise, with mountains and rivers, flowing with immortal clouds, and full of vitality. But no one knew how many dangers were hidden here. "Look, isn't that Lin Sun?" On the way, a group of figures appeared. When they saw Lin Sun and Ah Hu, they couldn't help but show hostility. Lin Sun glanced at them and immediately recognized that they were Kuan Jiolin and the successors of the primitive Taoism court. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Lin Sun was about to make a move without the slightest hesitation, but he was stopped by Ah Hu. "Don't move. This area is filled with too many dangers. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Don't forget how that Xianxia saber sex disciple died." Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and he restrained his killing intent. "Lin Sun, aren't you very bold? Why don't you dare to make a move?" Kuan Jiolin said coldly with a hint of sarcasm. At this time, they were only a few hundred feet away from each other. But it was obvious that Kuan Jiolin and the others had no intention of making a move. They must have known that they would encounter unpredictable dangers if they made a move here. Lin Sun retorted sarcastically, "If it weren't for Wen Qingxue last time, I'm afraid you would have been a dead man, right?" Kuan Jiolin's face suddenly became ugly. "I'll give you a chance. If you dare to make a move now, I promise to give you a dignified death. If you don't dare, get out of my way." Lin Sun and Ah Hu went straight forward, not avoiding Kuan Jiolin and the others at all. Kuan Jiolin's face turned red, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He almost couldn't help making a move several times. But in the end, he could only watch Lin Sun and Ah Hu swagger past them. "Useless." Lin Sun left these two words and went away without looking back. "Lin Sun. The next time we meet, I will tear you into pieces." Kuan Jiolin could no longer control his anger, and let out a roar, full of killing intent. Beside him, all the descendants of the prehistoric Dao court were furious as well. Lin Sun was looking down on them too much. Boom! Suddenly, a gray and hazy bolt of lightning flashed in the nearby area. Kuan Jiolin was startled and quickly restrained the overflowing killing intent. The gray lightning seemed to lose its target and soon collapsed and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Kuan Jiolin and the others all gasped. If they couldn't help but attack Lin Sun just now, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed the sudden appearance of the gray lightning in his heart. "So, in this Kunlun relic, there is no way to fight at all?" he couldn't help asking. Just now, Kuan Jiolin just showed a trace of killing intent, and a gray lightning was drawn out, which was too shocking. Ah Hu shook her head. "It's not that exaggerated. The Kunlun relic has its own rules of heaven and earth. When we adapt to the rules here, we can identify and see through some of the dangers buried in this world." Lin Sun nodded. 10 minutes later, with a buzz, the silver hairpin leading the way trembled slightly and suddenly pointed to a direction. There was a vast forest there, with branches and leaves reaching to the sky and covering the sun. Ah Hu was obviously prepared for this. She flipped her palm, and a black tree branch appeared in front of her. Taking a deep breath, Ah Hu took the immortality peach tree in his hand and led the way. In the Kunlun relic, there has always been a saying that don't enter the forest. I'm sure that there must be great dangers in this forest. We should be careful when we act later. she exhorted. Whoosh, Lin Sun took out the broken sword, carried the insignificant bow on his back, and covered his whole body with a soft silver armor. This armor was one of the trophies he obtained from the Child of Hell when he was at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass. It was called Heavy Wave and contained 64 sets of defensive Taoist patterns, which was quite precious and rare. Soon, the two entered the forest. Their field of vision suddenly darkened, and a gloomy and horrible aura came to their faces. Ahu's expression also became solemn. In the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines as thick as pythons hung down. The ground was piled up with a thick pile of decayed leaves, which made a rustling sound when they stepped on it. The air was cold and damp with a rancid smell. Walking in it, the sky was covered by the shade of the trees. It was dark and gloomy, and the silence was frightening. According to the information I've obtained, there are numerous strange poisonous insects hibernating in this forest, and all of them are extremely terrifying. In the past, many experts that have come to search for the immortality peach tree have unfortunately suffered misfortune here, and not even their corpses remain. On the way, Ahu said, but even so, it still can't stop practitioners from coming here, because peach trees are so magical that they can drive people crazy. It's really weird here. Walking in it makes my mind unsteady, as if there is a kind of force interfering with my soul silently. Lin Sun frowned. It's normal. In the past, many practitioners got lost here because their souls were eroded, so that they suffered a disaster before they even noticed it. Along the way, the two moved forward vigilantly and saw many horrible scenes. There were ferocious and gloomy beast roars, which shook the trees and made them rustle. There were ferocious birds flying in the sky, exuding a barbaric overlord's aura. Just looking at them from a distance made Lin Sun and Ahu feel cold. It was too horrible. At the same time, there were many ferocious creatures that didn't exist in the outside world. For example, a black snail as huge as a mountain, a dark green centipede with thousands of compound eyes, even Lin Sun and Ahu could only retreat far away, because those ferocious creatures were so powerful that they couldn't fight against them at all. Fortunately, they were extremely vigilant along the way. Once they noticed something was wrong, they would take a detour and avoid it early. This place is really terrible. If we rush into it rashly, no matter who we are, I'm afraid we will suffer. Lin Sun knew very well that if Hu hadn't led the way, they wouldn't have been able to reach this point, because there were too many dangers along the way. In the Kunlun realm, there are countless such places of danger. Comparatively speaking, that pilgrimage platform is the most taboo place of danger. Ahu said quickly, before I came to the Kunlun of ruins, I spent. Ahu. Before ruins, I suddenly, Lin Sun's hair stood on end. Blazing divine light flowed out of his body, and he carried Ahu and dodged far away. Soundlessly, an enormous hole appeared where they stood earlier, and then a swarm of thumb-sized multicolored insects surged out from the hole like tidewater. They were a dense mass of insects, and every single one of them emitted a gloomy and savage aura. Multicolored corpse insects. Ahu's eyes narrowed, and her expression suddenly changed. She and Lin Sun stayed far away and restrained their aura. It was because this kind of insect was rumored to be condensed from the corpse chi of great ancient ferocious creatures. It was easy to kill them, but the corpse chi they emitted after death was an extremely terrifying poison. A slight touch would cause one's soul to be corroded and one's cultivation to be tainted. Whoosh, more and more multicolored corpse insects rushed out of the hole and spread in all directions. Lin Sun and Ahu didn't dare to stop and moved forward quickly. Suddenly, a whimpering sound rang out in the depths of the forest. It was like the cry of a god, making one's hair stand on end. Then, those multicolored corpse insects rushed towards Lin Sun and Ahu as if they were driven. Ahu's face changed. Damn it, someone has mastered the method of controlling multicolored corpse insects and wants to deal with us secretly. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He spread out his spiritual awareness and swept in the direction of the sound. Vaguely, he could detect a figure hiding in the shadow of a big tree, with a vague aura. Whoosh, but before Lin Sun could locate them carefully, the overwhelming multicolored corpse insects in the nearby area had rushed over. The auras of these insects were gloomy and savage, and they emitted a nauseating aura of death. They covered the surroundings, causing one to be unable to escape or avoid them. We have to fight our way out. Ahu's beautiful eyes were full of cruelty, but Lin Sun stopped her. Whoosh, almost in an instant, Little Silver's figure swept out of Lin Sun's body. He glanced at the multicolored corpse insects rushing over, and his handsome little face showed an unspeakable disdain and disgust. Boom, he stepped into the void, exuding a fierce aura, which belonged to the bloodline power of the spirit-eating insects. The bodies of all the multicolored corpse bugs that charged over from all directions trembled, and then they rustled as they fell from the sky. They shivered and squeaked, and they seemed as if they were submitting to a monarch. The sound of the sound became urgent and impassioned. It seemed that they had sensed something wrong and were driving the multicolored corpse insects with all their strength. But it was all in vain. Under the deterrence of Little Silver's power, these ferocious and terrifying insects, which were enough to make any cultivator turn pale, were all as obedient as humble slaves. Lin Sun and Ahu looked at each other in shock. Perhaps this was the saying that everything has its vanquisher. It should be noted that Little Silver didn't need to do anything at all. He suppressed these multicolored corpse insects with his aura alone. Go! A more amazing scene appeared. As Little Silver gave the order, the multicolored corpse insects roared up and rushed in the direction of the sound of the distant sound. Oh no! Thousands of meters away, a man in black suddenly changed his face. He put away the bamboo flute in his hand and turned to flee. Master, shall we go after them? Little Silver said with a murderous look, I can feel that there are many insects hibernating in this forest, but their bloodlines are far inferior to mine. I can make them obey my call. Lin Sun and Ahu's eyes lit up at the same time, and they agreed without hesitation. Little Silver immediately led the way, and a swarm of multicolored corpse insects swarmed nearby like pioneers. Lin Sun and Ahu followed him, and they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This forest was full of danger. On the way here, the two of them had been extremely vigilant and cautious, and they had almost been killed many times. But now it was completely different. With Little Silver, they could control the vicious poisonous insects scattered in this forest. In this way, the danger they encountered along the way was bound to be reduced to a minimum. Whoosh, more and more insects began to appear in the forest and join Little Silver's team. Among these insects, there were green-faced ghost insects as big as a palm, bamboo devil insects as thin as needles, and so on. They gathered so densely that they covered the sky and the earth, and Lin Sun and Ahu couldn't help gasping. They couldn't imagine how there could be so many strange and vicious insects hibernating in this forest. Boom, on the way ahead, a huge black snail as big as a mountain was alarmed. Its breath was extremely terrifying. At the beginning, Lin Sun and Ahu would definitely avoid it and not dare to approach it. But at this moment, to Lin Sun and Ahu's astonishment, this huge black snail ran away, crushing countless towering trees along the way. Obviously, this black snail also knew that Little Silver and his insect army were not to be trifled with. If I had known this, I should have released Little Silver before the action. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Today, he finally opened his eyes and saw the real power of spirit-eating insects. They were really like the king of insects, extremely powerful. Master, this forest is called the Immortal Ancient Insect Lair, and it has existed since ancient times. These insects that are distributed here are all for the sake of protecting the Peach Blossom secret realm behind the Immortal Ancient Insect Lair. On the way, Little Silver communicated with those insects and learned a lot of secrets. However, most of these insects had no intelligence, so their knowledge was extremely limited. Even so, Lin Sun and Ahu were refreshed. Peach Garden, the legendary peach tree of immortality must be there. At the same time, in the depths of the forest, the black-clothed man flashed and moved with an anxious expression as if he was frightened. Finally, he came to an empty area in the depths of the forest. It was empty and barren, and only a door with flowing light appeared in the void at the center. In front of the door, a group of cultivators, both men and women, were guarding. They all had extraordinary appearances and wore the same clothes. Obviously, they came from the same force. Oh no, someone is approaching. Go and inform the young master. The black-cloaked man said anxiously as soon as he arrived. Those men and women were stunned and showed astonished expressions. Only our myriad origin spirit sect knows the path to the Immortal Ancient Insect Lair. How could others possibly get close? That's impossible, right? This path is filled with danger, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to get here alive. Besides that, the young master has just entered the peach garden, and he gave the order that no one is allowed to disturb him. These disciples from the Myriad Origin Spirit sect spoke at once, and their expressions were slightly indifferent. The black-clothed man was anxious to the point his forehead was covered in sweat, and he said, "All of you don't understand at all. That man and woman aren't afraid of our insect control techniques at all. Moreover, the insects in the immortal ancient insect lair are being controlled by them, and they're charging over here right now." A short moment of silence appeared, and those men and women revealed expressions of disbelief. After all, perhaps their Myriad Origin Spirit sect couldn't compare to the 6 great Tao courts and the 10 great war clans in the starry sky. However, very few powers could compare to them in the Tao of insect control, yet now, such an unusual thing had actually occurred. How could anyone not be shocked? OM. OM. OM, a wave of hissing that sounded like a tide suddenly resounded from afar. After that, the expressions of those disciples changed drastically, and they finally understood why the black-clothed man was panicking to such an extent. The dense swarm of insects that covered the heavens and the earth swept over, and all of them emanated a savage and ferocious aura that caused others to shudder with fear. Attack! The descendants of Tianyuan spirit sect were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. All of them subconsciously attacked with all their strength. It was terrible, even though they were most skilled in the Tao of insect mastery, they'd never experienced such a horrifying scene. Boom, they each took out their treasures and launched their attacks. Seeing this in the distance, Little Silver waved his hand coldly and said, "Kill them." Buzz buzz buzz, the tide of insects roared forward like a rolling black tide. In just a few breaths of time, the descendants of the Sky Primordial Spirit sect had disappeared, leaving behind only a ground of broken bones. Their flesh and souls had all been devoured. Lin Sun and Ah Hu were both shocked. The lethality of these poisonous insects was beyond their imagination. There were many great saints among those cultivators, but they couldn't withstand their attack at all. Then, Little Silver drove away those vicious insects. Lin Sun and Ah Hu stepped forward and came to the front of the colorful void portal. This was the entrance to the secret realm of Peachland. "You guard here. If anyone approaches, kill him." Little Silver gave the order, and the tide-like poisonous insects all bowed their heads to obey. "Look, this little guy is much more powerful than you now." Ah Hu joked. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, but he was actually very proud of Little Silver. This little guy had made a great contribution this time. Without any delay, they entered the void door together. Buzz, as if the stars had moved, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. "It's so beautiful." Ah Hu was amazed. In her field of vision, there was a boundless peach forest. The flowers were in full bloom, hanging all over the treetops, and the stamens were pink and crystal, flowing with a glow. The peach forest was dazzling, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. A clear stream zigzagged through the peach blossom forest. What was astonishing was that the clear stream water was actually formed by the condensation of dense spiritual energy. The spiritual chi is too rich. This is definitely an auspicious place. Lin Sun was also surprised. In this secret realm, in addition to the peach forest, there were some ancient rocks and plants, all of which were extraordinary and magical. Moreover, the aura of the great way between heaven and earth flowed endlessly like a tide, giving people a feeling that it was close at hand and within reach. It's said that the place where the peach tree takes root is where a first-class divine range in the Kunlun relic converges. "Now I see it, it really deserves its reputation," Ah Hu said, holding the peach branch in her palm and carefully sensing it. After a while, she suddenly looked up at the peach branch and said, "It's over there. Let's go." As they walked forward and entered the peach blossom forest, they felt as if their entire bodies were soaked in spring water of spiritual chi. All they breathed in was the rich vitality of the great path. They felt relaxed and happy, as if they were walking on air. If one looked carefully, every single peach tree was exceptionally vigorous. Their branches and leaves were jade green as if they were carved from jade, and they flowed with a green glow, causing them to seem extremely miraculous. Unfortunately, they weren't true immortal peach trees, just ordinary spiritual plants. However, they were far superior to some of the ancient trees in the outside world. "Stop." Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of him. All of them had extraordinary auras, especially the golden-armored man in the lead. When he opened and closed his eyes, divine light shot out. It was extremely terrifying. After carefully sensing them, they realized that all of them were ultimate sage. Lin Sun and Ah Hu looked calm. They were not surprised. When they entered this place earlier, there was a group of cultivators guarding the entrance of the secret realm. Obviously, someone had entered this place long ago. How did you get in? The golden-armored man was aggressive. His eyes were as cold as knives as he glanced at Lin Sun and Ah Hu. This made Lin Sun feel strange. Obviously, the golden-armored man did not know his identity. Ah Hu said via voice transmission, "If I'm not wrong, they should have entered the Kunlun ruins from another entrance, so they don't know our identities." Lin Sun came to a realization. When he was at the Flying Deity River, he had learned that there was more than one entrance to the Kunlun ruins. "Of course, we walked in," Lin Sun said casually. The golden-armored man's face darkened, and he ordered, "Then please walk back. If you don't, die." Boom, Lin Sun took a step forward, and the aura around him rumbled as he pushed out his palm. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Lin Sun's domineering and direct actions infuriated the golden-armored man. Without hesitation, he also pushed out his palm with all his strength. However, in the next moment, he was suppressed to the ground by a slap. Boom, the earth trembled, the peach trees nearby swayed, and the petals fell in profusion. "You want to occupy this place with just this little ability? You're courting death, aren't you?" Lin Sun said calmly. The golden-armored man's companions were shocked at first, and then they became angry and attacked together. Bang! Bang, bang! A series of explosions rang out. Lin Sun attacked decisively, suppressing these powerhouses one by one and making them kneel on the ground. From the beginning to the end, Ah Hu had been watching with a smile. Did these idiots really think that they could be lawless just because they became great saints? Didn't they see how Yan Chenjun and Luong died? "Who are you?" The golden-armored man's expression was already aghast. In a casual manner, he suppressed them one by one. This made him realize that he had kicked an iron plate this time. However, the golden-armored man could not remember when such a peerless, ruthless person had appeared on the starry ancient path. That face was too strange. "Does it matter who we are?" Lin Sun's eyes were full of killing intent. Noticing this scene, the golden-armored man felt cold all over and said, "My friend, we are the descendants of 10,000 Spirit Sect. It was just a misunderstanding just now. Please forgive us." 10,000 Spirit Sect? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. The golden-armored man and others nodded quickly. "Sorry, I haven't heard of it." Lin Sun shook his head. His words stunned the golden-armored man and others. If he was a practitioner on the starry ancient path, how could he not have heard of 10,000 Spirit Sect? This guy must have pretended to be confused on purpose. They really wronged Lin Sun, but Lin Sun would not explain. Next, a dull sound rang out. Soon after, the place quieted down, and a pile of corpses lay on the ground. The brave one in a head-on confrontation. If Lin Sun was not strong enough this time, he was doomed to end the same way. Without delay, Lin Sun and Ah Hu continued to move forward. 10 minutes later, the field of vision in front of them suddenly widened, and the peach forest all over the mountains and fields disappeared. A plain with colorful luster appeared. Divine light and auspicious clouds flowed, and the world was bathed in a sacred atmosphere. "Look!" Ah Hu's eyes lit up. In the center of the plain, there was an ancient tree that seemed to hold up the sky. Its branches were like umbrellas, covering the sky and the sun, and its trunk was as thick as a dragon, soaring into the sky. Rays of multicolored light drifted down from the tree like rainbows, and also like galaxies, incomparably sacred. There was a breath of divinity in the air here. Taking a deep breath was like swallowing ambrosia, opening all the pores all over the body and making them feel comfortable all over. Lin Sun could not help but gasp in shock. This place was as unreal as a legend, too dreamy and sacred. The two moved forward at the same time, and soon saw the true appearance of this divine tree. It was extremely vigorous, with the veins on the trunk like pythons and dragons, showing a kind of jade-like luster, and its leaves were green, blooming auspicious clouds. The closer they got, the more insignificant they felt, because this divine tree was too tall, like the backbone of the world. The immortality peach tree. Ahu spat out these 3 words in a light voice. She saw the fruits on the tree, and they were dazzling like suns. A sweet fragrance suffused the air and penetrated through the emerald green leaves. The ancient tree flowed with the glow of the Tao, and it formed a shapeless force that prevented the fragrance from leaking out. However, strands of fragrance still permeated the air, and it seeped into their souls and intoxicated them. Those were immortality peaches. They were fist-sized, glistening, pure, and resplendent. Some were crimson red, some were snow white, and some were verdant. Some even flowed with hazy violet light and emanated a myriad of strands of Tao radiance. Lin Sun and Ahu were stunned as if they'd seen a miracle. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would probably not dare believe that such miraculous treasures existed in the world. Wait. Lin Sun suddenly recovered from his shock, and his deep black eyes looked towards the bottom of the immortality peach tree. That place was covered in surging auspicious radiance, and it was dazzling and resplendent. But if one looked carefully, one would notice numerous skeletons piled up on the ground. Some were in the form of humans, and some were left behind by living beings of other races. These skeletons were covered by the divine radiance. If one's mind was completely attracted by the divine fruits on the tree, one would be utterly unable to notice them. Ahu shuddered all over and sobered up. Could these be the experts who came here in search of immortality peaches in the past, but perished here? Lin Sun spoke in a low voice, and his expression became solemn and vigilant. The more incredible a fortune was, the more unpredictable and great danger it was accompanied by. If one was immersed in the divine and tempting scene just now and neglected the dangers here, then it would be extremely easy for one to suffer misfortune. That should be the case. Ahu observed them briefly, and he noticed that the skeletons were extremely well preserved without any damage. However, all of them were suffused with the aura of being eroded by the passage of time. Obviously, they had existed for a very long time. Ahu walked around the divine tree, and he was instantly stunned when he arrived at the back of the divine tree. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun. "Brother Lin, come over and have a look." Lin Sun walked over and looked along Ahu's gaze, and he saw 3 figures standing at the bottom of the divine tree. A blue-robed man with an ancient sword on his back, a woman in a phoenix robe with her long hair coiled up in a bun, and a white-haired Taoist in linen robe who looked like a teenager. All of them had their eyes closed, and their breath was faintly discernible. They were silent and motionless like old monks in meditation, which was extremely strange. Not far away, there stood a green wooden tablet, on which a line of words was engraved in ancient Taoist script: "Life is like a dream. How many springs and autumns do people live?" Apart from this, there was no other record. Lin Sun was stunned and thought, what does this mean? Is there any mystery hidden in it? Ahu seemed to have guessed something, and he gently read this sentence on the tablet. As his voice sounded, an incredible scene appeared. A wisp of crystal-clear auspicious light fell from the peach tree, bathing Ahu's figure in it. Wisps of bright light fell down and bathed Ahu's graceful figure in it, making her look holy and pure. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. He suddenly raised his head and looked carefully. Soon, he locked onto the source of this ray of light. It was a peach as white as jade, as big as a fist. It was hidden in the branches and leaves, with wisps of strong divine brilliance flowing down its translucent surface. Looking at Ahu, she stood there with her eyes closed. Her breath was faintly discernible like an old monk in meditation, just like the blue-robed man with the ancient sword on his back and others. Lin Sun frowned. He looked at Ahu and then at the wooden tablet next to her. Life is like a dream. How many springs and autumns do people live? He was sure that if he recited these words like Ahu did, it would surely cause such a strange and unusual event to occur. However, was this change good or bad? Lin Sun looked at the bottom of the tree. Under the rolling mist, there were piles of white bones and corpses. Had these corpses experienced such a change before they were alive? Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that a figure standing not far away suddenly let out a burst of joyful laughter. He looked like a teenager, with white hair and a bun on his head. Even when he laughed, his eyes were closed tightly, like the laughter of an idiot in a dream. Boom! The next moment, the body of the man in linen seemed to be on fire, but he seemed to be unaware of it. His face was full of calmness, joy, and a smile that seemed to see through everything. Taoism pure. Lin Sun shouted. He had seen that this man was showing signs of qigong deviation, and his cultivation would be completely incinerated. But the man in linen didn't notice it at all. His flesh and blood began to turn into flying ashes inch by inch. This strange and horrible scene made Lin Sun's heart turn cold. He didn't hesitate to make a move to warn the man. However, his palm was dissolved by an invisible force near the peach tree before it could get close to the man. In the end, under Lin Sun's shocked gaze, the white-haired man in linen turned into a corpse and lay on the ground. Just like that, he died silently with a smile on his face. Lin Sun's expression flickered. He looked up at the top of the peach tree, where there was a fresh and translucent peach that was as red as the sunset. The strands of divine radiance that descended onto the white-haired man earlier had come from such an immortal peach. Could it be that the hidden danger here is really on the peaches on the tree? Lin Sun's expression was extremely solemn. He had never seen such a strange thing before. What worried him the most was that Ahu's current condition was exactly the same as the white-haired linen's. Lin Sun asked Little Silver, who shook his head to show that he didn't know. He then asked Old Toad, Lu, Little Tian and the big black bird. None of them could give him an answer. The Kunlun ruins was one of the 4 great ancient gods' ruins, and there were countless secrets buried there. Since ancient times, no one had been able to see through all the secrets. What more Old Toad and the others, originally, Lin Sun planned to ask Wu Kei, the spirit of the insignificant Bao, who was silently healing his injuries, but he suddenly thought of a person. To be precise, it was a tree. Whoosh, the next moment, the divine alchemy ancestral tree, which had traveled with the sky-splitting emperor, turned into a green glow and was released by Lin Sun. Peach Tree of Immortality. As soon as it appeared, it screamed excitedly, ha ha ha, this must be the Kunlun ruins. Only the Kunlun ruins can give birth to such a wonderful thing. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. This old tree obviously knew something, it made sense. This guy was the divine alchemy ancestral tree, which could be classified as divine trees with the peach tree of immortality. In other words, they were the same kind. Can you see the danger here? Lin Sun asked. The divine alchemy ancestral tree calmed down from its frenzy. It looked at the peach tree of immortality, then at Ahu and the man and woman in the distance. I once heard from the sky-splitting emperor that the peach of immortality is also known as the big dream Dao fruit. If you want to swallow this fruit, you must go through a trial in the dream. If you are not strong enough, you will harm yourself in the trial. Some people will fall into a dream and think that they have seen through the mysteries of the great Dao. They will lose their Dao heart and die from qi deviation. If I'm not wrong, then the corpses at the bottom of the immortality peach tree were probably tempered by the dream and were unable to free themselves from it, so they perished. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed when he heard the words of the divine alchemy ancestral tree. He believed most of it. Because he had just seen how the white-haired man in linen clothes suffered. Doesn't that mean Ahu is in danger too? Lin Sun's heart tightened. No, that will depend on her fortune. If she can pass the trial in the dream, she will be able to obtain a supreme fortune. The divine alchemy ancestral tree said. Lin Sun frowned and said, but it is still too dangerous. Is there no other way to obtain the fortune? I don't know about that. The divine alchemy ancestral tree shook its head. Lin Sun was a little disappointed and put the divine alchemy ancestral tree away. Before the old tree left, it still said, little friend, don't forget about the 5-colored soil. It is even more precious than the peach of immortality, the 5-colored soil. With a thought, Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and looked down from the sky. He immediately noticed that this vast plain was colorful and filled with 5 kinds of light and shadow, green, gold, black, red, and white. Could it be that the 5-colored soil was really growing under the ground? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Sun suddenly noticed that Ahu was struggling, as if she was fighting against some extremely terrible force and trying to wake up. But no matter how hard she tried, it was of no use. On the contrary, as she struggled and resisted, the essence, energy, and spirit in her entire body started to become chaotic, and she faintly showed signs of burning. Oh no, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. Just now, the white-haired man in linen clothes suffered qi deviation in this state. His body was burned and he finally died. Ahu, you must hold on. I'm coming to save you. Lin Sun shouted and operated the secret of Pusho's roar. His voice surged like thunder. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do to save Ah Hu. The feeling of powerlessness and anxiety made Lin Sun unable to calm down. Inexplicable anger surged in his heart. Swish, in the end, Lin Sun stared at the peach tree angrily. He was absolutely unable to tolerate Ah Hu suffering just like that because he owed Ah Hu too much in these past few years. I'll destroy this stupid tree. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and suddenly stepped into the air. His eyes were like lightning, locking on a peach condensed on the peach tree. The peach was as white as jade. The divine light flowing out of it fell down and enveloped Ah Hu's figure. It could be said that it was the culprit. In order to save Ah Hu, he didn't care about anything else and went all out. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. The aura around him ran like a landslide and a tsunami, and he suddenly punched with all his strength. Boom, the world trembled. The horrible fist force containing Lin Sun's anger roared out, condensed and powerful to the extreme. The fist of shaking heaven, this punch, which could easily kill Emptiness Saint, just made the peach tree tremble and then was dissolved by the rolling divine light. This tree was too extraordinary. It was like the backbone of the world. Its crown was like an umbrella that covered the sky and the sun, and it flowed with a rain of divine light. Ah Hu's pretty face gradually turned pale. Her face was full of struggle and discomfort. She seemed to be enduring great pain, and her body was trembling slightly. Her chi became more and more chaotic. Ah Hu, you must hold on. Lin Sun took a deep breath. All the strength in his body was deduced to the extreme. His whole body was like a furnace that was burning. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The depression, anxiety, worry, and anger in his chest were all vented in his actions. Boom, he let out a long roar. The fist force was like a dragon, and it struck out violently one after another, causing the nearby void to explode and become chaotic. Whoosh, the branches and leaves of the immortality peach tree swayed about, and a beautiful rain of light flowed about. It dispersed all of these attacks, and they couldn't approach at all. It was like an unshakable god. Lin Sun's current combat strength could kill top great sages like Yan Chunjun and Luong. But now, he seemed so powerless. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Open up. However, Lin Sun didn't give up. His eyes were red, and he seemed like an ancient demon god that had fallen into a frenzy. A huge abyss appeared around him, causing heaven and earth to change color. Heaven-shaking punch, 9 transformations of Calamity Dragon, Tai Xian Sword Scripture, Void-breaking Finger of Dian, First Cut of Heaven. Lin Sun released all kinds of martial arts. Secret techniques to the extreme. All these years, he had rarely been so angry, crazy, and desperate as he was at this moment. He couldn't forget that it was Ah Hu who helped him escape from the Soul Oblivion Sea and gave him the vast universe Arkansas. He couldn't forget that Ah Hu had guided him to the Flying Immortal Token and brought him to Kunlun Ruins. They had fought side by side all the way, killed enemies together, and overcome difficulties together. However, Lin Sun knew very well that if it wasn't for Ah Hu's guidance and help, it would have been impossible for him to arrive here so smoothly. He owed Ah Hu too much, or perhaps, he didn't know when it started, but he had long regarded Ah Hu as a best friend who had gone through thick and thin with him. Now that Ah Hu was about to suffer and her life was in danger, how could Lin Sun endure it? Kill! In the void, Lin Sun roared wildly. Even though it was like an ant trying to shake a tree or a moth flying into a fire, he didn't stop or retreat. Rumble, the void here was surging and rumbling. In the end, Lin Sun released the Broken Sword, Avicii Sword, Yuan Killer Sword, Endless Way Tower, Infinite Way Bottle, Insignificant Bow, and other treasures. But, in the end, it was still in vain. The power released by the Immortality Peach Tree was like the supreme rule, turning into an unshakable barrier. No matter how Lin Sun attacked, it didn't move at all. Kill! However, Lin Sun didn't seem to notice it at all. His fighting spirit, hatred, and anger overlapped in his heart like an erupting volcano, attacking again and again. He was as stubborn as a stone and as ruthless as the wind. A single person was fighting against a legendary divine tree. He seemed so small. But he was so desperate. After an unknown period of time, Lin Sun's consciousness gradually began to blur. The battle with all his strength had caused his physical strength to be on the verge of exhaustion. Unprecedented exhaustion hit him like a tide, making his body feel numb. However, he was still fighting. Kill. 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 Lin Sun's furious and crazy roar echoed in this world, surging in all directions. It was the first time that Lin Sun had been so angry since he stepped into the great sage realm. It was also the first time that he had released his full strength. His body was numb under the unprecedented exhaustion, but his fighting spirit was still so violent and blazing. The unyielding and stubborn figure was attacking crazily between heaven and earth, as if he would not stop until the last drop of strength. The peach tree was flowing with magnificent divine light, which seemed so merciless that it blocked everything. Until Lin Sun's consciousness became muddled, a sigh suddenly sounded in his heart. I thought, he came again. But you are not him after all. The voice was filled with lingering disappointment. Lin Sun raised his head with a blank look in his eyes. Who? Immediately, his pupils contracted little by little, and the confusion in his eyes dissipated like fog. His muddled consciousness also recovered a trace of clarity. Only now did he notice that a wisp of a violet-colored beautiful figure had suddenly appeared on the immortality peach tree, and it was faintly visible amidst the dazzling divine radiance. It was like a wisp of violet light that was indistinct in the horizon. Did you do that to save her? The soft voice sounded in his heart again. Lin Sun nodded. Of course. You don't want to live anymore? The purple figure asked again. Lin Sun said, no. How could he think about anything else when he was saving someone? No wonder both of you are so stubborn even though you've obtained the same inheritance as him. Both of you would rather fight with your life on the line than take a step back, the purple figure sighed softly. Who was he? Lin Sun couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want to think about it. A long time ago, there was a guy who was much more powerful than you. He barged into this place and cut down the immortality peach tree without any regard for anything else. He took away all the fruits of the tree. He said that he had to bring such delicious peaches back to the sect and let his fellow disciples have a taste. The purple figure's voice was filled with reminiscence and a hint of a smile. However, in the end, he was still unable to do as he wished. That's because this is the only immortality peach tree in the world. How could someone like him, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, possibly touch it? Later on, before he left, he said that he would definitely come back in the future to chop down the immortality peach tree that had been bothering him and use it as firewood. Only then would he feel satisfied. What happened later? Lin Sun asked. Then, the violet figure fell silent for a long time before he sighed lightly. I've been waiting for him to return until I met you. I suddenly realized that he might never return. The immortal peach tree was still there. It had not been chopped into firewood and burned. Of course, he had never returned. Something to do with me? Lin Sun frowned. Nothing to do with it. The purple figure said, I only know that a long time ago, there was only one person in his sect who mastered the battle saint technique. Her voice became low, but people like him would never accept disciples. Boom, Lin Sun felt as if his head had been struck by lightning, and an unruly figure, like the dominator of war, emerged in his mind. He had once swept through the 9 heavens, slaughtered his way into the clouds, looked down upon arrogance, and shook the ages. So it's him, Lin Sun understood, and there was a trace of trance in his eyes. Senior Xianxia of Mount Fengsuan had once said that among the dozens of senior and junior brothers in the sect, only one had ever mastered the battle saint technique. Unless he encountered a great calamity or knew that a great calamity was about to befall him, he wouldn't leave such an inheritance behind. The purple figure's voice was a little sad and low. Lin Sun suddenly said, that's not necessarily the case. He left the inheritance just to make the Tao fire last forever. How could he infer a matter of life and death? The purple figure was stunned and fell into silence. Lin Sun turned his eyes to the peach tree. There, the beautiful figure of who was still there. Although her pretty face was pale and her eyes were closed, her chi had become stable. Lin Sun let out a long sigh of relief. When he relaxed his mind, he felt waves of tide-like tiredness and sleepiness. His body was sore and swollen, and there was a feeling of exhaustion both inside and outside his body. The desperate attack just now had consumed too much of his energy. Then, I'll wait a little longer. After a long time, the purple figure seemed to have figured it out, and said with a hint of joy and relaxation in her voice, "Anyway, I'll wait for him to come back. My young friend, you can pick as many as 9 peaches of immortality here. If you pick too many, you'll be contaminated with karma." At that time, he didn't care about karma at all. Remember, you can only take 1 peach of immortality. Taking more is useless for your cultivation. If you have a chance to see him in the future, remember to tell him not to forget what he said at that time. Well, that's it. Then, the purple figure disappeared. Like a rain of light, it disappeared from the immortality peach tree. Lin Sun was stunned. At that moment, he suddenly discovered that the Tao glow flowing down from the peach tree had disappeared too. The invisible force of the rules had disappeared. Lin Sun tried to approach it, and as expected, there was no obstacle. Although he was extremely tired at the moment, Lin Sun still tried his best to jump on the legendary peach tree. Numerous peaches of immortality that were dazzling like the sun could be seen amidst the verdant and translucent emerald leaves and branches in the surroundings. Some were as red as sunset, some as white as jade, some as blue as glaze, and some were flowing with purple clouds. There were a lot of them. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Sun took a deep breath and saluted. However, no one responded, as if the purple figure really didn't exist. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun picked a peach of immortality that was as white as jade. At the same time, under the peach tree, Ahu, who had closed her eyes and a pale face, fell to the ground as if she had lost her support. Then, her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes as if she had just woken up from a dream. After a while, Ahu realized something. She patted her chest with lingering fear and let out a long breath. "Ahu, you're awake." A laugh sounded. Ahu raised her head and looked at the peach tree with her limpid eyes. She saw Lin Sun standing on a branch. She opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise. "How did you? I'll explain it to you later. Take it first." Lin Sun smiled as he passed the peach of immortality that resembled green jade to Ahu. "Quickly refine it. Otherwise, your strength will dissipate." Biting her lips, Ahu stared at the peach in her hand in a daze. She was so smart that she had vaguely guessed something. After a while, she smiled happily and waved her hand. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Her voice was clear and melodious like the sound of nature. Lin Sun smiled as well. At this moment, his entire body was relaxed, and there were no more obstacles in his heart. Then, Lin Sun stood on the peach tree and looked around carefully. The immortality peach tree was too huge. Its branches were dense and thick like numerous wriggling flood dragons. Moreover, the number of immortality peaches condensed on its branches was dazzling. Lin Sun picked 8 peaches of different colors and sizes according to his intuition. He didn't know whether they had different magical effects or not. At this point, Lin Sun jumped off the peach tree and didn't look at the peaches hanging on the branch again. It seemed that he was very decisive. Such supreme fortune was indeed sufficient to make any cultivator go mad with lust. But Lin Sun was very clear that the purple-robed woman wouldn't do it without a reason. It was better for him to stop in time. He didn't want to be involved in any karma because of picking peaches of immortality. At the top of the peach tree that Lin Sun didn't notice, a purple-robed figure was sitting in the clouds with a touch of gratification in her eyes. This was a young man who knew when to stop. If it was that unruly guy, he definitely wouldn't stop. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Ahu was practicing and meditating under the peach tree. Lin Sun looked not far away and saw 2 figures standing there. One was a blue-robed man with an ancient sword on his back, and the other was a woman in a phoenix robe with her long hair tied up in a bun. Lin Sun was not a good person. Not to mention that the 2 of them hadn't revealed the slightest sign of danger up until now. Perhaps they would even be able to overcome the tempering of the dream realm and obtain a supreme fortune. Lin Sun naturally couldn't stop all this. Otherwise, once they woke up and found that the 2 peaches they wanted were picked by Lin Sun, they would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. "Silver, come and protect me." Lin Sun took a deep breath and decided to recover his strength first before thinking about refining the peaches of immortality. The reason was that he didn't know when the blue-robed man and the woman in the phoenix robe would wake up. Whoosh, Silver rushed out and began to protect them. Lin Sun took out some magic herbs and began to meditate. The peach tree stood silently, its branches and leaves glowing with divine light. the invisible power of rules reappeared. Time flowed by, and before he knew it, 5 days had passed. Wush Linsun woke up from meditation, full of vigor and light in his eyes. This world was flowing with rich divine vitality, and the aura of the Great Way was amazing. Linsun's cultivation had improved a lot even though he had only meditated for 5 days. If I can meditate here for a while, I'm afraid I can improve to the middle level of the great sage realm even without the help of the peaches of immortality, Linsun sighed with emotion. He looked to the side and found that Ah Hu was still practicing and showed no sign of waking up. Not far away, the blue-robed man and the woman in the phoenix robe were also standing there like clay statues. Silver, this peach is for you. Linsun took out a peach and handed it to Silver, who had been guarding him. But at this moment, something strange happened. Whoosh, a beam of dazzling sword chi suddenly came to Linsun and chopped towards him. This sudden scene was enough to catch anyone unprepared. It was too fast, and the sword chi was too fierce and terrible. Even Linsun had no time to dodge, so he had to face it head-on. Boom, even though he managed to block the sword strike in the end, he was still sent flying. He was in a sorry state. His expression turned cold as he looked over. The blue-robed man with the ancient sword on his back had turned around. His eyes were full of fierceness and a touch of unconcealable passion and greed. "Hand over the peach in your hand, and I'll spare your life," he said in an indisputable tone. His voice was solemn. Linsun said oh and threw the peach into the air. Whoosh, the blue-robed man moved in the air and grabbed the peach at an incredible speed. Only, what was even faster than him was a broken blade. It was sparkling white like snow as it suddenly arrived. The first cut of Tian Yuan, and Linsun didn't hold back. Because he was still meditating, Linsun didn't dare to hide anything at this critical moment. Clang, a deafening collision rang out. The blue-robed man used his sword to block the slash, but his figure was also shaken and sent flying backward. His face changed slightly. It seemed that he didn't expect that Linsun's combat power would be so strong. This was beyond his expectation. When did another great sage appear on the starry sky ancient road? Boom, but Linsun didn't talk nonsense at all. He rushed to the blue-robed man with his shining body and matchless bravery. He didn't intend to give the blue-robed man a chance to dodge. In an instant, the two collided dozens of times. The ancient sword clanged and the broken sword shot. They fought with each other, tearing the void apart and collapsing. Puff, after a while, the blue-robed man coughed up blood, and a touch of horror appeared on his face. "Who are you?" He was completely shocked. With his combat power, he could be regarded as a top existence in the great sage realm, which was enough to disdain many of his peers. But now, he was injured. Linsun didn't say a word. He went all out and looked extremely arrogant and domineering, with amazing killing intent. In fact, he was also quite surprised. It should be known that his cultivation had been improved again, and with the power of the broken sword, his combat power could be improved by about 10%. But under such circumstances, he couldn't kill the opponent immediately. It could be imagined that the opponent was also destined to be a tyrannical figure. "You're courting death." The blue-robed man, who was completely suppressed, looked gloomy and furious. With a clatter, a soft whip wrapped with purple thunder and lightning appeared in his palm. It was as long as 10 meters. He shook it in the void and threw it out fiercely. Crack, the void was smashed like a piece of paper, and the terrible purple thunder and lightning flowed. With a bang, Linsun's broken sword was whipped away. This soft whip of thunder and lightning was obviously not comparable to ordinary holy treasures. It was full of horrible destructive breath. It looked soft, but in fact, it was extremely strong and fierce. Crack! Crack! Paw, the blue-clothed man seemed as if he was venting his rage after his attack succeeded, and he swung his whip to attack. He pointed at the heavens and smashed the earth, and he gave rise to a myriad of whip images while surging violet-colored thunderstorms swept out like a torrent. Linsun summoned the Tower of Endless Tao without hesitation. The body of the pagoda that seemed to be constructed from divine gold and glass emanated rays of dark golden light that enveloped the world and suppressed the surroundings. Along with an earth-shattering collision sound, the blue-clothed man's attack was completely suppressed. The purple lightning whip in his hand was extremely profound, but but it was completely insufficient before the power of the great Tao bottomless tower. This caused the blue-robed man's expression to change completely. Even the purpline thunder whip couldn't do it, he found it hard to believe. It should be known that the purpline thunder whip was a world-shaking secret treasure. It was also his greatest trump card. With this treasure, he dared to challenge a king saint, but now, it was firmly suppressed by a pagoda. Not long after, the blue-clothed man who had been suppressed once more couldn't hold on any longer. He coughed up blood once more, and he retreated without hesitation, planning to escape. But at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly rushed forward, the infinite great way bottle in his palm glowing. Boom! The vast sea of sword chi derived from the 33 swords surged out overwhelmingly, drowning the blue-clothed man. But this man's strength was still beyond Lin Sun's expectation. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The blue-clothed man suddenly let out a roar. Above his head, a white bone hand was condensed, crystal-like jade, and its 5 fingers were branded with strange fluctuations of the Great Way. As the white bone hand slapped out, boom, the dense sea of sword chi exploded with a loud bang, transforming into a rolling rain of light that scattered down. The terrible power made Lin Sun's black eyes narrow. This was a bone hand with the breath of the Emperor Tao, full of supreme power. The blue-clothed man took this opportunity to escape, but his body had been torn by the sword chi, riddled with holes and bloody, extremely miserable. He let out a shrill roar like a ghost, hideous and terrible, "I want you to die." He had never suffered such a big loss since he started his cultivation, nor had he been killed to such an extent, which made him completely furious. Boom, the white bone hand swept up, shining with obscure light. Just its breath made Lin Sun's body stiff and his soul oppressed. However, as the Tower of Endless Way sprinkled with black golden light, the terrible and oppressive breath was also washed away. Up! Lin Sun shouted, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. The Tower of Endless Way exuded vast and ancient charm. With a roar in the void, it showed a great momentum that could suppress the past, the present and the future. In front of this momentum, the white bone hand was severely restrained, unable to struggle, and even the breath of the Emperor Tao on the hand bone was suppressed. Puff, the blue-clothed man coughed up blood again as if he had suffered a backfire. He staggered and couldn't stand still. As if he had encountered the most incredible thing in the world, he roared angrily, "It's impossible. How could the hand bone of the evil emperor be suppressed?" Lin Sun didn't care about this. With a wave of his hand, his figure moved, and the broken sword swept up a terrible snow-white torrent and violently chopped down. Puff, the blue-clothed man's body was split open, and blood splashed out like a waterfall. Even at the moment of his death, he still couldn't believe it. It seemed that from the beginning, he had never thought that he would die in the hands of a stranger he had never heard of in front of the peach tree. With a clang, Lin Sun put away the broken sword. Bang! Without the blue-clothed man's control, the white bone hand strangely cracked and exploded, turning into white powder and fluttering in the air. Lin Sun was stunned. How could such a treasure imprinted with the breath of the Emperor Tao just disappear like this? Obviously, the destruction of the treasure had something to do with the death of the blue-clothed man, but Lin Sun didn't bother to guess the reason. He looked at Ah Hu, who was not far away, and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was not disturbed. Then, he looked at the woman in the phoenix robe in the distance. Before Lin Sun said anything, the woman in the phoenix robe had already turned around. She had a pure and white face, with a unique dignified and calm aura. She was very tall, dressed in a scarlet phoenix robe, and her black hair was tied up in a bun. She was extremely beautiful. She looked at Lin Sun with a pair of bright and narrow phoenix eyes and praised, "My friend, you've killed Tu Qingxiong, who ranked 27th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list, in less than a quarter of an hour. If such an achievement is spread out, it's bound to cause a sensation in the world." Lin Sun realized that the blue-clothed man just now was a peerless figure ranked in the top 30 on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. No wonder his battle prowess was so extraordinary. He was indeed much stronger than Yan Chenjun and Luong. "My friend, don't you know Tu Qingxiong? He is a direct descendant of the Blackwater Battle Clan, one of the top 10 battle clans. His ancestor is the evil Emperor Xuanlu, who was famous in the ancient times." The eyes of the woman in the phoenix robe were shining brilliantly, as if they could see through people's hearts. But Lin Sun looked calm and unperturbed, which made her unable to see any emotional fluctuations. This surprised her a little. Didn't this man know the terrible consequences of killing Tu Qingxiong? He would be regarded as a thorn in the flesh by the Blackwater Battle clan and must be eradicated. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Sun was not a practitioner on the Starry Sky Ancient Path at all. Come to think of it, even if Lin Sun knew it, he would not show any mercy when he killed Tu Qingxiong. It was like this before, and it would be like this in the future. Lin Sun said, "What about you? Who are you?" The woman in the phoenix robe was stunned. She seemed to have guessed something and suddenly said, "It seems that you should come from the 9 regions." This is really unbelievable. Lin Sun didn't deny it. This surprised the woman in the phoenix robe. When did such a ruthless character emerge in the 9 regions? She calmed down and said, "My name is Chunyu Gu, and I come from the Emperor Clan Chunyu." The Emperor Clan Chunyu? Lin Sun was unfamiliar with it. He had never heard of it, and he didn't even know how many Emperor clans there were on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Not to mention who this Chunyu Gu was. Seeing Lin Sun's calm reaction, Chunyu Gu felt a little absent-minded. In the past, when cultivators of the same generation saw her, which one of them did not feel nervous and admire her? From this, she was even more certain that the young man in front of her was definitely not from the Starry Sky Ancient Path. "It seems that all the peaches of immortality here have been obtained by you." Chunyu Ji's eyes were a little complicated. She knew very well that the chances of obtaining the peaches of immortality were limited. When someone obtained them in advance, others would end up with nothing even if they went through dreams. It was the same for Tu Qingxiong and her. Lin Sun still did not deny it. He just looked at Chunyu Gu quietly. "Forget it. If I stay any longer, I will definitely arouse your hatred and conflict. Since that's the case, I might as well leave now." Chunyu Gu also noticed that Lin Sun's attitude towards her was very stiff. Thinking of the scene where Tu Qingxiong was killed, she finally decided to leave. Before leaving, she couldn't help but ask, "My friend, may I know your name?" "Lin Sun." Lin Sun told her his name. Chunyu Gu muttered to herself. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "I believe that I will still have a chance to meet you in the Kunlun ruins. Goodbye." After saying that, she floated away. She did not look back, nor did she show any hesitation. She just left casually. It was as if losing a supreme opportunity was nothing to her. Her state of mind was free of worries. From beginning to end, no matter what Lin Sun's attitude was, she did not show any hostility. This surprised Lin Sun. She gave up just like that, after watching Chunyu Ji's figure disappear and sensing that even her aura had disappeared from the Peach Garden's secret realm. Lin Sun finally confirmed that she had really given up. "This is a woman who doesn't show her strength and I can't see through her," Lin Sun judged. Under the peach tree, the peace and tranquility of the past were restored. Lin Sun counted the spoils. As a peerless saint ranked 27th on the Starry Sky Great Saint list, Tu Qingxiong was quite rich. An ancient treasure called Purple Thunder Whip, which had been passed down for a long time, was so powerful that even the broken blade couldn't resist its whip. It could be imagined how extraordinary it was. It was a dark green ancient sword with 19 life inscriptions carved on it. It was obviously Tu Qingxiong's life saint weapon. However, such a life-bonded treasure was of little value in the eyes of other practitioners. It was thrown into the insignificance bowl by Lin Sun casually as the rations for the spirit to restore his own vitality. In addition, Tu Qingxiong also carried a lot of magic medicines and treasures, all of which were first class in the world. Lin Sun took all of them for his own use. After doing all this, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and took out a peach of immortality. It was as red as the sunset, crystal clear, flowing with a magnificent rain of light and refreshing fragrance. As soon as he swallowed it, a strange hot current spread all over his body. Lin Sun only felt that his soul was suddenly enlightened and he was about to become an immortal. The power of the peach of immortality was too miraculous, and it was different from divine medicines. It allowed the body and mind of a cultivator to harmonize with the Tao and feel enlightened. Soon, Lin Sun was immersed in a deep level of enlightenment. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a solemn and ethereal look. Every inch of his body was surging with dazzling light of Tao. As he breathed in and out, all kinds of wonderful visions emerged behind his head. There were real dragons roaming, yin and yang, water and fire. There were Tai Chi rotating and Big Abyss swallowing and spitting. There were also undying ripples that rumbled endlessly. These were all the powers of Tao that Lin Sun had mastered. Later, Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit were roaring like a volcanic eruption, and his internal organs produced a wonderful rhythm, clanging like gold and jade. Looking from a distance, his figure was like a furnace of heaven and earth, vast and boundless, boiling and operating, containing all the mysteries of Tao and developing all the mysteries. Only a few hours later, with the earth-shattering roar, the whole world was shaking. Divine vitality surged from all directions and poured into Lin Sun's body continuously. His body was like a bottomless abyss, crazily and greedily swallowing and refining. This scene was very shocking. Looking down from the sky, the peach blossom forest all over the secret realm of peach was swaying and emitting divine vitality, all rushing to the place where Lin Sun was. If it was any other cultivator in Xianxia's place, that cultivator would be utterly unable to endure such powerful and surging energy, let alone refine and absorb it. But Lin Sun didn't notice it at all. His figure was like a furnace that embraced the power of all directions, and there was nothing that he couldn't contain and nothing that he couldn't refine. The most miraculous part was that a completely different scene appeared in Lin Sun's heart. Numerous unbelievable profundities of the Grand Tao surged into appearance, and it caused him to fall into a deep level of comprehension. It was mysterious and indescribable. In just 2 days. Boom! Lin Sun's boiling qi suddenly broke through at this moment, as if he had broken a natural moat barrier, and entered the middle realm of the great sage. His whole body shone brightly, and his qi surged like smoke, rising up, shattering the clouds in all directions and shaking the stars in the sky. And all this was not over. The magical power brought by the power of the peach of immortality kept Lin Sun still immersed in that strange state of comprehension. It was not only the improvement of his cultivation, but also his comprehension of the Grand Tao, his understanding of his own Dharma, and his comprehension of the endless devouring scripture. All of them also rose along with it. 3 days later, a furnace that seemed to be solid appeared above Lin Sun's head. The surface of the furnace was branded with all kinds of wonderful Dharma. There was Taishan Sword Sutra deducing the sword qi, covering all directions. There was a divine man waving his fists, shaking the heaven and earth. There was a real dragon roaring and transforming into 9 changes. There was a boundless finger power, expounding the mystery of space. The furnace seethed and glowed, and every single one of the Tao techniques within it revealed an obvious transformation. The first transformation was Taishan Sword Qi. The 33 layers of sword qi evolved into 72 mountains of sword qi, each of which was formed by the accumulation of 3,800 Taishan sword qi. There were 72 earthly evil spirits, so it was called Earthly Evil Sword Mountain. Then, the mystery of the fist of shaking the sky was completely melted and turned into a kind of mystery of the Great Way Furnace Scripture. At this point, when Lin Sun ran the Great Way Furnace Scripture, its power had the momentum of shaking the heaven and earth. Then, the 9 changes of the real dragon transformed into the symbol of tribulation, which was branded on the furnace scripture. Like the fist of shaking the sky, its mystery was integrated into the Great Way Furnace scripture, which added a kind of change. What was change? Like a dragon, it could be big or small, it could rise or hide. When it was big, it could make clouds and fog. When it was small, it could hide. When it was small, it could hide. When it rose, it could roam all the heavens, and when it hid, it could lurk in the abyss. The 9 changes of the real dragon was originally the forbidden secret of the real dragon. Now, Lin Sun integrated all its mystery into his own cultivation method, just like the fist of shaking the sky. Later, the mystery of the first cut of Tian Yuan was also melted, which added a kind of sharpness to the Great Way Furnace scripture. It was incomparably fierce and invincible. When Lin Sun ran the Great Way Furnace scripture and controlled the broken blade to perform the first cut of Tian Yuan, he could integrate the mystery of the real dragon's change and the momentum of shaking the heaven and earth at will. Naturally, its power was much more powerful than before, but in the end, Lin Sun failed to integrate the mystery of the void-breaking finger of Dian and the Taishan sword scripture into his own cultivation method. The Taishan sword scripture was very special. This cultivation method was left by the first sword emperor in primitive times. It was the real sword scripture of Emperor Path, a supreme method. If Lin Sun wanted to integrate it into his own cultivation method, he would have to reach the emperor realm. The void-breaking finger of Dian seemed to have only 3 moves, but it involved the extremely mysterious and obscure power of the law of space. For Lin Sun now, he still couldn't understand its mystery. But even so, after this transformation, the Great Way Furnace scripture had been further perfected, and the mystery and power it contained were at least twice as strong as before. Moreover, as Lin Sun integrated more cultivation methods in the future, the power and mystery of the Great Way Furnace scripture would be stronger. This was Lin Sun's own cultivation method. From the moment it was created, it was destined to be the only cultivation method in the whole world. 7 days later, Lin Sun woke up from a deep level of enlightenment. His eyes were clear and clean, like the clearest spring water in the world, but they could reflect the sky and see through all things. Tao runes flowed around him, making him free from dust and dirt, ethereal and transcendent. From the appearance alone, it was difficult for anyone to see through him unless he had a realm and power far beyond Lin Sun's. This was called the body is like an abyss, and the momentum is empty, hiding the elephant in the invisible. Lin Sun's mind was clear and unprecedentedly clear. In an instant, he sensed the various transformations of his own strength. In terms of cultivation, he had reached the peak of the middle stage of the great sage realm. He had integrated spirit, qi, and body refining into one furnace. In terms of enlightenment, all the power of the Great Way had been condensed into the great sage law, and further tempered, becoming more and more vigorous and pure. What was different from the past was that his understanding of the mystery of space had been promoted from the initial level to the entry level. In the cultivation of martial arts, there were also various transformations. Feeling the series of changes in his mind, Lin Sun sighed as if he had not fully understood it yet. For others, a peach of immortality can be equivalent to 100 years of hard work, but for me, it can only be equivalent to 10 years of hard work at most. Lin Sun also knew that this was probably because his cultivation foundation was too strong. Of course, 100 years of hard work for ordinary people was different from his own. This was a relative concept. However, Lin Sun was not reconciled. In other words, it had shocked and surprised Lin Sun to be able to achieve the progress of 10 years of hard work in less than 7 days. Cultivation was never about the faster the better, but whether the foundation tempered in this realm was strong and solid in the pursuit of Tao. This was the core of cultivation, and also determined the achievements of each practitioner in the future. In fact, from the beginning of Lin Sun's cultivation to the present, he had set foot on the great sage realm in less than 100 years. This speed of cultivation could be regarded as shocking. Even on the starry ancient road, he could be regarded as a peerless genius. Of course, Lin Sun's cultivation path had never been about speed, but about being invincible and unparalleled in the past and the present. With my current strength, it's a piece of cake for me to kill people like Yan Chenjun. There was a touch of confidence in Lin Sun's black eyes. This was an invincible and disdainful demeanor. Now he just wanted to have a try to see how many moves Sha Luqing could resist. Congratulations, Brother Lin. You have made a further progress in Tao. A clear and melodious voice sounded beside him. Ah Hu, dressed in a yellow dress, looked at Lin Sun with a smile. At this moment, her eyes were watery, her lips were moist, her skin was jade white, her figure was graceful, and she glowed with a shocking expression. Every frown and smile of hers carried the grace to charm all living beings and overturn the world. When she didn't smile, she was like a fairy. The two temperaments blended together, producing a kind of beauty that made the world dim. Same to you. Lin Sun smiled. He had seen that Ah Hu's strength had undergone an amazing transformation after swallowing a peach. Both of them couldn't help laughing. This trip to the secret realm of Peachland had made them quite amazing gains. Now it was time to leave. After a short talk, they decided to set off immediately. The secret realm of Peachland was just one of the many places of opportunity in the Kunlun ruins, so they would not spend all their time here. Before leaving, Lin Sun suddenly remembered something. He immediately took out a spear and stabbed it into the ground under his feet. Clang, unexpectedly, the ground was extremely hard, comparable to the hardest divine iron in the world. It made Lin Sun's thumb and forefinger numb, and the spear in his hand buzzed incessantly. What are you going to do? Ah Hu was stunned. Dig some 5-colored wonderful soil and take it back to plant trees. Lin Sun said casually. He frowned a little because he didn't expect the ground to be so hard. After thinking about it, Lin Sun tried several times, but he failed. The hardness of the soil here made him feel incredible. He wanted to cut down the peach tree for firewood, and now you want to take away the five-colored wonderful soil to plant a tree. Are all the successors of Mind Mountain so unreasonable? There was a hint of helplessness and a hint of a smile in his voice, as if he felt that Lin Sun's action was quite similar to that person's. Lin Sun was embarrassed. He didn't expect that the purple figure didn't disappear completely, but had seen his every move. Take it. The next moment, a piece of soil the size of a cattail leaf fan swept out from the ground. It was suffused with green, gold, white, red, and black divine brilliance. Visible divine vitality fell down like rolling mist. It was extremely magical. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun was overjoyed. He quickly took over the Fusang divine tree, which had shrunk countless times and was now only the size of a palm, and planted it neatly. Whoosh! The fiery red leaves of the Fusang immortal tree rolled with joy and excitement, radiating unprecedented spirituality. Lin Sun carefully put away the Fusang immortal tree and the five-colored wonderful soil. Then, he bowed slightly to the peach tree and left with Ahu. Someone seemed to be chatting with you just now? Yes, a senior with a very mysterious background. He has some connections with a senior brother in Mount Innerheart. I see. No wonder you can climb up the peach tree. Climb? You mean I'm like a monkey? Haha, you said it yourself. As they talked, they walked side by side through the peach forest that covered the mountains and fields, and their figures gradually faded away. At the top of the peach tree, amidst the sea of clouds, the purple figure quietly watched the two young people leave like a wisp of rosy cloud. He has mastered the Tower of Endless Tao and inherited the fighting Saint method you left, but he doesn't even know who I am, but I know that he is your little junior brother. One day, he will definitely be like you, stepping on the spirit cloud continent and shaking the heavens. The purple figure couldn't help but smile when she thought of this. Before leaving the secret realm of Peach Garden, Ahu suddenly stopped and said, "Don't be so reckless in the future." Then, she winked at Lin Sun mischievously and walked into the door that led to the outside world. Her yellow dress fluttered in the wind, graceful and ethereal, just like her. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a smile and stepped into the door. Accompanied by a strange rumble, the peach blossom mystic realm fell silent. Lin Sun and the others had only been in the Peach Garden secret land for slightly more than 10 days, but too many turbulent and bloody things had happened in the Kunlun ruins. As one of the 4 great divine ruins of the ancient era, there were countless fortuitous encounters hidden within the Kunlun ruins. In the past few days, bloody conflicts had occurred almost constantly in the vicinity of some of the fortuitous encounters. Countless experts had fallen and died with grievances. In the end, only a small portion of people would be able to obtain fortune. When Lin Sun and Hu walked out of the forest called Insect Nest of Immortal Ancient, they heard a sensational rumor. A world-shocking battle has taken place on Mount Imperial Dragon. Heroes are fighting fiercely, dyeing the sky red. Rumor has it that the Imperial Dragon Mountain is one of the Kunlun ancient ruins' 9 great secret grounds. Whoever can ascend to the top will have the foundation to become a martial emperor. How terrifying. Peak great sages fell like rain on Mount Imperial Dragon. When this news came out, everyone was shocked. Like a storm, it swept through the Kunlun ancient ruins. All the cultivators who were scattered in other areas to compete for the fortuitous encounters were shocked. Then, another news came out: someone with a flying immortal token climbed to the top of Mount Imperial Dragon and disappeared into the mysterious forbidden area. For a time, the Kunlun ancient ruins became more and more turbulent. Mount Imperial Dragon had become the focus of all the cultivators. The foundation to become a martial emperor, this kind of supreme fortune was enough to make any saint go crazy. In the outside world, it would even cause a bloody battle between the great orthodoxies. Because it was really too difficult to become a martial emperor. There might not even be a martial emperor in tens of thousands of years. If one could have the foundation to become a martial emperor, he would definitely have the opportunity to become a martial emperor in the future. It seemed to be just an opportunity, but in fact, it was because of such an opportunity that it had stopped the road of great emperor from becoming a martial emperor. For example, there were many quasi-emperors and half-step martial emperors in the world today. They had lived for countless years, but very few of them had truly stepped into the martial emperor realm. Why? Because they lacked such an opportunity. Therefore, When they found out that the fortune that appeared on Mount Imperial Dragon was related to the foundation to become a martial emperor, it was easy to imagine how great the sensation was. Both Lin Sun and Hu heard it and couldn't help but be moved. Someone climbed to the top of Mount Imperial Dragon with a flying immortal token. Could it be one of Xiaohao or Ruawu? Lin Sun's heart moved. Shall we go and have a look? Asked Hu. Heroes gather there and blood flows like a river. It has long become the most eye-catching place in the Kunlun ancient ruins. If we go there now, it must be extremely dangerous. Lin Sun was a little hesitant. He was not afraid, but he thought that it was a step too late to act now. If he lost the opportunity to climb to the top of Mount Imperial Dragon, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. Hu said thoughtfully, in my opinion, the commotion at Mount Imperial Dragon this time might not really have anything to do with the foundation of becoming emperor. Most of the time, what you hear is false, and what you see is true. Lin Sun was surprised. What do you mean? Hu said, Mount Imperial Dragon is one of the famous 9 secrets in the Kunlun ancient ruins. In the past years, it has been explored by many strong people, but I have never heard of anyone who has built the foundation to become a martial emperor there. You suspect it's fake news? Lin Sun was stunned. It's hard to say. Hu said, haven't you heard it? Someone with a flying immortal token has climbed to the top of Mount Imperial Dragon and entered a mysterious forbidden area. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. Could it be that someone released the news to lure the strong people with flying immortal token to Mount Imperial Dragon? Hu was startled. Then, he said, what you said is possible. After all, in this Kunlun realm, whoever possesses the flying immortal token is equivalent to obtaining a trump card to explore the dangerous forbidden lands. Anyone would be jealous of it. Lin Sun had a bad feeling in his heart. If what I guessed is true, the news from Mount Imperial Dragon is actually a trap to lure the people with flying immortal token to go there. Speaking of this, Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a touch of determination. No, I have to go there myself to see if it's true. Hu frowned and said, if it's really a trap, won't you be walking right into it? Lin Sun shook his head, I'm not afraid of that. I'm worried about those friends who entered the Kunlun ruins with flying immortal tokens like me. If they're attracted by the news and head to Mount Imperial Dragon to search for the fortune related to becoming an emperor, it'll be too dangerous. Hu immediately understood and said, then I'll go with you. All right. The two of them immediately took action. It was easy to find out the location of Mount Imperial Dragon. Currently, the Kunlun ruins were filled with news about this place. Everyone, take a look. What a divine golden-winged rock. This should be a pure-blooded rock, right? However, it was actually trampled on by Xianxia and is riddled with injuries. This is news that just came from Mount Imperial Dragon. It said that the golden-winged rock planned to secretly ascend to the top with the flying immortal token, but it was suppressed by Xianxia in one fell swoop. On the way, Lin Sun noticed a group of cultivators gathered together. One of them was holding a smooth bronze mirror and was discussing something. Golden-winged rock, Lin Sun's heart tightened. He spread out his divine consciousness and immediately noticed a scene being reflected on the bronze mirror. Xianxia, who was dressed in a black robe, stood on a rock with a cold expression. He was stepping on a golden-winged rock that was riddled with injuries. Its wings were broken and blood was flowing. Lin Sun's pupils constricted. It looked extremely similar to the young golden-winged rock king. Is it really a trap? Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. The young golden-winged rock king was actually suppressed by Xianxia? What about Xiaohao, Ruawu, and the others? Had they encountered misfortune as well? Suddenly, Lin Sun's body trembled. He noticed a broken iron rod not far from the young golden-winged rock king. Yuan Fatian. Lin Sun remembered that the iron rod was Yuan Fatian's treasure, but it was now broken. Lin Sun clearly remembered that Yuan Fatian and the young golden-winged rock king had the best relationship. Now that one of them was suppressed and the other's weapon was broken, they must have encountered something terrifying. A touch of anxiety surged in Lin Sun's heart. He was almost sure that the so-called news on Mount Yulong must be a trap to lure those who held the flying immortal token to go there. Lin Sun couldn't wait any longer. He rushed to Mount Yulong with Hu at full speed. In those days, the young golden-winged rock king, Yuan Fatian, Xiaohao, Ruawu, and the others all fought side by side with him. They fought bloody enemies on the Nai region battlefield and defended the city of Tao protection in the ancient Desolation realm. They drank, discussed, and laughed together. They had been friends for life and death. Now that they had encountered misfortune and been humiliated, how could Lin Sun not be anxious and angry? These bastards, do they really think that I dare not kill them? Lin Sun's black eyes were terrifyingly cold. Mount Yulong was covered with snow all year round. The mountain was very large, rising from the ground and stretching majestically. The mountain was covered with fog. In these past few days, blood had been shed here without end, and incomparably intense conflicts had erupted. This was all because there was a rumor that the peak of Mount Imperial Dragon contained a supreme fortuitous encounter related to the resources of becoming an emperor. It caused a storm to gather here, and it drew the attention of countless experts. However, this mountain deserved to be the holy mountain in the Kunlun ruins. No matter how fierce the conflicts were, the mountain was as solid as iron and had never been damaged or collapsed. But most of the white snow on the mountain had been dyed red by blood. When Lin Sun and Ah Hu approached this area, they unexpectedly found that many practitioners turned back from the direction of Mount Yulong. Some were depressed, some looked gloomy, and some were full of resentment and hatred. How vast and majestic was Mount Yulong? How could it be sealed so easily? Lin Sun quickly found out that the only path that could lead to the peak of Mount Yulong was sealed. This path was called the Dragon Subduing Path, and it was covered in a forbidden spatial energy. No matter what cultivation base one had, they could only climb it on foot. It was impossible to approach the peak of Mount Yulong from any other position. After understanding all of this, Lin Sun's heart sank. He could foresee that if there were a group of powerhouses with ill intentions waiting on this dragon-subduing path, like Imperial Prince Xiao Hao and Rua Wu, they would definitely be attacked at the first possible moment. Damn it! The successors of those great powers are simply too overbearing. Anyone who tries to get close will be killed. They don't intend to give anyone a chance at all. Some people were furious and complained incessantly. Haven't you heard? Only those with the Flying Immortal token are allowed to enter. The most important thing now is to hunt down those powerhouses from the ancient Desolation domain. Only they have the Flying Immortal token. That's right. As long as you have the Flying Immortal token, not only can you enter Mount Yulong, but it won't be difficult for you to head to other forbidden places in the Kunlun ruins. Many cultivators were discussing. Lin Sun remained silent, and the aura around him became calmer. He did not attract anyone's attention as he continued forward with Ah Hu. After hearing the discussions of those people, he was even more certain that Mount Yulong was a tiger's den that was filled with killing intent. For example, the young golden-winged Rock King and Yuan Fadian had already stepped into the Great Saint stage a long time ago, and their talent and strength were extremely shocking. However, both of them might have already suffered. This caused killing intent to surge in Lin Sun's heart. In order to obtain the Flying Immortal token, those fellows were truly unscrupulous. Not long after, Lin Sun saw the dragon-subduing path from afar. The path stretched from the bottom to the top like a winding dragon that stretched into the sky. The dragon's head was at the peak of Mount Yulong without the Flying Immortal token. You still want to reach the peak of Mount Yulong? Wishful thinking. If you don't want to die, then leave quickly. On the dragon-subduing path at the foot of the mountain, a cold voice sounded. It was a man in a dark green robe and holding a bronze spear. He had an extremely capable and terrifying bearing. He stood before the dragon-subduing path like a man guarding the pass, ostentatious and cold. There were many cultivators gathered in the vicinity, and it was extremely unsightly for them to be reprimanded and expelled in such a manner. Through their conversation, Lin Sun also learned that the vigorous man was called Niafu. He came from the primitive Taoist court and was an extremely powerful peerless great saint. In these past few days, many experts had tried to enter this place by force, yet all of them were annihilated by Niafu. Niafu's methods were brutal, bloody, and horrifying. Boring. You don't have the guts to force your way in, yet you're unwilling to leave. Trash like you want to get a share of this opportunity? Don't you feel ashamed? Niafu did not hide his mockery. The faces of many experts nearby darkened. Some of them couldn't help but want to barge in, but they were stopped by their companions. Can't you tell? He's provoking you on purpose to send you to your death. As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly dispelled that person's intention to force his way through. Niefu seemed to feel extremely bored when he saw this, and he said lazily, "Cowards, truly fucking cowards. If I were all of you, I would have slit my throat and committed suicide a long time ago so as to avoid living in this world and making a fool of myself. Alright, Niefu, go to the top of the mountain. Your senior brother Kuan is looking for you. I'll take care of this place." A slender, seemingly fragile girl in a red robe appeared. Niefu nodded, then carried his bronze spear and climbed up the mountain, disappearing from sight. Tao Yao. Some people were shocked, and it caused a commotion. Many people kept quiet out of fear, and many people's expressions even changed. They left quietly as if they didn't dare to stay any longer. Because this seemingly delicate red-robed young girl was even more ferocious than Niefu, she was a pureblood of the Tao Battle clan. She had a perverse temperament and killed people like flies. Niefu would deliberately provoke her before killing, but she wouldn't. To her, killing completely depended on her mood. Tao Yao stood alone in front of the mountain path. Her small face was round, her mouth was rosy, and her eyes were clear and childish. She looked like an immature young girl. However, no one dared to look her in the eyes. Get lost. She spoke a single word, but it made many experts present feel as if they had suffered a great calamity. They turned around and left without daring to stay at all. But some people were unwilling. Puff, Tao Yao's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, she appeared in front of a strong man. She stretched out her hand and took off a bloody head. Until Tao Yao's figure returned to the mountain path, the headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. Crack, Tao Yao exerted force, and the head in her palm exploded. Blood splashed everywhere. She showed a sweet smile. The weak can only be slaughtered. Does anyone else want to have a try? Many people were so shocked that their scalps were numb, and they felt cold all over. It was too cruel, killing without a word. Soon, many experts retreated, not daring to stay. Lin Sun watched all this calmly. When he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Ah Hu, who transmitted a voice to him. Have you ever thought that the trap on the Hidden Dragon Mountain is actually aimed at you alone? Lin Sun was shocked. Blocking the mountain path and gathering the descendants of Wilderness Taoist Court, Xianxia Taoist Court, Tao Battle Clan, Blood Kailan Battle Clan, and other forces. Other cultivators are not allowed to approach, but only those with the Feixian token are allowed to climb the mountain, Ah Hu said quickly. If it's just for fighting for the foundation to become an emperor, it's too strange to set up such a formation. More importantly, the heirs of these great powers all bear a great grudge against you. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. You mean, from the beginning, this killing trap on the Yulong Mountain was prepared for me? Ah Hu nodded, looked up at the winding dragon-crouching path not far away, and transmitted a voice. If there is really a chance to become an emperor at the top of this mountain, why don't I see some other powerful figures? Such as Wen Qingxue and Hua Xingli? If they come, who can block the mountain path? Lin Sun was silent for a moment, and said calmly, even if it's a killing trap, if I don't show up, won't I let those guys down? Ah Hu, don't expose yourself. Just follow me secretly. Lin Sun made a decision. Ah Hu sighed in his heart. Was it reckless and arrogant to insist on going, knowing that there was a killing trap in front of him? No. It was just for the friends he cared about. How many times have I said that this mountain path is only open to those with the Flying Immortals token? I ask you again, does anyone have this token? Tao Yao's voice resounded in the field. Many people secretly cursed that even if someone had the Flying Immortals token, who would dare to show up in such a situation? They would have slipped away long ago, but at this moment, Lin Sun moved forward alone, his black eyes clear and calm, and went directly to the dragon-crouching path. Lin Sun. Oh my god, this guy showed up. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in the nearby area. A young man from the ancient Desolation realm killed Yen Chenjun, Luong, and others one after another. As early as in the treasure refining place, he had been notorious. Who didn't know him? You really came. Tao Yao's eyes were full of frightening light, and her red robe was fluttering without wind. She waved her sleeve, and a scarlet sword case opened, and a sword light flashed out. Crack, the scarlet sword chi was like a bloody rainbow, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was like a peerless ominous sword flying across the sky to destroy the world. Many people were terrified, and their faces changed. This was an extremely terrible secret treasure inherited from the Tao fighting clan, with monstrous killing power. In the past few days, countless peerless great saints had been killed by this sword with a single strike. Obviously, Tao Yao also knew how terrible Lin Sun's combat power was. As soon as she made a move, she didn't think of confronting Lin Sun head-on at all, and directly used the strongest means. Lin Sun walked forward as if he didn't notice it. When the scarlet sword chi came, he raised his hand and grabbed it lightly, as if he was picking flowers with his fingers. In the next moment, the fierce, ferocious, overbearing, and terrifying wisp of sword chi was grabbed in his palm. It was like a dead snake being pinched at its weak point. What? Tao Yao was shocked. The sword chi in this sword case had been cultivated by the old monster of the Tao bloodline for 8,000 years. Its sword intent and killing power were strong enough to easily kill a great saint. But she didn't expect that Lin Sun could resolve it as soon as he raised his hand. Bang! The scarlet sword chi exploded in Lin Sun's palm. In the rain of light, Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the mountain road. Tao Yao's face changed. Although she was also a great saint with extraordinary combat power, she didn't dare to fight against Lin Sun. Without hesitation, she took out a round bloody shield to protect herself. The shield was flowing with mysterious bloody light patterns, which was mysterious and unpredictable. Tao Yao turned around and rushed up the mountain road. Boom! Lin Sun ran the great way furnace scripture and punched through the bloody shield. With a bang, it burst into pieces like a piece of paper. Tao Yao screamed, and her heart trembled. It was terrible. The shield was also a powerful holy treasure, but it was smashed by Lin Sun's punch. How terrible was Lin Sun's combat power? Don't you want the fairy token? Why are you running away? A cold and indifferent voice sounded. Lin Sun's figure suddenly appeared at an incredible speed, and he punched again. Lin Sun smashed down like an ancient mountain. Tao Yao couldn't avoid it. Her hands glowed, and she resisted with all her strength. However, the power contained in Lin Sun's punch was peerlessly horrible. In an instant, Tao Yao's arms were shattered, and the fist force poured out. Her whole body was suppressed, and she was smashed on the hard steps of the mountain road. Blood splashed everywhere. No one knew how many bones in her thin and delicate body were broken. One punch. There was an exclamation in the distance. Everyone was shocked. A pure-blood descendant of the dignified Tao tribe, a powerful master who killed without blinking, was punched to the ground by Lin Sun. Ah! Tao Yao screamed. Her hair was disheveled, and her body was bathed in blood. She couldn't get up from the steps. Bang! Lin Sun stepped on Tao Yao's body and went up to the dragon-subduing path. His figure was majestic, like a demon. In the same place, Tao Yao's body exploded completely, and blood splashed everywhere. When her soul drifted, it was quietly devoured by Little Silver, who appeared beside her. Thanks to Brother Bandit's reward. Brother Bandit is a famous reader of Zhongheng. I've heard of him for a long time. I didn't expect that he was also reading Tianjiao. Tao Yao was killed with one punch, and the smell of blood made everyone tremble. Everyone felt a monstrous killing intent from Lin Sun, and they couldn't help but have a strong premonition. Lin Sun didn't care about the foundation of becoming an emperor at all. He was here to kill. Let's go, follow him. An earth-shattering battle is about to break out. At this moment, the cultivators nearby all returned, shouting excitedly, and their blood was boiling. Before, both Niafu and Tao Yao were extremely overbearing and domineering. Lin Sun's attack made them feel refreshed and relieved. When they saw Lin Sun kill his way up the dragon-subduing path, many people followed him without hesitation. Everyone knew that Lin Sun's appearance was bound to set off a bloody storm on Mount Yulong. As soon as he set foot on the dragon-subduing path, Lin Sun immediately felt that the space was full of taboo rules, and he couldn't teleport at all. Moreover, this winding path seemed to be only a few meters wide, but it gave people a feeling that it was boundless. Superposition space, Lin Sun experienced it as he walked. Who? Suddenly, there was a shout on the path, "This place has been blocked, get down the mountain." Lin Sun reached out his hand and grabbed. Boom, the void tumbled like a tide, and a figure was grabbed out of a rock dozens of meters away like a chick. This was also a ruthless figure of the Blood Kylan Battle clan, but his body was crushed before he could struggle, and blood poured down like a waterfall. Lin Sun continued up the mountain without looking back. Many cultivators following Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. This was too overbearing, and this kind of combat power was too shocking. Master, I found out that the young golden-winged Rock King and Yuan Fadian appeared here 3 days ago. The former was suppressed by Gu Zongxin, and the latter by Kuan Jiolin, Little Silver said in Lin Sun's ear. Little Silver whispered in Lin's ear. He had just devoured some of Tao Yao's remnant souls and obtained some valuable information. However, they were not killed. They said that they wanted to use their lives to force you to surrender. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. So, they really set up a trap here to target me? Little Silver nodded and told Lin Sun some more information. At the peak of Mount Yulong, there were many tyrannical figures gathered. They were all from the Antiquity Dao Court, Heaven and Earth Dao Court, Blood Qilin War Race, Swanee War Race, and other great powers. The most direct purpose of their layout here was to kill Lin Sun and seize the Flying Immortal token. Among these powerful figures, there were familiar names such as Tao Jianxing, Gu Zongxin, Kuan Jiolin, etc. Many of them were top and dazzling figures amongst the great saints, and it could be said that experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. The gathering of such a force was sufficient to make any cultivator tremble in fear. Right, in the memories of Tao Yao's soul, there were indeed people who ascended the peak of the mountain with the Flying Immortal token and entered the mysterious forbidden area. Moreover, there were more than one of them. Little Silver said quickly, with the Flying Immortal tokens they seized from Golden-Winged Rock King and the others, some experts who came with Gu Zongxin have already charged into that mysterious forbidden area. I understand. The killing intent surged in Lin's heart. Not long after, another figure appeared on the mountain path. He wore a dark green robe and held a bronze spear in his hand. His expression was cold. It was Niafu who had just left the foot of the mountain. Lin Sun. You. Niafu was stunned at first, and then his pupils shrank sharply. Without hesitation, he turned around and was about to rush to the top of the mountain. Realizing that something was wrong, he was going to deliver the message. Puff, the broken blade suddenly swept out and flashed in the void like a streamer. Niafu's legs were cut off, and his upper body was smashed on the mountain path with a muffled groan and painful cry. At the beginning, at the foot of the mountain, Niafu regarded all the heroes as nothing. He ridiculed and provoked them wantonly, and no one dared to fight against him. But now, he was seriously injured and his legs were cut off with only one strike. The bloody scene caused all the cultivators that followed behind Lin Sun to be astounded. Lin Sun seems to be even more terrifying than the rumors say. This time, Lin Sun didn't kill Niafu. He took out a silver rope, tied Niafu's body, and dragged him on the ground. It was like dragging a dying animal. Many people were frightened. Niafu was the successor of the primitive Taoist court. Who dared to humiliate him like this on the starry ancient path? But Lin Sun did it without blinking his eyes. Whoosh, a gray arrow shot from the front of the mountain path at an incredible speed, tearing a straight crack in the void. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. He raised his hand, grabbed, and threw the arrow in the direction from which it came at a faster speed. Puff, the dull sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and someone screamed. There was a man in brocade clothes, whose chest had been pierced. His face was pale, and his body was twitching in a pool of blood. Lin Sun didn't hesitate to tie the man up and strung him on the same rope as Niafu. Lin Sun dragged him forward. They went up the stone steps. The two preys were dragged, and their bodies collided with the stone steps from time to time. Although they didn't cause any real harm, they looked extremely humiliated and embarrassed. They screamed, roared, and cursed, but it didn't help. Lin Sun, who was walking in front, didn't even look back. Soon, more enemies appeared on the mountain path. There were more than 10 of them, both men and women, and all of them were powerful and far more powerful than ordinary cultivators. When the cultivators who followed Lin Sun saw this, they thought Lin Sun would encounter trouble, but they were stunned in the next moment. Lin Sun stepped forward, and thousands of blazing, vast, and fierce sword chi suddenly rushed out of his body. They were dense and condensed into mountains of sword chi, and then they smashed down. Earth Demon Sword Mountain, boom. Boom. Boom, an earth-shattering roar resounded. More than 10 men and women also realized the danger, and they took out their secret treasures and exerted their Taoist skills to attack with all their strength. But all their efforts were in vain. Every mountain of sword chi was unimaginably heavy, and it was full of unparalleled killing intent and imprinted with Taishan sword spirit. Treasures and Dao techniques were like bubbles that couldn't withstand a single blow, and they were completely crushed and dispersed in space. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 men and women were also suppressed. Their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises, dripping with blood, and shocking sword marks crisscrossed on them. All the people present were stunned. In a one-on-one battle, Lin Sun killed them as easily as slaughtering chickens, and this was terrifying. Yet now, under the circumstances that he was fighting many by himself, Lin Sun still suppressed all of them with a single strike. His all-powerful and invincible demeanor had completely exceeded the imagination of everyone. Without exception, all these suppressed experts were tied up one by one, and they were dragged behind Lin Sun like grasshoppers on a rope. Bang! 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 Their bodies collided with the stone steps, and the muffled sound was like a horrifying blood-colored note that sent chills down one's spine. He wants to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the heirs of those great powers. Someone cried out in shock. Who dares to treat the heirs of those great powers like he does on the ancient path of the starry sky? Those cultivators who followed behind Lin Sun had originally come to watch the show, but now all of them were shocked to the point their scalps went numb, and their emotions fluctuated. Lin Sun was too ruthless and fearless, and they didn't dare imagine it. Mount Yulong was extremely lofty, and the mountain path was as long as a dragon. Because flying and teleportation were impossible, the speed of ascending the steps was comparatively much slower. However, no one would feel bored or tormented. Because along the way, Lin Sun was like a sharp awl, rushing forward all the way, tearing through the checkpoints controlled by the enemy one after another. In the following time, the number of prey on the rope in Lin Sun's hand gradually increased. No matter men or women, whether they were the heirs of the primitive Taoist court, the Qianquan Taoist court, or the descendants of the Blood Kailan Battle Clan or the Taowu Battle Clan, they were all suppressed. No one was Lin Sun's opponent, and no one could stop Lin Sun from climbing the mountain. Along the way, the stone steps were also stained with blood. From beginning to end, Lin Sun looked indifferent, as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard, and his mood didn't fluctuate at all. No one knew how angry he was when he was sure that this trap in Hidden Dragon Mountain was aimed at him. Did they think that Lin Sun didn't dare to kill? Then today, he would kill to his heart's content. Halfway up the mountain, a green pine stood in the white snow. A group of men and women gathered and sat on the ground, boiling snow and tea, drinking and chatting with each other. The one in the lead was a young man with long hair that hung loosely over his shoulders. He tasted the tea and said with a smile, "This trap was set up for Lin Sun, but I didn't expect to catch two prey with the same flying immortal token. It's a pleasant surprise." Others couldn't help laughing. It's said that these two prey have a close relationship with Lin Sun. I wonder if Lin Sun can't help coming to help when he hears of this. Someone said thoughtfully. I hope he comes. Someone's eyes were cold. This man is rampant and cruel. He killed Senior Yan Chenjun. If we don't avenge him, the descendants of Qianquan Taoism court will be laughed at to death. The lazy young man was about to say something, but his face suddenly changed. At the same time, a dull and dense crashing sound came from the mountain road far below. Many people were stunned. He's coming. The lazy look of the leading young man faded, and his expression became dignified. Who? Lin Sun. What? The group of men and women who were boiling snow and tea all stood up suddenly, showing a look of disbelief. Did that guy really come? It seemed very funny. It should be known that they set up this trap to deal with Lin Sun. But now that Lin Sun really came, they couldn't believe it. It seemed that they didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so bold and fearless. Then, in the perception of their spiritual awareness, they all saw a bloody and cruel picture, which made them all widen their eyes as if they were struck by lightning. On the misty ancient mountain road, a young man in moon-white clothes went up the steps, like a traveler who climbed the mountain to seek seclusion, with a leisurely manner. But behind him, there was a rope winding around the stone steps. Many bloody bodies were tied to the rope like grasshoppers. There were dozens of them. One man, dragging a string of bloody prey, climbed up the mountain. The bloody scene made the successors of the Universe Taoist court standing on the mountainside change their expressions. This child actually appeared in such a brutal manner. This was something they hadn't expected at all. Go and inform Senior Gu Zongxin that the target has appeared, the leading man said quickly. Wuxia woman suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden bird, flapped her wings, and flew away. The taboo power of space, which was enough to stop any practitioner from flying, obviously couldn't stop this woman who was originally a divine bird. At this point, the leading man breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes became sharp and cold. Get ready to fight. He gave the order. The people nearby all took action. They either took out their treasures or operated their secret methods. They were like the gods in the mountain, overlooking Lin Sun who was walking slowly in the distance. On the ancient cyan stone steps, Lin Sun raised his head and glanced at these people without any emotion in his eyes. Boom, the next moment, the broken sword swept out like a white flash of lightning. Without any nonsense, the battle began. The powerful and overbearing attack made the successors of the Universe Taoist court look gloomy, and they attacked without hesitation. At the same time, on the top of Yulong Mountain, the mountain wind was whistling, and the sea of clouds was steaming. The experts of the Universe Taoist court, the Wilderness Taoist court, the Taowu Battle Clan, and the Blood Kylan Battle Clan gathered here. The scene was amazing. There were many great saints among them, and each of them was like the sun in the sky. Their bodies were flowing with strange lights, which illuminated the top of the mountain. Many people were filled with pride. With so many heirs of the major forces gathered in one place, any expert would be torn to pieces in the face of such a powerful force. Swish, on the mountain road, a golden bird rushed out and said quickly, Senior Gu, Lin Sun has killed all the way from the bottom of the mountain. These words caused the surroundings to become restless, and many people were astounded. That fellow actually really came? Haha, he doesn't know death. Now that he has appeared, it's not in vain that we have been waiting here for so many days. Gu Zongxin sneered. Many top figures were gathered here, and they were all outstanding talents from various forces. There was no lack of peerless geniuses ranked on the Starry Sky Great Saints list. In the face of such a brilliant gathering of heroes, it was enough to suffocate and make anyone feel frightened. Lin Sun was doomed to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Everyone, the target has appeared. Those who have enmity will take revenge, and those who have grievances will take revenge. I only have one thing to say. Today, we must kill this brat here. Gu Zongxin's expression was cold. Of course. There were more than 10 peerless great sages standing nearby, all of them revealing killing intent. Their bodies either seethed with divine flames, flowed with golden light, shot into the sky with sword insight, or swallowed the world. Every single one of their auras were peerlessly formidable, and every single move they made carried the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. This was a peak existence among absolute great saints. He was dazzling like a star, and if he was placed on the starry sky ancient path, he would be a stunning figure whose name reigned supreme. Tao Jianqing and Kuan Jiolin were among them. The reason why they, who belonged to different forces, could work together was that they had all suffered great losses in the hands of Lin Sun when they were in the treasure refining place. If they didn't work together, they wouldn't be able to suppress Lin Sun. Now, hundreds of them had gathered and were ready to fight. They were confident that they could defeat any peer, let alone Lin Sun. Haha, Lin Sun probably didn't expect how much hatred he had aroused. Gu Zongxin said slowly, full of ambition. Bah! A voice full of sarcasm sounded. In front of the cliff not far away, a bloody rock raised its head with difficulty and sneered, "It's shameful to bully the few with numbers. Don't you feel ashamed to talk so complacently?" Its pair of wings were broken, and its body was pierced by a huge bronze awl. It was nailed to the ground fiercely. Its blood was still flowing, and it was unable to break free. Not far away, a hoarse and weak sneer came out, "Little Rock King, you're wrong. How can they be ashamed?" This was a vigorous rock, but its fur was cracked, and its flesh was badly mutilated. Its arms were broken, and a pair of shoulder bones were pierced by a dark chain, imprisoning it on the ground. Yuan Fatian, like the young golden-winged rock, he was suppressed and couldn't move. He was seriously injured and dying. Noisy. Gu Zongxin's face darkened. Serve them well. Immediately, two people stood out, each holding an iron whip covered with dense bloody Taoist patterns, and lashed down fiercely. Crack, crack. Crack, every blow was no less than a blunt knife cutting the bones. The young golden-winged roc and Yuan Faxian's bodies twitched violently. The pain went deep into their bones and affected their souls. It could be called the most cruel torture in the world. You have a tough bone, but you're just a loser. If you weren't still useful, I would have killed you long ago. Gu Zongxin looked cold. Other strong people nearby also sneered. They all knew that these two people had a close relationship with Lin Sun. All the losses they had suffered from Lin Sun were vented on these two people. Haha, with them, Lin Sun will be afraid to take action. I'd like to see whether he will make a choice for these two people. It must be very unpleasant. Tao Jianqing laughed out loud with a cruel expression. It's a pity that before we arrived at the top of Yulong Mountain, some people with flying immortal tokens entered the mysterious forbidden area. Otherwise, if we caught them together, Lin Sun would be more embarrassed and uncomfortable. Kuan Jiolin sighed softly. Don't worry. Lu Xuanji and some other practitioners have already gone to the mysterious forbidden area. It's only a matter of time before they kill those people with flying immortal tokens. Gu Zongxin said casually. There was a mysterious restricted area not too far away from where they stood, and it was suffused by dense white mist. If one didn't possess a flying immortal token, then anyone who forcefully trespassed into it would surely suffer misfortune. Just as everyone was talking loudly. Suddenly, a dull crash came from the mountain road below, attracting many people's attention. Then, the conversation stopped abruptly. A strange and bloody picture appeared in everyone's mind. On the mountain road, Lin Sun walked up the stairs alone. He dragged a rope behind him, and on the rope were numerous bloody corpses of experts. There were a few dozen of them, and every single one of them was heavily injured, covered in scars, and on the verge of death. Among these captive strongmen, there were more than a dozen descendants of the Universe Taoism court who had stopped Lin Sun halfway up the mountain. Seeing this, the woman who had turned into a divine bird to inform Lin Sun couldn't help screaming and turning pale. The top of Yulong Mountain was also shocked at this moment. Damn it! Damn it, those are our companions of the Bloodscale Battle Clan. How dare you humiliate the descendants of the primitive Taoism court like this? On the top of the mountain, the crowd was furious. Many people's faces were gloomy, and their eyes were full of killing intent. They stared at Lin Sun fiercely. The boastful talk from before had vanished, and the atmosphere in the surroundings had become extremely murderous, causing the clouds in the sky to fall into disorder. Gu Zongxin, Kuan Jiolin, Tao Jianqing, and others looked cold and ugly at this moment. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would appear in this way, tying up a group of strongmen with a rope and dragging them forward. This was undoubtedly the most direct provocation and humiliation. Ha ha ha, Lin Sun, you're the best. I can die in peace now that I can see you again. Yuan Faxian laughed wildly, with tears in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would really come. Didn't he change as before? Fool, can't you see that this is a trap to deal with you? Go. I'd rather die than let you lose your life. The young golden-winged roc cursed. He was anxious. He was not so anxious and angry just now, not to mention the whipping and humiliation. Lin Sun stepped on the top of the mountain and looked through the crowd at the young golden-winged roc, who was nailed to the ground by the iron awl, and at Yuan Faxian whose shoulder bone was pierced by the chain. He felt suffocated. They came for me in the first place. You guys were just dragged into this by me. Lin Sun's voice was low, and his black eyes were deep and terrible. Go. The young golden-winged roc roared, and his eyes turned red. Didn't this guy know that the people gathered here were all powerful figures on the starry sky ancient path, and those in the 9 regions couldn't be compared to them? Want to leave? Impossible. Gu Zongxin said coldly. His killing intent surged and swept across the void. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes locked on Lin Sun like lightning. He said word by word, today, all of you will die. Bang, Lin Sun stood still and didn't move. However, behind him, the body of a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Tao Court who was tied up suddenly exploded, and a rain of blood splashed high into the air. Obviously, this was Lin Sun's answer to Xianxia. You're courting death. The descendants of the Universe Taoist court were furious and wanted to rush up, but they were stopped by the other strong people present. Lin Sun controlled the lives of dozens of strong people, not only the descendants of the Universe Taoist court, but also the strong people of other forces. This was a huge threat, and everyone present was afraid to take action. Let them go, and I'll let these people go too. Lin Sun's expression was cold. This was the reason why he had never been merciless in his slaughter along the way. He wanted to exchange the lives of these enemies for the lives of young Golden-Winged Roc and Yuan Fatian. Wishful thinking. Ku and Jolene shouted angrily. Originally, they captured young Golden-Winged Roc and Yuan Fatian to threaten Lin Sun. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would do the same? Bang! Behind Lin Sun, a descendant of the primitive Taoist court died suddenly. His body was torn into pieces, and his death was so miserable that the other strong people who were tied up screamed and screamed. This cruel and bloody method caused Xianxia and the others to grit their teeth with hatred, and they were angered to the point their eyes almost split apart. This bastard actually came prepared. Aren't you worried that we'll kill these two people? Tao Jianxing said coldly and threatened Lin Sun. Bang! This time, among the captives behind Lin Sun, a descendant of the Swanee war clan died suddenly and fell in a pool of blood. From beginning to end, Lin Sun seemed extremely powerful and domineering. His methods were also extremely bloody, which made the strong people present tremble. They had no doubt that if they provoked him again, Lin Sun would only kill more captives. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the air seemed stagnant. Golden-Winged Roc King and Yuan Fatian were both speechless. They were shocked by Lin Sun's bloody means, and they were both moved and worried. If this continued, Lin Sun would only be hated by these successors from the Starry Sky ancient path, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia and others looked gloomy. They were struggling in their hearts and sullen. Being threatened by Lin Sun with the help of the strong ones and their forces made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They had carefully prepared for this game, but Lin Sun was so strong before the game started, which was beyond their expectation. Could it be that in your eyes, the lives of the people I've captured are so insignificant? Lin Sun said with a sarcastic tone. Xianxia and others' faces changed. Lin Sun's words were too harsh. If they got back to the sects behind them, it would inevitably have a negative impact on them. Let them go, and I will also let these two people go. Tao Jianxing said word by word, as if squeezed out of his teeth. The captives all breathed a sigh of relief. Even ants were greedy for life, not to mention the practitioners who had already made proud achievements on the Great Tao. In the face of real death, they would only be more afraid of death. No, you let them go first. Lin Sun said flatly. Tao Jianxing was furious. Before his voice died away, another captive of the Tao Wu war clan died with a bang behind Lin Sun. His blood spilled on the spot. This scene made Tao Jianxing's eyes almost pop out, and he was about to go crazy. Lin Sun said indifferently, I said, you let them go first. What's more, I am here. Are you worried that I will escape? Xianxia and others looked gloomy. Finally, they discussed in secret and reached a unanimous decision to let the captives go. This made the others present and those who were captured by Lin Sun all let out a sigh of relief. How could the lives of two strong men in the ancient Desolation realm be more important than the lives of the successors of these great forces? What was more, even if Lin Sun let these two people go, did he think he could leave with his friends today? Wishful thinking. Puff. The iron all that had been stabbed into the young Golden-Winged Roc King's body was pulled out. At the same time, the chain that had been stabbed into Yuan Fatian's shoulder bone was also pulled out. Both of them staggered to their feet with dazed expressions. This feeling of surviving a calamity caused them to practically wonder if they were dreaming. They had originally thought that there was no way out. Brother Lin. Thank you so much. Yuan Fatian's lips were trembling and his voice was hoarse. He was so grateful that he wanted to say something but stopped himself. The young Golden-Winged Roc King stepped forward and patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. He didn't say a word, but his eyes were full of emotions. It's all right. With me around, the sky won't collapse. I'll drink with the two of you after I kill these eyesores. As Lin Sun spoke, he took the two of them into the Great Way Endless Tower, where Old Toad and Alu would help heal them. Now, it's time for you to release him. Xianxia roared. All the others present fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. If he dared to escape, they would attack him with all their strength. But to their surprise, Lin Sun seemed very happy at this moment. With a flick of his wrist, the ropes binding the captives were put away. The captives were overjoyed to have escaped death. They rushed back to Xianxia and the others. At this point, Xianxia and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Lin Sun, you idiot, do you really think I'll let them go so easily? Suddenly, Tao Jianqing laughed with a complacent look on his face. I've planted the poisonous insect in the bodies of your two friends. As long as I think about it, they will die immediately. As soon as these words came out, all the people present were refreshed, and the anger and depression that had accumulated in their hearts were swept away. No one had expected that Tao Jianqing had prepared such a backup plan. Isn't it too early to be happy? But Lin Sun looked very calm, without any panic. Instead, there was a sneer on his face. Bang! His voice hadn't even finished resounding through the air when one of the captives who had just escaped from the jaws of death suddenly stiffened before falling soundlessly to the ground. His body was still there, but his soul had been erased. This sudden scene caused Tao Jianqing's smile to instantly freeze, and the hearts of everyone present jerked as they felt a chill run down their spines. The pupils of Xianxia and the others also shrank. There was no doubt that Tao Jianqing had a backup plan, but so did Lin Sun. This shocked and angered all the people present. Now, hand over the antidote. If you dare to play any tricks, I promise that all the captives will die miserably. Lin Sun said coldly. Tao Jianqing's cheeks were livid, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. In the previous confrontation, Lin Sun had taken the initiative in every aspect, which made him almost explode with anger. Brother Tao, promise him that I'll kill you in an upright way. Xianxia thought. Okay. Tao Jianqing finally agreed. He took out 2 cyan cocoons and threw them to Lin Sun. Lin Sun checked them and found nothing unusual, so he handed them over to Yuan Fatian and young golden-winged rock in the Tower of Endless Way. Lin Sun was relieved until they were completely sure that there was no hidden danger in them. Little Silver, come back. Lin Sun said. With a swoosh, a silver light swept out from a captive and returned to Lin Sun. It was Lin Sun. Seeing this scene, the strong man who was hidden in Little Silver's body was so scared that he felt weak all over and felt a lingering fear. Xianxia and the others all raised their eyebrows and secretly felt lucky. Immediately, their faces became cold, and they looked at Lin Sun with undisguised killing intent. Lin Sun, what else can you do now? Tao Jianqing grinned grimly. Have you learned your lesson? Lin Sun glanced at him coldly, which made Tao Jianqing surprised. Could it be that Lin Sun still had other hidden cards? The next moment, Lin Sun laughed. Are you scared? Don't worry, I'm not as despicable as you. Tao Jianqing flew into a rage out of shame. He knew that he was fooled by Lin Sun, so he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. In the distance of the mountain road below, many practitioners who followed Lin Sun saw what happened on the top of the mountain. So far, they couldn't help but be shocked. If it were other practitioners, they would have collapsed and surrendered in the face of such a great battle. But Lin Sun, facing so many enemies alone, still had a disdainful and calm momentum. He was just like a god, which moved people. However, the current situation was clear. These onlookers were all worried about Lin Sun. Was he really going to fight against enemies in all directions alone? This was simply unimaginable. Lin Sun, you killed Yan Chenjun, the successor of Heaven and Earth Taoism court. This hatred must be settled today. Xianxia couldn't hold back and shouted. In the previous situation, although they were restrained by Lin Sun in every way, they didn't lose anything. But now it was different. Lin Sun was alone on the top of Yulong Mountain, which was the best time to kill him. Tao Jianqing also said coldly, if you are willing to take the initiative to leave the flying immortal token in your hand and kneel down to atone for your crime, I can give you a way to live. Humph. A way to live? Don't even think about it. This man must die today. Kuan Jolin's face was gloomy. Others also spoke one after another, all of them full of killing intent. They regarded Lin Sun as a fish on the chopping block. Some of them coveted the flying immortal token, and some wanted to take his life. There were also some that had set their sights on the treasures in his possession. Because they were clearly aware that when he was near the upside-down mountain where he refined treasures, he'd once withdrawn a mysterious and unfathomable pagoda and jade bottle, and their might was extraordinarily great and had blocked the joint attacks of numerous experts. Seeing this scene, the onlookers in the distance were all frightened. Lin Sun was in danger. "Are you all done?" Lin Sun suddenly said with a scornful smile on his face, "I only have one request. You must all die." As soon as this remark came out, the whole audience was silent. Everyone showed an incredible look as if they were looking at a madman. Ha ha ha, obviously, this little thing hasn't clearly realized his own situation, so he dares to talk nonsense like this. Xianxia laughed. He was surrounded by wisps of black sword intent, sharp and fierce, like an ancient fierce god. "Do it." At the same time, Tao Jianqing shouted. Boom, on the top of the Yulong mountain, there was suddenly a rolling divine brilliance, which turned into mysterious and complicated symbols, intertwining in the void and evolving into a big formation that covered the sky and the sun. As soon as this formation was formed, the wind and thunder surged, the color changed in all directions, the roars of gods and demons, the chanting of sages and sages resounded, and the law of the Great Way evolved into a chaotic world, surging and covering. The formation of demons and chaos, it was an ancient holy formation inherited from the heaven and earth Taoism court. It was said that in ancient times, there was an emperor who had personally deduced this formation, and its lethality was shocking. This was a trump card carefully arranged by Xianxia. In an instant, Lin Sun's figure was submerged in it and could no longer be seen. On the mountain road below, the onlookers were all shocked. This formation appeared suddenly, and they didn't even notice a trace of it before. The aura exuded by the formation was also terrifying, causing many peerless great saints to tremble in fear and their hair to stand on end. Lin Sun is still too careless. This is a killing trap. In order to kill him, Xianxia has obviously made enough preparations, many people sighed in their hearts. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others revealed cold expressions. This idiot dared to come here alone to court death. Did he really think they had prepared for nothing these days? Activate the formation and kill this bastard. Xianxia gave the order without delay. From the beginning to the end, they didn't underestimate Lin Sun at all, and it was because they regarded Lin Sun as a dangerous person that they didn't hesitate to join forces and spend a lot of effort to set up such a powerful formation of demons and chaos. It was for the sake of giving Lin Sun a fatal blow. And now, it was time to close the net and kill the enemy. The situation in the field changed dramatically. Only Ahu, who was hiding in the crowd of onlookers, raised the corners of his mouth with a playful smile. If a Taoist inscription grandmaster who could build a seemingly eternal city of Tao protectors on his own was trapped and killed by a grand formation. Rise! 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 At this moment, Gu Zongxin, Kuan Jiulin, Tao Jianqing, and more than a dozen great sages were standing in the void. Some were holding apricot flags, some were holding red copper bells, some were operating purple wheels, and some were waving ancient scrolls. In the formation of demons casting chaos, the sound of Taoism roared, and the light swept across, reflecting all kinds of doomsday-like scenes. The scene that shook the heavens and the earth caused everyone present to be unable to help but gasp. An ancient killing. Formation was controlled and operated by many great sages together. Even a sage king was doomed to suffer if trapped in it. Lin Sun was just a peerless great saint. Perhaps he had shown amazing fighting power in the previous battles, but how could he resist such a trap? Lin Sun is finished. On the mountain road below, there were many sharp-eyed people among the spectators. They could judge from the power released by the formation. No matter who was in the great sage realm, as long as he was trapped, there was no way to survive. Boom! The power of the formation of demons casting chaos became more and more terrifying, causing the sky to shake. On the huge Yulong mountain, there was an earth-shattering scene. Fortunately, Yulong mountain was one of the 9 secrets in the Kunlun ruins. It was incomparably strong and immortal, so it could withstand the breath of such a killing formation. If it was in the outside world, not to mention a mountain, even a vast city would be instantly refined and destroyed by the formation. Kill. Tao Jianqing was in high spirits, with a grim smile on his face. His heart was full of joy. Before, he was held back by Lin Sun in every way, which made him almost cough up blood. But now it was different. Lin Sun was like a trapped beast, ready to be slaughtered. Well, everyone, be careful. It doesn't matter if he dies, but don't refine all his treasures. Gu Zongxin chuckled, hesitant and proud. This time we can trap and kill him thanks to the killing formation in Brother Gu's hands. It is indeed one of the 5 saint prohibitions of the Qianguan Taoist court. It is an eye-opener for me. Kuan Jiulin sighed. The others present also nodded secretly. The might of this formation could really be said to be capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, and it possessed unbelievable destructive might that caused them to be extremely horrified. You flatter me. In fact, Lin Sun is also a powerful figure. Unfortunately, he is too arrogant. Generally speaking, this kind of arrogant person is destined to have a bad end. Gu Zongxin's smile was very reserved. They talked loudly and boastfully as if the outcome had been decided and victory was within their grasp. All the onlookers on the mountain road sighed inwardly. Lin Sun was more than just a powerful figure. He killed Yan Chenjun and Luong. In the battle of the Upside-Down Mountain, he was the most outstanding one and retreated safely. Furthermore, if he was just an ordinary powerful figure, how could he have attracted the joint attack of so many great forces? It wasn't exaggerated to say that even though this kid was from the ancient Desolation region, his combat strength was formidable, and his bearing was peerless. Even if he was on the ancient path of the starry sky, it was sufficient to make most of his peers dim in comparison, and even some peerless figures on the starry sky great saint rankings were unable to raise their heads, but reality was too cruel in the end. After today, such a heaven-defying and peerless figure was bound to be removed from the world. Who wouldn't sigh at this? What? But at this moment, Gu Zongxin suddenly frowned and noticed that something was wrong. He spread out his spiritual awareness to control the formation to sense. In just a moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" His voice was filled with astonishment as if he had encountered the most incredible thing in the world. Kuan Jiulin was stunned and couldn't help asking, "Brother Gu, is it possible that this kid has refined all his treasures?" Others were also confused. Boom! Right at this moment, the divine radiance, the light of the Tao, and the phenomena that blotted out the sky within the devil-slaughtering formation suddenly exploded, and they were dispersed by a terrifying force. The scene within the formation was also clearly reflected in everyone's vision. Lin Sun stood there alone, motionless and unscathed. His moon-white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked ethereal like an immortal. This, Kuan Jiulin, Tao Jianqing and others also widened their eyes and almost fell out. They looked like they had seen a ghost, and the complacency on their faces froze. How was this possible? The power of the demon-slaying formation was so terrible that they couldn't stop praising it and were shocked. It was powerful enough to trap and kill the existence at the level of Saint King. But now, Lin Sun, who was trapped in the formation from beginning to end, was not hurt at all. God! Is there something wrong with my eyes? He's fine? Everyone was stunned, and their faces were full of astonishment. Just now, they were sighing and feeling sorry for Lin Sun's death. But they didn't expect that Lin Sun didn't need anyone's pity at all, because even the demon-slaying chaotic world formation that caused one to despair couldn't do anything to him. There was silence in the field. They were all stunned by this scene, and their minds were shocked. In the formation, Lin Sun said with a puzzled face, "Why did you stop? Come on, please continue your performance." His words were like a sharp blade that stabbed fiercely into the hearts of Gu Zongxin and the others, causing their expressions to change indeterminately while they were seething with rage. This was undoubtedly the most naked ridicule and humiliation, which made their faces burn as if they had been slapped in the face. Kill! Kill this bastard with all your strength! Gu Zongxin roared, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He was completely angry. Boom, the formation was activated again, and its power was much stronger than before. Whether it was Tao Jianqing, Kuan Jiulin, or other great sages, they all tried their best to activate the formation to the extreme. Lin Sun's figure was once again drowned by the overwhelming Taoist light and divine light. This time, it should be enough, right? After a while, Tao Jianxing said with a cold face. Although he could control the formation, he couldn't feel what was happening in it. Only Gu Zongxin, who presided over the formation, could feel it. Therefore, when Tao Jianxing asked, he looked at Gu Zongxin. In an instant, he noticed that Gu Zongxin's expression was not right. His pupils dilated, and he gritted his teeth with a look of disbelief and anger. This scene was also noticed by other practitioners present, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be, boom, at this time, the formation roared again, and the light rain burst and disappeared. Lin Sun's figure stood in the rain of Taoist light. Although he was motionless, he seemed invincible. Even the power of the formation, which was enough to destroy a sage king, collapsed around him. The entire place was shaken, and there was absolute silence. The spectators on the mountain path were all dumbfounded. Ever since they started cultivating, they had never encountered such an inconceivable thing. Is this the killing trap you set? Lin Sun said with undisguised sarcasm, it seems that, it's just SOSO. He finally moved and took a step forward. Boom, it was just a step, but it seemed to have supreme power. The demon-slaying formation inherited from the heaven and earth Taoism court suddenly exploded. The rolling divine light surged, and the dense Taoist symbols collapsed. With one step, the world was turned upside down, and the formation was destroyed. Everyone revealed astounded expressions as they gazed at the tall figure that lightly walked out of the grand formation. It was like seeing a god. Is this the supreme means of a Taoist master? In the crowd of spectators, whose eyes were a little unfocused. He was also shocked by the amazing means that Lin Sun showed at this moment. The killing starts now. The low and cold voice swept across the whole field like a cold current, and Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of a group of practitioners. His body was like a furnace of the great way that had been accumulating power for a long time, and it burst out a bright torrent of sword intent. Bang! 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 It was too late to stop it. The bodies of these practitioners were drowned in an instant, and then they exploded in the raging sword intent. The moment their flesh and blood splashed out, they were evaporated by the sword chi. They died without a whole body and were turned into ashes. This overbearing and bloody scene made Gu Zongxin and others tremble all over. They had no time to think about anything else and attacked with all their strength. Hurry up! Let's kill this guy together. The roar of anger was earth-shattering. On the top of Yulong Mountain, all the descendants of the great forces moved, and they besieged Lin Sun like overlapping waves. Rumble, all sorts of unfathomable might and all sorts of dazzling and resplendent treasures surged in the surroundings as if they were free. Even the heavens and the earth dimmed down while the void fell into disorder. Such a scene caused the spectators to be unable to help but exclaim with shock, and they retreated in horror as they were deeply afraid of being affected by it. All of you can't fight one-on-one, and it's even more impossible to fight one-on-one. Lin Sun's figure glowed like a furnace that burned violently, and the killing intent and rage that had accumulated in his heart had erupted completely at this moment. Clang! The broken blade flashed out while a clear howl surged through the 9 heavens. With a flash, the bodies of a few practitioners were slashed into two at the waist, and they let out shrill cries. Bang! Lin Sun circulated his cultivation technique. As he breathed, it was like a storm was surging, and he moved about in the surroundings. He was arrogant and overbearing like a fiend god, and his murderous aura shook the heavens. Everywhere he passed, all techniques and treasures were blasted to the point of dispersing and being unable to obstruct him. The peerless divine might he emanated caused the spectators in the distance to be dumbstruck. Kill! Gu Zongxin charged over with his sword in hand while his body emanated black sword intent that shot into the sky. His expression was livid, ferocious, and he attacked without holding back at all. Swoosh! The divine sword in his palm was like a rainbow that gathered the energy of the world, and it possessed copious might. Wherever the sword pointed, a straight crack was plowed open in the sky. This was Gu Zongxin, a ferocious figure ranked in the top 100 of the great saint rankings. His attack of rage was naturally extraordinary. But, Lin Sun merely slapped out with his palm, yet the terrifying sword intent that shot towards him exploded inch by inch, and the force of his palm swept out and slapped Gu Zongxin flying. Bang! Amidst a muffled bang, blood sprayed from Gu Zongxin's mouth and nose, and he smashed fiercely against an ancient rock like a kite with its string cut. Gu Zongxin had been slapped to the point he couldn't resist at all. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Is he still human? On the other hand, Kuan Jiulin, Tao Jianqing, and the other great saints who had fought Lin Sun in the past were completely sure that Lin Sun had become even stronger than before. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the intermediate stage of the great saint realm, even his combat strength had more than doubled. Goldfish will stay up late at night to store up a palm, and when it erupts tomorrow, it will release 2 consecutive palm strikes at noon. Go to hell. A cold voice came out of Lin Sun's mouth. His fists were like a great furnace, breaking through. The numerous cultivators that charged towards Xianxia had utilized their entire strengths, yet they were like weeds before this punch, and they were crushed on the spot. Blood and flesh splashed everywhere like a rainstorm. In the outside world, people under the sage realm were like ants. The sage realm represented a height that countless people could not reach. They could turn the clouds with their breath, burn the mountains and boil the sea with incredible power. They stood at a higher place on the road of immortality and had a long life. The descendants of the great forces in the field were even more extraordinary. Any one of them was no weaker than the great sage realm, and there were even some peerless great sages among them, but no matter who it was, in front of Lin Sun at this moment, they were like fragile glass, vulnerable chickens, and pottery dogs. He galloped with his black hair fluttering. His body was like an immortal furnace, bursting out earth-shattering destructive power. This, of course, was shocking. Perhaps those under the sage realm were like ants, but those above the sage realm were no different from ants in front of Lin Sun, who was in the same realm. Gu Zongxin, Tao Jianqing, Kuan Jiulin, and others were all furious. From the beginning, they did not underestimate Lin Sun. Otherwise, they would not have united together and tried their best to set up a trap here. All this was because of the battle in the inverted mountain. Lin Sun's combat power was so strong that they all felt afraid. But they didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power had changed dramatically compared with the time when he was in the inverted mountain. What was more unexpected was that the demon-slaying formation, which they had high hopes for, was like a decoration in the end, and did not cause any harm to Lin Sun at all. At present, Lin Sun was like a demon, sweeping across the field and killing the strong on their side one by one. How could Gu Zongxin and others not be angry? Suppress. With a furious roar, Kuan Jiulin attacked. He was like a divine Kuan wandering in the North Sea, setting off a storm all over the sky. In his hand, there was a bright halberd, flowing with obscure Taoist light. The blade was incomparably sharp, emitting a peerless fierce light. Sea God's halberd, this was Kuan Jiulin's trump card. It was rumored that this halberd was born in a chaotic world and was formed from the world's heaviest profound water. It was a connate ancient treasure. The void exploded, causing turbulence in the area. The power of Neptune's halberd surprised Lin Sun. Dang, he brandished the Avicii sword. A pitch-black purgatory appeared, its sword intent dense. It collided head-on with the sea god's halberd, producing a deafening rumble. Thud thud thud, Kuan Jiulin's body staggered back in the void, the Neptune halberd in his hand buzzed and trembled as he tried to learn how to roll away. Without a doubt, the might of the Avicii sword was completely not inferior to the sea god's halberd. If it was any other holy treasure, it would have been crushed long ago. Buzz, just as Lin Sun was about to chase after Kuan Jiu, a brilliant silver rainbow suddenly flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was a slender and translucent shuttle-shaped treasure, like a swimming fish. The sharpness it produced made Lin Sun's body tingle. Kill! Tao Jianqing roared. He was the one controlling the treasure, and his face was filled with cold killing intent. Whoosh, the fish-like treasure ignored the shackles of space and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sun, stabbing at his brow fiercely. At this moment, the broken blade suddenly appeared and blocked the mysterious blow. But a drop of blood flowed out of Lin Sun's brow. The shuttle-shaped treasure was too sharp. Although it was blocked, its breath still swept through Lin Sun's brow. He blocked it? Tao Jianqing was stunned, showing a look of disbelief. This treasure of his was also an unfathomable ancient treasure. It looked like a shuttle, but in fact, it was a flying sword named Tai Yu. This sword was refined by the void crystal born in Zhou Su. It was a veritable flying sword. It came and went without a trace, unrestrained by space, extremely mysterious and terrible. But just now, this sword was blocked by Lin Sun. Humph. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and he suddenly moved to kill Tao Jianxing. Whoosh, Tao Jianxing's face changed slightly, and the Taiyu flying sword swept out again at an incredible speed. But halfway, it was entangled by a thunderstorm whip. The flying sword buzzed and trembled violently, but it was firmly trapped. Purple Thunder Whip. This was a powerful ancient treasure Lin Sun obtained from Tu Qingxiong after he killed him under the peach tree. Its power was even stronger than that of the broken blade. The most amazing thing was that the whip was entangled with fierce and domineering purple thunder. When it whipped the void, it could produce a terrible field, which could restrain the killing of space. Crack, Lin Sun shook his hand, and the Taiyu flying sword whined. It was bound by the purple thunder whip and fell into Lin Sun's palm. Tao Jianxing's mind was backfired, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Oh no, with a horrified look, he tried to dodge, but it was too late. The Avici sword, which was like a purgatory, swept up a monstrous black flame as it descended from the sky and struck down violently. Boom, in an instant, Tao Jianxing's body seemed to be cut by thousands of knives, showing crisscrossed sword marks. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn, and his blood was splashing like a waterfall. Especially his chest, which was cut open by the sword of Avici. His internal organs were shattered, and he was smashed to the ground. Bang, Tao Jianxing fell to the ground. His body was broken. He could only let out a scream, and then he was dead. The surging sword qi was too overbearing. It raged in his body and completely destroyed his vitality. God! Tao Jianxing was killed. There was a burst of exclamation in the field. The practitioners who watched the battle in the distance were shocked. Lin Sun was so fierce that he showed an invincible momentum. No one could suppress him. Kill. Several peerless great sages joined hands to kill Lin Sun. All of them looked extremely solemn. Lin Sun's strength was far beyond their imagination. They all tried their best without reservation. In the past, even if Lin Sun could resist such a siege, he would inevitably be suppressed, just like the battle in the inverted mountain. But now, he was not the same as before. Before swallowing the peach, he could kill Tu Qingxiong, who ranked 27th on the Starry Sky Great Sages list. After he swallowed the peach, it was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. For an expert like Lin Sun who possessed extremely deep reserves, 10 years of bitter cultivation didn't just bring about a transformation in his cultivation, even his own great Tao had undergone a tremendous change. Under such circumstances, how could he be afraid of a group attack? Open! Lin Sun suddenly shouted loudly in the battlefield. His figure was like a furnace while the spirit, energy, and essence in his body surged and blazed, and his imposing aura was boundlessly brilliant like the sun that lay across the sky. Bang! Every single punch of his carried the might to shake the heavens and the earth, and it contained the profundities of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon and the fierceness of the 6 slashes of heaven. The might of his fist flashed out and swept in all directions. All the enemies that besieged him in the vicinity seemed as if they'd been struck by a divine mountain, and their bodies rumbled as they were blasted flying and heavily injured. The figure of one of the peerless great sages even exploded into pieces, causing blood to spray in all directions. A wave of astounded cries resounded in the field, and all of them were shocked by this scene. One person was besieged by hundreds of successors from various top forces. Not only was he not suppressed, but he alone swept through the field, causing heads to roll and blood to flow like a river. Such peerless ferocity was simply shocking. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a monstrous storm. Damn it! How could this be? Did he really come from the ancient desolation realm? At this moment, Gu Zongxin, Kuan Jiolin, and the others all felt a chill in their bodies, and great terror surged in their hearts. On the Starry Sky ancient path, there had never been a shortage of peerless geniuses, and there was no shortage of peerless figures who were as dazzling as the sun. But no one had expected that a young man who didn't belong to the Starry Sky ancient path at all would defeat them today. The field was suffused with blood, and the murderous aura was surging. It was a terrible and bloody scene. The battle was still going on. Lin Sun swept through the field decisively as if he was truly invincible and invincible. Bang, 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 one after another, the experts from the primitive Taoist court, the Qianquan Taoist court, the Blood Kailan Battle Clan, and the Taowu Battle Clan were killed. It was useless to escape. Mount Yulong was covered in a spatial taboo energy, making it impossible to fly or teleport. The reason why Gu Zongxin and the others had set up a trap here was because they wanted to prevent Lin Sun from escaping when they hunted him. Who would have thought that this spatial taboo energy would become a stumbling block to their escape? Boom! At this moment, Lin Sun became more and more courageous as he fought, venting all the anger and killing intent in his heart. Ever since he entered the Kunlun ruins, he had been regarded as prey and targeted by everyone. Some people coveted the flying celestial token in his hands. Some people wanted to snatch his treasures, and almost no one took him, a young man from the ancient Desolation realm, seriously. If that was the case, Lin Sun wouldn't have flown into a rage. However, when he found out that the young golden-winged Rock King and Yuan Fatian were also in trouble because of the flying celestial token, and they were implicated because of him, Lin Sun was completely enraged. The 6 Dao courts and 10 battle clans had touched Lin Sun's bottom line, so he wouldn't have any scruples at all. Run! Many people broke down. They were scared out of their wits, and they fled down the mountain path in a panic. Damn it! Retreat! When the spectators who were standing on the mountain path saw this, their expressions changed. They were afraid of being affected, and they started to retreat. Only one person did not dodge. Ahu, she wore a yellow dress and stood alone. Her graceful figure stood there with a sweet smile and beautiful eyes, and she emitted a charm that could captivate all living beings. Swoosh, she attacked. A powerful sword intent flashed out like purple chi from the east, and it carried a vast aura that was as powerful as the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the 3 cultivators who were the first to flee were killed on the spot. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and blood dyed the steps red. Not a single one of them could block Ahu's sword. The nearby spectators gulped with difficulty. Only then did they realize that this devastatingly beautiful beauty was actually on Lin Sun's side. Moreover, her battle prowess was terrifyingly powerful. Ahu's appearance was like a horizontal barrier, blocking the mountain road. Her beauty was breathtaking, but her combat power was also so strong that no one dared to underestimate her. After all, how could an ordinary person have the power to kill 3 descendants of great forces with one sword? You can't escape. Ahu said. She stood alone, and wisps of purple great way emerged in her palm, turning into a frightening sword intent. This made the strong people on the top of Yulong Mountain extremely shocked and angry. Their retreat was also blocked, and they had no way to retreat. Fight! Gu Zongxin roared with a livid face. He could see that Lin Sun and that woman were obviously going to kill. Then this time, swish, Gu Zongxin's body seemed to be burning, releasing his potential to the extreme. He took out a black sword covered with ferocious blood-red Taoist patterns and chopped at Lin Sun. Before the sword light arrived, the sharp sword intent that tore through the void was already so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes and their souls trembled. Gu Zongxin was stronger than Yan Chenjun, and he was a peerless swordsman in the top 50 of Starry Sky Great Saints. At this moment, he attacked desperately and even used his secret treasure, which could be imagined how powerful it was. Humph! Lin Sun raised his hand and lashed out with his whip. The purple thunder whip was glittering with crystal-clear thunder and lightning arcs, which made the sword shake violently. The collision between the sword chi and the whip shadow made the void explode. Chop! At the same time, Lin Sun chopped out with his sword. Suddenly, like the beginning of chaos, the sword of Avicii came to the world like hell, and the whole void was imprisoned in it. Indistinctly, endless sword chi emerged from the hell, splitting yin and yang, raging the universe. The sword of Avicii itself was a primordial ancient treasure, the sword of Mingyi Sword Emperor in primitive times. Its power was not inferior to any other secret treasure at all. Whoosh! In the void, the surging black sword chi rushed to Gu Zongxin, and the sword intent was so terrible that even Gu Zongxin felt cold. Dong, Kuan Jiolin and some other great saints joined hands to stop Lin Sun's attack. Kuan Jiolin took out an antique bronze bell, which suddenly enlarged and shrouded Lin Sun. The bell emitted the fluctuation of the Great Way, containing the power of life and death. Various trump cards flashed over from other directions as well. They were either rare ancient treasures or forbidden secret arts and divine abilities. In short, they were all risking their lives. Rumble, a collision that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. The battlefield was in chaos. Terrifying sword chi, blade chi, treasure chi, and blade chi raged as they swept out, causing the sun and moon to go dim and the sky to lose color. The souls of all the cultivators that were spectating the battle in the distance trembled. Their vision was covered in a vast expanse of white, and they were unable to see anything. Because the aura of destruction created by the collision this time was truly too shocking. Thud thud thud, in the smoke and dust, Lin Sun took a few steps back. Every time he took a step, the void collapsed in disorder, which made him look a little embarrassed. This was the first time he had been pushed back since the start of the battle. Although this blow didn't cause any substantial harm to Lin, it refreshed the spirits of the others present. Did this mean that Lin Sun was not invincible? That's more like it. Otherwise, all of you would probably feel disgruntled when you die. Lin Sun suddenly took a deep breath, and then his aura suddenly became much stronger. Earlier, he was like a cauldron in the sky, and he seemed to possess the might to suppress the past and present. At this moment, he'd changed completely. His body was boundlessly deep like an abyss, and he seemed as if he intended to devour the entire world. He revealed a boundlessly overbearing, imposing aura. Boundless, devouring scripture. After swallowing the peach of immortality, he'd obtained an epiphany that he'd endured for 10 years of bitter cultivation, and this peerless inheritance of the Lord of Skyfall had been comprehended and grasped by Lin Sun a step further. Now that he'd executed it with a completely new cultivation, its might couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Kill. Quickly attack together. Xianxia and the others were shocked, and they practically attacked with all their might. They'd completely disregarded everything. All of you don't have a chance. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent, and his voice was completely emotionless. After that, he moved. He was like a moving abyss that covered the sky, and everywhere he passed, space, sunlight, and dust fell into obliteration and destruction. He punched out. Clang, the antique bronze bell above Xianxia's head rang, spurting out a waterfall-like divine rainbow to block Lin Sun's punch. This bell also had a long history. With this treasure, Xianxia once blocked all the attacks of 19 peers. His clothes were not broken, and his defense was incomparably strong. But at this time, this peerless treasure buzzed and trembled under Lin Sun's punch. The waterfall-like divine rainbow was smashed into the bell, and a dent was left on it. Clang, the bronze bell rumbled, and cracks appeared on its surface. The treasure was connected with chi. When the bell was damaged, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. But this was just the beginning. Then, Lin Sun's punch blasted away the trump cards of the peerless figures one after another. The light rain was annihilated and devoured by Lin Sun's punch. Finally, Lin Sun's punch hit Xianxia's sword. Crack, when the fist and the sword collided, the ancient sword covered with ferocious blood-colored Taoist patterns was suddenly bent, and then flew out of Xianxia's hand with a buzz. Suffering from this impact, Xianxia was also shaken and flew out. In just a few breaths, the situation was reversed by Lin Sun again. His unparalleled power shocked the audience once again. Watching this scene, all the overmatches were shocked to the point that their minds went blank. Again. A peerless great sage roared, and 6 divine rainbows rushed out of his body, which evolved into 6 amazing visions. Lin Sun waved his fist and rushed up. Boom, the man was like an abyss, and the punch was like an abyss. The 6 visions on the man's body could also be regarded as a strange martial art, but at this time, they were easily torn apart and exploded. The man's body was pierced by Lin Sun's punch. Like an ant being crushed by a giant elephant, his flesh and blood were crushed and annihilated. Then, Xianxia, Xianxia and others rushed over one after another. There was no way back for them except to fight desperately. Lin Sun was neither happy nor sad. He didn't even use his treasure. He waved his fist and used the infinite devouring scripture to punch out. The fist intent was like an abyss, devouring the sky and earth. The infinite devouring scripture, a supreme martial art that once shocked the boundless starry sky and conquered many emperors, showed unimaginable power at this moment. Bang! 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 All obstructions and attacks were destroyed, crushed, and devoured, and it caused a scene that seemed like it could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Some people coughed up blood and were seriously injured. Some people were directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed, even Gu Zongxin, Kuan Jiolin and others were injured. Under the stimulation of death, they were all bloodshot and completely crazy. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches, Lin Sun's aura became more and more terrifying. In the end, his whole body was shrouded in a dark abyss, like an ancient demon god. Finally, Kuan Jiolin couldn't bear it anymore. After fighting Lin Sun many times, his body cracked and his flesh burst. Blood poured out like a waterfall, making him look hideous and terrible. He screamed and rushed towards the mountain road. Puff, who made a move? He had been accumulating strength for a long time and cut off a bloody head. Kuan Jiolin was seriously injured and dying. After swallowing the peach, Ahu's combat power had become completely different. It would be strange if Kuan Jiolin didn't die. The spectators were all trembling. Kuan Jiolin's headless body was lying on the bluestone steps, with blood flowing down like a river, which made the spectators' hair stand on end. Looking at the battlefield, there were only a dozen people who besieged Lin Sun at this time, and each of them was injured like a trapped beast. The spectators couldn't help but have a thought appear in their minds: Gu Zongxian and the others are finished, no accident happened. In the following time, some people tried to escape, but they couldn't escape from Ahu's obstruction and were killed on the ancient Bluestone Mountain Road. Some people risked their lives to kill Lin Sun, but they were ruthlessly killed by Lin Sun like moths darting into the fire. Some people rushed to the misty, mysterious forbidden area far away from the top of Yulong Mountain, but as soon as they entered, they screamed miserably, and their whole bodies were burned into ashes. Because only those with the immortal token could enter that place, puff, 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 one after another, peerless great saints were killed like rain. No matter how they used their treasures, magic skills, secret methods, and even their own trump cards, it was of no use under Lin Sun's attack. A torrential rain of blood poured down. The summit of Mount Yulong was completely shrouded in the color of blood. The flowing blood dyed the earth red and soaked it. The spectators trembled all over, and their minds went blank. They had seen ruthless people who killed people like flies, but it was the first time for them to see such a peerless, ruthless person like Lin Sun. He killed the disciples of great forces like killing chickens. If such bloody scenes were transmitted back to the starry sky ancient path, it was bound to cause an endless uproar. Because it was very rare for something so horrifying to happen on the ancient path. After all, almost all of these dead people came from the 6 Tao courts and the 10 war clans. In the past, who dared to disrespect them, who dared to slaughter them mercilessly like Lin Sun? Lin Sun, I'll kill you. Only Gu Zongxin was left in the field. He suddenly inserted the sword in his hand into his chest like a madman. The black ancient sword covered with bloody and ferocious Taoist patterns buzzed, and Gu Zongxin's qi, blood and strength poured into the sword like a river. His hair suddenly became pale and withered, and his skin cracked and aged, as if he had lost all his spirit at once. And the breath of the black ancient sword suddenly rose and became stronger and stronger. Sacrificial sword. The spectators in the distance all changed their expressions. This was a forbidden secret method, which was equivalent to sacrificing one's life to awaken the silent power in the treasure. Sacrificial sword. Lin Sun's black eyes showed a trace of trance, and he thought of Yunqing Bai, who also desperately fought like this. Boom, with the roar, the black ancient sword, which had absorbed all the strength of Gu Zongxin, seemed to be completely awakened at this moment. An earth-shaking breath instantly fell on the top of Yulong Mountain. On the top of Mount Yulong, the void seemed to freeze in an instant. A core disciple of Qiankuan Taoist court, a peerless sword cultivator ranked in the top 15 of the Starry Sky Great Sage list, sacrificed himself to the sword at this moment. This was appalling. If someone dared to force Gu Zongxin to such an extent on the Starry Sky ancient path, it would definitely arouse the wrath of Qiankuan Taoist court. But in the Kunlun ruins, such a thing happened. Buzz, the surface of the pitch-black ancient sword was rolling with ferocious blood-colored Taoist patterns. Its blade buzzed and trembled, releasing Taoist light that rose to the sky. An illusory figure appeared, majestic and mighty. Just the aura it emitted made people tremble and suffocate. Spirit, this black ancient sword turned out to be a treasure with a spirit. All the spectators were shocked. Even Lin Sun couldn't help frowning, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. In his palm, the insignificance bow appeared quietly. Lin Sun, death is what you and I have to bear. At this moment, Gu Zongxin's white hair was withered and his body was old and dim, but his eyes were burning with raging flames and hatred. Whoosh, the black ancient sword flew across the sky, and the sword spirit phantom rushed forward like a dominator, integrating its own power into the slash. The sword Qi, which was hundreds of meters long, could even split the ancient divine mountain. It was like an ancient sword god, making the world dim, leaving only a bright and blazing sword light. The sword light was dazzling and terrifying to the extreme. Where is Wu Kei? Lin Sun shouted softly. Buzz, the insignificance bow, which was made of piles of white bones, trembled, and the figure of a gray-haired young man appeared on the ferocious and rough bow. A shocking ferocious power also filled the world. Little master, leave it to me. The gray-haired boy showed a bright smile, and his sharp eyebrows were full of vigor. He held the insignificant bow with one hand, and his fingers moved the bowstring, which was as red as blood, and suddenly looked up. His eyes were full of ferocity. Boom, it was like the creation of the world. The peak of Mount Yulong was engulfed by earth-shattering explosions and Taoist light. In the eyes, hearts, and souls of everyone, only dazzling and boundless light remained. It was like a peerlessly dazzling sun in the starry sky, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out from it, causing it to be sufficient to shock even gods and ghosts. An indescribable fear crashed into the hearts of every spectator like a tsunami. They were overwhelmed with shock, exclaimed, and dodged. Many people were even shocked to the point of staggering to the ground with ghastly pale countenances. After a long time, the light on the peak of Mount Yulong gradually dimmed, and the fluctuations that wreaked havoc in the void began to calm down. Is it finally over? Many people heaved a long sigh of relief at the same time, feeling that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. In such an unparalleled collision, even a Saint King would probably be heavily injured or killed, right? It's a pity that Gu Zongxin sacrificed himself to the sword and sacrificed himself with Lin Sun at all costs. They are destined to be removed from the list in the future, one of the spectators sighed. Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly froze, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, all the other spectators present were stunned and looked in the same direction. On the peak of Mount Yulong, a man stood in the void, holding a ferocious and rough white bone bow in his hand. His posture was as straight as a sword, as if he was going to pierce through the sky. The moment they saw this figure, everyone was stunned. All the people present were speechless, and they were all dumbfounded. Lin Sun, he was still alive. In the field, the ground was covered with blood, countless broken limbs, and Gu Zongxin had disappeared. There was only a dark broken sword in the pool of blood, buzzing. The atmosphere in the field was dead silent. Everyone looked at Lin Sun in a daze and couldn't believe it. Under the desperate attack of sacrificing himself to the sword, in the end, Lin Sun was unharmed, while Gu Zongxin died. That broken sword was the best proof of that. After a long time, someone opened his mouth in a trembling voice, but he couldn't say a word. Others were also in a trance. This battle was arranged by the descendants of the Wilderness Taoist Court, the Heaven and Earth Taoist Court, the Taowu Battle Clan, and the Blood Kailan Battle Clan on the peak of Mount Yulong. In this battle, they had a large number of people and carefully planned to kill Lin Sun. But in the end, they were all dead. This battle began with Lin Sun climbing the mountain, killing all the way to the top of Mount Yulong. He alone broke the demon-slaying formation and slaughtered all the enemies, hundreds of elites of major forces, and many of the best on the great saints list of starry sky, all turned into a bloody mess on the ground. Only he stood alone on the top of the mountain, and all was silent. On the ancient bluestone mountain path, Ahu stretched her body. Her slender waist outlined a soul-stirring curve. She breathed a sigh of relief, and a pair of limpid eyes glanced at the dumbfounded spectators around her. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Are all of you staying here to spar with Demon God Lin?" Her voice was clear and melodious. The spectators came to their senses as if awakened from a dream, and immediately rushed down the mountain road with a sudden change of expression. Who dared to stay? The top of Mount Yulong was full of corpses and pools of blood soaked the ground. How terrible it was. Once regarded as an opponent by Lin Sun, the consequences would be unimaginable. Demon God Lin? That's really an appropriate name. On the mountain road, many people were recalling and remembering the name that once shocked the ancient desolation realm, like the sun in the sky. It could be foreseen that with the spread of today's battle, this name would also be widely spread, and it was even very likely to spread to the starry sky ancient road. Few on the top of Mount Yulong, Lin Sun also breathed a long sigh of relief. The previous battle and killing had vented his inner resentment and anger, and he felt relaxed. He began to clean up the spoils. The treasures left behind by over 100 disciples of the great powers included divine treasures, divine materials, spirit herbs, precious treasures, and so on and so forth. It was a superb collection of treasures that flowed with multicolored light. The wealth of peerless figures like Gu Zongxin, Kuan Jiolin, and Tao Jianqing was beyond imagination. "Young master, can you leave all those holy treasures to me?" In the insignificant bow, Wu Kei, the gray-haired young man, asked. "Yes." Lin Sun readily agreed. As a spirit, Wu Kei had been suppressed and tortured by Golden Crow for thousands of years. His own Pneuma had long been severely damaged. The reason why he helped Lin Sun to fight before was that he had refined a lot of holy treasures and recovered a little bit of Pneuma. But a little bit of Pneuma was also consumed in this battle, so even if Wu Kei didn't mention it, Lin Sun would help him to recover. Clatter Lin Sun waved his sleeve and threw all the holy treasures he had collected to Wu Kei, leaving only some useful treasures for himself. For example, the purpline lightning whip, the spatial saint treasure, the Taiyu flying sword, and several other treasures of their own. Lin Sun's generosity made Wu Kei slightly stunned and surprised. "Young master, when I recover, I will help you conquer the starry sky and kill all the enemies in the world," Wu Kei said calmly. Lin Sun smiled and said yes. "Brother Lin." Ahu's yellow dress was fluttering, and she came from a distance like an ethereal fairy. "Ahu, this is yours. I've left all the holy treasures, but there are many rare magical materials and precious medicines, which should be useful to you." Lin Sun handed a storage bag to Ahu, which was part of the spoils. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Ahu blinked her eyes with a smile. She didn't refuse. She had long been used to Lin Sun's style. She knew that if she refused, it would make Lin Sun feel like an outsider. And that was what Hu appreciated most about Lin Sun. He was never stingy when treating his own people. "Look, that's the mysterious forbidden area on Mount Yulong." Ahu pointed to the distance, which was covered with mist and exuded a mysterious and frightening aura. "This place is regarded as one of the 9 secrets of the Kunlun ruins. In the previous battle, some people tried to escape into it to save their lives, but they died in an instant." Ahu stood beside Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes, and her moist red lips exhaled a fragrant breath. This also confirms some rumors. Perhaps only those who hold the flying immortal token can enter it safely. Lin Sun nodded and remembered one thing. He communicated with Yuan Fadian through voice transmission. "Brother Yuan, when you climbed the mountain, did you know who held the flying immortal token and entered the mysterious forbidden area?" "It seems to be Mi Hengzhen and Yi Mo." Yuan Fadian was also a little uncertain. "By the way, those guys captured me and Little Pung King and took our flying immortal tokens. A guy named Lu Xuanji entered the mysterious forbidden area with a group of masters." Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. "Really?" "Yes, it happened yesterday," the little golden-winged rock also said. "Okay, I see." Lin Sun took a deep breath and looked at Ahu beside him. "It seems that we have to go to this mysterious forbidden area." Ahu nodded and said, "Of course." Without any hesitation, the two of them held the flying immortal tokens in their hands and flashed towards the area that was covered in mist. Clatter as if entering the chaotic tide, the fog rolled and covered the sky. Nothing could be seen. Walking in it, there was a terrible taboo power. Lin Sun and Ahu could not help but feel a strong sense of danger in their hearts. However, before they could react, the flying immortal tokens in their hands buzzed and rushed out a brilliant illusory halo, shrouding them. Buzz, after that, their figures were swiftly teleported away and vanished within the surging mist. This is, when their vision became clear, Ahu couldn't help but be stunned. This was a world that seemed to be collapsing. Pieces of broken land floated in the void, looking extremely messy. At this time, she and Lin Sun were both standing on one of the floating lands. Looking around, the void was whistling with destructive wind. There was no vitality, and everywhere was barren like ruins. Is this one of the 9 secrets in the Kunlun ruins? Lin Sun was also surprised. He had thought that this place was destined to be a blessed land like the Peach Garden secret realm, where there was a great fortune and even a chance related to becoming an emperor. The broken world and the scene of desolation and destruction exuded an indescribable sense of desolation. Regardless of whether there is a fortune here or not, the most important thing now is to find Mi Hengzhen and the others. Lin Sun's eyes were calm. He and Ah Hu took action together, flying through the void and searching among the floating continents. Hu, do you know about the 9 secrets of Kunlun? Lin Sun asked on the way. Hu sorted out his thoughts and said slowly, I've heard of it. I've heard that in the past, many powerhouses have come to the Kunlun ruins to search for fortuitous encounters. Among the areas they've explored, the 9 secret places are the most mysterious, and the 3 forbidden places are the most dangerous. The 9 secrets refer to the 9 secret realms. Mount Yulong is just one of them. In addition, there are 8 similar secret realms in other places of Kunlun ruins. Only those who hold the Flying Immortal token have the opportunity to enter the 9 secrets. That's why we were targeted by so many cultivators when we appeared together. The Flying Immortal token is so useful that anyone would be jealous of it. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling strange. The Starry Sky ancient path is so vast and supreme, but why is there no Flying Immortal token? Instead, there is such a mysterious token in the 9 regions? Who said, I don't know the reason, but I've heard a rumor. Lin Sun was interested. What rumor? There is a saying that in ancient times, the 9 regions were the center of the world and regarded as the origin of the Cultivation civilization. At that time, the Ultimate Ruins and the Kunlun ruins both had paths to the 9 regions. However, as time passed, the 9 regions underwent tremendous changes. They could no longer satisfy the needs of those who sought the Tao, and they gradually declined. After all, even you know that the higher one's cultivation is, the greater the demand for cultivation resources would be in order to ascend a higher path towards the Tao. Although the 9 regions are vast, when the cultivators reach the Saint Realm, the rules and aura of the great way between heaven and earth can no longer help them make progress on the path. So, in the endless years since ancient times, more and more cultivators have embarked on the journey to the Starry Sky ancient path. This isn't just happening in the 9 regions, it's also happening in other heavenly worlds. However, only the 9 regions have the endless ruins and Kunlun ruins. This is also the reason why the 9 regions possess such a mysterious treasure like the Flying Immortal token. Of course, this is only a rumor. I'm afraid not even emperors know the truth. At this point, Lin Sun vaguely understood. He suddenly had a bold idea. If one were to say that the 9 regions were the birthplace of the Cultivation civilization, then, therefore, the ancient Desolation realm was likely to be the core area. And the lower world in the ancient Desolation realm was very likely to be the core of the core, the original land of origin. The reason why he had such an idea was because the lower realms were not simple. Just one of the 4 great god ruins, the Ultimate Ruins, was located there, but this was just Lin's idea. There were countless secrets in the universe and the Starry Sky. With his current experience, he was still far from being able to deduce the quintessence of the world and figure out the origins of the Grand Tao. What are the 3 great forbidden lands? Lin Sun continued to ask. Ahu said, one is the pilgrimage platform, which is rumored to contain the secret of becoming an emperor or ancestor. The second is the Tao suppression cliff, which is rumored to be the origin aura of all the Tao in the world. The third is the nameless forbidden land, which is the most dangerous place in Kunlun ruins. Since ancient times, almost all those who entered it died. When she spoke up to hear, Ahu's eyes flashed with fear. I once heard that during the primeval times, someone had once returned alive from the nameless forbidden region. However, he'd lost all his memories, and he'd gone mad. Moreover, his body was coiled with the terrifying aura of calamity, and he perished not long after he returned to the ancient passageway. Before he died, he left a sentence, which is still spread on the Starry Sky ancient path. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, what did he say? The path of cultivation is broken, and there is nothing to seek. A few words came out of Ahu's lips. It was a very ordinary sentence, but it seemed to carry a kind of heart-palpitating power, which made Lin Sun's body a little cold. The path of cultivation was broken, Did this mean that even if a cultivator exhausted his life's efforts, even if he stepped into the emperor realm and became the ancestor of a Tao, he was destined to be unable to touch the end of the Tao? Don't take it seriously. This was just left by that crazy guy before he died. Although it was spread in the world, few people took it seriously. Ahu said, however, the nameless Forbidden Land is indeed the most dangerous place in Kunlun ruins. Until now, no one dares to try to approach it. Lin Sun nodded. After understanding the 9 secrets and 3 prohibitions, he realized that there were many secrets buried in Kunlun ruins, which were far beyond his imagination. This place seemed to be covered with a thick fog. No matter who was in it, they would feel that there were too many unknowns and secrets. We can only stay for half a year at most this time. After half a year, the path leading to the outside world in Kunlun ruins will be sealed and disappeared again. Ahu sighed with emotion. It's also destined that it's impossible for us to see through all the secrets in Kunlun ruins this time. It's been like this since ancient times. As the two talked, they had already crossed many floating lands. Just as Lin Sun was about to say something, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. Why not? Why? I, Lu Xuanji, am a pure-blooded descendant of the Blood Kailan clan. I was born with great luck. It's only been 300 years since I started cultivating, and I've already ranked 37th on the Starry Sky Great Saint list. With my background, I can't even obtain the recognition of the power of living beings. How many people in this world are qualified? Retreat, I'm going to fight again. His voice was filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Lu Xuanji, Lin Sun and Ahu looked at each other, and their spirits were lifted. Whoosh Lin Sun circulated his Bai Qi and covered both of their figures. Then, he quietly approached the distance. Not long after, an extremely vast floating land appeared. It stretched across the void and covered an area of 1,000 miles. The mountains on it had collapsed, and not a single blade of grass grew. It was also extremely barren. Only the central area seemed very different. There was a mountain that was shaped like a big bell. It was majestic and tall, and its entire body was filled with chaotic qi, emitting an ancient and boundless aura. At the foot of the mountain stood a group of cultivators. There were more than a dozen of them, and each of them had extraordinary power and astonishing aura. The leader was a tall and imposing man in a blood-colored robe with a blood-colored horn on his head. He stood in front of the mountain with his long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was gloomy and ferocious. His eyes were fixed on the stone wall in front of the mountain, and there was anger between his brows. There was no need to guess. This person must be Lu Xuanji, a pure-blooded descendant of the Blood Kailan clan. Lin Sun and Ahu approached quietly. With the cover of Bai Qi, their appearance did not attract anyone's attention. To their surprise, as they approached, the majestic mountain that looked like a big bell seemed to be growing larger and larger, more and more majestic. In the end, it gave people a feeling that it could support the universe and was unreachable. Lin Sun and Ahu became more vigilant and cautious. They didn't stop until they were thousands of feet away from Lu Xuanji and the others. They hid behind a pile of rocks. Look at the stone wall of the mountain. Ahu said quickly. Lin Sun looked over and saw that the bottom of the mountain was suffused with chaotic qi. He could faintly see that the stone wall was smooth like a mirror, and it was branded with an ancient pattern. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around the pattern. On the boundless earth, there were countless ancestors and living beings worshipping and offering sacrifices with devout and solemn expressions. There was a bell hanging in the sky. This was an extremely ancient ancestor offering diagram, and it emitted a solemn and divine aura that was shocking. However, the object of their sacrifice was a bell. It hung below the sky, and it was shockingly large. The bell was branded with dense and obscure Tao markings. Even though it was only a stone inscription, when Lin Sun and the others looked at the bell, they actually felt a supreme imposing aura that could suppress the world, shake the stars, and spread through the heavens. Undoubtedly, this diagram was extremely extraordinary, and it was very likely to contain a great fortune. Lu Xuanji probably wants to obtain the acknowledgement of this stone inscription. Ahu seemed to be lost in thought. After that, she was stunned because she noticed that Lin Sun's expression was slightly strange. His eyes were fixed on the bell, and he seemed to be very surprised and in disbelief. "What's wrong?" she asked. I seem to have seen this bell before. Lin Sun's eyes were a little dazed. Ahu couldn't help but be surprised. This was one of the 9 secrets of Kunlun ruins, and that stone inscription wasn't something that anyone could see. But Lin Sun actually said that he had seen the bell in the stone inscription, which surprised her as well. Is that it? Scenes appeared in Lin Sun's mind. When he first entered the western border of the ancient desolation, he once participated in a Dao discussion lantern festival. It was on the Kangwu mountain, and there was an ancient green lamp tree on the mountain. He overcame all difficulties along the way, experienced numerous tests, and obtained various opportunities. For example, when Lin Sun comprehended the way of star obliteration for the first time in a forest of tablets, he saw the shocking scenes of the star obliteration emperor running all the way in the starry sky. For example, in the test of Dao discussion, Lin Sun obtained the miraculous ancient treasure, the Great Way immeasurable bottle. In addition, many unimaginable things happened in the Dao discussion lantern festival. Among them, the most unforgettable thing for Lin Sun was the appearance of a Taoist altar at the last stage with a bronze bell on it. The bell was only half a foot tall, and it was covered with dense Taoist patterns. It was mysterious and unfathomable. At that time, in order to fight for the bell, Lin Sun, Yu Lingkong, and the others even had an extremely fierce battle, but in the end, no one was able to obtain the bell. Because the karma involved in the bell was too great, and it was not something that Lin Sun could get close to at that time, Lin Sun's eyes were in a trance. Even though many years had passed, he still deeply remembered that bronze bell, and it was called the Grand Tao without rules, but was the bell in the ancestors' all-soul sacrificial painting really the lawless Great Way bell? Damn it! Suddenly, Lu Xuanji roared. He stood in front of the stone wall with his long hair fluttering in the wind and his face full of anger. All the other cultivators nearby kept quiet out of fear. Big brother, countless cultivators have been here since ancient times, but no one has been recognized by this painting. A hoarse voice sounded, since you can't do it, why don't you let go? There are so many fortunes in the Kunlun relic. It's not worth wasting your time and experience here. Only then did Lin Sun and Ahu see a thin figure sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the mountain amidst the chaotic qi. This man had disheveled hair, a handsome face, and indifference between his eyebrows. A ferocious blood-red broadsword was inserted into the ground in front of him. Gray chains spread out from the blood-red broadsword, and the other end of the chains was inserted into a cultivator's body. What? Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. The figures chiseled and bound by gray chains were Mi Hengzhen, Yi Moha, Qi Lingxiao, Yu Jianming, and others. However, all of them seemed as if they'd lost their consciousness. Their expressions were stiff and their eyes were lifeless, and they seemed like numerous puppets. The gray chains pierced into their bodies like bloodthirsty leeches. Wisps of blood light could be seen spreading towards the blood-red broadsword inserted into the ground. Saint Blood refining method of weapons. A cold light flashed in Ahu's eyes. He recognized this weird method of weapon refining. It was a secret technique of the Blood Kylan battle clan. It was the cruelest and most overbearing way to refine a Saint Blood refining method of weapons. These bastards, their methods are truly cruel. Lin Sun's expression grew colder when he learned this. Ahu, let's act separately later. I'll kill Lu Xuanji, and you go to help Mi Hengzhen and others. Ahu said without hesitation, okay. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, the lives of Mi Hengzhen and others are completely in the hands of that guy. When we take action, we must, Ahu said, don't worry, I promise to kill that guy as soon as possible. I won't let anything happen to your friends. Lin Sun nodded. Both of them were silent. They were accumulating power and were about to attack. Lu Chong, are you saying that I can't do it? In front of the stone wall, Lu Xuanji's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. The young man called Lu Chong said indifferently, I just don't want you to waste any more time. Lu Xuanji snorted coldly and turned his head to look at the ancestral 10,000 spirits sacrificial painting on the stone wall. This is the power of all living beings. As long as I can successfully control it, I can become a true sage and not a saint. Sage, sage. The two only differ by a single word, but the realm they represent is completely different. Only those who succeed in the great sage realm can be called a sage and control the power of all living beings. Only then can they become the king of sages on the great path. This kind of opportunity and creation is rare even on the starry ancient path. Now that I've encountered it, how can I give up? As long as I can obtain the power of all living beings, there will be a place for me in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Great Sage list. As he spoke, Lu Xuanji became extremely excited. He took a deep breath and his body glowed. He spread his divine sense again to sense the ancestral 10,000 spirits sacrificial painting on the stone wall. Boom, but in just a moment, Lu Xuanji's body trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. He flew out violently and coughed up blood. The cultivators nearby were all agitated. Lu Chong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, frowned and said, "You can't force it. Why bother?" "Shut up!" Lu Xuanji roared. He got up again as if he had gone mad. He spread his divine sense and power to sense the painting on the stone wall. Whoosh, right at this moment, a broken blade that was jade white like snow suddenly tore through the sky, and it slashed down swiftly and violently at an unbelievable speed. At that instant, it seemed as if the 9 heavens had appeared out of thin air. "Watch out!" At practically the exact same time, Lu Chong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, shouted. However, he was still a step too late. Lu Xuanji only wanted to obtain the acknowledgement of the power of all living beings, so he'd never imagined that there would be a sudden attack at this moment. Moreover, it was so swift and domineering, he didn't have the time to dodge at all, and he could only rely on the instincts he'd gained from fighting for many years to resist it. Boom, amidst the earth-shattering rumble, Lu Xuanji's entire body was sent flying. The armor covering his body was crushed and blasted apart. There was a wound on his chest that was so deep that bones could be seen. Blood flowed out like a waterfall. Thump, his figure fell to the ground and let out a muffled groan. He was in an extremely sorry state. Shit, someone launched a sneak attack. The nearby cultivators reacted as well. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they withdrew their treasures one after another. Killing intent coiled around their bodies, and all of them became vigilant. Which shameless bastard dares to launch a sneak attack on me? Lu Xuanji roared furiously. His face was livid and hideous, and the injuries on his body were recovering at a visible speed. Swoosh, the broken blade flashed as it attacked once more. Right at this moment, Lu Xuanji finally saw his opponent clearly, and he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. "Lin Sun. How could it possibly be you?" Before his voice could finish resounding through the air, his entire body was blasted flying once more by the broken blade, and he coughed up blood repeatedly as he'd suffered a heavy injury. Even if he'd made sufficient preparations and resisted with all his might, he was still completely suppressed by Lin Sun's full-force attack. Kill! The nearby cultivators attacked as well, and they didn't dare hesitate at all. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a ferocious gale. His figure glowed as he teleported and attacked explosively, and he deduced his strength to the limit. Rumble, in an instant, deafening rumbling resounded as those cultivators that charged towards Xianxia were crushed, and their bodies were blasted flying. A few amongst them were even directly crushed on the spot, and their bodies exploded into pieces. This was astounding, and they didn't dare believe their eyes. Even Lu Xuanji couldn't help but gasp. This fellow is actually much stronger than he was on Inverted Mountain. What made Lu Xuanji most uneasy was that, how did Lin Sun come in? The peak of Yulong Mountain had long been guarded by Gu Songxin, Tao Jianxing, Kuan Jiulin, and other strong cultivators, and they'd even set up a peerless killing formation. But Lin Sun had appeared here at this moment. Didn't this mean that Gu Songxin and the others' arrangements couldn't stop Lin Sun? At the thought of this, Lu Xuanji's heart trembled. He was the clearest about the layout on the peak of Yulong Mountain, which was powerful enough to kill a sage king, but it couldn't stop Lin Sun. How terrifying was this rumble? Without giving Lu Xuanji a chance to think, Lin Sun had already rushed over violently. He was like an ancient demon god descending to the world, his body like a great abyss, and his chi surged like a bull. He was extremely powerful. Each of those cultivators who tried to stop him was also a ruthless character, and their cultivation was no weaker than the great sage realm. But in Lin Sun's hands, they were like chickens and dogs that couldn't withstand a single blow. In just a moment, they were utterly defeated, and blood flowed like a river. Die! Lin Sun's eyes were like cold lightning, locking onto Lu Xuanji. The terrifying power made Lu Xuanji shudder. Lin Sun, do you want to see these people die? Suddenly, Lu Chong, who had been sitting at the foot of the mountain, spoke indifferently, threatening Mi Hengzhen, Yi Mo, and the others with their lives. He had always been calm. Lin Sun's charging figure paused. Lu Xuanji, on the other hand, seemed to have seen hope again. He grinned and said, Lu Chong, kill a captive first and show this little bastard. Idiot. A hint of pity appeared in Lin Sun's eyes. He rushed forward without hesitation, as if he didn't care about any threat at all. Lu Xuanji was surprised and caught off guard. Boom, the next moment, he was sent flying again. His body was bathed in blood, and the wounds were shocking. He was almost split in half. One should know that Lu Xuanji was a pure-blood descendant of the Blood Kailan battle clan. Luong, who died in Lin Sun's hands, was far less powerful than him. But in a head-on confrontation, he was still completely crushed by Lin Sun. Lu Chong, why aren't you doing anything? Lu Xuanji panicked completely and roared. Plop, at this moment, a horrifying and bloody scene appeared. Lu Chong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly had his head separated from his neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Lu Xuanji was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He died silently just like that. At the same time, Hu appeared in front of Lu Chong's headless corpse. She was dressed in a yellow dress and looked like a fairy. She waved her hand gently and said in her heart, Treasure, come back. In the void, an almost transparent flying dagger flashed into her palm and turned into a mysterious gourd pattern before disappearing. God-slaying gourd, in order to kill Lu Chong as soon as possible, Hu once again used this mysterious ancient treasure. However, Lu Xuanji could no longer see any of this. Boom, just when he was in shock, Lin Sun had already charged over. The broken blade swept across and cut Lu Xuanji in half. Lu Xuanji's death was filled with extreme unwillingness and resentment. Everything happened too quickly. From Lin Sun's attack to Lu Chong's death, a series of actions were completed in just a few breaths. It was incredibly fast. Whether it was Lin Sun or Hu, they did not hold back when they attacked. What they wanted was to kill the enemy in one fell swoop. It would be hard for Lu Xuanji and the others to survive if they wanted to. At this point, Lin Sun let out a long sigh. Without even looking at the corpses on the ground, he came to Hu and asked, How are they? Hu had already started to remove the grey chains on Mi Hengzhen, Yi Mo, and the others. They are covered with the power of the secret forbidden spell. Although it won't be life-threatening, it will take some time to get rid of it. Hu answered casually. That's good. Lin Sun was relieved. He did not stay idle either. He cleaned up the spoils of war on the battlefield. Seeing that Hu was still busy, he did not dare to disturb her and came to the stone wall of the mountain. Raising his eyes, Lin Sun looked at the law bell and the ancestral people's sacrificial painting on the stone wall. A sense of déjà vu rose in his heart. Was it really the Great Way Lawless Bell? The 5th chapter is up. Today's explosive update has ended because Old Fish could not hold on any longer. He had caught a cold yesterday, but he would definitely be scolded by many if he said that he had asked for leave yesterday. So, he forced himself to finish the 5th chapter today before daring to say that he was sick. It was not to move anyone, but to let everyone know that he would do his best to do what he had promised. Looking at the ancestor and all-soul sacrificial painting on the stone wall, Lin Sun recalled some past events. At the end of the Taoist Lamp Discussion Lantern Festival in Shihing Territory, a psychic King Herb appeared with the temperament of an old rascal. But it was also because of this psychic King Herb that Lin Sun learned something about the Great Way Lawless Bell. This psychic King Herb once said, the Great Way Lawless Bell was forged by sages in ancient times with their whole life's efforts. When the bell rings, it represents the gathering of the power of all living beings, which is enough to change the world and make ghosts and gods retreat. It's so wonderful that whoever can control it can control the power of all living beings. It also said, the Great Way Lawless Bell represents the power of all living beings. When sages successfully refined it, they suffered unprecedented punishment because it violated the taboo. Even if they could get it, they couldn't use it in a short time. If you want to use this treasure, you need the power of all living beings. The power of all living beings is related to the wish of all living beings. Only the mighty who succeed in the divine path of pilgrimage can collect it. At that time, Lin Sun clearly remembered that it was said that when ancient sages preached to the world and enlightened all living beings, they would naturally get the faith of all living beings, which then condensed into a mysterious power, the wish power, just like the statues and temples in the secular world, which were worshipped by mortals all year round. There would naturally be a solemn and frightening atmosphere. That kind of atmosphere was the most superficial wish power. On the other hand, the so-called wish energy of cultivators was different. It represented a grand vision of cultivating the Tao, and every single true sage would establish their own grand aspiration towards the grand Tao. For this reason, some sages chose to enter the secular world to enlighten all living beings and carry forward their great wish. If they got the faith and recognition of all living beings, they could get a steady stream of wish power. Similarly, some sages chose to enter the secular world to verify their own vision with all the Tao in the world. When they opened up a new way of cultivation or created a new Tao, they could also get the wish power. This kind of wish power was also called the wish power of the Great Way. Whether entering the secular world or coming out of the secular world, if one wanted to become a sage from a sage, it was destined to be inseparable from the wish power. Lin Sun still remembered that in the mulberry forest of the bloodthirsty battlefield, the mysterious golden cicada had made a great wish that was enough to shock the world and shock the ages. He hoped that one day, all living beings in the world could become saints. This was also a great ambition of the great Tao. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of the many attempts Lu Xuanji had made when facing this stone wall just now. Lu Xuanji was certain that the ancestral multitude spirit sacrificial painting contained the power of all living beings. As long as he could control it, he would be able to become a true sage during the divine Tao consecration and not just a saint. The difference between sage and sage was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only a person at the great saint realm who succeeded in attaining the Zen was able to be called a sage. They were able to control the energy of all living beings, and in the future, they were able to become a king of sages on the path towards the Tao. For this reason, Lu Xuanji had tried many times, but he had failed in the end. At this time, recalling some of the past events and comparing it with Lu Xuanji's words, Lin Sun felt more and more that the Tao bell in the All Spirits sacrificial painting was very likely to be the Great Way lawless bell. Only by attaining the Zen and the divine Tao can one become a sage. The word sage distinguishes one from other sages in the world. As the saying goes, when one sees a virtuous person, one must think alike. It represents the height of one's cultivation, and also a power that surpasses that of a sage. Lin Sun was lost in thought. He was already at the consummation of the great saint realm, so he naturally knew the difference between a sage and a sage. Because only a sage could become a king of sages on the path towards the Tao. As for a sage, he might be able to advance to the sage king realm, but he was destined to have no fate with the path towards the Tao. Originally, according to Lin Sun's plan, he would only consider attaining the Zen as a sage when he stepped into the consummation of the great saint realm. But now, such an opportunity appeared in front of him. Finally, Lin Sun took a deep breath and decided to give it a try. Clatter his divine sense spread out and poured into the All Spirits sacrificial painting on the stone wall. Suddenly, his body and mind trembled, and a vigorous ancient bell seemed to ring in his mind. In a trance, he seemed to see a Tao bell, floating in the ancient times. It was so large that it was immeasurable, and its whole body was covered with dense ancient patterns. As it shook, the bell rang through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Natural disasters, calamities, evil spirits, and sufferings in the world all collapsed and vanished in the sound of the bell. Countless creatures who had suffered all kinds of disasters were grateful. They prostrated on the ground and worshipped devoutly. Wisps of the wishes of all living beings were produced, like the incense of faith, and were constantly absorbed by the Tao bell. Boom! Soon, these images dissipated, leaving only a Tao bell floating in the river of time, ringing with an ancient and vast sound. The bell represented all living beings. The ringing of the bell represented the will of all living beings. The power generated could reverse the universe and eliminate disasters. At the same time, various understandings emerged in Lin Sun's mind. A sage represented a kind of cultivation realm, enlightening all living beings with one's own strength, and those who gained the recognition and faith of all living beings could control the power of all living beings. Only in this way could one be called a sage. Similarly, using one's own great wish to verify with the heavens, opening up a new path for future generations, and creating new Taoism, One could control the wish of the Great Way and also be called a sage. In short, there were two ways to become a sage. One was to control the wish of all living beings, and the other was to control the wish of the Great Way. Since I started my cultivation, I've been pursuing an unprecedented path in the heavens. It's equivalent to opening up a new path for future generations. Lin Sun's black eyes glowed with wisdom. Creating my own method in the sage realm is also unprecedented. It's equivalent to creating a new Taoism for future generations. When I reach the consummation of the great sage realm, I can control the wish of the Great Way and become a sage. Having figured this out, Lin Sun looked at the picture of ancestors and all spirits worshipping ceremony again. His mind was clear and empty, without any desire or desire. For Lu Xuanji, this stone inscription contained the power of all living beings, which could be called the supreme creation. But in Lin Sun's eyes, it was completely indifferent. He had never preached to the world or enlightened all living beings, so he naturally didn't care about gaining the recognition and faith of all living beings. In other words, Lin Sun didn't have the idea of representing all living beings at all, so he naturally wouldn't covet the wish of all living beings. At this moment, the only thing that made Lin Sun curious was why the pattern of the Great Way Infinite Bell appeared in one of the 9 secrets of Kunlun. Could it be that this bell came from the Kunlun ruins? While Lin Sun was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in his heart, "My little friend, why don't you use the Great Way Infinite Bottle to take away the power of all living beings?" The voice was vigorous and resounding like a bell. Who? Lin Sun was shocked, and then the image of a bronze Tao bell naturally appeared in his mind. It was ancient and vigorous, full of mysterious and supreme aura. Don't be surprised, my little friend. There are 9 treasures hidden in the 9 secrets of Kunlun, all of which were born in the refining mother furnace. A long time ago, these 9 treasures were taken away by 9 destined people one by one. And I am a wisp of the will of the Great Way Infinite Bell. In his mind, the melodious sound of the bell turned into a language and was heard by Lin Sun. He was shocked. It was really the Great Way Infinite Bell. Lin Sun couldn't help saying in his heart, the refining mother furnace? Is it the refining mother furnace that turned into the refining place? He still clearly remembered that he'd obtained a black piece of copper on the inverted mountain in the treasure refinement grounds, and he'd seen some shocking scenes from it. For example, this copper block was left by a refining mother furnace. In the beginning, 9 Emperor Dao treasures were born from the artifact refining cauldron. The 9 Emperor Dao treasures were a godly sword, a battle spear, a copper lamp, a battle flag, a Dao seal, a jade bottle, a set of armor, a jade plate, and a godly saber. Yes. The voice of the will left behind by the great Dao lawless bell resounded. The refinement source cauldron forged the 9 Emperor weapons to defend Kunlun, but because of this, it violated a taboo and encountered an unprecedented great calamity, causing the refinement source cauldron to completely dissipate. And these 9 Emperor weapons were hidden in the 9 secrets. In the following years, they were taken away by destined people one by one. Lin Sun understood completely now. The refining place was formed after the refining mother furnace was disintegrated, and the 9 Emperor weapons that had been refined by the refining mother furnace were hidden in the 9 secrets of Kunlun from then on. Unfortunately, in the past years, people had come to take away these Emperor weapons one by one. I feel the breath of the Great Way Infinite Bottle on you. This thing is one of the 9 Emperor weapons. It was originally hidden in the Infinite Lake, one of the 9 secrets of Kunlun. Later, it was taken away by a successor of Mountain Heart Mountain named Li Jui. The successor of Mountain Heart Mountain, Li Jui. Lin Sun was stunned. Wasn't this one of his senior brothers? Li Jui is a very interesting person. He is generous and unrestrained. When he left, I went to the ancient desolation realm with him with the power of the dark parasol divine tree. The voice of the Great Way Infinite Bell sounded again. Later, Li Jui and his junior brothers wanted to go to the starry sky to prove their Tao, so they left the ancient desolation realm. Before he left, Li Jui left the great Tao immeasurable bottle on the azure parasol mountain. He said that one day, an inheritor of the Fengsuan mountain would come here, and that the great Tao immeasurable bottle would be a greeting gift for his junior apprentice brother. Lin Sun was completely stunned. He remembered that the Tao Discussion Lantern show was held on the dark parasol mountain. He remembered that the Great Way Infinite Bottle was obtained in the second test of the Tao Discussion Lantern show. At the end of the test, there was a group of men and women who left imprints to bid farewell to him and called him junior brother. Lin Sun clearly remembered that there was once a spirited and handsome young man called Senior Brother Li who once said, "I'm not afraid of you. Anyone who enters this sect, regardless of age, is my brother or sister. Junior brother, one day, we will meet on the great path. Take care." This chapter contains a lot of information. The Tao Discussion Lantern Show, the Great Way Infinite Bottle, the Great Way Infinite Bell, and Li Ji all appeared when Lin Sun first entered the West Hing territory of the Ancient Desolation. The specific content is in chapters 857 to 877 and 923 to 924. If you are interested, you can read them again. Azure Parasol Mountain, Li Jui, Great Tao Boundless Bottle, Great Tao Lawless Bell. Only now did Lin Sun suddenly realize that the fortuitous encounter he obtained at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival back then was not a coincidence at all. It was because Li Ji was the successor of Fengsuan Mountain. The Great Tao Boundless Bottle he left behind was meant for him, his junior brother. On the other hand, the Great Tao Boundless Bottle was an imperial weapon born in the Kunlun ruins. It was brought out by Senior Brother Li Ji. When did this happen? Lin Sun asked in his heart. A long time ago? 100,000 years ago? I'm not sure either. The wisp of will from the Great Tao Boundless Bell spoke. So it's been so long, Lin Sun was in a daze. After that, he realized a problem. I remember that there wasn't a Tao bell amongst the 9 imperial weapons that were born within the furnace. Who are you? The voice resounded in Lin Sun's heart, I'm the Great Tao Boundless Bell. Before the 9 imperial weapons were born, I already existed in the Kunlun ruins. Do you know the 3 forbidden grounds? Lin Sun nodded. He had heard Ahu mention it before. The Great Tao Boundless Bottle was born in one of the 3 forbidden grounds, the Zen Confuro platform, and I was born in one of the 3 forbidden grounds, the Tao Suppression Cliff. The voice sounded again, the place where you're standing right now was originally buried with the Great Tao Boundless Bottle. Back then, Li Ji took this treasure away from here. Only then did Lin Sun understand, and then he frowned. Didn't they say that the Great Tao Boundless Bell was forged by a group of sages using their entire lives? Why was it born in the Tao Suppression Cliff? He had heard from Ahu that the Tao Suppression Cliff was one of the 3 forbidden grounds of the Kunlun ruins. It suppressed the quintessence energy of all Taos in the world. The voice sounded again, that's right. Those sages had once come to the Kunlun ruins. They were the first batch of sages during the primordial times. They once entered the Tao Suppression Cliff together with the intention of borrowing the quintessence energy of all Taos in the world to refine the number 1 holy weapon in the primordial times. However, they greatly underestimated the dangers of the Tao Suppression Cliff. In the end, they even sacrificed their lives for it. However, even though they died, they still succeeded in the end. After countless years of nurturing by the source energy of the myriad Taos, my main body, the Great Tao Lawless Bell, was born. After hearing this, Lin Sun realized that this was the truth. The Great Tao Lawless Bell was indeed the crystallization of a group of sages' efforts. However, because of this treasure, the sages paid with their lives. Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious, what are the names of the other 8 sovereign weapons except for the immeasurable Great Way Bottle? The voice replied, the other 8 monarch weapons are prefixed with the word Great Tao. They are Lifeless Seal, Formless Sword, Void Plate, Directionless Flag, Skyless Spear, Lawless Sword, Flawless Armor, and Guiltless Lamp. Hearing the words Great Doctrine Lamp, Lin's heart skipped a beat. Great Doctrine Lamp. When he was in the Forbidden Land of Styx, Lin Sun once crossed a blood sea and was given a lamp of no blame by a skeleton boatman. This lamp was bronze in color and emitted dim and illusory light. It could guide the souls of the strong who were lost in the myriad Taos. In the mulberry forest, Lin Sun used this lamp to gain the followers of a group of horrible old monsters. Later, the young man with golden cicada used this lamp to guide these horrible old monsters one by one, so that they could get some kind of relief. Before these horrible old monsters left, they gave Lin Sun a token one by one. For example, an old ancestor from the Yu clan, who was a good friend of the innumerable Tribulation Emperor, gave Lin Sun a token with the word Yu before he left. For example, a white-bone immortal phoenix gave Lin Sun a piece of real feather before he left. In addition, there was also a 7-inch cyan scabbard from the giant K clan, a white-bone giant with a broken sword on his back. There was also the fire leaf from the scorched tree, whose original body was the Tao tree of fire. There was the sapphire bell from the white-boned fox, whose original body was the nine-apertured divine fox. There was the tusk from the white-boned serpent, whose original body was the dark-winged heavenly snake. There was the white tortoise shell from the white-boned old turtle, whose original body was the great void dragon turtle. These tokens were still in Lin Sun's hands. At the end of the day, the reason why he had such an opportunity was because of the Great Tao No Blame lamp. However, Lin Sun never expected that the Great Tao No Blame lamp would be one of the 9 emperor weapons in the Kunlun ruins. When he said this, the voice immediately said, "That's right, the Great Tao No Blame lamp is one of the 9 emperor weapons." After getting a definite answer, Lin Sun had a feeling that it was preordained in the dark. The Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle and the Great Tao No Blame lamp were actually one of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. Who would have thought that? Young friend, after you leave the Kunlun ruins in the future, if you meet experts who hold other 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun, you will naturally have a strange reaction, the voice reminded. Similarly, you will be sensed by the other party immediately. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. Now that he had 2 treasures of the 9 emperor weapons in his hands, once he was discovered by other experts who possessed treasures of the 9 emperor weapons, it was indeed hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Young friend, my power is rapidly depleting. I don't have much time. I just want to tell you that among the 9 emperor weapons, only the Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle can bear the power of living beings here. The voice sounded again. This power of living beings is the accumulation of those sages over countless years. I hope you can inherit it and protect the crystallization of those sages' efforts. One day, you can also rely on this power of living beings to become a sage. You can even use this power to control my body. At this point, the voice stopped abruptly and disappeared completely. Then, boom, the ancestral 10,000 spirits sacrificial painting on the stone wall suddenly glowed and turned into a majestic torrent of power that was as vast as the sea, gushing out. This was the power of living beings. It was the supreme creation that Lu Xuanji had tried his best to obtain. Lin Sun recalled the words left behind by the Great Tao Immeasurable Bell and took out the Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle without hesitation. The Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle emanated a strange fluctuation, and the vast and majestic power of living beings transformed into a torrent that surged into the bottle without end. It was like a crystalline and vast waterfall that surged into the bottle. After a long time, all the power of living beings was finally completely collected. On the other hand, the ancestral 10,000 spirits sacrificial painting on the stone wall had completely vanished. Lin Sun weighed the Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle in his palm and didn't notice anything unusual. But when his divine sense surged into it, he noticed a thick and majestic aura of the power of living beings suffusing it. Lin Sun took a few deep breaths and tried hard to calm himself down. He was silently arranging his thoughts. The ancestral 10,000 spirits sacrificial painting unexpectedly allowed him to know many secrets. Firstly, the origins of the source furnace and the Great Tao Immeasurable Bell. The former was born on the Ascension platform, one of the 3 great forbidden areas, and the latter was born on the Tao Suppression Cliff. Secondly, the secrets of the 9 emperor weapons including the Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle and the Great Tao Lamp were born in the source furnace. Thirdly, some past events related to Li Ji of Mount Innerheart, such as the fortuitous encounter at the Tao Discussion Lantern meeting on Dark Parasol Divine Mountain. Fourthly, it was related to the power of living beings, and it was related to the difference between saints and sages. In short, this incident allowed Lin Sun to completely understand some things and figure out some past events. Moreover, he'd obtained the power of living beings, and it could be said to be a huge gain. At the same time, some doubts surged into Lin Sun's mind. In the Peach Garden Secret Realm, the fortuitous encounter on the Immortality Peach Tree was related to the arrogant senior brother of Mount Innerheart. In one of the 9 secrets of Mount Yulong, the Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle was related to Li Jui, who was also a descendant of Mount Innerheart. Before he came to Kunlun ruins, Hu had given him a horsetail whisk, and it was related to a fortuitous encounter of Mount Innerheart. Lin Sun didn't forget that there was a Taoist hymn left by the master of Mount Innerheart in his Great Tao Endless Tower. The first sentence of the hymn was, "Stepping on the starry Han shoes, strolling up Kunlun." A series of details connected together, and Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder how many secrets related to Mount Innerheart were hidden in the Kunlun ruins. Brother Lin. Suddenly, a voice woke Lin Sun up from his thoughts. He looked up and saw that Mi Hengzhen, Yi Mo, Qi Lingxiao, and the others had all been freed from their chains, and they had regained consciousness. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and gratitude after surviving a disaster. Obviously, Ahu had already told them about Lin Sun's rescue. Everyone, long time no see. Lin Sun walked over with a smile. It was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for friends to meet. Lin Sun released the young golden-winged Rock King and Yuan Fadian, whom he'd saved earlier. Everyone gathered together and sighed with emotion. In the end, Lin Sun decided to temporarily settle Mi Hengzhen and the others here to recuperate. They were severely injured, and if they left now, they would only encounter more dangers. Only those with the Flying Immortal token could enter this area of the 9 secrets. This also eliminated the possibility of others breaking into this place, making it extremely safe. Naturally, no one had any objections. After thinking about it, Lin Sun asked Little Silver, Little Tian, Old Toad, Alu, and the Big Black Bird to stay, and told them to start preparing to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Little Silver and the others had each obtained a Peach of Immortality. With the magical effect of the Peach of Immortality, it was enough to support their path of breaking through. Only then did Lin Sun feel much more relaxed. The Kunlun ruins was full of dangers, and he couldn't help but worry. If he took Little Silver and the others with him in the future, they would definitely be affected if something happened to him. Moreover, it was time for Little Silver and the others to break through, so they couldn't be disturbed. It was the safest way to let them stay here and cultivate quietly. After making these arrangements, Lin Sun decided to leave. He had many doubts in his mind, and he wanted to explore the Kunlun ruins further. Fixed a bug. One of the 9 emperor weapons, Lawless Sword, should be Lawless Saber. Changed a person's name. Li Jui, the successor of Fengsuan Mountain, was mistaken for riding on the popularity of the protagonist of a certain book. I really didn't think of this, and it's not that boring. To avoid misunderstandings, changed it to Li Xianwei. Here's the main text. Lin Sun was indeed eager to learn more about the Kunlun ruins. For example, he wanted to see if the opportunity related to the Horsetail Whisk had anything to do with Fengsuan Mountain. For example, he wanted to take a look at the pilgrimage platform, which was regarded as one of the 3 forbidden areas. After all, the source furnace of treasure refining was born there. And Lin Sun had a relic of the source furnace of treasure refining in his hands. Wait for my return, then I'll drink with you all. Lin Sun smiled, cupped his hands, bid farewell to everyone, and left with Ahu. Watching him disappear, Mi Hengzhen couldn't help but sigh. Every time I see this guy, I feel like it's getting harder and harder to reach. The others were also emotional. The talents in the same era as Lin Sun would undoubtedly be gloomy, even helpless, and sad. Because no matter how amazing and outstanding you were, Lin Sun could always surpass you in an incomprehensible way, until you had no choice but to bow your head. Yun Qingbai, the leader of the younger generation in the ancient Desolation region, was like that, and so were the leaders of the younger generation in the 9 regions. Would it be the same on the Starry Sky Ancient Path in the future? How fortunate it is to be friends with him. How sad it is to be enemies with him. Yi Mo sighed. People like Lin Sun were like the sun in the sky. Even if there were times when dark clouds obscured its light, the dark clouds would eventually disperse. Those who envied him were helpless, unable to catch up. Those who hated him were either dead or on the way to death. Little Silver, Little Tian, Old Toad, Alu, and the others listened without saying anything, but their hearts were filled with happiness. This feeling was really wonderful. Only the Big Black Bird muttered, "That's because I didn't show my power." What do you know? A bunch of fools who can't see gold inlaid with jade, but everyone ignored it. They were all familiar with this thieving bird's boastful nature, so they couldn't be bothered to pay it any attention. This made the Big Black Bird feel very embarrassed, and it felt melancholy like a blind man who didn't recognize the cloud-soaring wood. At the peak of Mount Yulong Lin Sun and who walked out of the misty area one after another. Ahu asked in surprise, "You're going to look for opportunities related to this Horsetail Whisk?" "Yes, didn't you say that this strand of Horsetail Whisk is related to some secrets of Mount Innerheart's orthodoxy? I want to take this opportunity to take a look." Lin Sun nodded, and images emerged in his mind. There was that arrogant figure, the Xiankong Ghost King, senior brother Xueya, whom he had never met before, and Li Xianwei, who had left the great Dao immeasurable bottle to him. These were all his senior brothers. It won't be easy to find him. A hint of apology could be heard in Ah Hu's voice. When I obtained this item, I was only certain that it had flowed out of the Kunlun ruins a long time ago and was related to Mount Fonsuan's orthodoxy. As for where the opportunities related to it are hidden, I'm not sure either. It's fine. Let's leave it to fate. Lin Sun smiled and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. The great Dao in this world can be pursued by force as long as you're determined to. However, the opportunities in this world can only be left to fate. Brother Lin, if you're going to the pilgrimage platform, I can help you. Meng Yi of the Qiongqi battle clan has a pilgrimage steel in his hand. I also have something that can resolve some of the dangers we will encounter on the way to the pilgrimage platform. Ah Hu gazed at Lin Sun with her crystal-clear eyes. Lin Sun recalled that Meng Yi had invited him to the pilgrimage platform. It was about time. He said in a low voice, Ah Hu, as one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Kunlun ruins, the pilgrimage platform is filled with extraordinary dangers. Do you think it's necessary for us to take this risk? Personally, I suggest that it's best to go there once. Ah Hu thought about it and said, rumor has it that the pilgrimage platform hides the secret of becoming an emperor or ancestor. However, there are still different opinions on whether this secret exists or not. However, according to what I know, there is an opportunity related to the Saint Ascension ceremony at the location of the Zen Ascension stage. Moreover, many people have obtained it in the past. Lin Sun said in surprise, there's such a thing? That's right. As long as you can set foot on the mysterious pilgrimage platform, you can seek an opportunity to become a sage. Ah Hu said swiftly, however, in the boundless years of the past, very few experts have been able to enter the Zen Ascension platform alive. It's too dangerous and terrifying, causing most cultivators to not dare take even half a step forward as they're deeply afraid of losing their lives there. Only the descendants of the top forces like the 6 Tao courts and the 10 battle clans have the resources to consider entering the pilgrimage platform. That's because each of their orthodoxies has some secrets and methods related to the pilgrimage platform. It's enough to prevent them from losing their lives while searching for opportunities. For example, Meng Yi has the pilgrimage tablet. Lin Sun fell silent for a moment and said, then let's go. While Lin Sun and Ah Hu were planning to go to the pilgrimage platform, the Kunlun ruins were also surging. In a secret realm, the chaotic qi roared, the law intertwined, and the sound of scriptures rang out, as if an ancient Tao ancestor was preaching. Now, I only need an opportunity to enter the pilgrimage platform, when Xianxia stood up and walked out of the cave residence. Her clothes were whiter than snow, tied at her waist with a golden ribbon. Her hair fell like a waterfall, and her face was as beautiful as a fairy. As she walked, wisps of Taoist light flowed around her, making her figure more ethereal and illusory. There was a fruit of Tao in this secret realm, which was related to the true meaning of the divine Tao. Now, she had completely refined it and integrated it into her own Tao. Senior Sister Qingshui, there was news yesterday that Kunjiu, the descendant of the primitive Taoist court, died. Outside the cave residence, a descendant of the Panwu Taoist court had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wen Qingshui coming out, he hurriedly reported. Dead? What happened? Wen Qingshui was stunned. Yesterday, there was a shocking bloody battle at the top of Yulong Mountain, as the descendant of the Panwu Taoist court explained. Wen Qingshui also understood the truth of the matter, and her clear eyes slightly narrowed. Lin Sun from the ancient Desolation realm killed hundreds of descendants of major forces, including Kunjiu, Gu Zongxin, and Tao Jianxing, the descendant of the Panwu Taoist court said with anger and jealousy, Senior Sister Qingshui, now the outside world is saying that Lin Sun is a demon god. He is so arrogant. When Qingshui was silent for a moment and said, Kunjiu is the younger brother of Kuan Xinghe after all. I will avenge him. The other descendants of the Panwu Taoist court could not help but be shocked and said, Senior Sister Qingshui, this person is extremely not to be trifled with. Now many descendants of major forces treat you as a formidable enemy and dare not provoke you easily. When Qingshui glanced at these people and did not answer directly. Instead, she said, in a few years, the Starry Sky Great Saints list will be re-ranked. At that time, there will be a place for me in the top 10. Saying this, she floated away. Top 10 of the Starry Sky Great Saints list, the descendants of the Panwu Taoist court froze and were all shocked. Only now did they realize that when Xianxia was actually so powerful, Meteorite Ridge, one of the 9 secrets of Kunlun ruins. At the bottom of a huge ravine, this was a dangerous place that ordinary people could not reach, but there was someone in seclusion here. With a shocking roar, a man stood up. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if there were double pupils reflected in them. They shot out beams of light, splitting the void and making the world collapse. That gaze was too terrifying and dazzling. As he breathed, the aura around him spread out, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble and the sky to darken. Billowing demonic chi covered his body, making him look like a peerless demon god. After a long time, all the strange phenomena calmed down. The figure's aura was restrained, and his snow-white hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a sickly pale handsome face. Hua Xingli, one of the core descendants of the demon court, an extremely powerful figure who did things without fear and whose hands were stained with blood. Congratulations, young master, on your great achievement. Some descendants of the demon court rushed over and saluted in unison, looking respectful and humble. Xueqingyi was among them. This is the power of good fortune. In a short 7 days, I have been reborn and have reached a perfect stage on the road of sainthood. Hua Xingli sighed with emotion, and then asked, did anything big happen these days? Yes. Xueqingyi stood up immediately and told him about the bloody battle on Mount Yulong. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, young master, you should have seen Lin Sun's true colors now. He is a cruel killer. If he is allowed to live, he will definitely be a great disaster. Hua Xingli glanced at Xueqingyi and said, I know exactly what you're thinking. It's not impossible for you to borrow my power to deal with Lin Sun, but from now on, you'd better not play tricks in front of me. His words were calm. But Xueqingyi was already covered in cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Hua Xingli withdrew his gaze and walked away. Let's go. It's time to go to the pilgrimage platform. If I'm not wrong, Wen Qingxue, Meng Yi, Xuan Yuheng. I'm afraid these guys have already set their eyes on the pilgrimage platform. His figure gradually faded away, and his voice gradually faded away. In the Kunlun ruins, in a secret realm derived from a stamen. Sha Luqing, who was immersed in cultivation, opened his eyes. His brown pupils shone with a mysterious luster. I've finally mastered the strange space shift. Lin Sun, the next time we meet, I will give you my death as a gift. Killing intent flashed in Sha Luqing's eyes. His body wriggled like an earthworm, turning into wisps of gray smoke and disappearing. Although the Kunlun realm remnant was filled with countless dangers, it also contained countless secret realms and fortuitous encounters. Not only Lin Sun, but other powerful figures who entered the Kunlun ruins also had their own opportunities and gains during this period of time, such as Wen Qingxue, Hua Xingli, and so on. Boom! In the Kunlun ruins, a golden figure rushed out from under an ancient Taoist temple that had collapsed. He stretched his body and became tens of thousands of meters tall. When he breathed, it was like wind and thunder surging under the sky. His body was pure golden, and his blood and chi surged into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. He stood there like a golden god overlooking the sky. Who is it? The voice of the golden figure was like a thunderclap. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a figure thousands of meters away like a small bug. I'm Shan Feng, the successor of the primitive Taoist court. Nice to meet you. It was a handsome man in a jade robe. But at this time, his face was pale, full of fear, and his body was trembling. Humph, why are you hiding here? The golden figure said coldly. Senior brother Kuan Jiolin was killed. I came to ask for help from you. Shan Feng said hurriedly. The golden figure frowned and threw Shan Feng away. Then he said, tell me, who killed him? Lin Sun. I see. The golden figure nodded. His body, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, suddenly turned into a stream of light and broke through the void. Shan Feng breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had survived a disaster. Su Ling Kuan, he was the core descendant of the Su family, a peerless demon saint ranked 13th on the Great Sage list of Starry Sky. In the face of such a terrifying figure, even as the successor of the primitive Taoist court, Shan Feng did not dare to show any disrespect. The ancestors of the Kuan family and the Su family were two of the 7 demonic emperors in ancient times. The descendants of the two families were very close. Shan Feng murmured. Now it seems that it's true. I just don't know how such a terrifying demon saint like Su Ling Kuan will deal with Lin Sun. Will the heretic go to the pilgrimage platform? In a swamp that was filled with danger, a black-clothed monk was walking slowly. Every single step he took would cause a lotus platform to form and emanate a jet-black Buddhist glow. On the top of his head, there was a bewitching image of a black lotus. In the Battle of Mount Yulong, the power this heretic displayed has clearly far surpassed what it was before. If he's allowed to continue living, he'll definitely transform into something even more terrifying. The black-cloaked monk's gaze was calm, and he pondered deeply for a long time before he made a decision. We can't wait any longer, Pa. Lin Sun crushed the token given by Meng Yi. Accompanied by a strange fluctuation, a door appeared in the void. Then, the handsome and elegant Meng Yi, the successor of the 4 Stars Dao sect, Ji Qian, and Jiang Heng walked out one after another. Brother Lin, I've been waiting for you. Meng Yi said with a smile, looking quite happy. Lin Sun also said with a smile, I was delayed because of some things. Please forgive me. Meng Yi looked like he understood and said, I heard that there was a shocking bloody battle at Mount Imperial Dragon. Lin Sun fought the crowd alone and killed all his enemies. This matter has caused a huge sensation in the Kunlun ruins. His voice was filled with admiration. Lin Sun smiled and did not say anything. He noticed that whether it was Ji Qian or Jiang Heng, their attitudes towards him had clearly changed. There was less hostility, and more apprehension. However, Lin Sun also noticed that in just over 10 days, Jiang Heng had broken through and set foot on the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Even Ji Qian's aura had become much stronger than before. As for Meng Yi, he still looked as gentle and humble as before, but Lin Sun could feel that his cultivation should have improved a lot. His manners, aura, and charm all had a kind of potential transformation. Obviously, Meng Yi, Ji Qian, and Jiang Heng must have obtained a lot of opportunities during this period of time. Brother Lin, you must be ready. Let's not delay. How about we go to the pilgrimage platform now? After a moment of small talk, Meng Yi made a decision. All right. Lin Sun and Ah Hu looked at each other and agreed. Meng Yi led the way, and the group began to move. On the way, Meng Yi transmitted his voice. According to the news I've received, there are many powerful people who have also set their eyes on the pilgrimage platform, and many of them have already taken action a few days ago. For example, Xuan Yuheng. This guy actually came to the Kunlun ruins. If he hadn't suddenly appeared in a secret realm 3 days ago and killed dozens of cultivators, no one would have thought that he would come. Xuanyu, it was an extremely ancient surname of the Emperor clan. And this Xuan Yuheng was a peerless figure from this clan. He was cruel and unyielding, and ranked 10th on the Starry Sky Great Saint list. As everyone knew, those who ranked in the top 100 of the Starry Sky Great Saint list could be called the top great saint in the world. Those who could rank in the top 50 could be called giants in the Great Saint realm, and the top 10, every one of them could be called a rare leader of the Great Saint realm. They were supreme among their peers, like the blazing suns on the ancient road of the starry sky. Xuan Yuheng was such a figure. Meng Yi mentioned this person as soon as he spoke. It could be seen that he was also quite afraid and vigilant of this person. Knowing this, Lin Sun felt that this was normal. Because during this period of time, although he had killed many people on the Starry Sky Great Saint list, their rankings could only be considered ordinary. The most powerful Gutsongxin was barely ranked in the top 50. Originally, Lin Sun was still wondering why the top 10 figures on the Starry Sky Great Saint list had not appeared, but now he understood. For example, Xuan Yuheng had probably appeared long ago, but no one had noticed him before. There's another situation. I heard that some of the top 10 figures on the Starry Sky Great Saint list have already broken through and entered the ranks of the Saint King. Ah Hu quickly transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Some are in closed-door cultivation to prepare for breaking through. If it's not necessary, no one will go out to travel. Speaking of this, Ah Hu specially reminded, in addition, don't underestimate some people who are not on the Starry Sky Great Saint list. The ancient road of the Starry Sky is vast and boundless, and there are countless heroes in the world. A list can't include all the peerless figures in the world. For example, none of the descendants of the three giants of the dark world are on the Starry Sky Great Saint list. But you've also seen that Sha Liuqing's combat power is extremely mysterious and powerful. Lin Sun nodded. Hu suddenly chuckled and said, for example, Brother Lin, who would dare to believe that you are so powerful before? You've killed many experts on the Starry Sky Great Sage board, and in this world, there will never be a lack of powerful people like you, Brother Lin. At this time, Meng Yi spoke again, Brother Lin, in addition to Xuan Yuheng, you also need to be wary of Su Ling Kuan. He is a descendant of the Su family of the Emperor family. If he knows that you killed Kuan Jiolin, he will definitely come to you for revenge. Then, he told Lin about the relationship between the Emperor family of Kuan and the Emperor family of Su. Lin Sun was not surprised by this, but he was curious about the term 7 demonic emperors of ancient times. Soon, Hu explained to Lin Sun, the 7 demonic emperors of ancient times were the strongest 7 demonic emperors of the ancient times. Their descendants are regarded as the descendants of the 7 demonic emperors. For example, the ancestor of the Emperor family of Kuan was one of the 7 demonic emperors of ancient times, the Nirvana Kuan demonic emperor. He once tore the sky apart with his bare hands and swallowed 13 worlds in one gulp. And the ancestor of the Emperor family of Su was one of the 7 demonic emperors of ancient times, the Xianxia demonic emperor. His true form was the great evil Ling Zhao of the primordial era, and his combat strength was equally ferocious, no weaker than the Nirvana Kuan demonic emperor. Today, the clans of the 7 demonic emperors of ancient times are all colossal existences on the Starry Sky ancient path. Some clans may be slightly weaker, but their ancient heritage is not weaker than the 10 war clans and the 6 Dao courts. The group chatted as they walked, allowing Lin Sun to further understand some information on the Starry Sky ancient path. Only then did he realize that the so-called emperor family actually had so many things to pay attention to. 6 hours later, Lin Sun and his group floated to the top of a volcano that was spewing blazing lava. There was an ancient 5-colored altar there, mottled and weathered, as if it had existed for an eternity. It gave off a heavy feeling of the accumulation of time. Through this altar, we can enter the forbidden world where the pilgrimage platform is located. However, this journey is destined to be extremely dangerous, so everyone must be cautious and vigilant. As Meng Yi spoke, he led the group onto the 5-colored altar. Huff! With a wave of his sleeve, a sapphire bottle flew out, and the mouth of the bottle spewed out a torrent of chaotic qi, which surged into the altar. Not long after, the altar suddenly lit up, and an earth-shattering wave was generated. When everything returned to normal, Lin Sun and his group were no longer on the 5-colored altar. The heretic has indeed appeared. Far away from the volcano, a black-robed monk walked out of the void. He held a withered wooden staff in his right hand, and a black alms bowl in his left. Sha Liuqing, why haven't you come out to meet us at this time? The black-robed monk suddenly looked into the distance. Humph, the oracle emissary of the Divine Sunshine sect is not the same as the adversity traveler of the Hidden Land realm. A low and feminine voice sounded, and wisps of grey mist condensed from the void and evolved into a vague black shadow. It was Sha Liuqing. The black-robed monk said disapprovingly, "May I ask what is his rank and bounty on your holy punishment list?" Sha Liuqing asked in reply, "What about the Hidden Land realm? Why do you regard him as a heretic?" The black-robed monk said indifferently, "He stole an inheritance of the Hidden Land realm, and took away a forbidden treasure that he shouldn't have taken. Such a heretic cannot be tolerated by God if he is not eradicated." Sha Liuqing said casually, "Then I might as well tell you that he is just a small target. His rank on the holy punishment list is at the bottom level, and his bounty is not high, just 30 Daowei precious crystals." The black-robed monk was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Sun's rank on the holy punishment list would be so low, and his bounty was also so low. This was completely out of his expectation. In any case, with the combat power and foundation that Lin Sun had shown, he shouldn't be treated like this. The monk in black felt that it was ridiculous. Lin Sun was a peerless ruthless person who had killed Yin Chenjun, Luong, Gu Songxin, Tao Jianxing, and Kuan Jiolin. He was a heaven-defying character who could obtain the Great Dao chapter and retreat safely in the Battle of the Inverted Mountain. He killed all his enemies on Mount Yulong, yet he was just a nobody in the eyes of the Divine Illumination ancient sect. Moreover, his bounty and ranking on the divine punishment roll were both at the bottom. This made the monk in black feel very uncomfortable. A heretic that the Hidden Land realm values so much has become a small target in the eyes of the Divine Illumination ancient sect. Doesn't this make the Hidden Land realm seem too useless? Sha Luqing chuckled, don't misunderstand. Before entering the Kunlun ruins, the Divine Illumination ancient sect didn't know much about this kid. That's why we treated you as a nobody. I didn't come to the Kunlun ruins to kill this kid. However, I realized later on that this kid is far from ordinary. I'm sure that if I can bring his head back to the sect, the bounty will definitely be many times more than 30 great Dao treasure crystals. At the end of his sentence, he could not help but lick his lips like a bloodthirsty beast. The great Dao treasure crystal was born from the origin of chaos in the world. Its effects were miraculous, and it was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of powerhouses above the Great Saint stage. At the same time, the Great Dao Treasure Crystal was also a rare currency used for transactions on the ancient Starry Sky path. It was also regarded as a Dao crystal. The value of a Dao crystal was comparable to a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. To a Great Saint stage powerhouse, the Dao crystal was undoubtedly the best currency for transactions. It was irreplaceable. After hearing Sha Luqing's words, the monk in black felt much more balanced. He suggested, this kid is difficult to deal with, and he has a rare treasure. The spoils of war are extremely tempting just by killing him. Why don't we work together? Sha Luqing's eyes flickered, how? We'll split the spoils of war in half. All right. Sha Luqing thought for a moment and agreed. Lin Sun's strength made him vigilant. If he could work together with the Hidden Land realm's Arhat Du, the chances of success would undoubtedly be much higher. Only the top figures among the descendants of the Great Saint Plain in the Hidden Land realm could have the title of Arhat Du heir. The black-robed monk in front of him had the Dharma name Kudu, but in the dark world, he was called Blood Arhat by countless vicious people. It was because under this person's hands, there were over 10,000 corpses, their bodies dyed in blood. On this day, no one knew who spread the news that Lin Sun was going to the pilgrimage platform. It soon spread all over the Kunlun ruins and attracted a lot of attention. The cold and silent ancient land, the broken sky, the blood-red earth, this was a mysterious, evil, and dangerous forbidden area. Through the transmission of the five-color altar, Lin Sun and the others appeared in this world. Practically at the first possible moment, they withdrew their respective treasures and went on full alert. Everyone, from this moment on, danger is everywhere. Whether or not we can reach the pilgrimage platform will depend on our abilities. Mengyi took a deep breath, his eyes dark. Above his head, a Taoist diagram polished from ancient animal skin floated. Millions of misty light showered down and enveloped him. In his hand, he was controlling a white tortoiseshell compass, which was obviously used to guide the way. Lin Sun glanced over and saw that Ji Qian and Jiang Heng were also armed to the teeth. Immediately, he took out the broken sword and secretly grasped the great way immeasurable bottle in his palm. The qi around him began to run quietly. Ahu did not dare to be negligent. She was ready. Her dress fluttered, and wisps of vigorous purple Taoist light appeared in her palm. Mengyi could not help but glance at her. He seemed a little surprised, but he did not say anything. Let's go. Mengyi flew up and led the way. He did not dare to use the method of space diversion. It was not because of the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, but because this dangerous forbidden area was full of too many disasters and murderous tribulations. Using space diversion was no different from courting death. The group moved forward carefully. It was as if they were traveling through the river of time. All that came to their faces was the aura of time. Everyone could not help but feel their hearts palpitate when they sensed this. There was no doubt that this was the fluctuation of the rules of time. Like a trickle, it spread in this dangerous forbidden area. Fortunately, they were fully vigilant and possessed cultivations at the peak of the Great Saint realm. If it was any other cultivator, then that cultivator would be bound to be unable to endure the corrosion of the energy of time, and that cultivator's lifespan would dry up at a shocking speed before rotting away in the end. The ultimacy of time is regarded as the supreme law. Even among emperors, very few can comprehend and control it. Mengyi's expression was solemn. I never thought that the fluctuation of the rules of time in this forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform would be so obvious, rising and falling like the tide. Lin Sun was silent. He was trying to comprehend the power of time. Hiss! In an instant, a strand of his hair turned snow-white and withered, as if he was being punished by time. Lin Sun was shocked and did not dare to act rashly. This forbidden area was very desolate. At first glance, it was a scene of desolation, and destruction. Stars were floating in the void one after another, all mottled and broken. There were also broken pieces of the world, turning into floating pieces of land, lying there like corpses that had fallen in the river of time. The gloomy and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the world, making this place look extremely strange and horrifying. No one knew what had happened in the ancient times to make this forbidden area so deathly silent. It is said that the world withered here, the stars fell here forever, and time was barren here. Only this pilgrimage platform is immortal. Ah Hu transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Now it seems that it is not a lie. Lin Sun was surprised. The world withered, the stars fell forever, time was barren, only the pilgrimage platform was immortal. A little understanding of the meaning was enough to make any cultivator feel cold. No one dared to imagine that there could be such a strange place in the world. Suddenly, a wave of strange splashing sounds resounded in this deathly silent and cold atmosphere. It was like the gurgling of a stream, and it came from the extremely distant horizon. My God, what is that? Jiang Heng's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. Lin Sun and the others were also shocked at this moment. In their vision, they saw a snow-white river flowing from the sky. The river water was white and crystal clear, without a trace of impurity. When it flowed from the sky, it sprinkled magnificent light and shadow, fascinating people. Looking at it, it seemed to reflect the changes of the 4 seasons, the vicissitudes of time, and the vicissitudes of the world. Let's go. Meng Yi and Ah Hu's expressions changed at the same time, as if they had encountered something extremely terrible. They quickly moved away from here with Lin Sun and the others. Just as Lin Sun was puzzled, he saw the river hit a piece of floating land. The land, which was thousands of miles wide, decayed silently and turned into flying ashes and dissipated. The water droplets that sprayed out seemed so tiny, yet they shattered and exploded the remains of the stars in the vicinity. Such a scene was simply like the ruler of the heavens crushing numerous stars and destroying numerous continents, and it was extremely shocking. In the end, the splashing water droplets converged again and turned into a snow-white river, gradually disappearing into the horizon. What was that? Jiang Heng's face was pale. It was the first time she had encountered such a terrible thing. The torrent of time. Meng Yi exhaled with lingering fear and gave the answer. This was a torrent produced by the purest power of the law of time. Wherever it passed, it was like the saber of time, enough to cut down everything in the world. Can this power of law be absorbed and controlled? Lin Sun asked. Impossible. In the past, there was a great figure in the Emperor realm who broke into this place and tried to collect the torrent of time with supreme magic in an attempt to comprehend the power of time imprinted in it. But in the end, his soul was destroyed. Meng Yi revealed a secret that made Lin Sun and the others gasp. Even a great figure in the Emperor realm could not resist such a terrible power of time. This was indeed too shocking. They continued to move forward. The world became more and more desolate, and more star remains and land fragments appeared, like tombs that had fallen here forever. After a full incense stick of time, 9 blood-red full moons appeared in the distant sky, emitting a scarlet dim light. The blood moon wilderness. Meng Yi's eyes glowed with a frightening divine light. Everyone, be careful. From now on, there will be many strange and ominous things and disasters. As soon as his voice died away, Ji Qian trembled all over and said, Brother Meng, look, is that the buried souls of death tree? At this time everyone also saw the tree rooted in the void. No one knew how high it was, its branches were withered, its trunk cracked, and its whole body was surrounded by visible death air. Its dense branches were densely packed with black holes, as if there were countless tombs. The strangest thing was that the withered tree was not fixed, but slowly moving in the void as if it were a living thing. At this moment, Lin Sun felt cold all over, and his hair stood on end. His muscles tightened as he sensed a great danger. In the densely packed black holes of the withered tree, there were many black shadows. If one looked carefully, it was shockingly numerous corpses. There were humans and living beings of various races, and they were of all shapes and sizes. Every sea of consciousness was broken and incomplete, filled with terrible black death air. When Lin Sun's consciousness approached, some corpses seemed to be aware of it and suddenly sat up. Whoosh! For a moment, the branches on the withered tree shook violently, and countless tomb-like black holes were alarmed, emitting billowing death air that blotted out the sky and the sun. Almost at the same time, corpses walked out of the black holes of the tree, like a group of ghosts and gods from hell, emitting a monstrous and terrifying aura. The 9 blood moons in the sky shed wisps of strange scarlet light, bathing these corpses in it, making their aura even more terrifying. Looking from afar, the withered tree was rooted in the void, and corpses were standing on it. 9 blood moons hung in the sky above their heads, and the deathly aura that blotted out the sky was like ink, dyeing the void pitch black. The scene was extremely strange and terrifying. It really is the legendary buried souls of Death Tree. Brother Lin, quickly take out the flying immortal token. Meng Yi's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly reminded Lin Sun. Buzz. Buzz, the 2 tokens of flying immortals produced a strange fluctuation, sprinkling a rain of light that enveloped Lin Sun and the others. Almost at the same time, a corpse moved through the void and slapped the light curtain derived from the tokens of flying immortals with a loud bang. Lin Sun and the others were all shocked, their faces changing slightly. It was just a palm, but it had the power to crush the sky and crush the mountains and rivers. The death chi bursting out of the palm turned into a strange power of law and spread, extremely frightening, but such a terrible palm was silently dissolved by the light curtain derived from the tokens of flying immortals. The rain of light flowed and only a layer of ripples appeared. Lin Sun and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, they saw that the corpse was shaped like a giant cat, with a row of bone spurs on its back. The broken corpse was surrounded by a fierce death chi and a pair of strange scarlet eyes. Bang, 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 it seemed unwilling to give up. It let out a ferocious roar and instantly shot out thousands of palm prints, fierce and violent. The power of each blow was enough to easily kill a great saint. Even though these attacks were finally blocked by the light curtain of flying immortals, it still made Lin Sun and the others' hearts churn and their bodies shiver. The combat power of this corpse was completely above that of a great saint, and even more terrifying than a saint king. Without the tokens of flying immortals, none of them was destined to be its opponent. We've just arrived at the Blood Moon Wilderness and we've already encountered the buried soul dead tree. Our luck seems to be a little too bad. Meng Yi's expression was ugly. The buried soul dead tree was an extremely terrible and ominous tree. This tree was like a huge graveyard, burying the corpses of countless strange and ferocious creatures. These corpses were also called the buried soul dead tree. Each of their combat power was extremely terrifying, and killing a saint was as easy as cutting grass. In the past, many of the strong who came to the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform died in the hands of the buried soul dead tree. Ji Qian and Jiang Heng both gasped. They had also heard of the horror of the buried soul dead tree. Even a quasi-emperor could not escape death, let alone a great saint like them. Brother Lin, I feel something is wrong. Although the buried soul dead tree is terrible, it never takes the initiative to attack, Ahu said quickly. In other words, even if we encounter the buried soul dead tree, as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke it, we can avoid it safely. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed, and he was about to say something. Another group of buried spirits and fierce corpses rushed down from the dead tree of buried souls. Each of them was filled with the aura of death as they charged at Lin Sun and the others. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the area where Lin Sun and his companions were located was besieged by the terrifying corpses in all directions. The flying immortal light screen flowed like a waterfall of light rain, and only then did it completely dissolve these attacks. No. This is too abnormal. With the flying immortal token, it's enough to resolve this disaster. So why are they still charging over? Ji Gan was shocked, furious, and in disbelief. Jiang Heng was already frightened. Her body was shivering, and her pretty face was deathly pale. Those corpses were too sinister and terrifying, as if they were evil spirits from hell. In the 3 forbidden grounds of the Kunlun realm, anything abnormal can happen. Everyone, we might have met with some trouble. Meng Yi's face darkened. The thing that horrified them the most was that as time passed, more and more corpses appeared on the ancient buried spirit tree. They surged over like a tide and covered the entire world. Each and every one of them was so terrifying. As for Lin Sun and his companions, they seemed to be standing on an isolated island surrounded by seawater. It was the power of the flying immortal light screen that barely prevented them from being harmed. But if they continued to be besieged like this, the power of the flying immortal token would be exhausted sooner or later, and then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Sun and Hu both tried to move with the flying immortal token in their hands, but they could not move an inch at all. In other words, the power of the flying immortal light screen could only be used for passive defense, but it could not be used against enemies. This caused their hearts to sink. This forbidden ground of the pilgrimage platform is too terrifying. If I had known this, I would rather give up the opportunity than come here. Jiang Heng's beautiful face was gloomy. As far as the eye could see, there were ferocious spirits everywhere. Being trapped here was like waiting for the judgment of death in front of the gates of hell. It was chilling and despairing. Brother Meng, tell us what we should do now. Ji Qian pinned his hopes on Meng Yi, his eyes full of expectation. I didn't expect such an accident to happen as soon as we entered the forbidden ground of the pilgrimage platform. Meng Yi's expression was ugly. He was also helpless. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a strange and terrifying existence as the buried souls tree? As soon as they arrived at the Bloody Moon Wilderness, the buried souls corpses were still madly attacking, roaring ferociously like thousands of evil spirits smelling blood and choosing to devour them. The flying immortal token buzzed, sprinkling a rain of light that turned into a flowing light screen, blocking all the attacks. It was very magical. But everyone could see that the power of the flying immortal token was being consumed rapidly. Let me try, Lin Sun suddenly said. He was the only one who had not said a word before. Now that he spoke, everyone's eyes focused on him. Brother Lin, do you have a way to get out of here? Ji Qian asked excitedly. This was like a person in a hopeless situation seeing a glimmer of hope. Jiang Heng could not help showing a glimmer of hope. At this moment, she did not care about the fact that she had once regarded Lin Sun as a traitor. As long as she could get out of here, she would be willing to owe Lin Sun a great favor. Meng Yi could not help but be startled, his eyes filled with surprise. Brother Lin, it would be best if you have a way. No. Lin Sun shook his head. These two words were like pouring a basin of cold water on them. But I can give it a try. I can't just sit back and wait for death. Despite Lin Sun's words, Ji Qian and Jiang Heng still could not help showing disappointment and sadness. So what if he was the great sage? In the face of death, he would also lose control of his state of mind. Meng Yi sighed softly and said no more. Only Ahu looked calm and said, I will protect you. Lin Sun nodded. Wu Shi took a deep breath and looked solemn. His whole body was emitting Buddha's light, like a legendary Buddha. Born in the tranquil country, sitting on a big lotus, and from his mouth came an ancient chanting, like the sound of Sanskrit, and a magical power spread out. Dharma scripture, this was the supreme scripture created by holy monk Du Ji and Black Phoenix Holy Queen together, containing endless magic. For example, what Lin Sun was displaying at this moment was the Great Salvation Method, which specialized in restraining and guiding evil spirits in the world. Is this the method of the Hidden Land realm? Ji Qian was astonished and shocked. Meng Yi and Jiang Heng also looked incredulous. The Hidden Land realm, one of the three giants of the Dark World, its successor was called Salvation Walker. Anyone who was regarded as a heretic by them would be killed mercilessly. Their style of action was comparable to that of the killers of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Did Lin Sun have something to do with the Hidden Land realm? This made Meng Yi a little surprised and doubtful. Lin Sun didn't explain, and Ahu didn't bother to explain. At such a critical moment, how could she pay attention to these details? The sound of Sanskrit was vast, like a Buddha preaching. The power produced was mysterious, but when it spread out, it did not produce any lethality. Those buried spirits and fierce corpses were not affected at all. Their madness was undiminished, and their ferocity was monstrous. It doesn't work after all, Ji Qian sighed. Jiang Heng bit her lip, and her pretty face became paler. She had just stepped into the great sage realm. How could she be willing to be buried here? Meng Yi was silent. Lin Sun was not discouraged. The current situation might be extremely dangerous, But he had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he would not lose his sense of propriety. However, at this moment, Ahu's delicate body trembled and said, "Brother Lin, the power of the fairy token is weakening." "What?" Ji Qian and Jiang Heng were shocked. Sure enough, under the attack of a group of buried spirits and fierce corpses, the fairy light curtain began to tumble violently, not as strong as before. "It seems that in the end, we can only choose to fight with our lives." Meng Yi's voice was heavy. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. After thinking about it, he turned his palm over, and a bronze lamp appeared. The mottled and dim shadow of the lamp fluttered, transforming into a mysterious power that calmed people's heart, like a little light in the darkness. The Great Way Without Blame lamp, with a bang, as soon as the lamp appeared, outside the fairy light curtain, a broken figure, like a giant dog, burst into pieces as if struck by lightning. Its body turned into surging black death air, evaporating like a tide. Vaguely, there seemed to be a shadow emerging in the black death air, cupping one hand to Lin Sun from a distance. In Lin Sun's heart, a voice sounded, "Thank you for helping me get rid of my predicament today." This, Ji Qian and Jiang Heng both widened their eyes. They didn't notice the invisible figure and the voice. They only saw Lin Sun sacrifice a lamp and extinguish a ferocious corpse. Meng Yi's eyes were fixed on the bronze lamp in Lin Sun's palm in an instant. He seemed to be shocked. Lin Sun was refreshed. It was feasible, the shadow of the lamp was mottled, and the dim halo spread. One by one, the buried spirits and fierce corpses nearby exploded silently, turning into a surging black mist of death air. Vaguely, there were phantoms of all kinds of creatures, but without exception, they all saluted Lin Sun together. "Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help." Voices expressing gratitude also sounded in Lin Sun's heart one after another. It made Lin Sun realize that these buried spirits and fierce corpses were bound by the terrible forbidden power, just like those horrible creatures he met in the mulberry forest. Until today, they were freed by the power of the Great Way Without Blame lamp. However, they were different from those terrifying creatures. Their release meant true death. In the following time, all the buried spirits and fierce corpses that rushed over were all destroyed by the power of the Great Way Without Blame lamp, turning into black mist of death air. This huge contrast and reversal stunned Ji Qian and Jiang Heng. Their brows were full of shock. They never thought that Lin Sun would have such a trick. Meng Yi's eyes also flashed with surprise, and he was speechless. Between heaven and earth, evil spirits were everywhere, like a dark purgatory, intertwined with death, and a lamp held up a great light. In the past 2 days, Goldfish wrote 2 articles related to Mind Mountain and 9 Emperor weapons of Kunlun ruins on the public account, and the response was very strong. Hundreds and thousands of buried spirit corpses scattered one after another, turning into black mist that covered heaven and earth. The great Tao lamp of no blame floated in the air, its wick swaying about. The dim and mottled light scattered down, spreading its radiance and scattering all enemies. Lin Sun's figure bathed in the dim light added an ethereal and mysterious aura to him. Meng Yi and the others were completely dumbfounded. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts had come to the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform, but all of them perished in front of the buried spirit dead tree. In fact, people like Ji Qian and Jiang Heng had already felt despair and their hearts were dead. But who would have thought that Lin Sun, whom they didn't think highly of, resolved the disaster with a bronze lamp, especially when they saw those ferocious beasts that could easily kill a saint stage being turned into ashes like weeds. They were all shocked. Crash! The black mist roiled while the aura of death was heavy, and it covered the sky and blotted out the sun. There were no more buried spirits and ferocious corpses that charged over. Standing in the center and looking around, there was only a vast expanse of darkness. Lin Sun and Hu put away the flying immortal token together. At practically the exact same time, the black mist of death that covered the heavens and the earth rumbled as it surged into the grand Tao Innocence lamp. From afar, it looked like a whale swallowing water. Lin Sun was surprised. Soon, he noticed that the dense and unparalleled death chi turned into drops of pure black lamp oil and soaked in the innocent lamp. This mysterious and unfathomable ancient treasure, one of the 9 Emperor weapons of Kunlun, also radiated an indescribably mysterious aura at this moment. It was as if he had gained an invisible divine life force. When the aura of death that covered the sky was completely collected, a finger-thick layer of pure black lamp oil appeared in the great Tao Innocent lamp. Looking at the field again, there was no trace of the buried spirit death tree. Only the 9 blood-colored full moons in the sky shone with a dim red light. Ji Qian, Jiang Heng, and the others all heaved a long sigh of relief as if they had escaped from death. Their expressions were filled with unconcealable joy and excitement. Meng Yi was also in a trance. He seemed emotional, shocked, and relieved. Ah Hu pursed her lips and chuckled, her beautiful eyes glistening like water. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of all this, standing still in a daze. As the great path lamp of no blame absorbed a layer of black lamp oil, an inheritance comprehension quietly appeared in his mind, like the sonorous voice of the great path resounding in his heart. Wu Jiu is the guide, the flame of the lamp is bright, come and go, save the souls of the lost. In the end, these insights turned into a secret text called Soul Guide, which was imprinted in Lin Sun's mind. After a little understanding, he found that it was a way to use the great Tao No Blame lamp. This surprised Lin Sun. He didn't expect that he would get the incantation of the innocent lamp by chance. Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you this time. Ji Qian looked ashamed. I apologize for my previous hostility towards you. In the future, I will definitely compensate Brother Lin accordingly. Jiang Heng also nodded. If Lin Sun didn't help them this time, they would have been killed. How could they not appreciate such a life-saving grace? There's no need for compensation. Let's just treat it as an exchange of blows, no concord. Lin Sun said casually. Meng Yi smiled and said, this time, we all owe Brother Lin a huge favor. How about this, after we enter the Zen Ascension platform, if we can obtain any fortuitous encounters or fortunes, Brother Lin will be the first to obtain them. Ji Qian and Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. Lin Sun didn't object to this. After a short rest, the group continued on their way. The Bloody Moon wilderness was lonely and barren. The world was vast, dim and oppressive. Walking in it was like walking in the dark underworld, depressing people's mind. It wasn't a peaceful journey. It was even full of danger and murderous intent. There was a strange cold current that turned into an ice storm raging, freezing the heaven and earth. The biting cold wind had a terrible lethality to the spirit of practitioners. This kind of cold current was also regarded as the soul-blowing wind, which could destroy the soul of a sage with a gentle blow. There was silver sand floating in the sky, each of which was tiny and dazzling. They seemed small, but they could tear the sky and smash the stars. There were also strange creatures hiding in the void. They looked like black-haired monkeys, but they had green faces, fangs, and big bloody mouths. These ferocious creatures, called ghost-faced water monkeys, could travel through space without a trace and were impossible to guard against. A cry from them could shatter a practitioner's state of mind and destroy his cultivation. It was strange and terrible. Along the way, without the flying immortal token, Lin Sun and the others would have suffered many disasters. Several hours later, an extremely tall and lofty mountain suddenly appeared on the horizon. Numerous pitch-black chains that seemed like enormous dragons hung down from the mountain, and they were densely covered in strands of a gorgeous blood-red glow. Just looking at it from a distance, Lin Sun and the others suddenly felt a chill on their faces. Their bodies seemed to fall into an ice cave, and a strong sense of danger surged through them. Godlock Sky Peak. Ji Qian cried out involuntarily, trembling as if he had witnessed the most terrible thing in the world. He, Ji Qian, was the first true disciple of Xuanji Taoism sect, a core descendant of the Ji clan, and a famous peerless sage. But since entering the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform, he frequently lost his composure and was frightened more than once. Not only him, but Jiang Heng was probably the same. Meng Yi, Lin Sun, and Ah Hu were a little better, but not much better, because the forbidden area was too horrifying. There were many dangers and strange things that could easily take their lives. Walking in it was like dancing on the tip of a knife, lingering on the line between life and death. Not only were they frightened, but they were also under great pressure to survive. But along the way, Ji Qian had never been as frightened as he was now. This legendary mountain actually exists? Jiang Heng's teeth chattered, and her pretty face was pale. According to rumor, there was a strange mountain within the forbidden area of the ascension platform. It was like a natural chasm that lay across the mountain, and 1,800 extremely strange divine chains hung down from it. Every single divine chain possessed the strange energy to restrain gods and annihilate sages. The most frightening thing was that in the past, almost no one who saw this mountain survived. This mountain was the godlike sky peak, but even Xianxia and Jiangheng did not expect that they would be so unlucky to encounter such a dangerous mountain on the way. All of a sudden, both of them seemed to have lost all their strength, and their faces turned pale. It's over, there's no way out this time. The flying immortal token is useless, and the godlike sky peak is a sign of death. Once you encounter it, no matter who you are doomed to die. Ji Qian murmured with a miserable expression. Our luck is too bad along the way. As far as I know, most of the experts who came to the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform in the past could reach the pilgrimage platform safely within 6 hours. Jiangheng said with a hint of unwillingness. Moreover, they didn't encounter as many dangers as we did. Is the heavens playing tricks on us? Are they trying to send us to our deaths? Meng Yi's face was as gloomy as water. Lin Sun and Hu looked at each other, and their expressions were uncertain. Thinking about it carefully, they found that the dangers and killing tribulations they encountered along the way were indeed a little too frequent. As soon as they encountered the torrent of time, and before long they encountered the buried soul tree, and were besieged by countless buried souls and fierce corpses. It was not easy to escape the killing, and along the way, they encountered the soul-blowing wind, silver light sand, ghost-face water monkey, and other strange and ferocious disasters. This seemed very abnormal, depressing and palpitating. If it were an ordinary practitioner, he would have collapsed long ago and would not have been able to hold on until now. But now, they even encountered the legendary godlike sky peak. Brother Lin, have you noticed that we haven't met any practitioner along the way, but all kinds of killing tribulations and disasters? Hu quickly transmitted her voice. Her expression was a little strange. This can only prove that either our luck is really too bad, or we've taken the wrong route. You suspect, Lin Sun was about to say something. Boom, a terrifying force blasted towards Lin Sun and Hu from behind. It was too fast. Caught off guard, Lin Sun and Hu could only rely on instinct to dodge. In the deafening collision, Lin Sun staggered back a few steps in the void. Although he was not injured, the clothes on his back were torn, and his skin was burning with pain. Hu was hit on the shoulder. She let out a muffled groan and her pretty face turned pale. It's you. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun and Hu looked at Meng Yi in unison, their eyes as cold as ice. It was Meng Yi who launched a sneak attack just now. If not, how could the two of them not even have time to react? I'm sorry, I've deceived you two along the way. I really feel guilty, but I have to do this. Meng Yi said. Although he said so, there was not a trace of apology on his handsome and elegant face. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. At this moment, he held Ji Qian in his left hand and Jiangheng in his right, standing far away. Why? Hu said coldly. Ji Qian and Jiangheng also widened their eyes in astonishment. They didn't expect that such a thing would happen at this moment. Just as they were about to say something, they found that their power was imprisoned and they couldn't even make a sound, which surprised and confused them. What on earth did Meng Yi want to do? Because I made a deal with someone. Meng Yi sighed softly, this deal is too tempting for me, so I had to give up the cooperation with you two and deal with you. But it seems that you didn't succeed. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Meng Yi smiled and said with unquestionable firmness, no, you will die this time. His gaze shot towards the distant god confinement peak. Do you see that? It won't be long before the demonic divine chains on this mountain will bind the two of you and imprison you beneath the mountain. After that, they'll slowly grind away your flesh and soul until both of you are completely annihilated. At the end of his words, he looked at Lin Sun and Hu with pity. I might as well tell you directly that a real emperor was killed under this mountain a long time ago. Do you think you can escape this disaster? A mountain had once obliterated the existence of the emperor realm. Both Lin Sun and Hu's hearts sank. Swish, Lin Sun struck with his broken sword. With a puff, Meng Yi's figure burst like a bubble, turning into a rain of light and disappearing. Hundreds of miles away, Meng Yi's laughter came from afar. Brother Lin, don't waste your energy anymore. Since I dare to do this, how could I put myself in danger? Water mirror shadow is an inherited secret technique of the Xianxia lineage. It's similar to the 1000 body transformations. However, the water mirror shadow is an extremely marvelous escape technique. It's able to silently create an extremely lifelike figure, while the real body has already fled far away. There was a trace of unwillingness in Hu's voice. I should have guessed that it was Mangi who played tricks along the way. As soon as they entered the Blood Moon Wilderness, they coincidentally ran into the buried soul tree. According to common sense, they could have avoided it without any danger. However, those buried souls' fierce corpses were all alarmed. Even with the flying immortal token, these ferocious creatures were not afraid of death, which was too abnormal. Until later, the strangeness and danger they encountered along the way could be said to be extremely rare and extremely frequent, far more than before. How could all these abnormalities be related to bad luck? Now, Hu completely understood and finally dared to confirm that it was Mangi who guided the way along the way. Only he could cause all these abnormalities. Unfortunately, it was undoubtedly a step too late to understand now. From the beginning, I never completely trusted this person, but I didn't expect to be schemed against by him. Lin Sun frowned. There's no time to lose. Let's leave here first. Crash, before his voice died away, a deafening collision sound rang out. On the godlock sky peak in the distance, a chain like a big dragon fell down, piercing the void and sweeping over. The chain glowed with a strange light, like a big black dragon, as if there was nothing in the space. In an instant, it appeared above Lin Sun and Hu's head and shrouded them. The next moment, Lin Sun and Hu appeared in front of the godlock sky peak, tied up like rice dumplings. Boom, the terrifying and strange chain fell, suppressing the two figures to the bottom of the mountain, and they disappeared in the rolling mist of chaos. It's finally done. Far away, Mangi was standing in the air. A sealed inscription of the pilgrimage stele floated above his head, emitting an obscure light that enveloped his figure. Brother Mang, what's going on? At this moment, Ji Qian finally realized that Mangi had set up a huge trap along the way to trap Lin Sun and Ahu. This made him furious. If it wasn't for Brother Lin, we would have been killed by the buried spirit fierce corpse. Is this how you treat your savior? Jiangheng was also puzzled and angry. She was completely unaware of Meng Yi's means of killing Lin Sun and Lin Sun. Now that she thought of it, she felt a chill run down her spine. Meng Yi's expression was calm and unmoved. He smiled and said, I was the one who attracted the buried spirits and ferocious corpses here. I plan to use these ferocious creatures to kill the two of them in one fell swoop. Who would have thought an accident would happen? Ji Qian and Jiangheng shuddered all over. Only now did they realize that this plot had begun as early as they entered the Blood Moon Wilderness. To tell you the truth, Brother Ji, I've exerted all my skills along the way. I planned to use those terrifying calamities and ferocious creatures to kill Lin Sun and Jiangheng, but they were able to resolve it safely every time. Speaking of this, Meng Yi could not help sighing. Even I have to admit that Lin Sun's means are really amazing. No, it should be extremely heaven-defying. Among the peers on the starry ancient path, only a small group of people can be on par with him. Then, he revealed a look of disappointment. It's a pity that Lin Sun's treasures are a mysterious pagoda that appeared in the Taoism Battle of Emperors, a bronze lamp that can easily defeat the buried spirit fierce corpse, a broken blade with a heaven-defying aura, a pair of Avici Yuan killer swords that belonged to Mingyi Sword Emperor, a mysterious mutton-fat jade bottle. He was very familiar with them because he had long been eyeing Lin Sun's treasures along the way. But in the end, he sighed. Now they're all gone. Godlock Sky Peak was the most terrifying and ominous mountain in the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform. It had once obliterated real emperors. Lin Sun and Jiangheng were imprisoned and suppressed. Not only would they die, but their treasures would also be destroyed. This was what made Meng Yi's heart ache. Ji Qian's face was gloomy. But why do you insist on dealing with Brother Lin? Isn't it good to be friends with him? Yes, along the way, Brother Lin has never been passive or negligent, and has even saved us many times. Why do you still want to kill him? Jiangheng also found it hard to accept. Meng Yi's expression became cold. He glanced at the two and said, back then, you regarded him as an enemy and coveted his treasures. Why do you sympathize and pity him now? Remember, I'm helping you. After saying that, he floated away. Ji Qian and Jiangheng's expressions flickered and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Meng Yi's actions not only made them angry, but they also felt an indescribable chill. He was too scheming. No one could guess when he would kill you without leaving a trace. Meng Yi, let me ask you one question. Why? Ji Qian shouted. He and Meng Yi had been friends since they were young. But now, he suddenly realized that he did not know the other party at all. I made a deal with Wen Xingxue. As long as I can kill Lin Sun, Wen Xingxue will help me obtain the holy pilgrimage platform, Meng Yi said without turning his head. You too, this is just a fight for the great path. I'm not related to Lin Sun and have no enmity with him. I only want to kill him for the sake of my great path. Also, if you don't follow me, you won't be able to enter the pilgrimage platform anymore. Hearing that, Ji Qian said angrily, Bullsh *T fight for the great path. It's just a plot. Go. From now on, I, Ji Qian, will never have a friend like you. Meng Yi's departing figure paused for a moment. After a while, a sneer formed at the corner of his lips. You're already a great sage, yet you're still so childish. Then, he did not look back. Eldest senior brother, you did the right thing. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and said, Meng Yi, no matter how strong he is and how powerful his means are, is only a despicable person. Ji Qian's expression was gloomy. I didn't expect him to become like this either. Forget it, let's think about how to survive in this forbidden area. It's a pity that an outstanding talent like Brother Lin died in the hands of a shameless villain like Meng Yi before he could even enter the starry ancient path to shine. Jiang Heng sighed. Godlock Sky Peak. It was like a natural chasm with 1,808 devilish chains that were thick like black dragons hanging down from it. Chaotic energy surged and seethed, and they covered this great ominous mountain that caused the expressions of countless people to change upon mentioning it, causing it to seem mysterious and strange. No one knew that there was a dark and gloomy sealed world at the bottom of this mountain. Because all the experts that were sealed here were dead. Bang, Lin Sun and Ah Hu were smashed hard on the ground. They saw stars, and their muscles and bones were almost broken. They could not help but let out muffled groans of pain. Although they were bound, they still looked up at the first moment and spread out their divine senses. This was a dark, cold secret realm. The sky was gray and covered with a thick layer of black. The ground was densely covered with broken bones, broken and decayed armors and treasures. At first glance, they could not see the end of it. Could it be that this was under the godlock Sky Peak? Lin Sun and Ah Hu looked at each other. They wanted to struggle, but their strength was confined, and they could not even lift a finger. Too little praise, are not enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Is the world getting worse and worse? Or, after the Taoism battle of the emperors, all the emperors on the starry sky ancient path are dead? A hoarse voice sounded, as if it had not spoken for a long time, but the disappointment in its words was not concealed. Boom, in an instant, Lin Sun and Ah Hu only felt that their bodies were light, and the black chain that bound them suddenly fell into the darkness in the distance. Only then did the two of them notice that the dark curtain of the sky in the distance seemed to have collapsed, and an ancient Tao platform was revealed. On the Taoist platform, there was a skinny figure sitting cross-legged, with disheveled hair. He was bound by dark chains all over his body, like a suppressed prisoner. The chain that bound Lin Sun and Lin Sun came from this skinny figure. Strangely, when the chain was retracted, it whipped the skinny figure fiercely, making the latter howl like a fierce beast. His body trembled violently, as if he was in great pain. The dark chains that bound him rattled and emitted an obscure light. No matter how he struggled, his figure was still trapped firmly on the platform in the end, and he was unable to move a single step. Puff, in the end, the chain returned and became as thick as a thumb. It pierced the scapula of the skinny figure, penetrated it, and entangled it. Both Lin Sun and Ah Hu were stunned. Originally, they thought that the chain on the god-locking sky peak was a strange and terrifying thing, and anyone who was imprisoned would be suppressed and obliterated. But now it seemed that the real target of these chains was not the practitioner who had mistakenly entered the god-locking sky peak, but the skinny figure who had been suppressed here for countless years. Who was he? Why was he suppressed by the god-locking sky peak? The most terrifying thing was that it was clearly this emaciated figure that had exerted his strength to control a chain that was binding him, and that was how he had captured the two of them and brought them here, but at the same time, the skinny figure also paid a heavy price for this. After the chain broke away from his control, it began to lash and suppress him, whoosh whoosh on the Taoist platform, the skinny figure gasped for breath. It took him a long time to recover from the endless pain, and he uttered a hoarse voice full of resentment, "Old Pewty, when I get out of here, I will slaughter your mountain of mind and heart." The hoarse voice echoed in this dark space, making one's hair stand on end. Old Man Subhoodie, annihilate Mount Innerheart's orthodoxy. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered, and his heart was in turmoil. Back when he first entered the sinkhole, he had entered a place called the Bodhi Mystic Realm in the Demon Sage Mystic Realm and obtained a mystical Dowhim. Lin Sun had learned from a strand of Skirich Lord Luo Tongtian's will brand that the Skirich Lord, who had fought against the Great Zhou Void and dominated the heavens, had suffered a great loss in the endless ruins. That person sat on the cloud mat of the 9 heavens, held the horsetail whisk of the Great Tao, and held the tower of the Great Tao without end. He was neither a Buddhist nor a Taoist, neither a demon nor a Confucian. He was known as the master of Fengsuan Mountain. At the critical moment when Lin Sun was about to be possessed by the Lord of Skirich's will imprint when he pushed open the Skirich gate, it was the power of the karmic teaching him left behind by the master of Mount Fengsuan that had shattered the will of the Skirich Lord. The teaching him was the one Lin Sun got from the Bodhi secret realm, which was included in the Tower of Endless Tao. Did this mean that the Bodhi mystic realm was related to the master of Minuscule Mountain? At this moment, the emaciated figure that was bound and suppressed on the platform let out a resentful howl. He mentioned the name Bodhi and wanted to annihilate the orthodoxy of Fengsuan Mountain. How could Lin Sun not be shocked? Lin Sun clearly remembered that Xiankong Ghost King once said in the City of the Vein, Master's Dharma name is like the Great Tao. The heart can understand it, but the will cannot be transmitted. This also meant that the Dharma name of the master of Fengsuan Mountain was indescribable like the Great Tao. It was as if the Tao could be said, but it was not the Tao. The name could be named, but it was not the name. But at this moment, Lin Sun had a strong feeling that this old man Subhoodie who was hated by that emaciated figure was probably the master of Mineheart Mountain. Brother Lin, we won't be able to escape. This place is covered in a terrifying forbidden energy, and it's like a prison that has completely abandoned the laws of the heavens and the earth, and it's like we're separated from the world. At this moment, Ahu swiftly sent a voice transmission. Her expression was extremely heavy, and she was astounded in her heart. Lin Sun sensed something wrong and couldn't help but gasp. What sort of damnable place is this? For the sake of suppressing a single person, it actually completely abandons the grand Tao of the universe. Isn't this too terrifying? Just how powerful was the emaciated figure on the Tao platform to receive such taboo care? Hee, Guyupu, why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you see that I caught 2 more prey? Ha ha ha. On the Tao platform, the skinny figure laughed loudly, a hint of mockery in his voice. It's been countless years. Even though I've been suppressed by that old bastard Subhoodie and am unable to see the light of day again, I can still hunt down my prey. And you, Guyupu, can only watch helplessly. In this dim world, besides Lin Sun and Ahu, there was clearly only the skinny figure, yet he seemed to be talking with another person called Guyupu. Moreover, his words were filled with ridicule towards Guyupu. Not going to say anything? Looks like after countless years, your strength has already weakened to the extreme. Otherwise, why were you unable to stop me from killing them in time? The skinny figure sneered, his voice gloomy. Lin Sun and Ahu were bewildered. God sealing Sky Peak. There were 1,800 chains that bound and suppressed the skinny figure on the Tao platform. Could it be that he was God? If so, who was Guyupu? Lin Sun and Ahu couldn't figure it out, but they vaguely felt that Guyupu's existence was to guard and suppress the skinny figure's murder. Just like a watchman in a prison, the skinny figure laughed strangely. Look at the corpses all over the ground. Which one of them didn't die because of your mind mountain? If you hadn't suppressed me here, how could I have killed these people? What? Lin Sun's pupil shrank. His words shocked him. He instantly judged that Guyupu must also be a member of Mind Mountain. At the same time, Ahu also glanced at Lin Sun. Obviously, she had also guessed it. Not going to say anything? Then I'll kill a prey first for a sumptuous meal. No one answered for a long time. The skinny figure on the Tao platform seemed to be quite sullen. He suddenly straightened up and fixed his eyes on Lin Sun through his disheveled hair. Clatter, a chain inserted in the skinny figure's right arm suddenly rushed out, breaking through the void and rushing towards Lin Sun. Its speed was so fast and its breath was so horrible and strange that it reached an incredible level. Lin Sun was just about to dodge, but a figure had already rushed out. He suddenly waved his sleeves, and the chain was shaken. It suddenly returned and inserted into the skinny figure again. The skinny figure let out a muffled groan of pain. He seemed to be extremely excited. "Guyupu, you finally came out. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." His laughter was like thunder, surging in this dark world. At this time, Lin Sun and Ahu finally saw the figure that suddenly appeared. This was a middle-aged man that wore a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat, and he seemed like a woodcutter. His entire body emanated a simple and ordinary aura. But when he stood there, he gave off the feeling that he was a towering wall, lofty and immeasurably imposing. "Kong Dutian, you're in big trouble," the middle-aged woodcutter said in a dull voice. Could it be that he is? Ahu seemed to have guessed something, and there was a look of shock in her eyes. "Who?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Ahu took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission. "I suspect that the one being suppressed is the ancestor of the Imperial Kong clan, the strongest of the 7 great demon emperors of the primordial era, Demon Emperor Solitary Heavens. Kong Dutian. Solitary Sky Demonic Emperor." Lin Sun couldn't help but tremble. Could the skinny figure suppressed on the Taoist platform really be such a terrifying existence? Ahu's voice was full of uncontrollable surprise. It said that among the 7 demonic emperors in ancient times, Solitary Sky Demonic Emperor is the only one who achieved the ancestor of one Dao in the Emperor realm. The Imperial Kong family has always called his ancestor Solitary Sky Tao Ancestor. But whether it's true or not, there are different opinions. The ancestor of one Dao. Lin Sun's face changed completely. Even if it was just a rumor, it was enough to make his heart palpitate. After all, this was the strongest of the 7 demonic emperors in ancient times. "I'm in big trouble?" On the Taoist platform, the skinny figure laughed madly. "Guyupu, Guyupu, you deserve to be the stupidest of all the descendants of Mount Fengsuan. Not only are you stupid, but you are also stubborn. Don't you know that your source of Tao is on the verge of exhaustion and will be completely destroyed?" As he finished speaking, his voice became ghastly. "In the boundless years of the past, I've killed countless prey for the sake of baiting you to make a move and eliminate you. However, you were actually able to endure it and never showed yourself, causing me to be at a loss for what to do. At that time, I even killed a little Emperor Realm kid at the cost of my vitality, but I still couldn't make you show up. But now, I wonder why you can't bear it. Is it because you know that your time is coming and you want to struggle at the last moment?" Ha 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 ha. The skinny figure couldn't help laughing again. He'd already been suppressed for countless years and suffered boundless torture and tempering, yet he'd never imagined that he would see the light of day once more today. At this point, Lin Sun and who finally understood that those experts that had come to the forbidden area of the Ascension platform in the past weren't killed by Godlock Peak at all, but they'd died at the hands of this skinny figure. "Are you done?" Guyupu had been silent since the beginning when facing the skinny figure's provocation, and he stood there silently like a mountain. Even if he spoke at this moment, he seemed to be extremely depressed. It just so happened that his indifferent reaction caused the skinny figure to feel suffocated in his chest, and he felt as if he'd punched empty air, causing his entire body to feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but roar, "Guyupu, don't you know? You're going to die. So long as you die, I'll have a chance to escape. At that time, all the descendants of Mount Fengsuan will die." "Impossible." Guyupu's reply was still concise and comprehensive. It was merely 3 words, and it was extremely calm as if it didn't contain any emotion. This caused the skinny figure to fly into a rage. "Impossible? You, Guyupu, are really an extremely stupid blockhead." Bang! In the next moment, his figure suddenly stood up from the platform while the chains on his entire body rumbled, yet they were unable to press him down to the ground any longer. At the same time, a strand of boundlessly terrifying might swept out from his skinny figure, and he was like a god that had been trapped for eternity that had awakened at this moment. He had an insane bearing and disheveled hair, yet he emanated supreme might, and he was completely different from his dejected appearance when he was trapped like a prisoner. Just a glance from afar caused great terror to arise in Lin Sun and whose hearts. Their souls and mental states were on the verge of collapse, and they had a suffocating feeling of being on the verge of death. Right at this moment, the middle-aged woodcutter that stood by their side took a step forward. This single step caused Lin Sun and Hu to feel as if they'd been pulled back from the gates of hell, and the shock they suffered in their bodies and minds was completely resolved. Die. On the platform, the skinny figure roared loudly while his entire body emanated a might that was capable of crushing the heavens and causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. At the same time, the middle-aged woodcutter took a deep breath. He'd changed as well. He was like a mountain that rose from the earth, rushing out of the clouds, holding up the sky, and shaking the void. He was immeasurably huge and towering. At this moment, Lin Sun and Hu couldn't see anything, and their divine senses seemed to have been abandoned. In a trance, they only heard a voice, "The great way fluctuates, and no one in the heavens is spared." The strand of horsetail whisk that was placed on Lin Sun's body suddenly flashed and disappeared from Lin Sun's body. Fluctuating, the horsetail whisk, immediately, the skinny figure roared angrily, "The horsetail whisk of the great way has long been damaged. Why does its original power still exist in the world?" After an unknown period of time, Lin Sun, whose body and mind had fallen into a blank, heard a voice again. "Kong Dutian, my master thought that it wasn't easy for you to attain the Great Way, so he suppressed you here and made you reflect on your mistakes, which was tantamount to leaving you a chance of survival. Unfortunately, it's hard for you to change your nature after all, and your ferocity hasn't diminished." This was the voice of the middle-aged woodcutter, and it was still as dull as ever. But the next moment, Lin Sun was stunned. "Okay." Lin Sun agreed almost without thinking. Buzz, the Tower of Endless Way rushed out. At this instant, the thin figure's panicked and even terrified howl resounded. No. How could this tower still exist in the world? Boom, Lin Sun felt his soul throbbing and lost consciousness completely. After a long time, a warm force poured into his body, making him gradually regain consciousness and perception. It was still the dark sealed world. The world was gloomy, cold and depressed. In the distance, the Dao platform was still there. However, the withered figure that was suppressed by countless chains had disappeared, leaving behind an empty space. "Is he dead?" he murmured. "No, he's not dead." A muffled voice sounded in his ears. Lin Sun looked up and saw the middle-aged woodcutter standing beside him. There was a simple and gentle smile on his rough, dark and hard face. He said, "Junior brother, my name is Guyupu. I was a woodcutter in the mountain and chopped firewood for a living. Later, I was enlightened by my master and was accepted into the sect. I ranked 9th. You can call me 9th senior brother." Lin Sun immediately saluted, "9th senior brother, I'm Lin Sun." Guyupu scratched his head dully and said, "Junior brother, don't be so polite. Kong Dutian is right. I'm the stupidest in the sect, and my master often says I'm a blockhead." There was a kind of pride and joy in his voice. Lin Sun was surprised. In his impression, the senior brother who mastered the saint method was unruly and fearless of the world. He could step into the sky and look down on all the world. Senior brother Xian Kong's temperament was upright, heroic, and warm-hearted. He faced death calmly. Shuaya, whom Lin Sun had never met, was gentle, elegant and scholarly. Li Xianwei was commented by a wisp of willpower of the Great Way as open-minded, unrestrained and interesting. Lin Sun didn't expect that his 9th senior fellow apprentice would be such a simple and honest man, who didn't put on airs and was the easiest to get close to. 9th senior brother, what on earth happened just now?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. As he spoke, he noticed that Hu was sitting cross-legged on one side with his eyes closed and his breath long as if he was sleeping. He didn't disturb Hu. "Junior brother, do you have wine?" Guyupu sat on the ground casually and looked at Lin Sun eagerly. Of course, Lin Sun had some. He immediately took out a jar of fine wine and handed it over. Guyupu was overjoyed. He hugged the wine jar and drank to his heart's content. Only then did he smack his lips and cry out in delight. He said that he hadn't tasted wine since guarding this place. His voice was filled with nostalgia. Lin Sun didn't say much. He took out a lot of good wine and said that he would drink with his 9th senior brother. Guyupu was very happy. His rough face was full of smiles. "Little junior brother, I really don't know if you're asking about anything else." Because after I was injured in the Tao battle of the emperors all those years ago, Master said that I had no hope of pursuing the Tao in this lifetime, and then he asked me if I had any unfulfilled wishes. Soon after, Guyupu spoke as if she was recalling the past. I said that I would stand guard before Kong Dutian before I died. Then, my master agreed and brought me here. Since then, I've been guarding this place. Why are you doing this? Lin Sun could not help asking. I'm not reconciled to it. Guyupu said in a deep voice, in the Tao battle of the emperors, my opponent was Kong Dutian. But I fought with him for 19 days, but I couldn't kill him. In the end, both of us were injured, he was depressed, and he couldn't help but drink another mouthful of wine while his eyes turned red, and he said in a hoarse voice, at that time, if my performance wasn't too terrible, then Ji Xiao, junior brother Wu Zong, and junior sister Wen Lu wouldn't have died. Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. A Tao battle of the emperors actually caused the death of some descendants of Mount Mind Heart. What kind of terrifying battle would that be? Ninth senior brother, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself, Lin Sun said softly. Guyupu sighed. Master also said that the battle of orthodoxies is so cruel and I don't have to regret it. But I'm not reconciled to it. His eyebrows were full of pain and resentment. Lin Sun picked up the wine and handed it to Guyupu. Then he also picked up a pot and drank it silently. Then he said, Ninth senior brother, can you tell me about the Tao battle of the emperors? Guyupu shook his head, junior brother, it's all a long time ago. The inside story is related to the battle of orthodoxies. The cause and effect involved are too great. If I tell you now, it will do more harm than good, and it is very likely to affect your future choice. Lin Sun was stunned and felt that the Tao battle of the emperors was not simple. Guyupu seemed to be a little apologetic. He scratched his head and said, what's more, it's a battle that only the existences in the emperor realm can participate in. You'd better cultivate honestly. It's not too late to know the inside story when you step into the emperor realm. Lin Sun felt helpless. In the final analysis, it was because his cultivation was too weak. Junior brother, look. Guyupu took out the Tower of Endless Way. The tower buzzed and splashed out rays of golden Tao light. Like chains, they bound Kong Dutian's figure. Guyupu, old man Putti said that he wouldn't kill me. Are you going to disobey your master's order? Kong Dutian roared. Guyupu turned a deaf ear to him and said to Lin Sun, junior brother, he is Demon Emperor Dutian, a peacock demon born in the chaos. He was born with 5 colored feathers and superb combat power. In primitive times, he was ranked first among the 7 demonic emperors. Even though Lin Sun had already guessed it, he still couldn't help but gasp when Guyupu confirmed it. This was a living existence in the emperor realm. He was the head of the 7 demonic emperors in primitive times. He was the ancestor of the Kong family, an imperial family, but no matter how powerful he was still suppressed here for countless years and couldn't get out. This was naturally shocking. An inexplicable thought came to Lin Sun's mind, Demon Emperor Dutian is already so terrifying. Then how high the cultivation of the 9th senior brother who was able to fight against him in those days? Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart rolled again. He felt that Guyupu was as simple and amiable as a stone. He almost forgot how powerful Guyupu was. He was at least in the emperor realm. Hearing Guyupu's words, Kong Dutian was stunned and then couldn't help laughing wildly. Junior brother? Ha ha ha, such a weak little thing is the successor of your mountain of mind and heart. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. Has Fonsuan Mountain declined to such an extent? He didn't hide his contempt in his words. For a great demon emperor who had been famous in primitive times, a peerless great saint like Lin Sun was really not worth mentioning. Lin Sun sneered, haha, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be suppressed here and can't get out of here. How dare you? Kong Dutian's face darkened. Crack, the next moment, the Taoist light that bound Kong Dutian suddenly rose and lashed down fiercely, making the latter scream in pain. His body twitched and twisted, and his figure became dim. Guyupu said in a deep voice, how dare a prisoner talk to my junior brother like this? Do you think I don't exist? Kong Dutian looked resentful. If it weren't for Putti's tower, what would you be? All of a sudden, Guyupu's face turned red, and he was rarely angry. If it weren't for Brahma Buddha secretly helping you in the Taoist battle of the emperors, you wouldn't be qualified to fight with me. Brahma Buddha. Only then did Lin Sun realize that there was an inside story in the battle between Guyupu and Demon Emperor Dutian. Kong Dutian looked gloomy and finally snorted, since ancient times, the winner takes all. I don't want to talk nonsense with a blockhead like you. He glanced at Lin Sun coldly, revealing an unparalleled killing intent. Little guy, you're not bad. You came with Pewdie's Horsetail Whisk and Great Way Endless Tower. Every word was full of hatred. In his opinion, he was about to get out of here, but in the end, he was ruined by Lin Sun. Kong Dutian, it seems that you still don't understand your situation. Guyupu's voice was dull. Crack, suddenly, rays of golden Dao light rose up like thousands of heavy whips, striking fiercely. Kong Dutian let out a shrill scream. His body curled up and twitched, becoming blurred and dim, as if it would collapse at any time. Guyupu, don't be complacent. Your source has been exhausted. Even if Pewdie comes, he can't save your life. Even so, Kong Dutian was still unyielding, and he roared ferociously, and you little bastard, if the descendants of the 7 demon emperors know that you are the successor of Mount Fengsuan, you will be killed sooner or later. Boom, in the end, he still couldn't bear the whip of golden Dao light. His figure turned into a scarred peacock covered with chaotic air, and he fainted. Ninth senior brother, you have really. Lin Sun was shocked. Guyupu's face showed a touch of open-mindedness, and he said, I knew this day would come, and I have already thought it through. Fortunately, before I die, I can meet my little junior brother and have a good meal. I have no regrets. Lin Sun's heart trembled. Although it was the first time they met, the 9th senior brother Guyupu left a very deep impression on him. He was simple, dull, and honest. Because of the death of some junior brothers, he felt guilty and blamed himself, so he chose to guard here until now. Now, knowing that Guyupu would die completely, how could Lin Sun not be sad? Little junior brother, since I've cultivated until now, I've long since become accustomed to life and death. Just think about it, I'm just a woodcutter with a clumsy disposition and ordinary natural talent. Being able to follow Master to cultivate and see all the wonders of the Grand Tao is an extremely great fortune. To me, death is nothing more than the curtains to my journey. Guyupu patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, pointed to the Tower of Endless Tao, and said, Little junior brother, from today onwards, Kong Dutian will be suppressed in the Endless Tao Tower. In less than 10 years, his cultivation will be refined. At that time, remember to take his 5-colored plume feather. Treat it as a gift from 9th senior brother. After a pause, he took out a horsetail whisk and said, Junior brother, there is also this treasure, which was left by my master in the past. It is called 3000 UPS and downs. You should also take it. It's a pity that this treasure was seriously damaged in the Tao War of Emperors, and only some of its essence is left. It's my fault for not being able to protect it. It was a horsetail whisk named 3000 Ups and Downs. Like the Tower of Endless Tao, it came from the hands of the Master of Mind Mountain. In Lin Sun's eyes, this horsetail whisk didn't look eye-catching. It was 2 feet and 4 inches long, as if it was polished out of white jade, clear and warm. Its handle was in the shape of a blooming lotus, and a string of horsetail whisk silk as thin as a cow's hair floated down from the top, emitting a wisp of obscure luster. Perhaps, as Guyupu said, this treasure was so seriously damaged that it didn't look eye-catching. But the next moment, as Guyupu shook his wrist, a string of horsetail whisk silk rose up and turned into a divine rainbow like a chain of Tao, intertwining in the void. At first glance, one's mind seemed to fall. In the Tao, life and death were unpredictable. Although this treasure is seriously damaged, it still has the power of origin. It's still a great treasure. Guyupu told Lin Sun about the magical effect of 3000 ups and downs. Lin Sun realized that he had made a mistake. This horsetail whisk could turn into a kind of confinement force, like a cage of Tao, making people trapped in it as if their lives were out of their control. For countless years, Demon King Dutian had been suppressed by this horsetail whisk. The 1,800 chains hanging on the god-sealing sky peak were, in fact, phenomena created by the 1,800 horsetail whisk threads. And the horsetail whisk silk in Lin Sun's hand was a wisp of the power of 3000 ups and downs, which played a key role in the battle between Guyupu and Demon King Dutian. This treasure's power has been greatly depleted. That's why Kong Dutian could occasionally make a move to kill cultivators from the outside world. If it's intact, even the 7 demon kings together will be suppressed by this horsetail whisk, let alone Kong Dutian. Guyupu's voice was full of pride. He had seen the real power of this treasure with his own eyes. Lin Sun gasped. When it was intact, it could suppress the 7 demon kings in ancient times. Such a treasure was at least an incredible monarch weapon, or even stronger, Guyupu instructed. Junior brother, you have to take good care of this treasure. Unless it's a critical moment, don't allow it to be exposed. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be recognized by others and bring calamity to you. As he spoke, he had already handed the 3,000 floating and sinking to Lin Sun. I hope that one day, you can completely restore this treasure and let it regain its former glory, so that it can live up to its name. Lin nodded solemnly. Guyupu smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, my time has come. In this final moment, do you have anything to ask me? Lin Sun felt inexplicably sad and said, Senior brother, is there really no hope of survival? Guyupu shook her head. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with a complicated look. The Xiankong Ghost King was dead. The senior brother who had mastered the Battle Saint technique had also left behind his legacy. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Now, Guyupu was about to pass away as well, and this caused Lin Sun to be unable to help but be dazed. Exactly how many disciples of Mount Innerheart are still alive in this world? Where were they now? Lin Sun told this doubt to Guyupu. In the Battle of Emperors, our Mount Innerheart lost 5 disciples, each of whom was an outstanding figure in the Emperor realm. They were the 14th junior brother Ji Xiu, the 26th junior brother Wu Zong, the 37th junior sister Wen Lu, the 41st junior brother Gu Qingxiu, and the 44th junior brother Xian Yuanzi. Guyupu said, as for the other senior and junior brothers, some of them follow by master's side, some of them have traveled deep into the Zhou void a long time ago, and some of them are roaming the starry ancient paths, either to seek the Tao or to prove the Tao. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, but don't they know that you're trapped here? Guyupu scratched his head and said, when I decided to guard this place, I asked master for permission not to tell other disciples about it. Lin Sun let out a long sigh. What else could he say? From the beginning, Guyupu had already been prepared. For him, death might really be a regretless end. Junior brother, Guyupu's voice became ethereal. Only then did Lin Sun notice that wisps of light rain were flying away from Guyupu's body, making his figure almost vanish and about to disappear completely. Would you like to drink with me again? Guyupu was a dull person, but at this last moment, he seemed extremely heroic and free. He raised a jar of wine and looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's nose was a little sour. He took a deep breath and also raised a jar of wine. Guyupu laughed heartily, raising his head to drink to his heart's content. Bang! The empty wine jar fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Guyupu's figure also disappeared completely. In the void, there was only a ray of light. In the light and shadow, there was a looming figure like a mountain, striding towards the end of the void. Then, this ray of light turned into a wisp of obscure power and poured into Lin Sun's eyebrows. I have Huangting Dharma, which gives birth to 5 spirits. Dantian is divided into 3 flavors. Xianhua turns Tao wheel. Miao Miao Zhenwei, Tao platform opens the gate of heaven. In Lin Sun's heart, a series of magic incantations resounded. In the end, these sounds condensed into a Huangting scripture of the Great Way: wood in the east, fire in the south, earth in the central, metal in the west, and water in the north. Therefore, yellow was the central color. The court referred to the 4 directions inside and outside. The Huangting scripture described the essence of above the Great Way. I am the center. This was the Tao that Guyupu pursued. It was his understanding and summary of the Great Way. He condensed it into a scripture and left it to Lin Sun before he died. After a long time, Lin Sun woke up and was lost in thought for a moment. Then he picked up the jar and drank it silently. It was not until later years that Lin Sun learned that in the Taoism War of Emperors, there was a wooden-looking man with a battle axe like a woodcutter in the wild. He killed 19 emperors in a row. His power was like light, illuminating the sky. From that time onward, so long as it was in existence at the Imperial Emperor realm, there wasn't a single person that didn't know the name Imperial Monarch Golden Court. But very few people knew that Huangting Emperor came from the Mind Mountain and ranked 9th. His name was Guyupu. boom with a deafening sound, the tall and precipitous skylocking peak suddenly collapsed, turning into smoke and dissipating in the air. Lin Sun and Hu stood far away with complicated expressions on their faces. It was a mountain of great danger that caused cultivators to turn pale at the mention of it, yet there were shocking secrets and inside stories hidden beneath it. Guyupu, the ninth successor of the Mind Mountain, and Kong Dutian, the head of the 7 ancient demonic emperors. 2 people who could be said to be supreme overlords, but because of a battle of emperors, they had been fighting for so long. In the end, Kong Dutian was suppressed in the Tower of Endless Way. Within 10 years, he would be completely changed and eliminated. As for Guyupu, she had already vanished into thin air today. This simple and wooden-looking middle-aged woodcutter drank and chatted with Lin Sun like a kind and amiable elder before he died. He gave the 3,000 floating and sinking to Lin Sun and instructed him to collect the 5 colored feathers left by Kong Dutian after his death. Even when he died, he did not forget to pass on the Huangting scripture of Great Way to Lin Sun. Lin Sun felt sad and inexplicably disappointed. The 9th senior fellow apprentice was not arrogant, unrestrained, romantic, or wise. He was as simple as wood and dull as stone, but he was approachable. Lin Sun would even forget that he was a terrible existence in the Taoism War of Emperors. He said that he was just a woodcutter and the most stupid successor of the Mind Mountain. Even his master said that he was a blockhead. But in Lin Sun's heart, the 9th senior fellow apprentice Guyupu was the most respectable person. He was a towering and trustworthy elder. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun forcibly suppressed the rolling emotions in his heart. His eyes were firm, and he murmured in his heart, "Senior fellow apprentice, sooner or later, I will find out the inside story of the Taoism War of Emperors and avenge you. At that time I will come to drink with you again." Lin Sun would never forget that Guyupu once said angrily that he would have killed Kong Dutian if it were not for the secret help of heaven-burning Buddha. Nor would he forget that Guyupu had been feeling guilty and blaming himself for failing to kill Kong Dutian. Heaven-burning Buddha, Kong Dutian, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he kept them in mind. "Brother Lin." Hu said beside him. Lin Sun turned his head to look. "The dead have passed away." Lin Sun let out a long breath, and his black eyes flashed with cold light. He said, "Hu, if Mengyi sees me alive, will he think that he has seen a ghost?" Hu was stunned, and she couldn't help but smile as a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of her rosy lips. "Then shall we go meet this good friend?" "Okay." Lin Sun agreed with a smile. Hu raised her eyebrows and said, "But where should we go?" A voice inexplicably emerged in Lin Sun's heart, "If you can't decide, you can ask Fuchen." He was stiff all over. 9th senior fellow apprentice. However, Lin Sun couldn't find a trace of Guyupu's aura, which made Lin Sun sigh in his heart. After thinking about it, he took out 3,000 floating and sinking. "Pilgrimage platform?" Lin Sun said to himself. A wisp of horsetail whisk was raised, like a gentle spring breeze, pointing to the distance. Lin Sun smiled, stroking the handle of the horsetail whisk, and murmured in his heart, "9th senior fellow apprentice, if anyone calls you stupid in the future, I'll beat him up." He had already guessed that this must be Guyupu's arrangement for him. Before he could figure out how to act in the forbidden area of pilgrimage platform, his senior fellow apprentice had already prepared for him like a spring breeze and rain. "Hu, let's go." Lin Sun no longer hesitated and strode forward. His moon-white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his tall figure was as natural as a banished immortal. Hu chased after him with a smile. She was keenly aware that Lin Sun seemed to be suddenly happy again. Far away, the figures of the two disappeared in the vast grey world. On the ruins after the collapse of the godlocking peak, an illusory figure stood, wearing a straw cape and a bamboo hat, like a woodcutter. Looking at the direction where Lin Sun and Hu left, he scratched his head and then laughed. "If you can't decide, you can ask Fuchen. Junior fellow apprentice, you must remember. The forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform." There was a huge mountain in the depths of the pilgrimage platform. The mountain was 90,000 feet tall, reaching beyond the heavens. It was majestic and majestic, like the first peak that held up the chaos. Rumor had it that this mountain was the core of the Kunlun ruins, and it was called the Kunlun Hill. Since ancient times, many cultivators had suspected that the Kunlun Hill did not belong to the world because it was too majestic and majestic. Even a body refinement sage who could transform into a 10,000-foot-tall body would feel as tiny as an ant when standing before this mountain. The pilgrimage platform was located on the Kunlun Hill. At this moment, Mengyi stood before the Kunlun Hill with a hint of shock. The vast Kunlun is magnificent. Chaotic chi filled the air like waterfalls falling from the sky. The rocks, grass, and trees all emitted a sparkling and wholly divine radiance. In the void, the nomological powers of the various great Tao seemed to materialize, turning into divine rainbows, light rain, auspicious light, divine light, and other phenomena in the void. It was brilliant and dazzling. The great Tao was formless and indistinct, but in the Kunlun Hill, it seemed to be within reach. This was one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Kunlun ruins, a mysterious area that could make any cultivator go crazy. It was rumored that the secret to becoming an emperor or ancestor was hidden here. Now that the mountain path of the Kunlun Hill is covered by the Great Tao Torrent, it will take at least 7 days for it to fade bit by bit. This also means that we still have to wait for 7 days before we can ascend the mountain. When Xianxia spoke calmly. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was surrounded by a group of descendants of the Panwu Dao court, like the stars surrounding the moon, making her seem even more extraordinary. The so-called Great Tao Torrent was a taboo nomological power of the Great Tao. However, it was too majestic and violent, covering the mountain path of the Kunlun Hill like a flood. Before such power, any cultivator who approached would be drowned and killed, therefore, those who wanted to ascend the mountain could only wait. Mengyi grunted an acknowledgement and looked into the distance. They weren't the only ones near the Kunlun Hill. Hua Xingli's group from the Demon Court, the Saber Freak Tang Su of the Frenzy Blade Battle Race, the Scarlet Sun Battle Race, the Black Water Battle Race, the Heaven Ghost Battle Race. Almost all of them were the heirs of the 6 major Dao courts and the 10 major war clans. There were no ordinary cultivators among them. That was because they were not qualified and did not have the strength to reach the Kunlun Hill. One must know that there were tens of thousands of cultivators who had entered the Kunlun ruins this time, but only a small group of people had arrived. However, this small group of people were extremely difficult to deal with. Some of them even made Mengyi rather fearful. For example, the descendant of the Su clan, Su Ling Kuan, was a terrifying character ranked 13th on the Starry Sky Great Saint ranking. His battle prowess was unmatched. There was also the core descendant of the Xuanyu clan, Xuanyu Heng. His personality was cold and his methods were unyielding. He was ranked 10th on the Starry Sky Great Sage board. Such a figure could be said to be an overlord amongst his peers on the Starry Ancient Path, an existence akin to a blazing sun. Mengyi was very clearly aware that perhaps he could be unafraid of the other opponents here, but if he were to encounter peerless figures like Void Spirit Kuan and Xuanyu Heng, then he was bound to be in a disadvantageous position. That was why he chose to make a deal with Wen Qingxue, in exchange for Wen Qingxue's help by killing Lin Sun. That way, he wouldn't have to fear people like Void Spirit Kuan and Xuanyu Heng when he stepped onto the Ascension platform to fight for the fortune. Brother Meng, are you sure that Lin Sun is really dead? Suddenly, Wen Qingxue spoke. Mengyi restrained his thoughts and said with a smile, Fairy Qingxue, don't you trust me? With a flip of his hand, a screen of light appeared, and it reflected the scene of Lin Sun and Ah Hu being restrained and suppressed by the Godlock Peak. This madman is too unlucky. He was actually restrained by the Godlock Peak. Isn't his death too aggrieved? Haha, this kid is ferocious and cruel. He's killed countless people during this period of time, and he's extremely arrogant. It's best if he dies. The disciples of the Panwu Dao court spoke at once, and they were more or less taking pleasure in Mengyi's misfortune. Only when Qingxue's expression was indifferent as she asked, what if he's not dead? Mengyi could not help but laugh. How is that possible? Since ancient times, all the powerhouses that have been restrained by the Godlock Peak have died, including an emperor stage existence. The others nodded and agreed with Mengyi's words. They were all aware of the Godlock Peak's reputation. It was an extremely ferocious mountain of death. Say, what if he's still alive? When Qingxue repeated herself. This made Mengyi a little unhappy, but he did not dare to get angry. When Qingxue seemed to be ranked very low on the Starry Sky Great Saints list, barely making it into the top 100. But only Mengyi knew that in the past 100 years, this fairy of the Panwu Dao court had obtained an unprecedented great fortune, causing her cultivation and foundation to be comparable to before. According to the secret information that Mengyi had found out, when the Starry Sky Great Saints list was re-ranked a few years later, when Xianxia would definitely soar into the sky and be able to firmly enter the top 30. There was even a high chance that she could make it into the top 10, and Mengyi still needed Wen Xingshua's help, so he could only bear with it. He thought for a moment and said, even if this kid is alive, if he wants to go from the Godlock Peak to the Kunlun Hill, he must pass through here. As he spoke, he took out an old and yellowed animal skin map, unfolded it in front of Wen Xingxue, and pointed at a spot on it. This is the hidden ghost blood river. It lies across the road, and there are flying night ghosts within it. When they appear in groups, no one in the Saint Realm can stop them, not even with the flying immortal token. Mengyi looked confident and said with certainty. Wen Xingxue nodded. On the bank of the ghost latent blood river. Ahu suddenly stopped, and her pretty face suddenly changed. Oh no, this seems to be the legendary ghost latent blood river. Lin Sun also frowned. He had also heard that the ghost latent blood river was a famous and dangerous place in the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not sense any danger. Soon, Ahu also noticed that the river was surprisingly calm, without any sign of danger that she had expected. Hum in his palm, a wisp of horsetail whisk fluttered like a wisp of spring breeze guiding the way. Lin Sun and Ahu looked at each other and finally decided to go and explore. When both of them had crossed the dangerous river and reached the other side, there was still no trace of danger. Both of them could not help but be stunned. Ahu was confused. What was going on? Lin Sun looked at the 3,000 floating and sinking in his palm and vaguely understood. He couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Isn't it better that there is no danger? Until the two of them disappeared. The extremely quiet ghost latent blood river suddenly rolled. The flying night ghosts who had been lurking in the depths of the river before all seemed to have recovered from the shock and let out a long sigh of relief. However, Lin Sun and Ahu were completely unaware of it. All along the way, they even felt slightly dull. Because whenever they encountered some dangerous places, they would actually seem to be very unusual, and there was a strange type of silence around them. No matter how the two of them passed through, there was not the slightest accident. Something's not right. It feels like our luck has taken a turn for the better and we're blessed by the heavens. Along the way, Ahu didn't know how many times she was surprised, and her eyes were a little unfocused. I don't know whether God exists or not, but I'm sure that we are not just lucky on the way. Lin Sun rubbed the 3,000 floating and sinking in his palm, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Perhaps Guyupu had indeed passed away, but as long as there was the 3,000 floating and sinking, it was as if Guyupu had always been silently accompanying them, making them feel at ease and at ease. Brother Meng, don't forget that Gu Sanxin, Tao Jianqing and the others went to great lengths to set up a trap at the top of Yulong Mountain and prepared so many killing moves, in front of the Kunlun Hill, when Qingxue said, but you know the final result. Meng Yi's eyes flickered, and he pointed to the animal skin map, saying, look, Fairy Qingxue, besides the ghost latent blood river, there is also the Thousand Withers mountain steel that can trap and kill a Saint King, the flowing fire swamp that even a quasi-emperor can't enter, and, he named several places in one breath, all of which were famous and dangerous areas in the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform. No matter how powerful Lin Sun is, he can escape once or twice, but can he escape 3 or 4 times? In the end, even Meng Yi himself felt that it was ridiculous. These assumptions were meaningless, because a godlock sky peak was enough to kill Lin Sun. Do you think I value this person too much? Wen Qingxue asked. Meng Yi hurriedly shook his head and said, don't misunderstand, Fairy Qingxue. Let's put it this way, if Lin Sun can appear in front of the Kunlun Hill alive, I, Meng Yi, will kill myself. His words were sonorous and powerful. It even attracted the attention of some other cultivators nearby. For example, Tang Su of the Frenzy Blade Fighting Clan said in surprise, Lin Sun is dead? I was planning to have a good fight in front of the pilgrimage platform. The other cultivators also had different expressions on their faces. Some of them were gloating, some of them were contemplating, and some of them looked as if they had just gotten their revenge. Lin Sun is dead. Damn it, how could he be dead? I haven't gone to get revenge on him. yet. The crowd was in an uproar. Seeing this, Meng Yi took advantage of the situation and told them the news that Lin Sun was killed by the godlock Sky Peak, and he was absolutely sure that it was true. For a moment, even some of the cultivators in the distance were alarmed. For example, Voidling Kuan, whose eyes were as bright as lightning, and his body was flowing with dazzling golden light, could not help but frown when he learned of Lin Sun's death. This lad really died at the right time. If I had met him, he would have died even more miserably. He had planned to avenge Kuan Jiolin, but he did not expect Lin Sun to die so unexpectedly. Xiao Luqing and Ku Du, who were hiding in the dark, were also very surprised, and they looked stunned. The prey that they had their eyes on had died just like that. For a moment, both of them felt suffocated, and their expressions were ugly. They felt that all their efforts had been in vain. How could Lin Sun die just like that? Xiao Luqing looked resentful, and he gnashed his teeth. Ku Du, the black-robed monk, also felt depressed, and he had the urge to curse. This damned Meng Yi had ruined their plan. At this time, Meng Yi was announcing his contribution with a calm expression. He said with a smile, "Everyone, Lin Sun is dead. I dare not claim credit, but I think you must be happy to lose such a competitor." Xiao Luqing's and Ku Du's faces darkened, and they both had the urge to kill Meng Yi. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Kunlun Hill, Lin Sun and Ah Hu were walking in the vast grey world. Lin Sun was pondering and comprehending the Great Way Golden Court scripture. Ah Hu was looking at the scenery along the way. The two moved forward at a moderate speed, as if they were taking a leisurely stroll, unspeakably calm and at ease. Suddenly, Ah Hu noticed that the breath around Lin Sun was quietly changing, like a spring breeze, revealing a warm and clean breath. Looking at Lin Sun's expression, he seemed to be walking forward, but his eyes were deep and shining, as if he was immersed in all the phenomena in the world, unable to extricate himself. Was he comprehending the Tao? Ah Hu couldn't help gasping. The more she got in touch with Lin Sun, the more she realized how outstanding his talent and foundation were in the pursuit of Tao. The most frightening thing was that Lin Sun had never slacked off. He had been working hard during the time when no one knew about it. It was not frightening to have a foundation, but to work harder than others. Perhaps this was what people like Lin Sun were like. Ah Hu couldn't help sighing with emotion and slowed down her pace. It was extremely rare to comprehend the Tao. She didn't want to ruin this rare opportunity for Lin Sun to cultivate in a hurry. At this moment, Lin Sun's mind seemed to be completely empty, immersed in the various mysteries of the Great Way Golden Court scripture. This was the embodiment of Gu Yupu's cultivation, left by an expert who could suppress the leader of the 7 primordial demonic emperors. Such an inheritance could be called the treasured scripture of Emperor's Tao. At this time, in the 5 viscera of Lin Sun's body, 5 kinds of Tao light appeared one after another: green, red, yellow, white, and black. The 5 viscera were regarded as the spirit of the 5 viscera. In the East, Imu belonged to the liver and was mainly green. As the saying goes, stagnation of the liver makes it clear and long. The 6 mansions give birth to 3 lights, and the colorful clouds are green and lush. In the yellow court scripture, this was the cultivation method of the liver divine point. In the south, Bingding fire belongs to the heart and dominates the red. As the saying goes, the Heart Sutra is one of the 5 kings of the scriptures of the 5 scriptures. The thoughts of movement and stillness are the moral actions. The sun shines in the day and the sun shines in the dusk. The essence of yin and yang harmonizes. This was the cultivation method of the heart holy point. The central Wuji earth belongs to the spleen and is mainly yellow. The spleen is located in the middle palace and contains the spirit of the spleen. The western Vingxin metal, belonging to the lungs, was mainly white, and the lungs were like an umbrella, representing the golden palace. The northern Ren Kuei water belonged to the kidney and was mainly black. The kidney was like the water palace of the Xianxia palace. The Grand Tao Golden Court scripture described the profundities of I'm the center above the Grand Tao, and its foundation was to temper the 5 internal organs of the Grand Tao. When this scripture was perfected, the 5 viscera would be like a deity presiding over it. Divine splendor would rush into the heavens, and each of them would have their own cultivation. Especially during battle, the 5 godly Dharma idols were like 5 clones. During the Tao battle of the emperors a very long time ago, the Golden Hall imperial monarch, Gu Yupu, had transformed into 5 gods. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary might that covered the heavens and the earth, and they slaughtered all his opponents to the point of being utterly defeated and causing blood to flow through the starry sky. After practicing the 5 internal organs of the Grand Tao, the body would have the secrets of the 5 skandhas, the mysteries of the 5 elements, the wonders of the 5 flavors, and the body of the 5 virtues. This was the Grand Tao Golden Court Scripture, a supreme scripture created by Gyupu. Based on the 5 internal organs of the Grand Tao, it was incomparably wonderful. The 5 clones tempered by this scripture were called the Dharmakaya of the 5 virtues. With the roar of qi, the 5 viscera of Lin Sun were flowing with colorful luster, washing the 5 Taoist palaces of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys like a tide. Inside the Taoist palaces, the vitality was overflowing, and there was a mysterious mist, constantly fermenting and evaporating. Vaguely, there seemed to be a virtual figure condensing in different Taoist palaces. The greeny wood is in charge of vitality and opens the gate of life. The wood virtue is also. Waves of mysterious and obscure insights also came to Lin Sun's mind. Only then did he understand that the Grand Tao Golden Court Scripture tempered the 5 internal organs, but it also had the wonders of refining the body, qi, and spirit. This was the top of the 3 ways. However, the Grand Tao path pursued by Gyupu was based on the 5 internal organs, like the unity of the 5 elements, producing a kind of endless cycle of perfection. This was obviously different from the path pursued by Lin Sun. However, there were many mysteries in the Grand Tao Golden Court Scripture, which also broadened Lin Sun's horizons and made him feel enlightened. In this kind of insight, Lin Sun's understanding of Tao and Dharma became more profound, and his own cultivation also rose accordingly. Later, Lin Sun roughly knew that the Grand Tao Golden Court Scripture was divided into 4 realms. They were the 5 skandhas, the 5 colors, the 5 flavors, and the 5 virtues. At present, Lin Sun easily entered the 5 skandhas with his cultivation of the great sage realm and accumulated wisps of Taoist palace in the 5 internal organs. These Taoist palace spirits were like illusory Dharma images, which were extremely vague and showed 5 kinds of divine brilliance: green, red, yellow, white, and black. If they could reach the 5-color realm, the 5 true spirits would condense into corporeal forms and display their own colors. For example, the verdantwood true spirit would display the color of everlasting vitality and evergreen. When one reached the 5 flavors realm, the 5 Taoist souls would have their own flavors, just like each person exuding a different charm. As for the 5 virtues realm, they possessed their own divine sense and cultivation. At this point, the 5 internal organ spirit could be tempered and turned into 5 Dharmakaya. Each of them was not weaker than the original and had their own magical powers and mysteries. My Dharma is based on the star obliteration and the furnace of Tao as the root. It can accommodate all the Tao in the world and develop all the Dharma in the world. If I can smelt the 5 internal organ spirit in one furnace, it will definitely make my understanding of Tao and Dharma undergo an earth-shaking transformation. Lin Sun was enlightened in his heart. However, he also knew that among the various inheritances he had mastered at present, Taishan Sword Scripture, Infinite Devouring Scripture, and other inheritances were too supreme for him to integrate now. The same was true of the Great Way Yellow Court Scripture. It was also at this time that Lin Sun deeply realized how powerful Gyupu, the seemingly dull and slow-witted 9th senior brother, was in fact. The Great Way Yellow Court Scripture alone was enough to make him stunned for eternity. Whoosh! While walking, Lin Sun woke up from the wonderful epiphany. He let out a long breath and looked at the gloomy and oppressive world around him. But there was a sense of tranquility, peace, and emptiness in his heart. At the same time, the aura around him broke through naturally as if it had broken the shackles, producing a roar and making his clothes flutter. The surging power was like a landslide and a tsunami, roaring around his body, and his aura rose steadily. It was like a long rainbow flashing up. The peak of the great sage late stage, the last time he broke through was in the Peach Source secret realm. After swallowing the peach of immortality, it had only been less than a month since then, and he broke through again. This was his good fortune. If he hadn't come to the Kunlun ruins this time, it would have been wishful thinking for him to have such a rapid transformation in the great sage realm in the outside world. Ah Hu had been paying attention to Lin Sun's movements. Until now, when she saw him walking forward as if he was strolling leisurely and breaking through the realm calmly and naturally, her heart was in turmoil. It seemed that any incredible thing in this world became logical when it came to Lin Sun. Congratulations, Brother Lin, for breaking through again. Ah Hu congratulated him with a smile. Lin Sun was touched and said with emotion, a peach of immortality is equivalent to 10 years of hard cultivation. Comprehending it overnight is not inferior to obtaining the fortune of heaven. It's really beyond my expectations to be able to break through at this time. The two chatted as they walked forward. Not long after, they saw a mountain in the distance. It was majestic and filled the universe, beautiful and vast. Even though they were extremely far away, they still couldn't help but feel small in their hearts. That mountain was so majestic that it didn't seem to exist in this world. Kunlun Hill. Ah Hu spat out these words softly, his eyes bright. At the same time, the 3,000 floating sinks in Lin Sun's hand fell silent. The horsetail whisk that had been leading the way for Lin Sun and the others also fell silently. Lin Sun put the treasure away carefully. A murderous look appeared in his eyes as he said, "Let's go and see our old friend." Ah Hu pursed her lips and smiled. "Let's go." In front of Kunlun Hill. The powerhouses from the 6 Tao courts, the 10 war clans, and other major forces were all waiting. The power of the torrent of the great Tao that enveloped the Kunlun Hill was on the verge of dissipating. This made many people restless. It's been so many days, but there's still no news of Lin Sun. Could he really be dead? Tang Su, who was dressed in a black robe and holding the long and narrow sky-cutting saber, suddenly muttered. Many people had strange expressions on their faces. They probably knew that the reason why Tang Su could not forget Lin Sun was because she wanted to fight him to her heart's content. That was all. Moreover, this woman with the title of saber addict had always been like this. She never cared about worldly grudges and only had eyes for battle. Miss Tang Su, I've said it many times. Lin Sun is really dead. Meng Yi felt helpless. These days, Tang Su had mentioned Lin Sun more than once, leaving him speechless. He was just a dead man. Was he worth so much attention? Tang Su nodded and said, "Is that so?" The corner of Meng Yi's mouth twitched. He could no longer be bothered to explain. Believe it or not, Lin Sun is already dead. I've said it a few days ago. If Lin Sun is still alive, I can even kill myself. His words were powerful and resonant. This made the faces of Sha Luqing and Ku Du, who were hiding in the dark, sink. They felt stifled and hated Meng Yi even more. Is that so? Then you can kill yourself. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly came from afar. Many people were startled and looked over. When they clearly saw the figure drifting over from afar, everyone revealed looks of shock and astonishment. How could it be him? At this moment, Meng Yi also felt like he was struck by lightning. This voice, why was it so familiar? Almost subconsciously, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Goldfish would like to clarify that everyone is unhappy with the book and you're complaining about it. That's why I've never deleted or refuted the posts in the book review section. However, saying that I plagiarized is like poking at my back. I can't tolerate it. In the distance, a man and a woman walked side by side in the gloomy world. The man was tall, and his black hair fluttered as he walked. His every movement was ethereal, and his black eyes were as deep as the abyss. The woman's eyes were bright, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was as beautiful as a fairy, but she was born with an alluring charm. It was Lin Sun and Ah Hu. When he saw them, Meng Yi's body stiffened, and his expression changed drastically. He could no longer maintain his composure, and he cried out involuntarily, You, how could you still be alive?" His voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The other cultivators were also shocked. Didn't they say that they had all met with misfortune? How could they suddenly appear alive? Could Meng Yi have lied? When Xianxia frowned, and her clear eyes rippled. What she was worried about at the beginning had happened. However, she could not imagine how Lin Sun and the others had escaped from Godlock Sky Peak. This was too unbelievable, and had never happened in the past. "Meng Yi, you've made me suffer!" Tang Su shouted, appearing to be very angry. But when she saw Lin Sun, she cheered up again. "It's good that you're not dead. I haven't fought you to my heart's content. It would be a pity if you died. That bastard Meng Yi, how dare he lie to us?" in the dark, Sha Luqing and Ku Du were furious. These days, they had been frustrated countless times, all because of the rumors Meng Yi had spread. The two of them couldn't help but feel even more furious because of this. We'll deal with Meng Yi after we kill Lin Sun. Sha Luqing gritted his teeth. Of course. Ku Du said expressionlessly. That's Lin Sun? At the same time, Kuan, who was standing in the distance, also noticed Lin Sun. His eyes that were brighter than the sun flashed with divine light. Originally, he had some regrets that he could not avenge Kuan Jiolin, but now, that regret no longer existed. Interesting. Hua Xingli smiled, and a look of interest appeared on his sickly, pale, and handsome face. He believed that Meng Yi would not lie. But Lin Sun could escape from Godlock Sky Peak. This was too curious. How did he do it? For a moment, the crowd was restless, and the atmosphere changed. All of this was because Lin Sun, whom they thought was long dead, had suddenly appeared before them alive. Brother Meng, stop daydreaming. Kill yourself to broaden our horizons. Ahu smiled sweetly, her voice resounding through the field. Meng Yi's expression changed. He took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed surprising that all of you were able to walk out of God's ceiling Sky Peak alive." Before he could finish, Lin Sun interrupted, "Cut the crap. Kill yourself." Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Many people were watching the show. Meng Yi was a pure-blooded descendant of the Xianxia combat clan. He was elegant and handsome, and his background was unfathomable. However, he was clearly at a disadvantage now. His expression was gloomy as he coldly said, "Brother Lin, it was just a joke." You actually believed it. Don't you think you're very stupid? Lin Sun strode over, smiling as he walked. Joke? Meng Lin bye as he bye, he, bye, he, as. Don't you think you're despicable? Everyone could not help but look askance at him. Only then did they realize that Lin Sun had suffered at Godlock Sky Peak because of Meng Yi. Meng Yi was livid. He was about to say something but was stopped by Wen Qingxue. She looked at Lin Sun and said, "Let's not talk about past grievances. You, Lin Sun, are well aware of the current situation. If we fight, it will only be disadvantageous to everyone. Why don't we settle our grievances after the battle on the ceremony platform?" Lin Sun sneered, "Who do you think you are?" The crowd was in an uproar. Wen Qingxue, ranked third on the Starry Sky Beauty list, was adored by countless peerless figures. She was the center of attention wherever she went. Who dared to disrespect her? How dare you? Insolent words, Lin Sun, do you want to die? The descendants of the martial arts court were the first to lose their cool and berated Lin Sun. Even Wen Qingxue was taken aback. She did not expect Lin Sun's words to be so rude. Her eyes flashed with coldness. The atmosphere in this area also became tense. Some of the experts from the prehistoric Taoist court, the Taowu Battle Clan, the Blood Kailan Battle Clan, and the Heaven and Earth Taoist court were ready to make a move. At the peak of Yulong Mountain, Lin Sun killed many people, causing the descendants of the major forces to suffer heavy casualties and almost be wiped out. Now that they met their enemies, they were naturally enraged. If the descendants of the Panwu Taoist court started a fight with Lin Sun, they would definitely take the opportunity to help. Lin Sun, you're too arrogant. You're lucky to have survived the Godlock Sky Peak, but you still came to the Kunlun Hill recklessly. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Meng Yi's eyes flashed and he said coldly. Of course, he knew that there were many descendants of the major forces who saw Lin Sun as their enemy. Lin Sun ignored them and continued forward with a calm expression. It seems that you're not going to commit suicide. Let me help you. Boom, without hesitation, he slashed down with his palm and fingers like a sword. An incomparably thick sword chi swept out, brilliant and vast, with the sun, moon, and stars floating in it, reflecting a terrifying and fierce power. You're courting death. How dare you, what an arrogant bastard. There was a burst of angry voices in the field. No one had expected Lin Sun to be so strong and domineering. He didn't care about anything else, and how many enemies were eyeing him covetously. He directly made a move. The void collapsed, and the brilliant sword qi slashed down. Meng Yi snorted coldly. His elegant and handsome face was ferocious, and a violent, terrifying, and bloodthirsty aura rushed out of his body. As he pressed his hand, a bloody fist print condensed, and dazzling Taoist patterns appeared on it, making the world dim. Xianxia hegemonic seal. Legend had it that in ancient times, the ancestor of Xianxia could smash mountains and rivers and make the stars fall from the sky with a single claw. It was extremely terrifying. Although Meng Yi's attack was not as good as that of his ancestor, it had the power to overturn mountains and rivers and destroy all living beings. Many strongmen narrowed their eyes. In the Xianxia battle clan, Meng Yi was an exception. He was elegant, handsome, gentle, and humble, completely different from the other clansmen who were violent and bloodthirsty. Moreover, Meng Yi was low-key and rarely fought. He had always been unfathomable and unfathomable. But now, many people finally understood that under Meng Yi's gentle and humble appearance, there was actually an extremely violent and terrifying power. Just like this attack of his, it caused many people to be shocked. Boom, a sword and a seal collided in the void, stirring up the law and splashing the divine light. In practically an instant, the bloodthirsty and ruthless fist mark exploded with a bang, and it was crushed into a rain of light that scattered down. Then, with a bang, Meng Yi's body was sent flying by the sword. The vast and brilliant sword qi shook his cheeks and made his cheeks pale. He coughed up blood, and his body fell to the ground hard, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky. There was a dead silence in the field, and many people gasped. Meng Yi was thwarted by just one sword strike. How terrible was Lin Sun's combat power? It seems that you were only good at conspiracies and tricks. Your real strength is just SOSO. Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning. After a successful attack, he didn't stop. He stepped in the void and attacked again. His speed was extremely fast, and his power was boundless. Whoosh, a ray of sword qi came across the sky like the practicing martial scripture, vast and heavy. When Xianxia made a move, her white clothes fluttered, and her appearance was as beautiful as a fairy. Her graceful figure was flowing with brilliant sword intent, stunning the field. Lin Sun didn't even look at her. Suddenly, Taishan sword qi swept out of his body and turned into a mountain of swords. Boom, the sky and earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. When Xianxia's sword qi was suppressed and crushed inch by inch, causing the void to crack, creating a terrible storm of sword qi. And her figure staggered in the void. There was another commotion in the field, and many people's expressions changed slightly. Lin Sun, who was called the Devil God, was too strong. Good. Only Tang Su's eyes were bright, and she couldn't help but praise. Lin Sun's performance aroused her desire to fight. You seem to be very weak in a head-on battle. Lin Sun's expression was cold. When Xianxia might be a fairy in the eyes of others, but to Lin Sun, this woman was extremely detestable. Since he entered the Kunlun ruins, she had launched a sneak attack on him more than once. When Xianxia frowned, with a clang, she took out a golden longsword that emitted an illusory Dao light. The blade of the sword glowed and illuminated the world. Whoosh, her figure flashed through the sky and attacked again. She circulated her cultivation with all her might, and she was like an ethereal female sword immortal, extremely fierce. Kill. Kill him. At the same time, the other successors of the Panwu Dao court attacked Lin Sun together. For a time, the heavens and the earth shook. It was filled with terrifying Dao techniques and treasure light, and layer after layer of terrifying phenomena appeared. It should be known that none of the powerhouses who could arrive at the Kunlun Hill were ordinary. Almost all of them were peak-level great saints. There was no lack of top figures on the Starry Sky Great Saints leaderboard. Such a battle was naturally extremely terrifying and shocking. Lin Sun, you'll definitely die this time. Meng Yi and some other powerhouses of the Xianxia battle clan also attacked together. Looking from afar, Lin Sun was surrounded by enemies in all directions, besieging and killing him. Ahu didn't attack because she knew that Lin Sun, who had just broken through the realm not long ago, had become different from when he was fighting on the peak of Yulong Mountain. Now, what Lin Sun needed was a chance to vent his anger, not help. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the void, Lin Sun took a deep breath with a calm expression. His body seemed to have turned into a chaotic furnace, and the power in his body burst out. Boom, he took a step forward like a real dragon coming out of the abyss. The terrifying power disintegrated all the nearby attacks and dispersed them. He moved freely and deduced his own Dao and Dao. He was like a demon descending to the world, sweeping through the battlefield. The power of his power made all the surroundings dim. Looking from afar, his body was like the sun, shining brightly and unconcealable. Die. Not long after, Lin Sun spat out a word. As if his words were the law, the broken blade suddenly swept out and killed a powerhouse of the Panwu Dao court who was close to him. Puff, the head flew into the air, and blood sprayed like a waterfall. In the distance, Hua Xingli, Shuling Kuan, Xuan Yuheng, Tang Su and others were all paying attention to the battlefield and were attracted by Lin Sun's terrifying combat power. Many people revealed looks of surprise. Because they didn't expect that Lin Sun could still be so strong under the siege of a group of strong people led by Wen Qingxue and Meng Yi. When I first met him, he was only at the early stage of the Great Sage realm. How long has it been? He is already at the late stage of the Great Sage realm. Hua Xingli's eyes were deep and flowing with demonic flames. Others also had a strong intuition that during this period of time, Lin Sun must have obtained extraordinary fortune, so he could make rapid progress on the road of cultivation. Condense. On the battlefield, a handsome man in a golden robe shouted. This was the successor of the Panwu Taoist court, a peerless great sage with outstanding combat power. Swish, a completely pitch-black saber that was suffused with violet divine flames transformed into a ray of light that shot through the sky as it slashed down furiously. It was just a saber, but it carried the vast power of heaven, the divine flame and the law. This was the Panwu genuine flame cut, which was left by an emperor of the Panwu Taoist court. When cultivated to a high level, the cut was like a sky fire pouring out, burning the world and ghosts. He used his trump card so soon. Many people's pupils shrank. They could see that the man in a golden robe was desperate to use a terrifying killing move. Break! The man in a golden robe shouted, his eyes flashing with lightning. His whole body seemed to be integrated with this cut, fierce to the extreme. With this blow, in the re-ranking of the Great Sage list a few years later, there will be a place for him in the top 50. Hua Xingli clapped his hands and praised. Some other peerless figures in the field also nodded secretly. The momentum of this cut was really amazing. Just when many people were worried about Lin Sun, who was besieged. Die. Lin Sun looked indifferent and pressed down casually. Boom, a Taowu seal, emitting earth-shaking momentum, was condensed, like the seal of heaven presented by a Taoist master, or the ancient divine mountain held by a god. This seal integrated the mystery of the Great Way Furnace scripture, with the power of a fist shaking the sky, the power of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, and the speed of the first cut of Tian Yuan. As soon as it flashed out, it carried an unparalleled force that caused space to be blasted apart like paper. In front of it, the Panwu True Flame Slash was like a fragile piece of rotten wood, and it was smashed apart inch by inch. Boom, the momentum of the Swanee seal didn't reduce in the slightest, and it suddenly enlarged to the point of blotting out the sky as it smashed down fiercely, and the gold-robed man along with his blade were completely shattered into pieces. In the end, only a rain of blood filled the sky. There was dead silence. Both the overmatches who were besieging Lin and the onlookers in the distance were dumbfounded. Even who was extremely confident in Lin Sun, couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He didn't expect that such a top successor of Panwu Taoist court with outstanding combat power couldn't even resist one blow from Lin Sun and was killed by one seal. An uproar arose in the surroundings. Be it in terms of foundation, cultivation, or realm, the golden-robed man shouldn't have lost so badly. After all, this was a peerless great saint, a dazzling heaven's favorite with extraordinary talent. Moreover, this was an all-out attack, a trump card, but in front of Lin, they were like moths darting into the fire. What a strong power! Hua Xingli, Zuling Kuan, and others also showed a solemn expression. Lin Sun's method was extremely simple. It was like a casual attack, but the power was terrifying. Xuan Yuheng seemed to see something and showed a strange expression, 3 Tao into 1, and even the self-cultivation method he created is so domineering. This man's cultivation is too unique and unheard of. Ordinary practitioners couldn't see through Lin Sun at all, because he gave people the feeling that he was like a deep abyss, unfathomable. But for peerless figures like Xuan Yuheng, who ranked in the top 10 of the Great Saint list of starry sky, Lin Sun's means had already reached an extremely terrifying level. It seemed simple, but in fact, it was a kind of phenomenon that the Great Way was the simplest and only the essence was the only thing. If this man doesn't die, he will be a strong opponent in this battle on the pilgrimage platform. Xuan Yuheng made a prediction. Boom. In the battlefield, an overmatch of the Xianxia battle clan waved his sleeve and took out a blood-colored jade cauldron with red dragons coiling around it. 49 blood dragons rushed out of it, roaring with their heads held high. This was clearly a powerful ancient treasure, its quality unordinary. But in just a moment, it was blown away by Lin Sun's punch. 49 blood dragons burst like dead snakes, and blood light spread. Buzz, a dazzling halberd swept across, setting off billowing black smoke, which evolved into hundreds of ferocious phantoms of ghosts and gods, like 100 ghosts walking at night. However, before they could get close to Lin Sun, they were shattered by a golden Taoist sound released from Lin Sun's lips. The practitioner holding the halberd was shaken to the point that his 7 apertures bled, and his soul was severely damaged. He let out a shrill scream. Then, silver flying forks, green Taoist swords, golden whips, and black giant axes came from all directions one after another. But without exception, they were all defeated by Lin Sun as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He seemed to have turned into a great furnace, invulnerable to all kinds of methods, and his expression was neither sad nor happy. In the battlefield, he attacked the enemies from all directions, domineering and unparalleled. Not to mention being suppressed, it was difficult to get close to him. His domineering and invincible demeanor caused many exclamations inside and outside the battlefield. Some were surprised, some were shocked, some were angry, and some were incredulous. Under the Kunlun Hill, there was a turbulent, chaotic, noisy, and bloody scene. How is it possible? Meng Yi's elegant and handsome face was livid and ferocious. He didn't underestimate Lin Sun from the beginning, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to conspiracies to trap Lin Sun. Because he couldn't guarantee that he could kill Lin Sun in a head-on confrontation. But he still didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power was so incredible that even if he joined hands with Wen Qingxue and others, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The most terrible thing was that at this time, several of their people were killed and seriously injured. Chop. Meng Yi did not dare to let his guard down as the snow-white broken blade suddenly shot towards him. In the end, although he resolved the attack, Lin Sun took the opportunity to kill 3 strong warriors of the Xianxia battle clan in a row like a dragon coming out of the abyss with his fists as fast as lightning. Bang! 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 The 3 figures were torn apart in the void as if they had been hit by a holy mountain. Blood rained down and the scarlet color was dazzling, causing a burst of exclamation in the field. Lin Sun, you'll die a horrible death. Meng Yi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was completely enraged. Brother Meng, you still have a chance to commit suicide now. If you wait for me to take action, it will be very uncomfortable to commit suicide passively. Lin Sun said calmly. His cold voice resounded through the field, with a kind of piercing coldness that made people tremble. Boom, as he spoke, Lin Sun slapped down and killed a descendant of Panwu Taoist court who attacked him sneakily. His head exploded directly, and the headless body fell to the ground like a broken sack, turning into a pool of flesh and blood. At this point, everyone could see that the situation of this battle was clear from the beginning. However, no one expected that Lin Sun, who was alone, would be the one with the upper hand. In front of him, no matter how many successors of the Xianxia fighting clan and the Panwu Taoist court there were, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. Instead, they were killed one by one. This was shocking because Lin Sun's combat power was so amazing that it exceeded people's expectations and imagination again and again. Everyone felt shocked as they watched his figure move about freely in the field. How great was Meng Yi, but in the head-on confrontation, he had been suppressed to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. How amazing was Wen Qingxue. Her coiling martial sword was superb and had reached the pinnacle, seeming to have a great momentum of its own. But up to now, she hadn't been able to pin down Lin Sun. In other words, the rhythm of the whole battle was firmly controlled by Lin Sun. Everyone, if you choose to stand by and let this bastard live, it will be your time to die. No one can escape. On the battlefield, Meng roared with disheveled hair and a ferocious look. In the distance of the battlefield, the experts of the Wilderness Taoist Court, the Heaven and Earth Taoist Court, the Blood Kylan Fighting Clan, the Tao Fighting Clan, and other forces all looked uncertain and struggled in their hearts. At the top of Yulong Mountain, Lin Sun fought alone and killed many of their fellow disciples and clansmen. This was a blood feud that couldn't be resolved. Originally, they didn't need Meng Yi's reminder at all. They would choose the right opportunity to hit Lin Sun when he was down. But witnessing Lin Sun's invincible fighting style, they all hesitated and wavered in their hearts. Let's kill this man together. Yes, if we don't eradicate this man now, it will be our turn when he recovers. Finally, someone gritted his teeth, shouted, and rushed into the battlefield. Seeing this, the others also showed a fierce look and swarmed up. For a time, except for Hua Xingli and others of the Diabolism Court, Tang Su and others of the Frenzy Saber Fighting Clan, and Kuan Voidling and others. All the descendants of the great forces who had a grudge against Lin Sun took action. Because Lin Sun's performance had made them feel uneasy and threatened. If they hesitated, there would be endless troubles in the future. The situation of the battlefield suddenly changed. With the participation of a group of strong people, the world under the Kunlun Hill became more turbulent and terrifying. Ahu couldn't help frowning in awe. But before she could do anything, some people had already swarmed up to her and attacked her. Obviously, the intention of these strong people was very simple. They wanted to trap and kill Ahu to restrain and threaten Lin Sun and distract him. A sneer appeared at the corner of Ahu's mouth. These guys had a good plan, but did they really think she was easy to bully? When she was in the treasure refining place, she could block the killing of top figures such as Kuan Jiolin and Lu Beigu alone. On the other hand, since she consumed the immortality peach, her cultivation had undergone a complete transformation, and it couldn't be compared to the past. However, whether it was the top of Yulong Mountain or the current battle, Lin Sun had always been fighting alone on the field, and she rarely had a chance to attack. But it was obvious that this made people think she was easy to bully. Buzz, in her white and delicate palm, there appeared a mighty sword intent like the ancient purple clouds. Her graceful figure was ethereal, flowing with illusory light, and rushed up. Puff, as soon as she made a move, Ahu's figure was like a strand of a rain of light that swiftly appeared before an expert, and then her wrist that was fair like a green onion twisted. The purple sword chi in his palm sliced through that person's throat with unparalleled sharpness, and a huge head flew into the air. When the headless corpse's blood sprayed out like a waterfall, Ahu's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. Like a dream, he slashed towards his next target. Cries of surprise resounded in the surroundings. Before, who had been watching from the sidelines? Although she looked like a fairy and was extremely charming, people subconsciously regarded her as Lin Sun's subordinate. It was only at this moment when she made her move. She killed her enemy in an instant in a clean and efficient manner with an ethereal and illusory posture. It turned out that this woman was not someone who could be easily bullied. Her fighting style was completely different from Lin Sun's. Her figure was ethereal like a wisp of smoke, and she was incredibly fast. The expressions of all the experts that swarmed over changed, and they seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. All of them didn't dare underestimate Xianxia any longer, and they attacked with all their might without the slightest hesitation. For a moment, the light of treasure circulated and Dao techniques rumbled. All of them rushed towards Ahu alone. Competing on the number of Dharma treasures? Ahu smiled. She was extremely charming and flirtatious. With a wave of her hand. So, 13 brilliant green flying swords flashed out. Every single flying sword was branded with Dao markings, and they were like a group of flying fish that moved nimbly through space while emanating a myriad of strands of hazy sword chi. An entire set of green Sun Dao swords, with a flick of Ahu's finger, a group of swords whistled out and slaughtered the world, and clanging sword cries resounded throughout the world. Rise! Ahu pulled out a wooden hairpin from his hair and tossed it into the air. The wooden hairpin transformed into a black true phoenix. Dark divine flames flowed out from its wings, and it let out a clear cry into the 9 heavens, burning the heavens and destroying the earth. That was not the end. In the following period of time, Ahu once again took out an emerald green spirit flag, which reflected the mountains and rivers. A lotus-shaped palace lamp was divided into 12 corners. It reflected the shadows of 12 fairies that looked like they were flying in the sky. They danced in the air with colorful streamers. A pair of faint purple copper bells had a melodious and pleasant sound. They released purple sound waves that spread out like ripples. A string of indigo pearls, a Tao diagram with a blood-colored azalea in full bloom. It was a golden rui scepter with dragon and tiger Taoist patterns carved on its head and tail. For a time, Ahu's body was coiled by the glow of treasures that covered the sky. All the treasures were filled with intelligence, profound, and unfathomable as they emanated different phenomena. It dyed this expanse of space with gorgeous colors, and it was extremely beautiful. Heavens! What the f*ck, too rich. Is this the gathering treasure fairy? The eyes of some of the experts who were watching the battle from afar almost fell out of their sockets, and their expressions were extremely interesting. This scene vividly demonstrated what it meant to be a tycoon, what it meant to be rich and imposing. The most eye-catching thing was that every single one of the treasures was a miraculous ancient saint artifact. Each of them had their own power and were extremely rare. Any cultivator would be satisfied if they were able to possess one or two of these treasures. Yet now, Ahu had casually waved his hand, and a large group of treasures had charged out. This scene was too shocking. After all, practically all these experts here were from the top Grand Dao sects of the 6 great Dao courts and 10 great battle clans. Every single one of them possessed abundant resources and resources that were far from something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. However, many people were on the verge of being ashamed to the point of being unable to raise their heads when facing such a scene, and they could only sigh at their inferiority. A very long time ago, there was once in existence called the Great Emperor of Plentiful Treasure. His combat strength could only be considered to be ordinary amongst imperial emperors, yet he was a ferocious figure that caused the expressions of others to turn pale at the mention of his name. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to go against him. The reason was very simple: the great emperor of plentiful treasure lacked everything, but he didn't lack treasures. So long as he fought, then even imperial emperors who possessed greater combat strength and resources than him would be unable to resist the bombardment of the numerous treasures in his possession. There's no battle in this world that can't be resolved by treasures. If there is, then throw a few more treasures at it. These were the famous words of the great emperor of plentiful treasure, and it had always been circulating in the starry sky like a legend. At this moment, the extravagance revealed by Ahu was slightly similar to the elegant demeanor of the great emperor of plentiful treasure from all those years ago, and it caused the eyes of others to feel shocked and covetous. However, those experts who were fighting Ahu were both shocked and furious, and the pressure they felt multiplied. They were unable to voice out their bitterness. Ahu's combat strength was extremely strong, and he had the help of so many treasures. For a moment, he showed a kind of overwhelming momentum, causing many opponents to be flustered and unable to raise their heads. Originally, they planned to deal with Ahu to contain and threaten Lin Sun, but it was obvious that it was destined to be impossible. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was alone and surrounded by many enemies, finally broke out completely. He released all of his strength without any reservation. Boom, the momentum around his body suddenly changed, and he replaced the Great Way Furnace scripture with the Infinite Devouring scripture. His body turned into a great abyss that covered the sky, and his momentum became boundlessly overbearing. And in his hands, 2 swords, Avicii and Yuantu, appeared. Avicii was like a great prison. Yuantu was like sticks. Behind him, the great abyss floated and sank. Looking from afar, Lin Sun was like the ruler of the abyss purgatory, walking out of the sticks. His terrifying momentum made the world dim. Go to hell. His black hair was flying, and his black eyes were full of blazing fighting intent and killing intent. His figure moved horizontally, devouring the sky and devouring the earth, and the 2 swords in his hands slashed out angrily. Bang, a spear burst into pieces in an instant, and the owner of the spear was killed by a sword. His blood spilled in the sky, and he didn't even have time to scream before he died. Go to hell. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. He swept the sword horizontally in all directions. In the process, all the treasures and Taoist magic that came towards him were crushed and swallowed by the great abyss, turning into surging power and being released. This was, my body is immeasurable, and I can devour endless. Come on, suppress him together. Kill. There was a burst of roars in the field, shaking the sky. But it was doomed to be in vain. When he was in the early stage of the Great Sage realm, Lin Sun could kill peerless figures like Yin Chenjun and Luong, who were ranked on the Great Sage list of Starry Sky. When he was in the middle stage of the Great Sage realm, he could kill hundreds of invincible opponents in the Yulong Mountain alone. Let alone now, no one knew what an amazing transformation it represented for Lin Sun, whose foundation was basically unparalleled, to break through to the next level of cultivation. No one knew that from a long time ago, what Lin Sun sought was the invincible road of my way is the only one in the world. Puff, 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 in just more than a dozen breaths, strong people were killed one after another. Some were cut in half, some were pierced between the eyebrows, some were cut in half at the waist, and some were directly crushed by the sword chi. Scarlet red blood, furious roars, and miserable shrill cries interweaved together to form a soul-stirring scene of slaughter. And Lin Sun in the scene was like an abyss, devouring life. Why is his combat power so strong? Meng was about to go crazy. Before, he couldn't suppress Lin Sun even when he joined forces with Xianxia and others. Now there were many descendants of great forces joining in. It was still not enough. Meng couldn't imagine how there could be such a nature-defying existence in the world, which completely subverted his cognition and imagination. From the beginning to the end, when Xianxia didn't say a word. She seemed very quiet, but her beautiful face was gradually covered with a lingering haze. Lin Sun's strength had also caused a great impact on her mind. It should be known that she had also obtained a great fortune in the Kunlun ruins and refined a Dao fruit. Originally, she had absolute confidence that she would be able to be ranked at the top next time the Starry Sky Great Sage list was re-ranked. But the combat power that Lin Sun showed shattered her confidence. He was a single person, yet he was still able to move about freely and unstoppably while facing so many enemies. His terrifying might even caused her to feel terrified. In contrast, the gap between her and Lin Sun was imperceptibly highlighted. With his current combat power, I'm afraid he can easily rank in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Great Sage list, right? When Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. She had once seen a peerless figure who was ranked 5th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. His disdainful and proud demeanor made her unable to help but admire him. Compared to that person, Lin Sun's cultivation was slightly inferior, but the invincible demeanor was shockingly similar. Boom, the battle became more and more intense. The sky was dark, and sand and stones were flying. Under the incomparably majestic Kunlun Hill, the scale of the battle was grand and the situation was tragic. It was rare even on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Once the news got out, it was bound to cause a great uproar. Far away, Hua Xingli's sickly pale face was already dignified, and his eyes were filled with demonic flames. So this is your true trump card. Lin Sun's strength made Hua Xingli unable to calm down, and he felt an invisible pressure. He could not imagine how such an incredible and peerless person could come out of the ancient desolation region. Young master, it's time to act. This man is getting stronger and stronger. If we let him escape this time, he is bound to become even more terrifying in the future. Xueqingyi beside him was extremely anxious. Only he knew how terrifying Lin Sun was. Back in the 9 regions battlefield, Lin Sun suppressed the leaders of the other 8 regions with his true sage realm cultivation. And now, he was countless times stronger than he was back then. All of this happened in just a few years. It could be foreseen that if Lin Sun was given more time, who could suppress him in the future? Idiot. Hua Xingli glanced at Xueqingyi. At this time, he was still hot-headed and insisted on being Lin Sun's enemy. Obviously, he was out of his mind and did not know how to judge the situation at all. At the same time, Void Ling Kuan and Zhuan Yuheng were also attentively watching Lin Sun's every move on the battlefield. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. Yes, the strength Lin Sun displayed had once again exceeded their expectations, and they began to pay attention and even be vigilant. Similarly, they did not ignore Ahu's performance. The strength Lin Sun displayed was not to be underestimated, but the means Ahu showed also surprised them. A woman as beautiful as a fairy with peerless charm not only had outstanding combat strength, but also possessed so many rare ancient treasures. Who dared to ignore her? It was turbulent and chaotic. On the battlefield, Lin Sun suddenly let out a long roar, and endless Taishan sword qi was released from the acupoints all over his body. The dense strands of sword qi were vast, blazing, and boundlessly brilliant. They interweaved together and transformed into an entire 72 mountains of swords. Each sword mountain was composed of 3,800 Taishan sword qi, deducing the 72 earthly evil sword mountains. Therefore, they were called earthly evil sword mountains. Boom, the world wailed, and the 72 earthly evil sword mountains spread out as if to suppress the world, releasing terrifying sword qi. In an instant, there were exclamations in the field. As each sword mountain pressed down, more than a dozen strongmen had no time to dodge. Their bodies were crushed by the sword mountain and burst into a scarlet rain of blood. That domineering and bloody scene shocked many people, and their souls almost came out of their bodies. Too strong, in front of Lin Sun, ultimate sage was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Lin Sun killed him casually and calmly, unstoppable. No matter how many chickens and dogs there are, they are doomed to be in vain. Lin Sun's voice was cold. The Avicii and Yuan-to swords clanged in his hands, turning into a horrible purgatory and a scarlet Styx river. His figure was like a great abyss moving horizontally. The unparalleled demonic posture made Wen Qingxue, Meng Yi, and others feel cold in their hands and feet, and an uncontrollable chill surged in their hearts. What kind of monster was he? He was alone, as if he was invincible. He suppressed the field and wantonly conquered, but someone used his trump card, which was a Taoist text imprinted with the aura of the emperor. Every word was like the sun, dazzling, terrifying and mysterious. But in just a moment, it was suppressed by Lin Sun with the Tower of Endless Tao, and the Taoist text collapsed and disappeared in the void. It was in vain. The strong man who used his trump card was directly killed by Lin Sun. The two swords crisscrossed and cut the man into pieces like a pair of scissors. How could he be so powerful? Damn it! Why is it like this? Countless experts were furious. Their faces were livid, and their eyes almost split open. They couldn't believe that a young man from the ancient Desolation realm could be so heaven-defying. That level of combat strength was like that of an exalted exalt at the peak of the eminent saint realm, and he possessed the demeanor of suppressing all enemies, causing the hearts of others to feel cold and horrified. On the other side, Ahu controlled various miraculous treasures, and he was capable of both offense and defense as he fought fiercely with all his opponents with ease. Although he didn't have the absolute upper hand, he wasn't suppressed either. He was completely evenly matched. But even so, it was still shocking. Although Hu was not as overbearing and fierce as Lin Sun, he was not inferior to Lin Sun in terms of combat power. Puff, on the battlefield, Lin Sun killed people like tearing paintings. In a moment, he killed another opponent, showing a crushing posture. This made everyone even more fearful. Hua Xingli, Xuan Yu Heng, if you join forces with me and join the battle, this kid will definitely die. In the distance, Zuling Kuan, a descendant of the Su family and ranked 13th on the Great Saint list of Starry Sky, suddenly spoke. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and his whole body was flowing with golden luster. His qi was roaring, and his power was terrifying. Lin Sun was so powerful that he couldn't help but want to fight. Humph, I have no grievances with him. Why should I get involved? Xuan Yu Heng was expressionless. He was dressed in feather clothes, holding a sword in his arms. His figure was tall and dignified, and his appearance was handsome and heroic. There was a touch of arrogance and indifference in his eyes. As a pure-blood descendant of the Xuanyu family and a peerless figure ranked in the top 10 on the Great Saint list of Starry Sky, Xuan Yu Heng had his own pride and calculations. Hua Xingli also spoke, with a sneer on his sickly pale face, sorry, although I have killed countless people over the years, I hate being besieged the most. Xue Qingyi was so anxious that she almost cried out. What a good opportunity! How could he refuse like this? Zuling Kuan's eyes flickered, and he was a little surprised. Finally, he fell silent. In the field, the battle became more and more fierce. Many strong people who besieged Lin began to shake violently, and their hearts trembled. They were no longer as brave and strong as before. At this time, at least 30 strong people had been killed by Lin Sun with cold means, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. In the outside world, every single one of these peak great saints were renowned figures that were highly regarded by the great powers, held in high esteem by their peers, and revered by the weak. But in front of Lin Sun, they were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. This was undoubtedly too shocking and shocking. If it was spread out, it was bound to cause a sensation in the starry sky and make the world tremble. Crack, a strong man's head was crushed by Lin Sun's foot. His body fell like a meteor and crashed to the ground, splashing blood and smoke all over the sky. However, when Lin Sun was about to continue killing, someone in the field suddenly shouted excitedly, "The torrent of the Great Way has disappeared." This sentence was earth-shattering. Su Ling Kuan, Xuan Yu Heng, Hua Xingli, and others who were stationed in the distance to watch the battle almost immediately set off and rushed to Kunlun Hill. "Let's go. Hurry up, the fortune of the holy way of pilgrimage is the most important." For a moment, many people also came to their senses and rushed to Kunlun Hill from different areas. It should be noted that Kunlun Hill was extremely majestic and occupied a large area, like the backbone of heaven and earth. The area at the foot of the mountain was also extremely vast. The area where Lin Sun and the others were fighting was just the tip of the iceberg. The expressions of those experts who were fighting Lin Sun with all their might changed. Many of them gritted their teeth and retreated, charging towards the Kunlun Hill. "Let's go." When Xianxia showed an extremely decisive will. At this moment, she flashed without hesitation and rushed to Kunlun Hill. Seeing this, other strong people completely panicked and lost their will to fight. Like monkeys scattering when a tree falls, they chose to retreat and rushed to Kunlun Hill. But how could Lin Sun agree? Taking advantage of this moment of panic, he did not hesitate to kill more than a dozen people. "You still want to leave?" Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure flashed strangely and appeared in a direction, blocking Meng Yi, who was about to take the opportunity to escape. Meng Yi's expression changed greatly. "Brother Lin, I have no grudge against you. This is all Xianxia's idea. Why didn't you stop her, but targeted me?" Lin Sun showed a touch of mockery. "Brother Meng, your shamelessness is really beyond my expectations. What's more, do you think she can leave alive after escaping to Kunlun Hill?" As he spoke, he brandished his sword and attacked in a straightforward, swift, and decisive manner. Meng Yi had long lost his will to fight. Subconsciously, he wanted to dodge and retreat. Boom, however, Lin Sun had no intention of giving him the chance. With a full force attack, he sent Meng Yi flying, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. His face was pale and ugly. He hissed ferociously, "Lin Sun, you really don't want the holy way of pilgrimage? Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Do you really want to become the enemy of my Xianxia fighting clan?" Lin Sun did not hide his mockery. "Tisk, tsk, tsk, trying to scare me with the power of your clan again. Is that all you can do, Meng Yi?" Swoosh, sword chi surged and soared into the sky, sweeping down with great power. Meng Yi's heart trembled. He used the shadow of water mirror with all his might. Suddenly, hundreds of clones appeared in the field, each of them exactly the same as Meng Yi. Even their auras were the same, making it difficult to tell which one was the real one. Meng Yi had used this method to escape in front of godlocking Sky Peak. Lin Sun had suffered once, so how could he fall for it again? His way of dealing with it was very simple. Whether it was a clone or the original body, he would just kill them all. Boom, endless Taishan sword chi swept out like thousands of divine rainbows shooting in all directions. It pierced and tore through the void, creating a shocking long and narrow crack. As for Meng Yi's clones, they disappeared like bubbles. Poof, almost at the same time, his original body staggered and coughed up blood. He tried his best to dodge, but he could not block the attack of the group of sword chi. "Brother Lin, I admit defeat. You know that I only made a deal with Xianxia. Now, can I work with you and help you deal with Xianxia?" Meng Yi was completely flustered. His hair was disheveled, and he begged for mercy. "No," Lin Sun said flatly. "Do you remember what I said before? If you don't kill yourself, I'll kill myself for you." Before his voice died away, Lin Sun had already disappeared. Boom, the next moment, Meng Yi was cut down from the void by a sword and smashed hard on the ground. His muscles and bones were almost broken. Previously, Lin Sun had defeated a group of strong cultivators working together, let alone a one-on-one fight. Most importantly, at this moment, all the other strong cultivators were focused on rushing to Kunlun Hill. No one was going to rescue Meng Yi, In other words, it was because Meng Yi had attracted Lin Sun's attention that the other strong cultivators had a chance to escape. Who would be stupid enough to stay and die with Meng Yi? Bang! Lin Sun landed and stepped on Meng Yi. His dark eyes were deep as he looked down at him. I'll give you one last chance to kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll do it for you. His voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Meng Yi's cheeks were twisted with fear and anger. As a pure-blooded descendant of the Xianxia fighting clan, he had never been humiliated like this since he started cultivating. He hissed, Lin Sun, I've already admitted my mistake. I'll make it up to you 10 times or even 100 times over. Why do you have to kill me? Bang! The next moment, his whole body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His soul was grasped and imprisoned by Lin Sun. Make it up to you? Do you think I want it? Lin Sun's dark eyes were frighteningly cold. Meng Yi's spirit struggled in fear, but to no avail. He screamed, then tell me your conditions. As long as you let me live, I'll agree to anything. Lin Sun sneered, didn't you want to kill yourself? I'll help you. As he spoke, he grabbed Meng Yi's wrist and stabbed it into the neck of his spirit. Bang! Light rained down. Meng Yi's spirit suddenly exploded. Even at death's door, he wore a look of astonishment, anger, resentment, and confusion. Lin Sun let out a long breath and looked at the Kunlun hill with deep eyes. Anyone who had almost been tricked and killed would never be able to forgive a despicable person like Meng Yi. Even if Meng Yi had knelt down and begged for mercy and offered hundreds of times more compensation, Lin Sun would never show mercy. Can you still fight? Ahu floated over from afar. She was dressed in a yellow dress and her skin was whiter than snow. Her beauty was both immortal and enchanting. Lin Sun said casually, I just broke through the realm not long ago. The previous battles were just like whetstones that helped me temper my realm. Ahu couldn't help but laugh. Her beautiful eyes sparkled and her charm was intoxicating. You're quite narcissistic. Lin Sun touched his nose and said helplessly, the point is that there's no one who can fight until now. What else can I say? Ahu laughed and rolled her eyes at Lin Sun. The real tough ones haven't shown up yet. Zhuan Yuheng and Zuling Kuan are not easy to deal with. Lin Sun agreed and decided to go up the hill. Although Meng Yi was dead, when Xianxia was still alive, the Kunlun hill was beautiful and majestic. The mountains, rocks, plants, and trees were full of vitality, chaotic air, and auspicious rain. Walking on it made one feel small and insignificant, and it was a shocking sight. Obscure and mysterious taboo power covered the whole mountain. No matter how high one's cultivation was, he could only walk on the mountain instead of flying. This was similar to the restriction on Yulong Mountain. As one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Kunlun ruins, the pilgrimage platform has always been mysterious. Along the way, Ahu quickly sent a voice transmission. Even though no cultivator has ever obtained the secret of becoming an emperor or ancestor in the countless years of the past, the major figures of the ancient path of the starry sky still firmly believe that such a supreme fortune exists on the pilgrimage platform. Lin Sun said while looking at the scenery along the way, the opportunity to become an emperor or ancestor is too far away from us. Even if we can prove its existence, it's not something we can comprehend now. I'm not too interested in it. Ahu nodded in agreement. Everyone understands this logic. Therefore, the real attraction of this crowning platform is the creation related to the divine path crowning ceremony. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, the holy way of worshipping Zen can turn a saint into a sage. If there is such a good fortune, it is indeed enough to make any great saint excited. Ahu said, are you not tempted? Lin Sun replied, I'm just curious. There were 2 methods for the Sage Dao pilgrimage. The first was to enter the world and enlighten all living beings, carrying out one's grand aspirations and obtaining the faith of all living beings. Then, one would be able to obtain an endless stream of wish energy from all living beings and be conferred as a sage. The first was to emerge into the world and verify one's own Dao with the myriad of Daos in the world to establish a new path towards the Dao, or perhaps to create an unprecedented technique. Thus, one would be able to obtain the wish energy of the Grand Dao and become a sage. Now, Lin Sun's infinite Wei bottle contained the force of living beings left by the great Wei lawless bell. This enabled Lin Sun to be crowned as a sage by virtue of the will of all living beings. Similarly, the path Lin Sun pursued and the great Tao furnace scripture he created could be said to be unprecedented Tao and Dharma. Thus, he also had the ability to be crowned as a sage by virtue of the will of the Great Way. Therefore, Lin Sun was not very interested in the holy way of worshipping Zen. He was just curious about the pilgrimage platform. The ultimate purpose of Lin Sun's trip to the pilgrimage platform was only related to killing enemies. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense when they arrived at the mountainside, Lin Sun and Ahu saw an ancient mottled stele with an immortal breath of time. On the stele, there were 4 primordial Taoist characters, the road of worshipping Zen. Brother Lin, the test of being crowned as a sage will start here. Next, every step is distributed with the mysterious power of the Great Way. Only those who can compete with it can reach the pilgrimage platform at the top of the mountain step by step. Ahu showed his eagerness to have a try. Since ancient times, no one knew how many wonderful and peerless figures had set foot on the road of worshipping Zen and climbed up, leaving all kinds of legendary stories. But more practitioners stopped at the road of worshipping Zen and had no chance to reach the top of the mountain. This was a test. Only the real strong could stand out from it and have the opportunity to transform from a sage to a sage. Lin Sun looked up and saw the winding mountain path was full of chaotic qi, like a mist, which made it impossible to see clearly. Even a figure could not be seen. Obviously, the strong practitioners who rushed up to the Kunlun Hill were already on the way to climb the road of worshipping Zen. It is said that all those who are in the holy way of worshipping Zen around the pilgrimage platform at the top of the mountain are qualified to lead their own pilgrimage tablet. I hope I can be one of them. Ahu's eyes were shining with a touch of desire. Pilgrimage tablet? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, it's a kind of tablet that symbolizes the power of sages. If you can leave your name on the pilgrimage platform, you can get the power of God's luck. It's extremely magical. Ahu said, and, as far as I know, that supreme power can only be found on the pilgrimage platform. It can't be seen in the outside world. As long as you can get this special power, it will be of incredible help when you become an emperor in the future. Lin Sun was shocked. How could a kind of power of God's luck that could only be found on the pilgrimage platform of Kunlun ruins have such a magical effect? It was really incredible. Then don't delay. Let's start. Lin Sun could see that Ahu was already a little impatient. Ahu took a deep breath and immediately took action. She took the lead, crossed the ancient pilgrimage tablet, and stepped on the stone steps filled with chaotic qi. Whoosh, in an instant, her figure disappeared into thin air and could no longer be found. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned, realizing that this road of worshipping Zen was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Interesting, Lin Sun also took action without hesitation. When his figure had just crossed the pilgrimage tablet and his feet had not yet landed. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him silently, raising a sharp awl in his palm and stabbing it at Lin Sun's back. From beginning to end, there was no fluctuation at all. It was extremely strange, but Lin Sun seemed to have eyes on his back. At this critical moment of danger, his body twisted in a strange way and he suddenly turned around. At the same time, the broken blade swept out violently. Clang, a deafening roar sounded, and sparks flew in all directions. The figure was shaken and took a few steps back. This person was skinny and his eyes were strange brown. His whole body was surrounded by gray mist. It was Sha Luqing, the oracle emissary from the Divine Sunshine ancient sect. Eh? He was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Lin Sun to react so quickly. Clatter almost at the same time, a strange black lotus condensed above Lin Sun's head, and the pistil of the flower poured out wisps of black light. The light was like a handful of needles as thin as a cow's hair, glowing with a frightening luster. If it were others who were attacked from behind, even if they could react quickly and avoid the disaster, they would never think that there would be a more horrible killing move emerging in the void above their heads. But Lin Sun seemed to have foreseen it. He just stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. The great divination void-breaking finger, so close and so far, as soon as he pointed, the wisps of black light seemed to be as far away as the end of the world from Lin Sun, even though they were clearly very close to him. Boom, the black lotus burst into pieces, and the black light all over the sky dissipated. At the same time, a surprised voice sounded in the nearby area. did the heretic already notice it? Along with the voice, the black-robed monk Kudu from the Hidden Land realm appeared not far away. I can only say that the prey is getting more and more cunning, Sha Luqing sighed softly, but he didn't look depressed. Lin Sun's dark eyes were as deep as the abyss. Looking at the two ruthless characters from two of the three great forces in the dark world, he said expressionlessly, "You too, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Boom, as he spoke, he suddenly became violent. His figure was like a swift bolt of lightning as he punched at Sha Luqing with the momentum of the wind and sea rain. Sha Luqing smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. But Lin Sun didn't even look at him. He suddenly raised his fist and smashed it at the void beside him with great power, like a god lifting a mountain to kill. Bang, the void exploded. At the same time, Sha Luqing's figure staggered back and was blown away by the terrible punch. He coughed up blood with a pale face and an incredulous look on his face. "You can see through my whereabouts?" After all, emissaries of the oracle like him were most skilled in concealment, and it was precisely by relying on this unique natural talent that they were able to appear and disappear like ghosts and kill without making a single sound, causing them to be the most mysterious and terrifying. But now, Lin Sun seemed to have seen through all his disguises. This was equivalent to smashing his biggest reliance and completely exposing it. Whoosh, Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense at all. After a successful strike, the broken sword swept out horizontally, like a galaxy spreading out in the void. Sha Luqing let out a strange cry, and his figure suddenly turned into smoke, disappearing far away. He was really frightened by Lin Sun's punch just now. Suppress. Not far away, Kudu acted in time. A black bell with dense Sanskrit characters on it swept out, covering Lin Sun with all kinds of visions of the Pure Land of Buddha. Lin Sun waved his fist, releasing a terrible power that seemed to devour the sky. Clang, the black bell buzzed, and the sound reached the sky. It was on the verge of falling. In the distance, Kudu's body trembled, and his face changed slightly. The power of this heretic was simply terrifying. "Go!" Sha Luqing shouted. Once he showed himself now, he would lose his biggest trump card. Lin Sun's terror also made Sha Luqing realize the danger. Therefore, without hesitation, he chose to retreat and rushed down the mountain. Whoosh, at the same time, Kudu's figure turned into a black Buddha light and rushed out like a tide. Lin Sun stopped in his tracks. He didn't waste any energy to stop them, because he knew very well that if these two didn't kill him, they wouldn't let him go. "I'll wait for you two up there." Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Sun felt his figure shake, and a strange feeling arose spontaneously. It was still the same mountain road, but there were layers of mottled, ancient stone steps on the mountain road. Standing on it, the air of chaos was pervaded, and the pure breath of the Great Way rushed to his face, transforming into a mysterious oppressive force. In an instant, Lin Sun's body tightened as if he was in a turbulent torrent of the Great Way. The mysterious force directly acted on his soul, state of mind, and cultivation, and he couldn't avoid it at all. Whoosh, then, Lin Sun ran his chi to counteract the mysterious force. Interesting, Lin Sun showed a strange expression. The tempering on the pilgrimage road wasn't a simple confrontation of strength. It required the practitioner's own soul, state of mind, and cultivation to be strong enough. Simply speaking, once one's soul, mental state, and cultivation were too weak or flawed in any one of them, then one was bound to be unable to endure such tempering. As if to confirm his speculation, Lin Sun walked up the steps. As expected, as he went up, the tempering force on the stone steps became stronger. At first, it was like a raging torrent, but gradually it turned into a vast ocean storm, full of terrible oppressive force. If the soul can't bear it, the mind will become dizzy. If the state of mind can't bear it, all kinds of illusions will appear and bring all kinds of dangers. If the cultivation can't bear it, the chi will be chaotic, as if being suppressed by the Great Way. As he walked, Lin Sun experienced it. With his hands behind his back and his black hair fluttering, he walked on the stone steps as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. This was the pilgrimage road. Since ancient times, countless peerless figures who were famous in the starry sky had walked on this road, leaving behind countless legends that people took delight in talking about. But those who could pass the tempering and reach the pilgrimage platform at the top of the mountain were few and far between. Most of the other strong people stopped in dejection and didn't have the chance to enter the pilgrimage road. Therefore, for countless years, all the practitioners who set foot on the pilgrimage road were cautious and tried their best. For others, the road of tempering was like a flood and fierce beast, but for Lin Sun, it was like a gentle breeze, calm and peaceful. In the final analysis, Lin Sun's cultivation, soul, and state of mind had long been tempered to be incomparably strong, far from being comparable to ordinary people. As a result, the training on the pilgrimage path, to him, was not an obstacle or a problem. His footsteps were unhurried as he ascended the stairs. He even had the leisure to admire the scenery along the way. He was relaxed and content. Before long, a figure appeared in Lin Sun's sight. It was a descendant of the Swanee war race. He wore a luxurious robe, and when he climbed up the stairs, his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His gaze was unfocused, and it was obvious that he was struggling. Tired? Lin Sun walked up the stone steps and came to this man. The man in the luxurious robe subconsciously replied, "Tired, really fucking tired." As soon as he finished his words, he felt something wrong. His body suddenly stiffened and he exclaimed, "It's you, Lin Sun?" Lin smiled and said, "I'm not tired." The man was stunned and widened his eyes as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He roared and slapped Lin Sun with his palm. With a flick of Lin Sun's finger, a wisp of sword chi shot out and pierced the man's eyebrows. His body staggered and fell to the ground. "You're courting death." Lin Sun shook his head and continued to move forward. "Who?" In front of him, a red-robed woman shouted coldly and turned her head vigilantly. When she saw Lin Sun approaching, her pupils shrank. "Do you hate me?" Lin Sun stepped forward and asked. The red-robed woman hurriedly shook her head. Lin Sun replied with an "oh" and ignored him. He walked past him and continued to walk on the pilgrimage road. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared, the red-robed woman felt relieved, but her expression was complicated. The pilgrimage path was so terrible, but Lin Sun seemed to be strolling leisurely. Compared with him, it was undoubtedly a great blow. Boom, it didn't take long for a battle to break out. On the way, Lin Sun met several descendants of the Panwu Taoism court. If he wanted to move forward, he was destined to surpass these opponents. When they saw Lin Sun, their great enemy, they didn't hesitate to attack with all their strength. The result was no exception. When Lin Sun left, there were several corpses scattered on the stone steps, and blood was flowing. On the way, Lin Sun met many cultivators who were struggling on the pilgrimage path. Many of them were sworn enemies. When they were at the foot of the mountain, they had participated in the siege against Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't show any mercy to these people at all. He killed them and set off a path of blood and death. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar faces along the way. They didn't have any enmity with Lin Sun. When they saw Lin Sun appear, these powerhouses all acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, the legendary Lin Sun was a fearless and unscrupulous demon god. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? However, to their surprise, Lin Sun didn't pay attention to them at all. He would only attack when he encountered someone who blocked his way. It seems that this demon god Lin isn't a cruel and bloodthirsty person. Maybe in his eyes, he doesn't take us seriously at all. Alas, there are so many heroes on the starry sky ancient path, and there are even more who have come to the Kunlun ruins. But so far, no one can suppress this kid's limelight and arrogance. It's really depressing. No, don't forget that Zhuan Yuheng, Zuling Kuan, and the others haven't made a move yet. Along the way, similar discussions rang out incessantly. Some people were jealous of Lin Sun, some were hostile, and some were depressed. However, none of these affected Lin Sun. Although he was the last group of powerhouses to set foot on the pilgrimage path, he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Although his speed wasn't too fast, he surpassed one powerhouse after another. Gradually, Lin Sun began to feel the pressure. This pilgrimage path seemed to lead to the sky, and it seemed very long. Along the way, the chaotic chi was filled with the mysterious power of the Great Way, and it seemed very boring. Lin Sun's body rumbled, and his chi flowed, reflecting various wonderful images of the Great Way. He was resisting and dissolving the pressure of the tempering power that was becoming more and more terrifying. Nevertheless, his pace was still steady and calm. I've killed 29 people along the way, and they are all from the 3 Tao courts, Panwu, Wilderness, and Qianquan, as well as the war clans such as Bayan, Blood Kailan, Sky Ghost, Xianxia, and Qiyang. Lin Sun calculated silently in his heart. The only thing that surprised him was that he hadn't seen Ahu until now. Obviously, Ahu was also advancing on the pilgrimage path with irresistible force. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that on the stone steps in front of him, a monk who looked like a young man with a charmingly naive expression was sitting on the stone steps and panting. The young monk seemed to be simple and honest, but his eyes were lively and full of wisdom. When he saw Lin Sun, he was stunned at first, and then he stood up abruptly and moved aside as if avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Lin Sun didn't rush forward. He stopped and said with interest, "You and I have no enmity. Why are you so afraid of me?" He vaguely remembered that the monk's Buddhist name was Ling Kezi, and he came from the ancient South Temple. The young monk was embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Lin Sun in the eyes. He said in a low voice, "Taoism pure, you are powerful and have outstanding combat power. I'm afraid that all the strong people on the pilgrimage path are afraid of you." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, "No." The young monk trembled all over as if he was scared. He stammered, "Donor, I'm absolutely not lying." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. He pointed at the young monk and said, "I've met many people who are afraid of me along the way, but you are different. You seem to be especially afraid of me. Why?" The young monk was sweating profusely. He stammered and couldn't say a word. He kept turning a string of Buddhist beads in his hand, looking extremely nervous. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel speechless. Was he an unpardonable murderer? "It's the first time I've met a Buddhist practitioner as timid as you." He shook his head and continued to ascend the stone steps. "I'm not timid. It's you, your path is too scary." Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared, the young monk, whose Buddhist name was Ling Kezi, exhaled a long breath of turbid air and calmed down. His natural talent was extraordinary, and he was born with an immaculate Buddha heart. He was able to see through some profound things that ordinary cultivators were unable to notice, and he was able to see some extremely profound scenes. From the first time he saw Lin Sun in the fairy river, he saw a horrible scene of heaven and earth collapsing and all things collapsing. Until he saw Lin Sun coming alone just now, Ling Kezi felt the horrible scene of Lin Sun changed again. It was like he saw a god of slaughter walking alone in the void. Behind him, the world collapsed, the stars fell forever, and all things became barren. Only he hesitated and became the only immortal in the destruction. Such a terrifying scene caused Ling Kezi's immaculate Buddha heart to palpitate, and boundless coldness surged into his body. Since he started his cultivation, he had seen many peerless geniuses who were famous in the starry sky. These peerless geniuses all had different chi. But he had never seen a practitioner like Lin Sun who had such a terrible chi. Therefore, Ling Kezi couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard Lin Sun's question. "When I leave Kunlun ruins and return to the sect, I must ask my granduncle why there is such an incredible figure in the world." Ling Kezi took a deep breath and suppressed the palpitations in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he began to walk up the mountain road. After 30 minutes, Lin Sun's brows gradually wrinkled, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. The pressure was getting greater and greater. Looking at the distance of the pilgrimage road, the chaotic chi was pervasive and he couldn't see the end at all. At this moment, a fierce sound of fighting came from afar. Lin Sun was awestruck. He took a deep breath, ran all the strength in his body, and quickened his pace. Gradually, the scene on the stone steps began to become clear in the chaotic chi. Ahu! Lin Sun's pupils shrank. He finally saw Ahu being beaten by a man on a stone step not far away. There was a mistake in yesterday's chapter, so I revised it. Also, the leaf slip from the day before yesterday was free. Ahu was in a difficult situation, and her pretty face was solemn. Her opponent was Boyd Ling Kuan, a pure-blood descendant of the Su family, ranked 13th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. He could be called a peerless overlord among his peers. Previously, Ahu had climbed up the stairs, and he had encountered many opponents along the way. He had killed many people, but relatively speaking, it had been relatively easy. But just now, Boyd Ling Kuan suddenly turned around and attacked from the high stone steps, catching Ahu off guard. Boom, with a cold expression, Boyd Ling Kuan swung his fists. His blood and chi surged like a roaring ocean, and the dazzling golden light turned into unparalleled fist energy. Even though Ahu tried her best to resist, she was still shaken and retreated several stone steps. Miss, this Su will still say the same thing. If you pledge allegiance to me and serve me, I promise to let you live. Boyd Ling Kuan said in a deep voice. His body was tall and majestic, and his skin was flowing with golden light. Every move he made seemed invincible. Boom, as he spoke, he didn't hold back. He raised his fist and punched like a golden god of war, domineering, ruthless, and powerful. Ahu showed a mocking expression. You want me to surrender and then use me to humiliate or threaten Lin Sun? Smart. Boyd Ling Kuan looked very calm and didn't hide it at all. In your dreams. Ahu sneered. She was in a very dangerous situation. She was suppressed to retreat from time to time, and her pretty face was slightly pale. The reason was that the pilgrimage path was covered with mysterious Great Way prohibitions, and no treasures or external forces could be used. Similarly, if one moved forward, it would be like sailing against the current, and one would be oppressed by the power of tempering. But if one moved in the opposite direction, it would be smooth sailing, and one could even use the terrifying power of tempering to attack the opponent. Just like Boyd Ling Kuan at this moment, his combat strength was extremely terrifying, and he was moving in the opposite direction. The power of tempering was imperceptibly used by him to attack Ahu. If that wasn't the case, Ahu wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Others are rushing to the pilgrimage platform, but you don't hesitate to go downhill in order to attack me. Aren't you worried that you can't snatch the opportunity of pilgrimage path? Ahu said coldly. What a joke. You're about to die, so you should be more concerned about yourself. Boyd Spirit Kuan roared with laughter. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was cold and disdainful. My spirit is like a blade, cleaving through the wind and waves. Boom, his fist force was dazzling like a mountain torrent bursting through a dam. Amidst the rumbling sounds of collision, Ahu's figure swayed, and a trace of dark red blood couldn't help but flow from his lips. My heart is like a mountain, unshakable. Boom, Void Spirit Kuan shouted loudly while his impetus grew even more terrifying and horrifying. Blazing golden light flowed on his body, and he seemed just like the battle saintly spirit of ancient times. Ahu let out a muffled groan. Even though she'd blocked this attack in the end, her figure was blasted back 5 steps, and her delicate and beautiful face had become ghastly pale. Even higher up the stone steps, in the midst of the primal chaos chi, a figure that was as graceful as a fairy quietly observed all of this. Her beautiful face was calm. When Xianxia, at this moment, she finally spoke, Brother Su, please leave her alive. A dead person can't threaten Lin Sun. His voice was calm and emotionless. Don't worry, I know better than you. Void Spirit Kuan said indifferently. My body is like the heavens, and I'm peerless and invincible. Void Spirit Kuan suddenly took a deep breath, and then the force of his fist changed once more. It became even more terrifying, and it emanated brilliant golden light while the laws of the Grand Tao rumbled within it. Ahu's expression finally changed. She wasn't confident in her ability to resist this attack, and it was even to the extent that she couldn't even dodge because the vital energy in her entire body had been enveloped by the might of this punch, right? At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed up explosively from the stone steps below. After all, every single step of the stone steps was covered in terrifying tempering energy, and it was like layer upon layer of barriers and obstructions. Even if it was a top-rate figure, it would be difficult for them to traverse it, and they had no choice but to be careful. However, that figure seemed to be unstoppable, and it arrived before her in the blink of an eye and dragged Ahu behind him. At the same time, he punched with his right fist. Bang, a world-shaking sound of collision resounded, and the primal chaos chi that suffused the surroundings was blasted to the point of dispersing. That figure stood towering on the stone steps. He was firm as if his feet were rooted to the ground, and he didn't move at all. Only his clothes and long hair fluttered in the strong wind. Lin Sun? Ahu's beautiful eyes opened wide while she revealed pleasant surprise. Leave it to me. On the stone steps, Lin Sun's black eyes were terrifyingly cold, surging with abyss-like killing intent. On the opposite side, Boyd Ling Kuan also showed a touch of surprise, and then he frowned. "Oh, I didn't expect you to come so fast." On the higher stone steps, when Xianxia sighed softly in her heart. "Just one step away, but Lin Sun came here, Brother Voidling, we've lost the chance. It's time to leave." When Xianxia turned around and went up without any hesitation, because she knew very well that this was not the best time to fight with Lin Sun. "I'll get even with you later." Voidling Kuan snorted coldly, glanced at Lin Sun, and was about to turn around and leave. "Go? Did I allow you to go?" With a cold and indifferent voice, Lin Sun made his move. Bang, his punch was like a big abyss swallowing the sky, extremely domineering. "You're courting death." Voidling Kuan's face darkened, and he suddenly stretched out his body. His eyes were like golden lightning, and he clenched his fist to meet Lin Sun's punch. The power of this punch was different again. It was full of monstrous qi and blood, bright and blazing, condensing dense Taoist patterns of law. It was like a god of war coming from the sky. At this moment, as if the sun and the moon had collided, the terrible fist force exploded in the void, and the light flowed, illuminating the ancient bluestone steps. Lin Sun and Voidling Kuan each took a step back. But this step back was completely different. Under the tempering power of the pilgrimage power, Lin Sun was like a boat sailing against the current, so it was not a big deal for him to be knocked back a step. But Voidling Kuan was walking in the opposite direction, like the wind and the current. The step he was knocked back was actually a step forward toward the pilgrimage power. It could be imagined that if the two of them had exchanged positions, Voidling Kuan would have been at a disadvantage in this blow. Voidling Kuan's face changed slightly, and he also realized the gap of this step. "You said that your divine soul is like a saber?" Lin Sun said lightly. As he spoke, he stepped forward calmly. But Voidling Kuan's hair stood on end, as if he had been stared at by a primordial fierce beast, and he realized that something was wrong. Retreat, he was unwilling to waste any more time. With a flicker, he turned into a golden ray and flew toward the top of the pilgrimage road. With a whoosh, Lin Sun chased after Voidling Kuan. His speed was not fast, but he had surprisingly arrived behind Voidling Kuan like a flickering light and a passing shadow, transcending the shackles. "Piss off." Voidling Kuan was indeed a peerless overlord ranked 13th on the Starry Sky Great Saints list. He did not panic at all under such circumstances. He clenched his fist and charged at Lin Sun with an unimaginably terrifying force and ferocious momentum. Great Void Fist. Voidling Kuan had used his secret method to activate the potential of his blood and qi in this punch. The seemingly simple punch was actually powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers, and overturn the sun and moon. Boom, the tempering energy that covered the path of pilgrimage was actually shattered by this one punch, turning into a chaotic flow that scattered in all directions. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. Lin Sun did not dodge. A mountain of swords suddenly rushed out of his body. Bang, the mountain of swords was instantly shattered, but more and more mountains of swords emerged one after another, each covered in brilliant sword intent. Bang, bang, bang in the air-piercing sound of collisions, the earth-evil sword mountains collapsed one by one, turning into a rain of light. But in the end, the power of Voidling Kuan's punch was disintegrated and obliterated first. With a roar like the tide and the sea, the mountains of swords rushed down, causing Voidling Kuan to feel flustered. He shouted again and again, attacking with all his might. By the time the power of the 72 earth-evil sword mountains had been dissolved, he was already in a mess. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were ragged, all cut by the sword qi. His face was gloomy, and there was anger between his eyebrows. Boom, but before he could react, Lin Sun had already charged at him. His body was like a great abyss, and he performed his own method. A casual blow from him contained unparalleled power. In just an instant, the two had fought dozens of times. Since they could not use any treasures or fly into the air, the battle between the two was completely a head-on collision. A moment later, Voidling Kuan staggered, and Lin Sun hit him on the shoulder. His flesh and blood splattered, and his bones cracked. He groaned in pain, and his expression finally changed. Only when he really fought with Lin Sun did he realize how terrible Lin Sun was. "You said that your heart is like a stone, unshakable?" Lin Sun's black eyes became colder and colder. As he moved forward, his spirit, qi, and spirit were all roaring, like the sound of Tao, deafening. Voidling Kuan's eyes were cold, and he used all his strength. Boom, his body was burning like a golden flame, turning into a height of several meters. He raised his fist like a mountain, and his power was much more terrible than just now. But in just a moment, he was hit by Lin Sun's palm. The heart protection mirror covering his chest wailed and cracked. Blood spurted out of Voidling Kuan's mouth and nose, and his figure was shaken several higher stone steps. Who couldn't help but gasp. It was not easy to move forward on the pilgrimage road. If one wanted to step on a stone step, one must have the strength to fight against it. But now, Voidling Kuan was shaken several stone steps away. Just what kind of terrifying power was required to achieve this? You said that your body is like the sky, unstoppable? Lin Sun moved forward, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a god of slaughter coming out of the abyss, giving off an overbearing aura. Voidling Kuan was both shocked and angry, as if he couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. He probably didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power was so strong and terrible. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and continued to flee on the pilgrimage road. The pilgrimage platform was just above, and he didn't want to fight with Lin Sun now. Do you think you can escape? How could Lin Sun let him escape? His cold eyes flashed like lightning, and he caught up with him. The pilgrimage path was like a peerless tempering. All along the way, it was unknown how many experts had walked with great difficulty, and every single step they ascended required a great deal of effort. Some were even suppressed to the point that they couldn't move and had to give up. But now, a tragic chase had broken out on this ancient bluestone path. Even the power of the trial couldn't stop Voidling Kuan from fleeing desperately, while Lin Sun chased after him. Before, Lin Sun had seen that it seemed that Voidling Kuan was fighting against Hu alone, but in fact, he was working with Wen Xianxia. Therefore, this time, Voidling Kuan had to die as well, at the highest point of Kunlun Hill. A five-colored Tao altar stood there as if it had existed since ancient times. It was suffused with a mottled aura of time, mysterious and solemn. Around the altar was a spacious plateau on the peak of the mountain. This was one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun, the Zen conferral platform. Standing on it was like standing outside the sky. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast universe that was deep and cold, and countless stars flickered within it. The magnificence of the universe was something that ordinary people had no chance of seeing or imagining. Even cultivators could only look up at the starry sky. Very few could truly see the true appearance of the universe. The starry sky was vast, and the universe seemed boundless. No matter how large one was as tiny as a speck of dust in the depths of the universe. Cultivators liked to comprehend the Tao and observe the heavenly phenomena. The so-called heavenly phenomena were nothing more than a corner of the boundless universe. Only by truly coming into contact with it and observing the vast universe would one know how vast the universe was. It was enough to shock any living being in the world. At this moment, there were only 7 or 8 figures standing on the vast plateau at the peak of Kunlun Hill. Among them were Zhuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and the others. Rumor has it that standing here and looking up at the universe will allow one to truly sense the most essential profundities of the great Tao. Someone spoke softly with a misty gaze. The opportunity for our Saint Tao conferral ceremony is hidden within. Whoever can comprehend it first will be able to ascend the 5-colored Tao altar and obtain the sage energy bestowed by the heavens. From there, they will transform from a saint to a sage. In the universe, stars flickered. Some were bright, some were dim, some seemed close at hand, and some were unreachable. From afar, it gave off a vast, silent, and solemn atmosphere. There are only 2 methods for the Saint Tao conferral ceremony. Those who can comprehend the wishes of all living beings in the world can obtain the power of all living beings and use their own Tao to verify the heavens. Those who open up a new path for future generations can achieve the great Tao conferral ceremony. However, neither of these 2 paths is easy. Someone frowned and pondered. That should be the Tao steel of ascension. Each one of them is like a star that guards the sky in the 90,000-meter wide universe. With this Tao steel, one will be able to obtain the karmic luck that belongs to the Kunlun ruins. It will be of incredible help when one attains the Tao and becomes an emperor in the future. Xuanyu said, his eyes filled with divine light as he stared at the sky. There were numerous stone tablets floating there, and they emanated different rays of light and auras. Some were boundless, some were condensed, some were unrestrained like fire, some were deep like water, and some were fierce and terrifying like swords. These were left behind by the peerless figures who had passed the pilgrimage path and reached the peak of the mountain, successfully completing the pilgrimage path. These stone tablets were like historical records that recorded legends. They represented supreme fortune and glory. Almost all the experts who reached the pilgrimage platform wanted to leave their names there. Unfortunately, I wonder exactly where the legendary secret to becoming an emperor or progenitor is hidden, and if it really exists. Hua Xingli sighed. Becoming an emperor or an ancestor, even if such a secret was very far away from them, who wouldn't be moved after hearing it? Whoosh! Suddenly, a graceful figure flew to the top of the mountain. In the rain of light, when Xianxia's beautiful face was revealed, many people looked at her with different expressions. They all knew that when Xianxia and Kuan Su Ling had cooperated to ambush on the pilgrimage path in order to capture Hu and threaten Lin Sun. But it seemed that when Xianxia had not succeeded. She still looked indifferent, but her delicate and beautiful eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that she had encountered some difficulties. Moreover, Kuan Su did not appear with her. Fairy Wen Xianxia, where is fellow practitioner Su? Someone couldn't help asking. He will come up in a moment. Wen Xianxia answered indifferently. Among those present, she only knew Zhuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and the others. She had heard of each other's names, but they were not friends. Speaking of which, standing on the pilgrimage platform, they were still competitors. It's a pity that Mengyi. Wen Xianxia sighed in her heart. If Mengyi had not died, with Kuan Su's help, she was absolutely confident that she could capture and kill Lin Sun. But now, the situation had become different. She looked at the vast universe in the sky and took a deep breath. She suppressed the melancholy in her heart and began to sense with her mind. Her top priority was to comprehend the mysteries of the great way hidden in the vast universe in order to seek an opportunity. The pilgrimage path. Seeing this, the others withdrew their gazes. Although Wen Xianxia was a fairy whose name had shaken the ancient path of the starry sky, who was not a peerless giant, the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform had blocked the footsteps of countless martial cultivators. And the pilgrimage path had ruined the hopes of countless strong practitioners. In the end, only 7 or 8 of them could stand out and reach the pilgrimage path. These people with terrifying backgrounds and extraordinary strength would naturally not get close to Wen Xianxia just because they admired her beauty. After all, at this moment, they were competitors. However, less than a moment after Wen Xianxia arrived, an angry voice sounded from the pilgrimage path below. You've gone too far. The voice was like thunder, transmitted through the chaotic qi. Wen Xianxia's beautiful eyes shrank at once. With a clang, she took out an ancient sword that seemed to be made of white jade. It shone brightly and exuded a sharp aura. Taiwu Taoist sword. This was a famous ancient treasure on the ancient path of the starry sky. It was one of the 7 Taoist swords inherited by the Panwu Taoist court. Although it was not a sovereign weapon, it had the aura of the sovereign realm, which was much stronger than the life saint weapon. Seeing that Wen Xianxia was facing a formidable enemy and even took out her trump card, the eyes of Zhuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and others flashed, and they vaguely guessed some facts. Wen Xianxia didn't care about these at all. There was a mysterious power of great way on the pilgrimage path, which prevented all treasures and external forces from being used. But on the pilgrimage path, it was completely different. The mysterious power of tempering had long disappeared, and naturally there was no power to suppress it. This was also the reason why Wen Xianxia was so decisive and wanted to reach the top of the mountain as soon as possible. Because she really didn't have much confidence in suppressing Lin Sun with her own combat power. However, if she had some trump cards, it would be a different story. Damn it. Soon, Voidling Kuan's voice was heard again, filled with anger and hatred. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a golden ray suddenly rushed up the pilgrimage path with a loud bang, and Voidling Kuan's majestic figure appeared. However, his hair was disheveled, and his face was livid and ferocious. He seemed to be in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had been chased all the way here. Many people's eyelids twitched when they saw this. Voidling Kuan was a peerless overlord ranked 13th on the Starry Sky Great Saints ranking. Who would have thought that even he would be chased to such a sorry state? Now, where else can you run to? An indifferent, cold voice sounded. Whoosh, almost at the same time, everyone looked in the direction of the pilgrimage path. They saw Lin Sun, who was wearing a moon-white robe, walking toward them. His figure was as straight as a sword, and his black eyes were surging with a terrifying cold flicker. Many people's expressions changed. It was him, Lin Sun. Even Zhuan Yuheng and Hua Xingli could not help but narrow their eyes. Previously, at the foot of the Kunlun Hill, Lin Sun had fought alone against a group of experts, and defeated Wen Qingxue, Meng Yi, and many others. But now, he had chased Void Ling Kuan all the way here, and the latter was in a sorry state. This undoubtedly proved that in a head-on battle, even a peerless overlord like Void Ling Kuan was no match for Lin Sun. If that was the case, how strong was Lin Sun's current combat strength? Thinking of this, some people's expressions became even more solemn. As soon as he stepped onto the pilgrimage path, Lin Sun glanced around and saw the ancient five-colored Taoist altar, the vast universe above his head, and the figures of everyone present. At the same time, he also noticed that the mysterious tempering force was gone. His whole body felt relaxed, and he could use his treasures now. This could be seen from the mysterious Taoist sword that Ji Xingyao had taken out. In the end, he fixed his eyes on Void Ling Kuan again and said, "Didn't you want to settle the score? This place is very suitable." Then, he glanced at Wen Qingxue and said, "And you, it's time to settle the score between the past and the present." His voice was casual, but it was arrogant and domineering. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Their eyes flickered, but no one said anything. It was not because they were intimidated, but because they didn't want to get involved in this storm. Lin Sun might not belong to any force on the starry ancient path, but he had no grudges with these people. In such a situation of snatching opportunities, they would not be hot-headed and attack Lin Sun with Void Ling Kuan and Wen Qingxue. Even Hua Xingli did the same. Xue Qingyi was only his subordinate, and his suggestion could not affect his attitude and will. Settle the score? Fine. Void Ling Kuan's face was livid. With a bang, he took out a huge white bone halberd, which was surrounded by the dazzling power of law and shone brightly. Without a doubt, this was an incredible treasure. Swish, he waved the halberd and slashed it angrily, setting off a storm all over the sky. Almost at the same time, Wen Qingxue, who had been waiting for a long time, also took action without hesitation. She manipulated the Taiwu Taoist sword and turned it into a white jade rainbow, breaking through the air and slashing. Both of them had their own trump cards. Now that they joined forces, they were naturally not afraid of Lin Sun. Humph. Lin Sun's face was as cold as ever. Holding the Avicii sword and the Yuan sword in each hand, he jumped up. The people nearby all avoided them and watched from afar. On this world-famous pilgrimage platform, many bloody battles had broken out in the past years. No one was surprised by the battle between Lin Sun and Void Ling Kuan. But they were also curious about whether Lin Sun, who was all alone, would survive to the end, or when Qingxue and Void Ling Kuan would win. Boom, the battle broke out without any suspense. For a moment, the ancient, solemn, and silent atmosphere on the pilgrimage platform was completely broken. Horrible sword chi crisscrossed, and divine light burst out. It was an unprecedented battle. Clang, the hellish Avicii sword collided with the white bone halberd, producing a soul-piercing sound that reverberated in all directions. Amidst the explosion of divine light, Void Ling Kuan was knocked back. Before Lin Sun could continue his attack, the Taiwu Taoist sword, which was like a white jade rainbow, pierced through the air and let out a sharp howl. Lin Sun waved the Yuan killer sword to meet it head-on. In an instant, the two had fought hundreds of times. Every time they clashed, there was an earth-shattering power that caused the battlefield to rumble endlessly. When Qingxue's body trembled slightly, and her beautiful face showed a rare solemnity. On the other hand, Lin Sun's momentum was like a rainbow, and his movements were like lightning. Even under the pincer attack of Void Ling Kuan and Wen Qingxue, he was still unstoppable. His whole body was like a boiling abyss. The spectators in the distance all held their breath and paid close attention to all this. Lin Sun's strength made them all awestruck. Similarly, the cooperation between Void Ling Kuan and Wen Qingxue also amazed them. Kill! With a roar, Void Ling Kuan's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like the scorching sun, and he waved the white bone halberd, setting off a violent Taoist light. Every attack could easily kill an ordinary peerless sage in the outside world. His murderous intent was monstrous. After all, he was a peerless overlord ranked 13th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list. The Taoism and magic he had mastered were far from ordinary. But no matter how fierce his attacks were, Lin Sun always met them head-on, forcing Voidling Kuan to run into a wall again and again. This made his expression change. He was both angry and shocked, and the power around him grew stronger. As for Wen Xianxia, her fighting skills were also unparalleled. She wielded the Taiwu Taoist sword like it was her own arm, performing the secret sword scriptures. Its power was unparalleled, and the sword chi was dense, just like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. But in front of Lin Sun, her attacks were like a mountain torrent meeting a sluice gate, or a dragon trapped in a deep abyss, repeatedly suppressed. In the field, people like Xuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and the others all looked solemn. They were thinking and comparing in their hearts, how would they deal with Lin Sun? Similarly, if they were Voidling Kuan or Wen Xianxia, how would they fight Lin Sun? The more they compared, the more solemn their expressions became. He was sure that even if such a battle occurred on the ancient path in the starry sky, it could absolutely be said to be unprecedented. After all, a peerless ruler like Zuling Kuan was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn. It was also extremely rare to see such a powerful man like Lin Sun. As for Wen Xianxia, her current ranking seemed to be only in the top 100 of the Starry Sky Great Saints list, but the combat strength she displayed was also an eye-opener. Rise. After a while, Wen Xianxia let out an obscure Dao voice. Whoosh, a broken sword that was mottled with rust flashed out, and only the tip of the sword remained. However, when it appeared, it emanated circle after circle of scarlet-red ripples of sword chi that dyed this expanse of space red. Emperor's aura. This shouldn't be a broken Emperor's sword, right? Someone cried out in alarm. On the other hand, the bodies of some people even stiffened while a chill ran down their spines. They felt a strand of bone-piercing coldness and threat from the tip of this sword. Kill. Wen Xianxia looked solemn and drew a line with her fingers. The mottled tip of the sword flashed gently in the void. It seemed to be extremely slow, but in an instant, it appeared between Lin Sun's eyebrows and stabbed at him fiercely. The seemingly slow but actually fast scene made people want to cough up blood. Clang, the broken blade stored in the sea of consciousness between Lin Sun's eyebrows suddenly swept out and accurately hit the tip of the sword. When the two collided, the broken blade trembled and was shaken away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared and appeared in another place, but there was also a touch of surprise between his eyebrows. This broken tip of the sword was obviously an extremely great treasure, suspected to be an incomplete emperor's treasure. Whoosh, the tip of the sword flashed, setting off circle of scarlet sword chi ripples, and rushed at Lin Sun again. Almost at the same time, Zuling Kuan let out a roar and attacked from the other side. An endless cold current burst out from his white bone halberd, which was covered with dense Taoist patterns and faintly resounding Dao sounds. All the onlookers couldn't help but hold their breath at this time. This series of attacks was as fast as lightning and extremely dangerous. Boom, in the deafening roar, everyone clearly saw a blood-stained bronze shield appear in front of Lin Sun. This was an ancient treasure obtained by Lin Sun from the Son of Hell. Its origin was unknown and its defensive power was amazing. But in just a moment, it burst into pieces. Like before, Lin Sun seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The three treasures, Avicii sword, Yuan killer sword, and the broken blade, attacked Zuling Kuan together. Normally, Zuling Kuan's combat power was a level higher than Wen Xianxia's. But now it was different. The mysterious sword tip of Wen Xianxia was extremely lethal, which affected Lin Sun to a certain extent. Therefore, Lin Sun planned to kill Zuling Kuan first and then Wen Xianxia. Zuling Kuan's pupils shrank, and he resisted with all his strength without hesitation. But after only one confrontation, he was shaken back, and the blood and chi in his body tumbled. If he hadn't dodged in time, his cheek would have been cut by the broken blade, which made him look a little embarrassed. He was furious and roared, "Do you think I don't have any hidden treasures?" With a flick of his sleeve, an antique scroll unfurled in the void. There were 16 flying daggers drawn on the scroll. Some were white and slender, like flying streamers. Some were as black as ink, looming in the darkness. Some turned into a golden flame, sprinkling bits of knife light. Every single flying knife was lifelike and revealed a different scene. They were extremely miraculous, and their might was terrifying and awe-inspiring to the extreme. 16 pictures of Emperor's saber from the Su family. Many people were shocked as they recognized the origins of this painting. It was personally drawn by the ancestor of the Su clan, one of the 7 great demon emperors, Demon Emperor Su, and it was branded with the will, essence, energy, and spirit of an emperor. Once the 16 flying knives appeared, they could kill ghosts and gods and crack the sky. Virtual light. As Zulin Kuan shouted, a flying knife as slender as flowing light flew out of the scroll and cut at Lin Sun. Its speed was not incredible, but it was illusory and impossible to capture. Clang, Lin Sun fought against it with the broken blade. The collision of the two made Lin Sun's body shake slightly, and his pupils couldn't help but narrow. Darkness. Kuan's face was cold. Another black flying knife swept out, like a shadow in the darkness, and cut at Lin Sun. Hidden fire. Crow shadow. Broken chasm. Frost rush. This was not the end. In the following time, Void Spirit Kuan released 10 flying knives in one breath, all of which were aimed at Lin Sun. Each flying knife had its own unique magic. As soon as the 10 flying knives appeared, the void was full of magnificent and unpredictable knife light. In the distance, Zhuan Yuheng and others were secretly shocked and gasped. This was 16 pictures of Emperor's saber, a masterpiece of Xu Hong demonic emperor. In a flash, Lin Sun was in a dangerous situation. The most terrible thing was that when Xianxia didn't stay idle. She controlled the Taiwu Taoist sword and the mysterious sword point to deal with Lin Sun. Anyone who witnessed this scene would definitely feel their scalp go numb and fear arise in their hearts. In fact, Lin Sun was indeed in danger at the moment. The range of his flickering movement was constantly being suppressed and reduced. Although Broken Blade, Avicii sword, and Yuan-Tu sword were strong, they were not emperor weapons. At present, it was difficult for them to compete with the mysterious sword point and 16 pictures of Emperor's saber. This was the help of external forces. It was impossible for peerless figures like Kuan and Wen Qingxue to not have some hidden treasures. These external forces alone were enough to help them avoid danger when they met an invincible opponent. At this point, Kuan and Wen Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. They tried everything they could and finally began to suppress Lin Sun, which refreshed their spirits. Kill. The two would not miss such a good opportunity. Without any pause, their attacks were even fiercer than before. It seemed that they wanted to kill Lin Sun completely. The eyes of the onlookers flickered. On the road of cultivation, one could only rely on himself. But in a battle, external forces were also part of one's strength. This was an irrefutable truth since ancient times. Obviously, Wen Qingxue and Kuan had the advantage in external forces at this moment, but before they could rejoice, Lin Sun, who seemed to be dwarfed by Kuan and Wen Qingxue, suddenly sneered. I had planned to compete with you in terms of cultivation so that you could die in peace, but your performance has really disappointed me. His words were full of sarcasm. The next moment, a pagoda emerged from Lin Sun's body. The pagoda, which seemed to be made of glazed gold, shone brightly at this moment. The onlookers only felt a tingling pain in their eyes. A vast, ancient, and vast aura spread. It was just a pagoda, but it gave them a kind of supreme power that was about to suppress the past, present, and future. At this moment, all the treasures that attacked Lin Sun, including 16 pictures of Emperor's saber, Taiwu Taoism sword, and the mysterious sword point, seemed to be suppressed. They trembled in the void and felt sluggish. Kuan and Wen Qingxue's pupils shrank at the same time, and their faces changed. Do you think that only you have trump cards in your hands? I, Lin Sun, have never lost in a competition of external objects. In the cold voice, the pagoda floating above Lin Sun's head launched a counterattack. Boom, the pagoda glowed, spewing out thousands of golden lights, each of which was golden, with sacred, blazing, and brilliant power. The mysterious sword tip let out a mournful wail as it was sent flying by the shockwave without accomplishing anything. The flying sabers that were coming at Lin Sun couldn't get close to Lin Sun, as if they had hit a wall in the earth-shattering roar. This meant that when Qingxue and Voidling Kuan's biggest trump card was suppressed by Lin Sun. What treasure is this? Is it the pagoda that disappeared in the Taoism battle of the emperors? Impossible. That pagoda has been destroyed long ago, and it will never appear again. Xuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and others also changed their faces. The power of this pagoda made them feel a burst of palpitations and depression. It was too magical and extraordinary. Go to hell. At this time, Lin Sun had already rushed at Kuan with his sword. His speed was incredibly fast, and his power was also overwhelming like a landslide and tsunami. Kuan roared, but it was too late to dodge. He could only fight with all his strength. In an instant, his body was chopped away. His 7 apertures were bleeding, and he saw stars. His tendons and bones were almost broken. He groaned in pain. Puff, Voidling Kuan's body hit the ground hard, and he coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. There was a dead silence. Everyone was shocked. The mighty Voidling Kuan, a peerless overlord, was obviously being suppressed. You can't compete with external objects, and you can't compete with your own cultivation either. In the field, Lin Sun's eyes were as deep as an abyss. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, and the Tower of Endless Way floated above his head. As he spoke, he charged at Voidling Kuan again. Slash! When Xianxia attacked from one side. Her sword chi was dense and fierce, like a rainbow flying out of the sky. It was a pity that the mysterious sword tip had been firmly pinned down. When Xianxia's own combat power was not enough for Lin Sun. Boom, Lin Sun didn't even look at her. He slashed his sword, and when Xianxia was blown away with her sword, her beautiful face turned pale. There was another commotion in the field. Slash! At the same time, the broken blade swept up with peerless sharpness. The first cut of heaven, however, after merging with Lin Sun's cultivation method, this slash was no longer the same. It had the power to suppress everything and cleanse the universe. Open! Voidling Kuan's eyes widened in anger. He roared and waved the bone halberd. The muscles on his body bulged while he emanated surging golden divine radiance, and his imposing aura was terrifying to the extreme. He'd exerted all his strength. Clang, the void shook, and the collision was like thunder in the 9th heaven. Void Spirit Kuan's bone halberd was blasted out of his hand, and he was pushed back again. A terrifying bloody gash had been torn open on his body by the fierce blade of the halberd. The expressions of the people in the field changed constantly. The situation changed too fast. Lin Sun was originally suppressed by Voidling Kuan and Wen Xianxia with their treasures, and was in danger. But when Lin Sun also fought with external objects, the situation became completely different. Slash! At this time, Lin Sun was as cold and decisive as the wind. He didn't give Voidling Kuan a chance to breathe at all. The snow-white broken blade was like a dream, flowing with mysterious Taoist patterns. Its sharpness was so strong that it seemed to cut the sky open. Everyone, if anyone helps me kill this guy, I will repay you in the future. Void Spirit Kuan roared in panic. From the pilgrimage path to this pilgrimage platform, they were chased by Lin Sun. Now, even if they joined hands with Wen Xianxia, they were still no match for Lin Sun. This cruel reality dealt Void Spirit Kuan a heavy blow. His voice rang out, causing many people's eyes to flicker, but in the end, no one responded. Whether it was Xuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, or anyone else, how could they interfere in such a matter? Originally, they were in a competitive relationship. It didn't matter to them whether Lin Sun died or if Void Spirit and Kuan were defeated in this battle. Boom! At this moment, Void Spirit Kuan was blasted flying once more. His body had cracked apart while fresh blood flowed from it, and he was in an extremely miserable and sorry state. I'll kill you! The Void Spirit Kuan roared, its eyes bloodshot as it struggled like a trapped beast on the verge of death. His body seemed to be on fire, emitting a terrifying aura. Kill! He roared, and a dagger appeared in his hand as he dashed forward. Buzz, this dagger was illusory, instantly breaking through the sound barrier. Its speed became faster and faster, leaving only a faint shadow behind, as if it could ignore the laws of space. The blade of exterminating spirit. This was a mysterious and unfathomable ominous treasure, which had been infused with primordial essence gold and a wisp of Emperor Realm aura. Even the body of a king of sages could break through the air with it. Everyone could see that Void Spirit Kuan was going all out, and he even wanted to die together with Lin Sun. Lin Sun took a deep breath and didn't dodge. The Avicii sword and the Yuan-to sword intertwined in the void and slashed out together. It was like drawing a E character in the air. E meant death. This was not only the oldest character, but also the most primitive and simple Taoist pattern. But at this time it turned into the purest, simplest, and most direct attack under Lin Sun's sword. There was a clang. The blade of exterminating spirit, which had unpredictable killing power, was blocked at the intersection of the E character, as if it had hit a natural barrier. It couldn't even stab in, let alone kill. The Avicii sword and the Yuan-to sword were also the swords of Mingyi Sword Emperor before he proved Tao. How could they be ordinary? How is it possible? Void Spirit Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart was in turmoil, and he was horrified. But he had no time to think. Boom! Lin Sun's attack was extremely simple, but it was also condensed and fierce to the extreme. In the deafening roar, the blade of exterminating spirit was smashed away, wailing incessantly. Void Spirit Kuan's body was split by the E character, his hands and feet were cut off, scattering in the void, and blood poured down like a waterfall. Until he died, Void Spirit Kuan let out a scream of pain and fear. But the sound stopped abruptly. The sword chi that invaded his body wreaked havoc, completely cutting off his soul and vitality. At this point, Void Spirit Kuan was dead, but Lin Sun only arrived at the pilgrimage platform for a moment, and he killed Void Spirit Kuan in a 1 versus 2 situation. His strength was unbelievably strong. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Void Spirit Kuan, a peerless overlord ranked 13th on the Starry Sky Great Sage list, was killed on the pilgrimage platform like this. Who would believe it if it was spread out? It was not until this moment that everyone present deeply realized the horror of Lin Sun. Only an invincible cultivator in the Great Sage realm could have such incredible combat strength, right? Some people's hearts trembled as they thought of the top 5 on the Starry Sky Great Sage list, who were widely recognized as invincible great sages under the starry sky. However, no one could associate the word invincible with a young man like Lin Sun from the ancient Desolation realm. Whoosh! In the dead silence, when Xianxia suddenly turned around and dashed toward the pilgrimage path at an incredible speed. Not only did she give up the chance to perform the pilgrimage path, but she also gave up the mysterious sword tip that was suppressed by the Great Way Without End Tower. She was extremely decisive and efficient. Obviously, Void Spirit Kuan's death made her realize how terrifying Lin Sun was. Lin Sun turned around and was about to chase after her. On the pilgrimage path, a beautiful figure in a yellow dress appeared and blocked in front of Xianxia, as if she was waiting for a rabbit to come to her. This person was none other than Ahu. Whoosh! A wisp of purple sword chi swept out from her palm and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned and tried her best to block it with Taiwu Taoist sword. But the battle was over before it started. Xianxia's body was lifted up by a big hand from behind by her snow-white neck. At this moment, Xianxia, who had always been calm and indifferent like an otherworldly fairy, finally had a change of expression. She struggled hard, but she suddenly stopped breathing. She only felt that the big hand pinching her neck exerted force, and the terrible power invaded her body from the fingertips like a landslide and a tsunami, completely suppressing and confining all the power in her body. For a moment, her beautiful face was flushed like sunset. She frowned and her face was full of shock and anger. Look, this fairy is so charming even when she is angry. No wonder she is pursued by so many people on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Lin Sun's cold and sarcastic voice came from behind. Xianxia's heart was filled with unspeakable shame, anger, and hatred. She said coldly, Lin Sun, I lost. You can kill me if you want. There was silence in the field. Xuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and others were a little stunned. Xianxia, the descendant of Panwu Taoist Court, the third fairy on the Starry Sky Beauty list and the top 100 on the Starry Sky Great Saints list, was a peerless girl. She was peerless and famous. She was very popular and had many admirers on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even some peerless geniuses would show her respect and adoration when they saw her. But at this time, she was held up by Lin Sun by the neck like a chick. This scene was undoubtedly very shocking. Kill you? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. With a bang, he threw Xianxia to the ground. No, it will only be too easy for you. Ahu beside him also thought deeply, death is very simple. We can't let her off easily. When Xianxia's clear eyes were fixed, what are you going to do? Ahu smiled sweetly, blinked her eyes, and said, you are a famous fairy on the ancient path of the starry sky. Wherever you go, you attract countless admirers. But if you let them know that the fairy they love has suddenly been banished to the mortal world, how would they feel? Abolish my cultivation? When Xianxia's pretty face changed slightly. Some of the experts present even sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too ruthless. It was not easy to cultivate. It was even more difficult to stand out among countless competitors and let Wen Xianxia have today's cultivation, reputation, and status. If her cultivation was abolished, it would be no less than a heavy blow that was enough to make people collapse. At that time, without her cultivation, she was bound to be an existence that was like an ant in this world of cultivation that was filled with intense competition. All her status and reputation would vanish. At that time, how would Panwu Taoist court regard Wen Xianxia, who had become a waste, and how would those strong men who had admired Wen Xianxia on the starry sky ancient path regard her? But Ahu said with a smile, it's not enough to abolish your cultivation. What if you are so lucky that you can re-enter the path of Tao? Wen Xianxia's heart sank, and she had a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ahu said, in my opinion, you are so beautiful and have such a noble bearing. You can be sent to some brothel. At the very least, you can be a prostitute. At that time, I believe that there will definitely be many people who adore you and fight to be the first to patronize your business. Her voice was soft, low, and carried a smile, but when it entered into Wen Xianxia's ears, every single word was like the coldest and sharpest awl in the world that fiercely pierced into her heart, causing her body to tremble with rage, terror, and panic. Even Zhuan Yuheng and the others felt cold in their hearts. Once a woman made things difficult for another woman, she would usually be even more ruthless than a man. At this moment, it was not enough that Wen Xianxia, a famous genius in the starry sky, was threatened to abolish her cultivation, and she was even threatened to be thrown into prostitution and become a prostitute. This was countless times crueler than directly killing Wen Xianxia. Wen Xianxia's face was gloomy, no matter how high her cultivation was, how beautiful her appearance was, and how extraordinary her background was. When she became a prisoner and her fate was completely out of her control, her state of mind was doomed to be unable to remain calm. Brother Lin, do you blame me for being vicious? Ahu suddenly looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand and pressed it on Wen Xianxia's head. The palm force roared and rushed into Wen Xianxia's body like a landslide and a tsunami. Bang, the chaotic hole in her body exploded. Following that, all the acupoints in her body were destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. It was visible to the naked eye that Wen Xianxia's breath weakened at an incredible speed. Like a shining pearl, she lost her spirituality and luster. Wen Xianxia was stunned as if she was struck by lightning. Even though she was in great pain, it was far less than the blow she suffered in her mind. She didn't expect that Lin Sun would suddenly attack her so fiercely that she didn't even have time to react. In the distance, Zhuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and others were also shocked. This guy really destroyed Wen Xianxia. They couldn't help but feel a strand of intense fear arise in their hearts when they acted without the slightest scruple and fearless style. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wen Xianxia's glossy black hair turned snow-white, and her white and tender skin seemed to have lost its vitality and became shriveled. In just a few breaths, Wen Xianxia seemed to have aged countless years, with wrinkled skin and white hair, and a stooped figure. Losing her cultivation was like breaking the longevity bridge. This stunning fairy who was famous throughout the starry sky had turned into an old woman. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that such an old woman was the fairy who was pursued and adored by countless people. Youth passed away in an instant, and beauty aged in a snap. Such a blow was undoubtedly more painful than death for any woman, especially for a peerless figure like Wen Xianxia, who had enjoyed endless glory. It was cruel torture to the extreme. Wen Xianxia screamed with a face full of confusion, pain, anger, and resentment. Hearing her voice, many people sighed in their hearts. In the all heavens, if one lost their cultivation, then no matter how amazing and extraordinary one was in the past, everything they possessed would vanish into thin air in the end. This was the reality. It wasn't just happening at this moment, and it wasn't just happening to Wen Xianxia. It had happened countless times in the past. Now, do you think I'm evil? Lin Sun asked Ahu with a smile without looking at Wen Xianxia. Ahu's beautiful eyes glistened as she gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother Lin, if news of your ruthless methods of destroying a flower were to spread, then it would absolutely make those fairies in the starry sky tremble with fear, and they wouldn't dare go against you again." Lin Sun, aren't you too cruel?" At this time, someone couldn't help but snort coldly with a look of disgust. He was extremely disgusted by Lin Sun's action of crippling Wen Xianxia. Lin Sun looked up and saw a young man in colorful clothes with a spirit feather crown on his head. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. "Cruel? Do you know how many methods this woman has used to kill me ever since she entered the Kunlun ruins?" Lin Sun revealed a mocking expression. "Of course, you don't care about that. What you care about is that she lost her beauty and became a cripple because of me, right?" Ahu also smiled and said, "Since you feel so sorry for this fairy Xianxia, why didn't you make a move just now? Of course, it's not too late now. Why don't I be a matchmaker and betroth her to you now? How about we get married on the pilgrimage platform?" Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Right now, Wen Xianxia was no different from an old woman, but Ahu said that on purpose. "You," the young man in colorful clothes was furious. Ahu sneered, "You what? You're just a guy who only cares about appearances. Even if Wen Xianxia lost her beauty, aren't you still unwilling to get close to her? You have a sharp tongue. I can't be bothered with you." The young man in colorful clothes took a deep breath and snorted coldly. The eyes of Xuan Yuheng, Hua Xingli, and the rest flickered. They could tell that the young man in colorful clothes chose to endure because he was afraid of Lin Sun. After thinking about it, it made sense. In the battle just now, Void Spirit Kuan was killed and Wen Xianxia was crippled. Anyone who wanted to challenge Lin Sun at this time would probably have to consider the consequences. At this moment, Wen Xianxia, who was crawling on the ground, suddenly raised her head and said with a venomous expression, "Lin Sun, when you step onto the starry ancient path, the Pangwu Dao court will definitely kill you." Before she finished speaking, she hit the ground with her head. Bang, Wen Xianxia's head was bleeding, and her body fell into a pool of blood. Lin Sun and Ahu did not stop her. Even if Wen Xianxia, who had become a cripple, did not die at this moment, she was destined to not be able to leave the Kunlun ruins alive. Such an extremely dangerous place was not a place a cripple could survive. Ahu sighed, "This is what they mean by you can't escape death. It's true that people will pity you if you're beautiful, but does that mean you can't die? There's no such logic in this world." Whoosh! Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and Wen Xianxia and the pool of blood on the ground were completely erased. On the battlefield, only the 16 diagrams of Emperor's saber, a mysterious sword tip, a white bone halberd, a Taiwu Dao sword, and the relics left behind by Void Spirit Kuan and Wen Xianxia. These naturally became Lin Sun's spoils of war. Some people's lips twitched when they saw this. Lin Sun was too ruthless. "Hey, you guys are fast." At the entrance of the road of pilgrimage, a figure in a black robe with slender and straight legs appeared. He held a long, narrow, and shiny saber in his fair hand. It was Tang Su of the Frenzy Saber Battle clan, known as Saber Addict. She glanced around and keenly noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, and there were still traces of battle left in the field. "Who can tell me what happened here?" Tang Su was in high spirits. Many people looked at Lin Sun. "Both Void Spirit Kuan and Wen Xianxia died just now," Hua Xingli said with a smile. Tang Su was stunned by Lin Sun's words. He also looked at Lin Sun and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you could even kill Void Spirit Kuan. Doesn't this mean that you can at least rank in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Great Sage list?" Lin Sun smiled, "I don't know about that." He had a good impression of Tang Su, who was pure and valiant. The young man in colorful robe suddenly said, "Tang Su, don't you like to fight with masters? Fellow practitioner Lin Sun is not simple. Why don't you take this opportunity to have a try?" A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes as he looked at him. The young man in colorful robe said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. It's just a fight, not a life and death vendetta. Why don't we have a fight?" Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he stepped forward directly. Boom, he raised his fist and punched. It was simple, but it had the magic of returning to nature. The young man's face suddenly changed. He quickly dodged and said angrily, Lin Sun, you are so overbearing. When did I agree to fight with you? Like Tang Su, I also like to fight with masters. Of course, I should take this opportunity to have a try. Don't tell me that you are not a master. As he spoke, Lin Sun rushed forward and punched like lightning. His fist momentum covered the sky and the earth, making it impossible for the young man in colorful robe to dodge. Boom! The young man in colorful robe was so angry that he snorted and had to fight head-on. In just a moment, he was suppressed by Lin Sun's rolling fist momentum. He couldn't lift his head and was in a mess. Everyone couldn't help laughing. The young man in colorful robe was called Tua Qinghai. He came from the Infernal Spirit Battle Clan, one of the top 10 battle clans. He was also an extremely powerful peerless great saint. Being able to climb the pilgrimage platform was enough to prove that Tua Qinghai was extraordinary. But he just wanted to provoke Lin Sun. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Crack! Not long after, Lin Sun slapped Tua Qinghai in the face. The latter staggered back, his cheeks red and swollen, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Tua Qinghai was furious. He attacked with all his strength. Crack! But in just a few breaths, he was slapped in the face by Lin Sun again. His whole face was red and swollen like a pig's head. His hair was disheveled, and his face was beyond recognition. I'm going to kill you. Tua Qinghai had already gone completely crazy, he was about to go crazy. Lin Sun said calmly, don't get me wrong. It's not a matter of life and death. It's just a competition. You don't have to be so angry. What if you hurt yourself? Ahu burst into laughter. Tang Su praised, Lin Sun, I'm sure that you really killed Void Spirit Kuan. Otherwise, how could you bully Tua Qinghai like this? Lin Sun, please show mercy. Suddenly, someone spoke up. He couldn't bear to see Tua Qinghai's miserable situation, so he pleaded for him. All right. Lin Sun nodded and stopped immediately. It's a pity that I thought you were a great master. Who knew? Haha. Lin Sun's laughter was comparable to the most contemptuous ridicule in the world. Tua Qinghai's face turned green and his teeth almost broke. But in the end, he was stopped by someone. It was just a farce. If he continued to fight, it would really become a battle of life and death. In that case, Tua Qinghai was destined to follow in Void Spirit Kuan's footsteps. At this point, no one dared to provoke Lin Sun anymore. Many people were even more afraid of Lin Sun. Because Lin Sun was not only powerful, but also unscrupulous in his actions. He would fight at the slightest disagreement. This kind of person was the most dangerous. I just realized that even a great beauty like Wen Xianxia was killed by you. I think I'd better not fight with you. What if you kill me if I can't beat you? Tang Su sighed. Lin Sun's strength made her eager to fight, but she had to weigh the consequences, so she felt a little regretful in her heart. Next to him, Ahu pursed his lips and chuckled, what did I say just now? With Wen Xianxia as an example, it's a pity that the fairies on the starry sky ancient path will treat you like a monster and avoid you like a snake or scorpion. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. But suddenly, strands of strange Taoist sounds rang out in the field. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked up at the vast universe in the sky at the same time. One of the stars suddenly shone brightly at this moment, emitting a ray of dazzling golden light that fell on the pilgrimage platform and bathed Xuan Yuheng's dignified and slender figure. The opportunity for pilgrimage, everyone present noticed at first glance that Xuan Yuheng had comprehended a strand of the opportunity within the grand Tao of the universe, and he possessed the opportunity to attain pilgrimage. In the vast and deep universe, one of the stars emanated brilliant light, and then a strand of golden light descended and enveloped Xuan Yuheng. He strode towards the five-colored Tao altar in the distance, and his figure was dazzling and extremely divine. In the end, he ascended the Tao altar and stood there while his aura started to undergo a miraculous and obscure transformation. Bang! In the end, the bright star actually melted into golden light that was dense like a waterfall, and it descended and was completely absorbed by Xuan Yuheng. It was also at this moment that waves of the tune of the Tao resounded, and the phenomenon of all living beings faintly appeared in the sky above Xuan Yuheng. On the other hand, Xuan Yuheng was like a ruler that accepted the faith and worship of all living beings. Pilgrimage with the wishes of all living beings. The hearts of Lin Sun and the others shook. Some were envious, some exclaimed with admiration, some seemed to be slightly disappointed, and so on and so forth. After a short moment, all the phenomena vanished. On the other hand, an ancient black stone tablet surged into appearance on the five-colored altar, and it was suffused with strands of Tao light and coiled with chaotic energy. The pilgrimage tablet, only a sage like Feng Chan could possess a Tao steel that belonged to him, and he could inscribe his will and name on it. The tablet would exist forever in the sky above the pilgrimage platform, and it would obtain the blessing of the heavens. For a time, everyone present couldn't help but feel slightly restless. It had always been said on the ancient pathway that any expert that could walk out of the Kunlun ruins alive would have the opportunity to attain the Tao and become an Emperor Realm expert in the future. Even though it was merely a single opportunity, it was sufficient to make countless half-step Emperor Realm and quasi-Emperor Realm experts go mad. This opportunity referred to the karmic luck of the heavens that he obtained from the pilgrimage tablet on the pilgrimage platform. On the five-colored Tao altar, Xuan Yuheng used the energy of his will to inscribe his name on the stone tablet. Accompanied by a ray of light that shot into the sky, the pilgrimage tablet soared into the sky and slowly charged into the sky. 3 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 9 kilometers. The pilgrimage tablet only stopped when it reached a height of 27 kilometers. It floated in midair and was enveloped by starlight. 27 kilometers. Amazing! Someone exclaimed. Lin Sun was in a daze. Then he heard Ahu's voice. The higher the position of the Tao steel of ascension is, the stronger the transformation that will occur after the Tao steel of ascension becomes a sage, and the more power of providence one will obtain from the heavens. This Xuan Yuheng's Diana bestowal Tao steel is indeed not simple for it to float at a height of 7,000 zhang. Lin Sun finally understood. In his field of vision, the sky above the pilgrimage platform was densely packed with pilgrimage tablets. Some were bright and resplendent like stars, while some were dim like meteorites. Furthermore, the heights of those ascension Tao steels were indeed different. Most of the ascension Tao steels were distributed in the vicinity of 10,000 zhang. Most of them were dim like meteorites. Lin Sun's spiritual awareness allowed him to accurately judge that there were 798 tablets of Taoism there after a simple sweep. Currently, Xuan Yuheng's Diana bestowal Tao steel was also located in this region. Furthermore, its location was very close to the front. There were only 49 Tao steels around the 27 kilometers mark, and most of them were below and above 27 kilometers. Only 3 Tao steels barely reached the area of 9,000 zhang. The Tao steels in this area were all bright and blazing, brighter than the stars. The atmosphere was magnificent and far from ordinary ones. These were all left by the powerhouses who had been consecrated on the pilgrimage platform since ancient times. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling strange. Xuan Yuheng, a peerless great saint ranked in the top 10 on the Starry Sky Great Saint list, could only float at a height of 7,000 zhang. In contrast, what kind of terrifying powerhouses left those Tao steels that were far superior to Xuan Yuheng's? What a pity! On the five-color altar, Xuan Yuheng let out a sigh. To others, it was already an extraordinary and supreme fortune to be able to preserve the Tao steel here for all eternity. But obviously, Xuan Yuheng was not satisfied. He shook his head and turned to walk down the five-color altar. At this moment, Lin Sun clearly felt the change of Xuan Yuheng's aura. His every move carried a kind of power. He was like a leader of the holy path, full of majesty. This was the charm of a sage, which was different from that of a saint. As the saying goes, be like a virtuous person. Becoming a sage was equivalent to having the foundation to become a king of saints. Everyone narrowed their eyes slightly and showed a strange look. Xuan Yuheng didn't pay attention to this. He found a place at random and sat cross-legged, as if he wanted to meditate and feel the changes in his body. This made many people secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In the past, there had been peerless figures who stopped others from seizing the good fortune after being consecrated as sages, and it happened more than once. Every time, there was endless bloodshed and a shocking number of casualties. Fortunately, Xuan Yuheng didn't do that. In the following time, whether it was Hua Xingli, Tang Su, Lin Sun, or Ahu, they all got rid of distractions and began to meditate. The universe was vast, cold, and grand. There were billions of stars twinkling in it, and the essential power of the great ways of heaven was contained in it. As long as one could seize a trace of opportunity in the great ways, he could be consecrated as a sage like Xuanyuheng. Time passed little by little. The familiar fluctuation of the Grand Tao resounded once more. A star in the universe glowed brilliantly before a strand of crimson-red light descended from it, and it bathed a thin man in light green armor within it. Nie Jianchen. How could it be him? Someone was surprised and seemed to have never expected that the thin man would be the second to comprehend a strand of opportunity. Just like Xuanyuheng, Nie Jianchen walked step by step up the five-colored Tao platform while the vital energy in his body underwent a transformation, and the image of all living had similarly floated up into appearance in the sky above him. This proved that he'd relied on the wish energy of all to be consecrated. After that, a Tao steel of ascension floated up into appearance. When Nie Jianchen left his name on it, Xuanyuheng, who sat cross-legged in the distance, opened his eyes. However, when he saw Nie Jianchen's Tao steel of ascension was merely floating 15 kilometers in the sky, Xuanyuheng closed his eyes once more. Even then, Nie Jianchen was extremely delighted and in high spirits. He walked down the five-colored Tao platform with large strides, and then he glanced at the surroundings. In the end, just like Xuanyuheng, he chose a place to meditate. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, and their emotions were also different. Only Linsun didn't care about these at all. He was meditating and sensing. His spiritual awareness seemed to fly up into the sky and into the depths of the universe. An indescribable feeling of vastness and loneliness arose spontaneously. The universe was boundlessly vast, and it seemed to be boundless. When one stood within it, it caused one to feel extremely tiny and perplexed. They didn't know where the future was and where the return was. Gradually, Linsun's spiritual awareness flew deeper and farther. Along the way, all he saw were the vast stars and the cold and lonely Zhou Su. Buzz. Linsun didn't notice that on his body, the black copper piece left by the mother furnace of treasure, quietly appeared a touch of obscure ripple. At the same time, Linsun's spiritual awareness captured a boiling, dazzling, and tumbling Zhou Su like molten lava, which turned into a huge flame vortex. In front of this flame vortex, the 10,000-meter-tall giant was no different from a small ant. It was so huge that it was like a huge black hole in the universe, but it was flowing with terrible flames. The stars near the flame vortex seemed to be burning. They were extremely red and flew out rolling divine flames. For a moment, Linsun's spiritual awareness was stinging. But at the same time, there was also an obscure and mysterious feeling in his heart. Source of treasure refining. It was a land of the origin of the great path that covered nearly 10,000 kinds of treasure refining divine flames. The mother furnace of treasure refining, which had refined 9 emperors' weapons, was born in the flame vortex called source of treasure refining. Linsun's heart was stirred. He didn't expect that he could see such a shocking secret when he sensed the opportunity of pilgrimage. Until his mood calmed down, Linsun's spiritual awareness continued to sweep into the depths of the universe. Along the way, he sensed many times, but he got nothing in the end. However, his state of mind was extremely calm and clear. Because he didn't have any idea of obtaining it. Whether it was by relying on the power of all living beings' will or the power of the Great Way, it was not a problem for him for a long time. After an unknown period of time, Linsun's spiritual awareness had flown a great distance. In the depths of the vast universe, he sensed constantly, and his soul couldn't help but feel tired and powerless. The great sage is great and boundless, but in front of this vast universe, it seems too small. Linsun's heart surged with an indescribable loneliness. In the vast sea of stars and boundless universe, it was like a person walking alone. The surroundings were cold and silent, and it made him feel unspeakably depressed, helpless, and frustrated. Gradually, his consciousness seemed as if it was on the verge of melting, and he was lost within the boundless universe. No, suddenly, Linsun's state of mind was instinctively vigilant. His spiritual awareness that was spreading in the depths of the universe suddenly stopped. Even if he went deeper in the vast universe, when would he reach the end? But if he didn't go deeper, how could he sense the opportunity contained in this universe? Originally, Linsun was just curious and had no desire for it. But when he really began to sense, his spiritual awareness had already sensed the depths of this universe. He was unwilling to give up like this. Then, try again. Linsun abandoned distracting thoughts and continued to sense the depths of the universe with his spiritual awareness. The familiar feeling of loneliness, depression, helplessness, and frustration arose spontaneously again. But Lin Sun didn't care about it anymore. His spiritual awareness was like the moon in the blue sea and the moon in the well. It was no longer affected by the sky and clouds. Gradually, his consciousness showed a kind of blankness. It was not slack and lost, but a kind of feeling of forgetfulness after the mind was free from distractions. Not knowing how long it had been, a wisp of sound like morning bell and evening drum resounded in his heart, faintly discernible and ethereal. In Lin Sun's spiritual awareness, it was like an electric shock or a sudden warning, producing a wonderful feeling, starting from Xuan Yuhing until now. Nie Jianchen, Tang Su, and the others had successively comprehended a strand of critical factor that came from the depths of the universe, and they'd smoothly ascended the five-colored sacrificial altar to advance into the sage realm. The five of them also left their own pilgrimage steels in the air above the pilgrimage platform. However, except for Xuan Yuhing's pilgrimage tablet, which was 70,000 feet high, the other fours were below 70,000 feet. No one could reach 90,000 feet. No one could challenge Xuan Yuhing's height. Even so, the four powerhouses who took advantage of the situation to become sages were filled with joy. Because sages not only meant a transformation in the great sage realm, but also meant that they could climb to the top of the sage king realm in the future. Experts who had yet to comprehend the pilgrimage opportunity had a different mindset. When Lin Sun first arrived at the pilgrimage platform, there were 9 people, including Shuling Kuan and Wenqing Xue. Later, Hu and Tang Su arrived one after another. Without Shuling Kuan and Wenqing Xue, there were still 9 people. Now, 5 people had become sages. Only Lin Sun, Hu, Hua Xingli, and a woman named Qi Xianyu had not sensed the opportunity to become sages. Haha, although some people's battle prowess is powerful, they are savage and lawless by nature. No wonder they are still unable to be conferred the title of sage. Tua Qinghai, the young man in colorful clothes, was the 5th to be consecrated as a sage. When he walked down from the 5-color altar, he glanced coldly at Lin Sun and Hu with a faint hatred. Earlier, Lin Sun had chased after him and slapped him so hard that his head was swollen like a pig's head. This was a great humiliation to him. Now that Tua Qinghai had become a sage before Lin Sun and Hu, there was a faint murderous intent in his heart. Lin Sun was completely unaware of this and did not respond. Hu, on the other hand, frowned and was startled awake from a deep level of sensing. She could not suppress the anger in her heart. No one could be happy to be disturbed at this moment. Tua Qinghai. Before Hu could say anything, Tang Su, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "You and I are both sages now. Do you want to have a spar?" There was eagerness in his voice. Tua Qinghai's expression slightly changed. He forced a smile and said, "Forget it. I just stepped into this realm, so I need to calm my mind and comprehend it." Tang Su responded with an "oh" and said, "That's fine too. If you want to fight, I'll be the first to accompany you." With that, she closed her eyes again. Tua Qinghai, on the other hand, had a bitter taste in his mouth and was cursing in his heart. How could he not see that Tang Su had clearly sensed what he wanted to do? Under such circumstances, as long as he dared to attack Lin, Tang Su would definitely stop him in the name of learning from each other. Hu also guessed this, and couldn't help but have a good impression of Tang Su. Humph. Tua Qinghai glanced at Lin and Hu, then turned to an open space and sat cross-legged, meditating on the benefits brought to him by the previous transformation. Hu ignored it directly and looked at Lin beside him. Seeing that Lin was not disturbed, he felt relieved and began to sense again. As time went by, no one on the pilgrimage path could reach the top of the mountain from beginning to end. It could be inferred how difficult it was to approach the pilgrimage platform. Su Lingkuan and Wenqing Xue were lucky to have the ability to climb the pilgrimage platform, but they were also unlucky to have died here before they could sense the opportunity of the pilgrimage platform. When people died, the lamp went out, and the Tao became empty. They were not as good as those who had not climbed the pilgrimage platform. At least they were alive, and there was hope for them to go further on the road of Tao in the future. A quarter of an hour later, the woman named Qi Xianyu also sensed the opportunity of the pilgrimage platform. She turned into a sage and left her own pilgrimage tablet. 2 hours later, Hu also sensed the opportunity of the pilgrimage platform and climbed the 5-color Taoist platform. At this moment, Tuo Qinghai quietly opened his eyes. As soon as Hu left, there was no one around Lin. If he took this opportunity to kill Lin, thinking of this, Tuo Qinghai's body suddenly froze. He noticed that Tang Su was looking at him with a hint of playfulness. Tuo Qinghai was furious. He was more and more sure that Tang Su was targeting him and was determined to protect Lin. In the end, he sighed to himself and gave up the plan of attacking Lin. It was also at this moment that a strange change suddenly occurred. A gray figure, like smoke, appeared quietly and came behind Lin at an incredible speed. Swish, in his palm, a sharp awl stabbed at Lin. At the same time, a black and strange lotus appeared over Lin's head. The stamen of the flower flowed with divine light and covered Lin. All of this happened in an instant, incredibly fast. Even Tang Su, Xuan Yuheng, and Nye Jianchen, when they noticed this scene, the attack had completely broken out. Everyone was awestruck. Tuo Qinghai was so excited that he almost cried out. For him, this sneak attack was like a gift from heaven. At this time, Hu had already climbed the five-colored Taoist platform and was being baptized and transformed by the power of the pilgrimage platform. He did not notice this scene at all. It was no exaggeration to say that the timing of this attack was precise and the attack was swift and fierce. It was almost the pinnacle of assassination. Anyone who saw this would be shocked and horrified. Lin was going to suffer. At this critical moment, the same thought came to everyone's mind at the same time. But the next moment, a big abyss suddenly appeared on Lin, who was like a clay sculpture and did not notice anything. Boom, Qi roared, covering the sky and the earth. The unparalleled and terrible sword Qi roared out from Lin Sun's body like a vast ocean. Taishan sword Qi, 72 earthly evil sword mountains. In an instant, the black lotus covering Lin's head was the first to be smashed, turning into black ashes and disappearing. Soon after, a sharp awl that attacked from behind was blocked by many sword mountains. In the end, it was shaken and forced to retreat. Damn it! Sha Luqing, the oracle messenger of the Divine Image sect, and Ku Du, the traveler of misfortune from the Hidden Land realm, appeared in the field. Both of them looked shocked and incredulous. Tang Su, Xuan Yuheng, and the others were surprised, and they felt very surprised. At such a critical moment, Lin Sun was actually able to react in time, and this was too shocking. The smile on Tuo Qinghai's face froze, and his joy was replaced by an inexplicable anger. How could Lin Sun not be killed in this way? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He turned to look at Sha Luqing and Ku Du with an indifferent expression and said, "You've used the same trick twice. Are you at your wits' end? But you two came at the right time. It's time to end this." Being attacked abruptly and interrupted abruptly, Lin Sun, who was in a state of mind to sense the opportunity of the pilgrimage, seemed unperturbed. There was a kind of chilling calmness in him. Sha Luqing and Ku Du, who were stared at by Lin Sun, felt uncomfortable all over. This time, their assassination attempt against Lin Sun failed again, exposing their whereabouts. So they could only face Lin Sun head-on again. Even they felt unspeakably depressed. Was Lin Sun their nemesis? Swish, Lin Sun made his move. He stretched out his right index finger and drew a line in the void. A sword Qi suddenly condensed, filling the universe and cutting through the longitude and latitude. It seemed to contain all the mysteries in it, showing a simple feeling of returning to simplicity. Its edge was unparalleled and unrestrained. Its power was unparalleled, and even ghosts and gods had to flee. This sword was called Gone Without Return. Oh no! Sha Luqing's hair stood on end, and his soul almost flew out of his body. His mind, state of mind, and consciousness were completely shocked by the power of this sword Qi, producing an uncontrollable terror. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave it his all and displayed his trump card to save his life. Clatter, his body transformed into strands of gray flowing light, and his speed was so fast that it could shock the world as he flashed towards the pilgrimage path. The life-saving means of an assassin and a killer were never to kill the enemy, but to escape. Unfortunately, he had no idea how terrible this sword Wu Yang inherited from Battle Emperor Wu Yang was. As the sword rose, the heavens and the earth changed color. As the sword fell, the wisps of flowing light that Sha Luqing's body had turned into were extinguished in the wind, disappearing without a trace. One sword, killing Sha Luqing. What was creepy was that there was no blood or corpse. It was as if Sha Luqing had been completely erased. There was dead silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Even when Lin Sun was fighting with Su Ling Kuan and Wen Qingxue, they had never seen Lin Sun use such unbelievably terrifying sword qi. The style of that sword could shock the world. Bald donkey, it's your turn. Lin Sun looked at Kudu in the distance. Kudu was dressed in black monk robes, and a black lotus was branded on his head. Although he had witnessed the whole process of Sha Liuqing's death, his expression was indifferent. The descendants of the Hidden Land realm were unafraid of death, and they were heartless. But this did not mean that Kudu was not afraid. At this moment, he felt a chill in his heart. Lin Sun, you have been targeted by the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land realm. Unless you don't set foot on the starry ancient path in this life, you will die in the darkness in the future, no matter how outstanding your performance is now. Kudu said indifferently. Under his feet, there were 18 black lotus pictures, each of which had a shadow of a dark Buddha. Swish, before his voice died away, Kudu's figure disappeared out of thin air. Buzz, but at the same time, Lin Sun suddenly took out the insignificance bow, pulled the bowstring to the fullest, and shot the blue sky arrow. Go to heaven, go to hell, on the pilgrimage road filled with chaotic qi, there was a muffled sound. Blood rushed up. If you looked closely, you could see that Kudu was pierced by an arrow, his body exploded, and his flesh and blood flew on the ancient bluestone steps. Still want to escape? Do you really think you can escape? Lin Sun put away the insignificance bow and the blue sky arrow, and a pair of mysterious Buddhist symbols flashed in his black eyes. Others might not be able to see Kudu's escaping figure, but it was not difficult for Lin Sun, who cultivated the Dharma scripture. It should be known that this sutra was a supreme sutra created by holy monk Duji with the Earth Sutra as the foundation. Why did the Hidden Land realm regard Lin Sun as a heretic that must be killed? On the one hand, it was because of the Bodhi wood with taboo power sealed in it, but more importantly, Lin had mastered the Dharma scripture. Just like before, when Lin Sun saw through Kudu's escape method, he used one of the magical skills in Dharma scripture. The surroundings were deathly silent. Xuan Yuheng, Tang Su, Nie Jianchen, and the others felt apprehensive in their hearts. They had also seen through Sha Luqing and Kudu's identities, but they hadn't expected that Lin Sun would be targeted by them. This was the successor of the second of the three giants in the dark world. Once he was targeted, there would be no end of trouble. When he realized this, Tua Qinghai, who was originally so depressed that he was about to vomit blood, couldn't help but feel a burst of joy and schadenfreude. He knew very well that ever since he entered the Kunlun ruins, there were countless successors and descendants of the 6 great Dao courts and 10 great battle clans that had died in Lin Sun's hands. Yan Chenjun, Luong, Guzongxin, Tao Jianqing, Kuan Jiolin, Void Spirit Kuan, Wenqing Shui. These were all famous figures. In addition to these, at least hundreds of overmatches had died in Lin Sun's hands. If this matter were to spread out, which force on the starry sky ancient path would be able to tolerate this young man? Now, even the dark world had their eyes on Lin Sun, which was undoubtedly one disaster after another, as Kudu had said before. Unless Lin Sun never set foot on the starry sky ancient path in this life, he was bound to be attacked by many powerful forces. Why are you smiling so happily? Doesn't your face hurt? Lin Sun suddenly opened his mouth and looked over. Tua Qinghai's face froze. He flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. Lin Sun, do you really think I dare not fight you? Do you want to spar? However, Tang Su's face was filled with anticipation. Black lines appeared on Tua Qinghai's forehead. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Eh? Meanwhile, Xuan Yuheng suddenly spoke. Following his gaze, he saw that high up in the sky, there was a Dao stele of ascension floating at a height of 20 kilometers. It was on par with Xuan Yuheng's Dao stele of ascension, and it was even slightly taller. A wave of restlessness arose in the surroundings, and their gazes simultaneously shot towards a peerlessly beautiful figure on the 5-colored Dao platform. Because this was a Hu's Dao stele of ascension, he was also the only existence that had surpassed Xuan Yu's Hengfeng Chan. If you don't dare to fight Miss Tang Su, why don't we have a spar? Hu's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he walked down from the 5-colored Dao altar with a smile. She was graceful and charming, and her watery eyes were firmly locked on Tua Qinghai. Humph. Unlike Lin Sun, I never bully women. Tuo Qinghai snorted coldly and sat back down with a gloomy face. How is it? Ahu looked at Lin Sun worriedly. Although Sha Luqing and Lin Sun were both killed, their appearance destroyed Lin's state of mind to sense the opportunity of the pilgrimage ceremony. I'm fine. With his hands behind his back, Lin Sun looked up at the universe in the sky above him. But unlike before, this universe had become different in his eyes. No one knew that Lin Sun had peeped into the place where the source furnace of treasure refining was born in his previous deep sensing. Moreover, he even obtained an unimaginable enlightenment. By the way, why did you choose the pilgrimage ceremony with the power of all living beings? Lin Sun was puzzled and asked Ahu. Obtaining the power of all living beings and becoming a sage could indeed transform one's own strength. With the power of sage, one could set foot on the top of the Sage King realm in the future. But in comparison, it was not as good as the pilgrimage ceremony with the power of all living beings. Pilgrimage ceremony with the power of all living beings also needed to seek welfare for all living beings, such as educating all living beings with one's divine path and preaching to the world. It seemed simple, but it was actually not easy. Moreover, if one didn't do so, he would be hindered by the power of all living beings, which would have a great impact on his future cultivation. But the pilgrimage ceremony with the power of all living beings would not be affected. Ahu said with a smile, "This is also good. The great path I seek is not enough for me to become a sage. When there is a chance in the future, I also want to establish a sect, teach all living beings, and impart the Tao and the essence to them." Lin Sun said nothing more. This was the pursuit of the great path. Everyone's pursuit was different. Soon, Hua Xingli also perceived a wisp of opportunity for pilgrimage ceremony and ascended the five-color Taoist altar. He was different from Xuan Yuheng, Nie Jianchen, and Tang Su in front of him. The power of pilgrimage ceremony he triggered was actually a magnificent light of Tao. Above his head, there was a terrible vision of the 3,000 demons' territory and the catastrophe of all living beings. Pilgrimage ceremony with the power of all living beings. Lin Sun's pupil shrank. Almost at the same time, there was a burst of exclamation in the field. Everyone, including Xuan Yuheng and Tang Su, couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Because so far, Hua Xingli was the only one in the field who used the power of Great Path to become a sage, which seemed to be different. I didn't expect that Hua Xingli had opened up a brand new demonic method and got the recognition of the power of pilgrimage ceremony. Xuan Yuheng's eyes on Hua Xingli had changed. Others couldn't calm down either. Especially when they saw that the pilgrimage ceremony tablet belonging to Hua Xingli rushed up to the sky at an amazing speed, breaking all the previous results and reaching the distance of more than 80,000 feet. There was a burst of exclamation in the field. This result was more than amazing. It surpassed the achievements of some ancestors who had shown here in the past years. There will be one more great figure in the demon court in the future, Ahu couldn't help but be surprised. Hua Xingli, a peerless figure whose ranking on the great sage list was far lower than that of Void Spirit Kuan and Xuan Yuheng, could make such a dazzling achievement in the pilgrimage ceremony. This was something that no one had expected before. "Brother Lin, you're the only one left." Hua Xingli walked down from the five-color Taoist altar. His hair was as white as snow, and his cheeks were still sickly pale. But there was a great majesty all over him, as if he was standing above the sky. Many people also looked at Lin Sun. Indeed, Lin Sun was the only one left on the pilgrimage ceremony platform who hadn't sensed the opportunity of pilgrimage ceremony. They couldn't help but look strange. Lin Sun was so domineering and powerful before, but he still couldn't be in the holy way for a long time. Was it really because of the interference of Sha Luqing and Lin Sun that he completely missed this supreme opportunity? At this moment, Lin Sun smiled and walked towards the five-color Taoist altar in the distance. His pace was leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll in a courtyard, unspeakably free and casual. However, everyone was stunned. What was he going to do? It should be known that no one could get close to the five-color Taoist altar before comprehending the opportunity of pilgrimage ceremony. Before this, many people had already tried to probe him. But now, Lin Sun didn't seize the opportunity of pilgrimage ceremony, but walked towards the five-color Taoist altar, which naturally made people feel very strange. "Lin Sun, are you not reconciled? But you should know that in the past years, there were many people who arrived at the pilgrimage ceremony platform like you. but didn't seize the opportunity of pilgrimage ceremony. Tuo Qinghai couldn't help but say. It seemed to be a reminder, but there was a kind of sarcasm in his words, as if he was watching a joke. Ahu frowned her delicate and charming eyebrows and didn't say anything, because she also didn't understand what Lin Sun was going to do. Xuan Yuheng, Tang Su, Nie Jianchen, Qi Xianyu, and others all paid attention to Lin Sun's abnormal behavior with doubts and puzzlement. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to all of this. On the other hand, the sound of the Tao resounded like a bell in his heart, and it was deafening. Stepping on the starry Han shoes, strolling up the Kunlun Mountains. It was a line of Taoist hymn, but it seemed to have a magical power, making Lin Sun's mind emerge scenes of the grand universe. There was a huge whirlpool of fire like a black hole in the starry sky, turning into the source of treasure refining, flowing out thousands of kinds of Taoist fire, burning the stars. There was a boundless sea of stars, a cold and lonely universe, walking alone, lonely for eternity. There was, all kinds of scenes and experiences were what Lin Sun had sensed before. At this time, these scenes were like running water, flowing through Lin Sun's mind calmly. No matter how boundless the universe, billions of stars, hiding all the mysteries of the Great Way, I am free and unfettered, walking on the wind. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to see that there was a man walking up here in ancient times, free and unfettered above the universe. At this time, Lin Sun stepped onto the five-color Taoist altar. It was easy and casual as if he was walking on the flat ground. Everyone's pupils shrank. He actually climbed up. This was simply unimaginable. Before, they had all tried, but before they could get close, they were stopped by the forbidden power emitted by the five-color Taoist altar. But now, Lin Sun became an exception. Climbing the five-color Taoist altar, Lin Sun's face was calm, only a pair of black eyes showed a touch of enlightenment, and his heart was open. He looked up at the sky, waved his sleeves, and stretched out his right hand, palm facing the sky. Lift your sleeves to catch the sun and the moon, and all the heavens enter the palm lines. A line of Taoist hymn seemed to resound in the depths of his mind. In Lin Sun's vision, the vast and silent universe was reflected in his pupils, as if it had shrunk countless times. This, God. There was a burst of exclamation in the field. No one could calm down, and they all looked at the universe in shock. There were countless stars twinkling there, some bright and resplendent, some dim and dull. Previously, they had sensed it one by one and seized the opportunity of the pilgrimage ceremony. The stars turned into streams of power of pilgrimage ceremony, fell down, and integrated into their bodies, transforming them into sages. Yet now, within their fields of vision, the countless stars in the universe emanated numerous dazzling rays of light, and they were dense like a Milky Way that poured down from the sky. The heavens seemed to tremble, and the void around them shone brightly, illuminating the starry sky. It was incomparably brilliant, as if a miracle was being born. The incredible scene shocked everyone present. Even at the foot of the Kunlun Hill, many cultivators who had no chance to reach the pilgrimage ceremony platform were alarmed at this moment, and they all looked into the depths of the sky. Originally, that place was covered by the gray chaotic qi, and nothing could be seen. But at this moment, a brilliant and dazzling light lit up in the chaotic qi, illuminating the gray sky. It was sacred and dazzling. There was an uproar, and everyone was stunned. What happened on the pilgrimage ceremony platform? The universe roared, thousands of stars trembled, and a vast light bloomed. On the pilgrimage platform, Xuan Yuheng and Tang Su couldn't sit still anymore. They all stood up and looked at the scene in shock. Such a thing had never happened in the past years. Boom, countless rays of light fell like a river of stars, all rushing towards Lin Sun. An incredible scene appeared. Lin Sun raised his right hand and absorbed all the light like a bottomless abyss. His whole body was bathed in the brilliant light, and he swallowed the sky with one hand. There was a sound of gasping in the field. What was going on? Was Lin Sun doing a pilgrimage? It was just that the commotion was a little too shocking. Lift your sleeve to catch the sun and the moon, and all the heavens enter your palm. The loud voice was still ringing in Lin Sun's mind. His palm was boiling hot. As the rolling light poured in, the fine palm lines seemed to be branded with a layer of mysterious Taoist diagram, but it was extremely vague. I see, Lin Sun was suddenly enlightened. The Taoist hymn left by the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain was called Teaching Taoist Hymn, but Lin Sun had never really been taught anything. He had learned the battle saint technique left behind by the arrogant senior brother, the eternal leakless technique taught by senior brother Xian Kong, and the great Tao Golden Court scripture left behind by senior brother Guyupu, but he had never been taught by the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain. And this mysterious Taoist hymn had always been hidden in the Tower of Endless Tao. Now, Lin Sun realized that the Taoist karma taught by the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain was actually hidden on the pilgrimage platform. He walked up the Kunlun mountain with his starry shoes. This Taoist hymn referred to the top of the Kunlun hill. Lift your sleeve to catch the sun and the moon, and all the heavens enter your palm. This Taoist hymn referred to the Taoist karma hidden in the universe above his head. However, Lin Sun didn't associate the 4 sentences of this Taoist hymn with the Kunlun hill before. It was only after he arrived here that he saw the truth by chance. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to see the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain walking up the Kunlun mountain and ascending to the universe. With a wave of his sleeve, he could grasp the sun and moon. With just a stretch of his hand, he could infuse all the mysteries of the heavens into his palm. This Kunlun void is definitely closely related to Fengsuan Mountain's orthodoxy. Lin Sun was more and more sure of this. The peach blossom mystic realm had traces left behind by that arrogant senior brother. At the peak of Mount Imperial Dragon, there were traces left behind by Li Xianwei. Senior brother Guyupu had been guarding the god-sealing sky peak for countless years. And now, the peak of the Kunlun hill contained the Tao karma left behind by the master of Fengsuan Mountain. A series of clues and truths were all related to Mount Fengsuan. They all existed in the Kunlun ruins, one of the 4 ancient gods' ruins. This also meant that Mount Fengsuan's orthodoxy was inseparable from the Kunlun ruins. He couldn't have obtained the secret to becoming an emperor or an ancestor, right? Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily. Just these words alone caused the hearts of Xuan Yuheng, Tang Su, and the others to shake fiercely, and their expressions turned grim. Since ancient times, there had always been a rumor on the starry sky ancient path. On the ascension platform, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Kunlun ruins, there was a supreme fortune related to becoming an emperor or an ancestor. However, for countless years, none of the experts who had reached the ascension platform had been able to touch such a great fortune. Even so, many great forces on the starry sky ancient path firmly believed that this great fortune definitely existed. Now, watching Lin Sun ascend the 5-colored Tao altar and trigger an unprecedented change, who wouldn't suspect that he had touched the secret of becoming an emperor or an ancestor, becoming an emperor or an ancestor? This was a completely different concept from the opportunity to prove one's Tao and become an emperor. Even if an emperor realm figure knew about it, he would fight to the death to obtain it. If it spread to the starry sky ancient path, there was no doubt that those terrifying figures and old antiques who had hidden from the world would definitely make a move. For a moment, many people's mouths were dry, and their hearts were in turmoil. Did Lin Sun really obtain such a supreme fortune? It's ridiculous. Lin Sun is only a great saint. There's still a long way to go before he becomes an emperor. With his current foundation and strength, how could he have a chance to touch such a fortune? Ahu snorted coldly. She realized that the atmosphere was not right. Xuan Yuheng, Nie Jianchen, and others looked at Lin Sun in a different way. This is fate. Who can be sure that what Lin Sun got at this time is not a chance to become an emperor or an ancestor? Tua Qinghai said, his eyes twinkling. The others were silent, but it was obvious that they also thought so. Ahu's heart sank. If this news spread, from now on, Lin Sun was bound to become a delicious cake in everyone's eyes. Even if he could finally kill his way out of the Kunlun ruins, who would let go of a young man who possessed the secret of becoming an emperor or an ancestor on the starry sky ancient path, at that time, even an emperor realm figure might attack Lin Sun regardless of face. Boom rumblings suddenly resounded in the universe, and then numerous stars were dispersed and obliterated. In the time of a few breaths, the vast starry sky had actually transformed into an expanse of empty space. The stars fell forever and no longer existed at this moment. In the vein of Lin Sun's right palm, a mysterious Taoist diagram appeared, with 3 stars arranged and a crescent hanging high. Crescent and 3 stars. It was the word heart. Square inch also referred to heart. In front of the gate of Mount Fengsuan, there used to be a stone tablet with the words crescent and 3 stars. At this moment, Lin Sun thought of too many things in the past. He thought of the scenes he saw when he entered the ultimate for the first time and obtained the saint method of fight. The collapsed gate, the broken stone tablet, the vague handwriting of crescent and 3 stars, and the unruly figure kneeling in front of the ruined gate. He thought of senior brother Xuankong's proud introduction of Mount Fengsuan and his brothers. He thought of a major setback that Lord of Tongtian, Luo Tongtian, had encountered in the ultimate. He thought of Demon Emperor Du Tian, who was now sealed in the Tower of Endless Tao, and the old puty who had been crazily slandered. All his thoughts finally converged on the Taoist diagram of crescent and 3 stars in his palm. Lin Sun thought inexplicably, does this mean that I have officially been taught by my master? In fact, he already had the answer. Yes. This was teaching, because in the diagram in his right palm, there was a Taoist karma of emperor and ancestor, and it was this cognition that made Lin Sun realize that the secret of emperor and ancestor circulating on the ancient road of the starry sky did exist. The reason why no one could obtain it was that all the strong people who reached the pilgrimage platform were not the descendants of Mount Fengsuan. In other words, this Taoist karma was originally left by the Lord of Mount Fengsuan for his successor. I come from the mortal world and knock on the door of longevity. The wonderful method reveals one's nature, and the Tao is given to the predestined one. The voice, like a great bell, resounded in Lin Sun's heart again. Then, the Taoist diagram of crescent and 3 stars in Lin Sun's right palm emitted a strange and obscure light, and then quietly melted into his flesh and disappeared. But Lin Sun knew that this Taoist karma was in his palm. The wonderful method reveals one's nature, and the Tao is given to the predestined one, Lin Sun murmured in his heart, thinking of the past. Finally, he took a deep breath. For the first time since he started his cultivation, he had a complete sense of belonging to Mount Fengsuan. Disciple Lin Sun thanks Master, he said solemnly in his heart. At this time, the pilgrimage platform had completely restored its previous calmness. But the way people looked at Lin Sun was completely different. Lin Sun, did you get the secret of emperor and ancestor ? Tua Qinghai couldn't help but shout. The others also looked at Lin Sun. It's none of your business. Lin Sun sneered. At a glance, he could see that not only Tua Qinghai but also Xuan Yuheng's mentality had changed subtly. Tua Qinghai's cheeks turned red. But Lin Sun ignored him and looked up at the sky. His clothes were fluttering, and he was surrounded by ethereal aura. Boom, the universe above him was an expanse of nothingness. There weren't any stars or light, and it was a cold, desolate, and empty scene. But at this time, there was an inexplicable power of order steaming and roaring. And on the 5-color Taoist altar, an ancient black steel emerged. Everyone was stunned. This guy was too lucky. Just now, he not only got the great fortune of emperor and ancestor, but also got the pilgrimage ceremony. Lin Sun didn't rush to carve his name. Instead, he thought for a while and finally made a decision. Buzz, the power of his will gathered at his fingertips, and he began to sketch on the steel. Lin Daoyuan. Daoyuan was not Lin Sun's name, but the Taoist name he gave himself after he became a sage. There were 50 great ways and 49 heavenly evolutions. Lin Sun was the one among the successors of Mount Mind and Heart. And Lin Sun's Tao began with his spiritual vein being robbed, and now he used the devouring abyss as the foundation. Therefore, Lin Sun gave himself the name Daoyuan, taking his body as the Tao, and the devouring abyss as the One. The pilgrimage ceremony tablet glowed and rushed to the sky with a buzzing sound. 3 kilometers. 6 kilometers. 8 kilometers. As they watched Lin Sun's pilgrimage ceremony tablet soar into the sky, Xuan Yuheng and the others couldn't help but tremble. When they saw the Tao tablet of ascension easily charge up to the height of 24 kilometers, and then it surged all the way up to 27 kilometers in the sky, everyone in the surroundings almost didn't dare believe their eyes. Wasn't this too fierce? At the beginning, Xuan Yuheng's achievement in the pilgrimage ceremony was the most dazzling, and no one could match it. But in the end, he was surpassed by Hua Xingli. But now, Lin Sun, who they thought had almost no hope of becoming a sage, had miraculously become a sage, and even the pilgrimage ceremony tablet had soared to the sky. Who wouldn't be shocked? There were only 3 pilgrimage ceremony tablets in the sky, and every single one of them was like the sun in the sky, shining brightly like a ruler. But today, there was one more pilgrimage ceremony tablet that belonged to Lin Sun. He really amazes the world with a single brilliant feat, Tang Su couldn't help but sigh. But before she could finish speaking, she was stunned once more, and her starry eyes opened wide. Not only Tang Su, but everyone present was dumbfounded at this moment, and their pupils dilated. Lin Sun's steel didn't stop after reaching the height of 90,000 meters. Instead, it suddenly grew a lot higher. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the steel didn't stop until it reached a height of 30,000 feet. It was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone felt their throats were dry, and their emotions were agitated, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Since ancient times, reaching 90,000 feet in the sky was already an achievement that people could only look up to. Just think about it, in the endless years of time, there were only 3 people who managed to reach 90,000 feet in the sky. Among these 3 people, one was Xianxia from the primeval times, who had stepped into the emperor realm a long time ago, and his title was Profundity Emperor. The other was Feng Tianzi from the Black-Yellow Taoist court 100,000 years ago, who had also stepped into the emperor realm, and his title was Enlightenment Emperor. Now he lived in seclusion in the Black-Yellow Taoist court. The last one was a mysterious man named Qi Ning from 60,000 years ago. No one knew his origin, and no one knew where he would go after that. He was the most mysterious of the 3. But today, Lin Sun created an unprecedented achievement in one fell swoop with his own power pilgrimage. The pilgrimage stele shone high up in the sky. This was like a miracle, and it brought endless shock to everyone. It was common knowledge that the higher the position of the Tao stele of ascension was, the stronger the transformation that would occur after the Tao stele of ascension became a saint, and the more karmic luck one would obtain from this. And Lin Sun's achievement of pilgrimage was the first person in the history of the world. How amazing was the transformation after he became a sage? How much karmic luck would he be able to obtain? Just thinking about it made people's hearts tremble. I didn't expect Brother Lin to catch up and become the biggest winner on this pilgrimage platform. After a long time, Hua Xingli sighed. The expressions of the others were also uncertain. Before, Lin Sun seemed to have obtained the supreme secret of becoming an emperor and ancestor, and now he was conferred as a sage, surpassing all others. He was indeed the biggest winner. Even Ahu didn't expect that such a miracle would happen to Lin Sun. He was shocked for a while. On the 5-color Taoist altar, Lin Sun stood alone, tall and straight, exuding a kind of ethereal spirit of full perfection. Looking from afar, under his seemingly calm aura, there was a great majesty that went straight to the heart. That was the aura of the sage, and it was extraordinary. I don't care if he's a winner or not. All I know is that this kid has seized a great fortune to become an emperor or an ancestor. Tua Qinghai's expression kept changing. He couldn't suppress the jealousy and hatred in his heart. Xuan Yuheng, Nie Jianchen, and the others all wore different expressions. Whoosh, suddenly, Lin Sun made his move. The broken sword cut through the air at an incredible speed, like a dream, lightning, and illusion. Tua Qinghai's face changed dramatically. How could he have expected that Lin Sun would attack him without saying a word? When he wanted to dodge, it was already too late, so he could only face it head-on. Bang! In the next moment, Tua Qinghai was sent flying, blood spurting from his nose and mouth. Almost at the same time, Hu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Tua Qinghai. A transparent flying sword appeared in his palm, and he stabbed at Tua Qinghai. From Lin Sun's attack to Hu's attack, their cooperation was seamless and impeccable. Tua Qinghai, who had suffered a heavy blow, had no time to react, and his neck was pierced by the flying sword. With a puff, his head was chopped off, and blood splashed. Tua Qinghai's eyes widened, and his face was full of anger and unwillingness. He died suddenly at this moment. His body fell to the ground, and his head rolled down. Until his death, he had never thought that he would die at this time when he had finally reached the top of the pilgrimage platform and seized the opportunity to be conferred as a sage. He was so unwilling. This bloody and sudden scene also made Xuan Yuheng and the others' hearts skip a beat, and their faces changed. A fly that doesn't know what's good for it is buzzing nonstop. Isn't it courting death? Hu said indifferently. The others were silent. After calming down, they realized that if they had a conflict with Lin Sun at this moment, it was really hard to say who would win. But Lin Sun didn't care about all this at all. From beginning to end, he had been standing on the 5-color Taoist altar without moving. However, there was an indescribable strange look on his face. It was not that he didn't want to move, but that he was shrouded by a mysterious force and couldn't leave the five-colored Taoist altar at all. When he killed Tua Qinghai just now, he could only kill him from a distance. Otherwise, Tua Qinghai would have died even more miserably. Who? Lin Sun transmitted his voice. Who was a little surprised. She was keenly aware that there was something wrong with Lin Sun's mood. Tell old Toad for me not to worry about me. Lin Sun's eyebrows showed a touch of complexity. His body standing on the five-colored Taoist altar also produced a kind of struggle, as if he was resisting something. Whose clear eyes suddenly shrank. What's wrong with you? Almost at the same time, Xuan Yuheng and the others also noticed that Lin Sun didn't come down from the five-colored Taoist altar, which seemed very abnormal. When Lin Sun was about to say something, his body suddenly flew up, as if being grabbed by a big hand, and rushed to the universe above the sky. He seems to have been taken away? Tang Su was stunned. Whose heart suddenly clenched, and she said, Lin Sun. She was about to rush up to help. Don't worry about me. Remember what I said. Tell them that I will definitely go to find them. In the depths of the universe, Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, and his body was shining. He quickly transmitted his voice. Swish, the next moment, his figure completely rushed into the depths of the universe, and was covered by the vast, cold darkness, and could no longer be seen. Whose beautiful face changed, and she was stunned. Why did he leave so suddenly? This unforeseen event happened so quickly that everyone present was caught off guard. How could this be? Hua Xingli couldn't help but frown, showing a look of surprise. Strange. Xuan Yuheng and the others were also surprised and doubtful. The universe above the sky was boundlessly vast, silent, and deep. There were no stars left since a long time ago, and it revealed an expanse of gray color. No one knew where Lin Sun had gone and whether he could come back alive. Don't worry, I will. After a long time, Hu came to her senses, and there was a touch of firmness between her eyebrows. After calming down, she realized that before Lin Sun left, he seemed to have obviously sensed something, which was why he had warned her. However, it happened too suddenly, and he didn't have time to explain anything. You must come back alive, Hu murmured in her heart. This was Kunlun Ruins, one of the 4 great ancient ruins, and the pilgrimage platform was one of the 3 forbidden areas in Kunlun Ruins. It was the most mysterious place. Even if an emperor came, it would be impossible for them to know where Lin Sun had gone. On this day, the powerhouses scattered at the foot of Kunlun Hill all heard about what happened on the pilgrimage platform, causing a great sensation. As time passed, when these powerhouses returned from the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform and arrived at the ruins of Kunlun Ruins, the news also spread. For a moment, there was an uproar. This guy is simply a devil who kills without batting an eye. On the pilgrimage platform, Lin Sun killed all the way. On the pilgrimage platform, he killed Su Ling Kuan, crippled Wen Xingxue, cut Sha Luqing, and killed Ku Du. After such a bloody and terrifying battle record was exposed, countless powerhouses were shocked and shocked. 10,000 feet above the sky, illuminating the past and present alone? After hearing that Lin Sun had created an unprecedented miracle after becoming a sage, some people were envious, some were moved, and some were in disbelief. How could a young man from the ancient Desolation realm have such an eye-catching achievement? Oh my God! He actually obtained the supreme fortune of becoming an emperor or an ancestor? On the other hand, when they found out that Lin Sun had swallowed the energy of the stars in the universe with a raise of his hand on the 5-colored Tao platform, and he'd seized a supreme fortune that no one had come into contact with since time immemorial, everyone was excited to the point of almost going mad. This guy's luck is actually so heaven-defying? If this news gets back to the starry ancient path, those old antiques will definitely treat him as a meal. Becoming an emperor or an ancestor. This is the most unattainable dream of many powerhouses in the starry sky. Many people were overwhelmed with emotions. Where is he? Where is he now? Some people were filled with killing intent and uncontrollable greed. He disappeared. Soon, the powerhouses distributed in the Kunlun ruins heard that after obtaining the fortune of becoming an emperor or an ancestor, Lin Sun had mysteriously disappeared from the depths of the universe above the Ascension altar. They were all stunned. Disappeared, such a guy who could cause an earthquake on the starry ancient path and attract the attention of countless cultivators had actually disappeared. This was simply maddening. It's a good thing for this guy to disappear just like that, someone muttered. Since Lin Sun entered the Kunlun ruins, no matter if it was at the treasure refining place, the peak of Mount Yulong, or the Ascension altar, he had killed countless powerhouses. Those who had died in his hands, such as Su Ling Kuan, Wen Qingxue, Meng Yi, Kuan Jiulin, Yan Chenjun, and Gu Songxin, were countless. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Sun had offended more than half of the heirs of the 6 major Dao courts and the 10 major war clans. In the Dark World, there were also 2 major forces, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm, who had their eyes on Lin Sun. Under such circumstances, once Lin Sun appeared, he would be treated as a thorn in the flesh and suffer an unimaginable blow. Not to mention that he still possessed the supreme fortune of becoming an emperor or an ancestor. It was enough to attract the attention of an emperor realm cultivator and make a move against him. Now that he had mysteriously disappeared, it could instead temporarily avoid a lot of trouble and disturbances. What a pity, sigh. I have to tell the sect about this matter and everything about Lin Sun. Since ancient times, there has never been such a sensational event in the Kunlun ruins. I have a feeling that if Lin Sun is still alive, he will be regarded as the fattest prey by the powerhouses on the starry ancient path sooner or later. On the Grand Tao, all sorts of heroes are after a deer, and Lin Sun has already become a deer that any old monster covets. All sorts of discussions and conversations continued to ferment. There was no doubt that in the future, Lin Sun's name would rush into the starry ancient path like a storm and cause a commotion. Where's that woman called Ahu? As long as we capture her, Lin Sun will definitely be the greatest threat when he appears in the future. That's right. This woman has a close relationship with Lin Sun. With her, we can indeed use her to restrain Lin Sun. I heard that she disappeared after the battle on the pilgrimage platform ended. However, we can be sure that she definitely didn't leave the Kunlun ruins. There were also people discussing in secret and pointing the spearhead at Ahu. It wasn't just Tang Su. At this moment, everyone present was stunned, and their pupils dilated. After Lin Sun's pilgrimage tablet reached 90,000 meters, it didn't stop. Instead, it suddenly rose by a large margin. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the pilgrimage tablet only stopped when it reached a height of 30,000 meters. The surroundings were so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt their throats go dry, and their emotions surged. It was difficult for them to calm down. Since ancient times, a height of 90,000 meters was already an achievement that everyone could only look up to. Just think about it, in the endless years of time, there were only 3 people whose pilgrimage tablets hung at an altitude of 90,000 meters. Amongst these 3 people, one was Xianxia from the primordial times. He'd stepped foot into the emperor stage a long time ago, and his title was Profundity Emperor. The other was Feng Tianzi from the Black-Yellow Dao Court 100,000 years ago. He'd similarly stepped foot into the emperor stage, and his title was Enlightenment Emperor. He was living in seclusion in the Black-Yellow Dao Court. The last was a mysterious person called Qi Ning from 60,000 years ago. No one knew his origins, and no one knew where he would go in the future. He was the most mysterious amongst the 3. At this moment, Lin Sun had relied on his own pilgrimage tablet to create an unprecedented achievement. The pilgrimage tablet shone alone in the sky. This was like a miracle, and it brought boundless shock to everyone. It was common knowledge that the higher the position of the pilgrimage tablet, the stronger the transformation after the pilgrimage tablet would be, and the more karmic luck one would obtain from the heavens. On the other hand, Lin Sun's pilgrimage tablet was the best in history outside the sky. How shocking would the transformation he'd undergone after becoming a sage be? How much karmic luck would he obtain from the heavens? Just thinking about it made people's hearts tremble. I didn't expect that Brother Lin would catch up from behind and become the biggest winner on this pilgrimage platform. After a long time, Hua Xingli sighed. The expressions of the others were also uncertain. Before, Lin Sun seemed to have obtained the supreme secret of becoming an emperor or ancestor, and now he was conferred as a sage, surpassing all the others in the past and present. He was indeed the biggest winner. Even Ahu didn't expect that such a miracle would happen to Lin Sun, and he was shocked for a while. On the five-color Taoist altar, Lin Sun stood alone, tall and straight, exuding a kind of ethereal aura of perfection. Looking from a distance, under his seemingly plain aura, there was a great majesty that went straight to people's hearts. That was the aura of a sage, and it was extraordinary. Humph, I don't care whether he's a winner or not. I only know that this man has seized a good fortune of becoming an emperor or ancestor. Tuo Qinghai's expression changed, and there was uncontrollable jealousy and hatred in his heart. Xuan Yuheng, Nie Jianchen, and others had different expressions. Swish, suddenly, Lin Sun made a move. The broken sword cut through the air at an incredible speed, like a dream, lightning, and illusion. Tuo Qinghai's face changed greatly. How could he expect that Lin Sun would make a move without saying a word? When he wanted to dodge, it was too late, so he could only face it head-on. Bang! The next moment, Tuo Qinghai was shaken away, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Almost at the same time, Ahu's figure flashed, and he came to Tuo Qinghai. A transparent flying sword appeared in his palm, and he stabbed at Tuo Qinghai. From Lin Sun's attack to Ahu's attack, their cooperation was seamless and impeccable. Tuo Qinghai, who had already suffered a heavy blow, had no time to react, and his neck was pierced by the flying sword. With a puff, his head was chopped off, and blood splashed. You, Tuo Qinghai's eyes widened, and his face was full of anger and unwillingness. His body fell to the ground, and his head rolled down. Until his death, he had never thought that he would die at this time when he finally reached the top of the pilgrimage altar and seized the opportunity to be conferred as a sage. Too unwilling, this bloody and sudden scene also made Xuan Yuheng and others' hearts skip a beat, and their faces changed. A fly that doesn't know what's good for it is buzzing nonstop. Isn't it courting death? Ahu said indifferently. The others were silent. After calming down, they realized that if they had a conflict with Lin Sun at this moment, it was really hard to say who would win. But Lin Sun didn't care about all this at all. From beginning to end, he had been standing on the five-color Taoist altar without moving. However, there was an indescribable strangeness in his expression. It was not that he didn't want to move, but a mysterious force enveloped his whole body, and he couldn't leave the five-color Taoist altar at all. When he killed Tuo Qinghai just now, he could only kill him from a distance. Otherwise, Tuo Qinghai would have died more miserably. Ahu. Lin Sun transmitted his voice. Ahu was a little surprised, keenly aware that there was something wrong with Lin Sun's mood. Tell old Toad for me not to worry about me. Lin Sun's eyebrows showed a touch of complexity. His body standing on the five-color Taoist altar also produced a kind of struggle, as if he was resisting something. Ahu's clear eyes suddenly shrank. What's wrong with you? Almost at the same time, Xuan Yuheng and others also noticed that Lin Sun didn't come down from the five-color Taoist altar, which seemed very abnormal. Lin Sun was about to say something, but his body suddenly flew up, as if being grabbed by a big hand, and rushed to the universe above the sky. He seems to have been taken away? Tang Su was stunned. Ahu's heart suddenly clenched, and she said, Lin Sun. She was about to rush up to help. Don't worry about me. Remember what I said, tell them that I will definitely go to find them. In the depths of the universe, Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, and his body was shining. He quickly transmitted his voice. Swish, the next moment, his figure completely rushed into the depths of the universe, and was covered by the vast, cold darkness, and could no longer be seen. Ahu's beautiful face changed, and she was in a daze. Why did he leave so suddenly? This unforeseen event happened so quickly that everyone present was caught off guard. How could this be? Hua Xingli couldn't help but frown, showing a look of surprise. Strange. Xuan Yuheng and the others were also bewildered. In the universe above the sky, it was boundless, cold, and deep. There were no stars, and it appeared to be gray. No one knew where Lin Sun had gone, and if he could return alive. Don't worry, I will definitely. After a long time, Ahu came back to her senses, and a hint of determination appeared between her brows. After calming down, she realized that before Lin Sun left, he seemed to have obviously sensed something, which was why he reminded her. However, it happened too suddenly, and he didn't have time to explain anything. You must come back alive, Ahu murmured in her heart. This was Kunlun Ruins, one of the 4 great ancient ruins, and the pilgrimage platform was one of the 3 forbidden areas in Kunlun Ruins. It was the most mysterious place. Perhaps even an emperor stage figure would not be able to find out where Lin Sun had gone. On this day, the powerhouses scattered at the foot of Kunlun Hill heard about what happened on the pilgrimage platform, causing a great commotion. As time passed, when these powerhouses returned from the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform and came to the ruins of Kunlun Ruins, the news also spread. For a moment, there was an uproar. This guy is simply a devil who kills without batting an eye. On the pilgrimage path, Lin Sun killed all the way. On the pilgrimage platform, he killed Su Ling Kuan, crippled Wen Xianxia, killed Sha Luqing, and killed Ku Du. After such a bloody and terrifying battle record was exposed, it caused countless experts to be shocked and astounded. Tens of thousands of feet above the sky, illuminating the past and present? After hearing that Lin Sun had created an unprecedented miracle after becoming a sage, some people were envious, some were moved, and some were in disbelief. How could a young man from the ancient Desolation realm have such an eye-catching achievement in the pilgrimage path? Oh my God! He actually obtained the supreme fortune of becoming an emperor or ancestor? On the other hand, when they found out that Lin Sun had swallowed the energy of the stars in the universe with a raise of his hand on the 5-colored Tao platform, and he'd seized a supreme fortune that no one had come into contact with since time immemorial, everyone was excited to the point of almost going mad. This guy's luck is actually so heaven-defying? If this news spreads back to the starry sky ancient path, those old antiques will definitely treat him as a meal. Becoming an emperor or ancestor. This is the most unattainable dream of many powerhouses in the starry sky? Many people's hearts were in turmoil. Where is he? Where is he now? Some people were filled with killing intent and uncontrollable greed. He disappeared. Very soon, the powerhouses distributed in the Kunlun ruins heard that after obtaining the fortune of becoming an emperor or ancestor, Lin Sun had mysteriously disappeared from the depths of the universe above the pilgrimage platform. They were all stunned. Disappeared, such a guy who could cause an earthquake on the starry sky ancient path and attract the attention of countless cultivators had actually disappeared. This was simply maddening. It's a good thing for this kid to disappear just like that. Someone pondered. Ever since Lin Sun entered the Kunlun ruins, no matter if it was at the treasure refining ground, the peak of Mount Yulong, or the pilgrimage platform, he had killed countless powerhouses. Those who had died in his hands, such as Su Ling Kuan, Wen Qingxue, Meng Yi, Kuan Jiulin, Yan Chenjun, and Gu Zongxin, were countless. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Sun had offended more than half of the successors of the 6 major Dao courts and the 10 major war clans. In the Dark World, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm had their eyes on Lin Sun. Under such circumstances, once Lin Sun appeared, he would be regarded as a thorn in the flesh and suffer an unimaginable blow. Not to mention that he still possessed the supreme fortune of becoming an emperor or ancestor. It was enough to attract the attention of an emperor realm powerhouse and make a move against him. Now that he had mysteriously disappeared, it could instead temporarily avoid a lot of trouble and disturbances. What a pity, sigh. I must tell the sect about this matter and everything about Lin Sun. Since ancient times, there has never been such a sensational event in the Kunlun ruins. I have a feeling that if Lin Sun is still alive, he will be regarded as the fattest prey by the powerhouses on the ancient path of the starry sky sooner or later. On the great path, all sorts of heroes are vying for the deer, and Lin Sun has already become a deer that any old monster covets. All sorts of discussions and conversations continued to ferment. There was no doubt that in the future, Lin Sun's name would rush into the ancient path of the starry sky like a storm and cause a commotion. What about that woman called Ahu? As long as we capture her, Lin Sun will definitely be the greatest threat when he appears in the future. That's right. This woman has a close relationship with Lin Sun. With her, we can indeed use her to restrain Lin Sun. I heard that she disappeared after the battle on the pilgrimage platform ended. However, I'm sure that she didn't leave the Kunlun ruins. There were also people who were secretly discussing and pointing the finger at Ahu, on the top of Mount Yulong. In the small world, one of the 9 secrets. While the outside world was in an uproar, Ahu brought back the news about Lin Sun. He disappeared just like that? Golden-Winged Rock King Jr., Yuan Fadian, Mi Hingzhen, and the others were all in a daze. They were all shocked by Lin Sun's achievements on the pilgrimage platform. Their blood boiled and they yearned for him. But when they learned that Lin Sun had left abruptly on the five-color Taoist altar, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and disappointment. They were also worried. Because no one knew where Lin Sun had gone this time and whether he would encounter danger. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little gloomy. "Hey, why aren't you sad at all?" Yuan Fadian was surprised to find that both Old Toad and Ah Lu were smiling and even chatting while drinking. "Yeah, you're too heartless, aren't you?" Golden-Winged Rock King Jr. was speechless. Old Toad rolled his eyes grumpily and said, "Since my elder brother told us not to worry in advance, he must be fine." Ah Lu criticized them with a serious face, "You still don't know my elder brother. He has encountered many dangers over the years, but he's still living a good life. This is called heaven helps the worthy." Everyone looked at each other. Was this what brothers were like? Yuan Fadian was a little depressed. He looked at Little Silver and Little Tian and said, "What about you?" "Lin Sun is your master." Before he finished, Little Silver said resolutely, "Master will be fine. Don't worry about him. It's not a life or death separation. Why be sad? Your doubts are really childish." Little Tian, standing on Little Silver's shoulder, nodded. Yuan Fadian, the big black bird, said proudly with his wings on his back, "I once told Lin Sun that his fate is extraordinarily hard. Except for me, no one in the whole world can compare with him." Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Seeing this, the sense of loss in Ah Hu's heart dissipated a lot, and he smiled. Over the years, Lin Sun seemed to be fighting alone, but in fact, he had already gathered a group of good brothers to go through thick and thin with him. A few days later, at the peak of Mount Yulong, a group of experts appeared. "That woman called Ah who appeared here a few days ago," someone said quickly. "I can be sure that she must have used the Flying Immortal token to hide in that mysterious forbidden area." Someone looked into the distance. That place was filled with mist, making it impossible to see clearly. There are less than 2 months left before the Kunlun ruins ends. It's impossible for that woman to hide there forever. After a brief discussion, these experts decided to wait for the hare to come to them. As long as he was caught, he would have a handle on Lin Sun. As long as Lin Sun showed up in the future, this could play a great role. Suddenly, someone said excitedly, she's out. Everyone was stunned. They had just made a decision, and the prey had appeared. Raising his head to look, he saw a beautiful figure that was graceful like a dream walk out from the misty area. "Looks like our luck isn't bad." Some people's eyes shone brightly, their hearts stirred. "Prepare yourselves. This woman is going to be consecrated as a saint. We have to go all out to deal with her." The others nodded. They had all heard the news that Ah Hu was going to be consecrated as a saint. This time, they were fully prepared, so they were not afraid. "Girl, come with us, will you?" Seeing Ah Hu coming out of the mist, the leading young man in a splendid robe said leisurely, as if he was sure of victory. "Where are we going?" Ah Hu asked with a smile. "You'll know when we get there." The young man in the splendid robe smiled happily. Especially when he saw Ah Hu's beautiful and incomparably beautiful appearance, his heart became hot. What a peerless beauty. "Are you all here for me?" Ah Hu's smile was pure with a touch of natural charm. Many people gasped while their hearts shook, and all of them were stunned by the charm that Ah Hu revealed with every move she made. "Look at these fools." With a sneer, Little Silver appeared on Ah Hu's shoulder, and on Little Silver's shoulder stood Little Tian, who was fluttering his wings. "Hee, they probably think that they can do whatever they want now that Big Brother isn't here?" Following that, Ah Lu, Old Toad, the big black bird, the little golden-winged rock, Yuan Fadian, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and the others all came out of the mist. Every single one of them had a cold expression on their faces. "Oh no." The young man in the splendid robe and the others' expressions changed. Who would have thought that it was not just Ah Hu, but a group of people? Furthermore, it seemed that even the black bird was not to be trifled with. Swish, at that moment, Little Silver attacked. His figure disappeared into thin air, and with a muffled grunt, a figure fell to the ground. His body was intact, but his soul had already been pulverized, from beginning to end, no one saw how Little Silver attacked or how he killed the enemy. Whoosh! Little Tian flew up lightly, its black wings like a pair of heavenly blades crisscrossing in the air. Like cloth, 2 straight cracks were cut in the air. At the end of the cracks, 2 powerhouses who could not dodge in time were cut in half. Attack! Kill! The young man in the splendid robe and the others attacked furiously. Go to hell! Old Toad roared, its golden eyes shining, and it rushed up. Almost at the same time, Lu picked up an iron rod and rushed forward like an ancient god of barbarians. The little golden-winged rock, Yuan Fatian, Mi Hingzhen, and Yi Mo didn't stay idle. Boom! On the top of Yulong Mountain, a melee broke out. Hu stood there alone and didn't make a move. Because Little Silver, Little Tian, Old Toad and Lu all broke through and became peerless great saints after swallowing the peach of immortality, the most abnormal thing was that each of these guys was more talented than the last, more powerful than the last, and more powerful than the last, and more powerful than the last. As the saying went, birds of a feather flocked together. How could those who could fight with Lin Sun all the way to the present be ordinary? For example, Little Silver was a descendant of spirit-eating bugs, Little Tian was a descendant of sky-splitting butterflies, and even Old Toad and Lu had powerful backgrounds. The little golden-winged rock, Yuan Fatian, and the others were all ancient freaks who had awakened from the ultimate, one of the 4 great ruins of God. How could their backgrounds be ordinary? Even Mi Hingzhen and Yi Mo were ruthless people who had risen to power through endless slaughter. In just a moment, the battle came to an end, and all those who had ill intentions were killed on the spot. Brother Lin, if you saw this scene, you wouldn't be worried anymore, Hu murmured in his heart. From that day on, Hu and the others searched for opportunities in the Kunlun ruins in a mighty manner, setting off countless bloody storms along the way. Many powerhouses trembled with anger. Lin Sun was already cruel enough, but who would have thought that after he left, his friends would also behave just as well, but no matter how angry they were, it was destined to be in vain. Lin Sun didn't care about the revenge from the starry ancient path, but how could Hu and the others care? Time flew by. 2 months later. There was a shocking change in the Kunlun ruins. The flying immortal river descended from the sky and covered different areas of the Kunlun ruins, which meant that the Kunlun ruins would once again fall into silence. On this day, Hu left safely with Little Silver and the others. There were no casualties. No one knew where Hu and the others went. The trip to the Kunlun ruins came to an end. Less than 10% of the powerhouses had walked out alive, most of the powerhouses had already died in it, and their cultivation had vanished into thin air. Among these fallen powerhouses, there was no lack of peerless figures like Void Spirit Kuan, Wen Qingxue, and Meng Yi. This was the cruelty of the competition for opportunities. As one of the 4 great divine ruins, not anyone could leave the Kunlun ruins alive. Lin Sun, if you're alive, you'll definitely go to the starry ancient path. On the day he left, Zhuaniheng had a strong premonition that a small ancient desolation region could no longer accommodate someone like Lin Sun. If he wanted to seek the Emperor's Tao, he was destined to go to the starry ancient path. Of course, the premise was that he was still alive. In a few years, the starry saint list will be re-ranked. I wonder if this guy's combat strength can rank in the top 10. On the day he left, Lin Sun's figure appeared in Hua Xingli's mind. In his opinion, with Lin Sun's foundation and combat strength, he could firmly rank in the top 10 when the Starry Saint list was re-ranked. However, he could not determine which rank Lin Sun could rank in the top 10. I look forward to the day you appear on the Starry Ancient Path. In the end, Hua Xingli smiled and floated away. If we meet again, I'll definitely fight you. I don't care if I can beat you or not, Tang Su muttered to himself. Lin Sun, oh Lin Sun, as long as you dare to appear on the Starry Ancient Path, you're destined to die. There were also many people who resented Lin Sun. For example, the successors of the primordial, Qiankuan, and Panwu Dao courts, as well as the Blood Kirin, Taowu, Heavenly Ghost, and Xianxia from the 10 great combat clans. No matter what, from this day onwards, Lin Sun's name and deeds swept through the Starry Ancient Path like a storm. One had to know that the Kunlun ruins was one of the 4 great divine ruins. It had received the attention of the various major forces on the Starry Ancient Path long before it opened. Now that the Kunlun ruins had come to an end, what happened to Lin Sun could not be concealed at all. Very soon, it was found out by the various major forces. For a time, it caused a huge uproar. Lin Sun, a young man who walked out of the ancient Desolation realm, dominated the Kunlun ruins, suppressed all enemies, and rose powerfully in the bloody slaughter. Treasure refining ground, Mount Imperial Dragon, pilgrimage platform, wherever he appeared, death and blood would be stirred up. Anyone who went against him would be killed. He was like a demon god. This news spread along with Lin Sun's name and spread to the starry ancient path, causing an uproar and shock. When they found out that Lin Sun had obtained the secret of becoming an emperor or ancestor, the big shots and old monsters who lived in seclusion were alarmed. They all started to pay attention and remember the name Lin Sun. In the ancient Desolation territory. On the bustling streets of White Jade capital, cultivators carrying swords could be seen everywhere. There were men and women, old and young. Yun Qingbai was not the first to carry a sword on his back. However, in White Jade capital, because of him, it led the trend of carrying a sword. Many years ago, Yun Qingbai had died, but the cultivators in White Jade capital had long been accustomed to the habit of carrying a sword. This was regarded as the symbol of a true sword cultivator. White Jade capital in the sky, 12 buildings and 5 cities. Immortals caressed my head, and I tied my hair and accepted longevity. Like many years ago, White Jade capital was still prosperous and prosperous. Recently, a young man named Subai had caused a sensation after arriving in White Jade capital a few days ago. In 3 days, he had broken through 9 of the 12 buildings, and every time he did so, he broke the record set by Yun Qingbai. Such eye-catching achievements were naturally particularly eye-catching. Today, Subai came to the Soul Refining Tower. Outside the Soul Refining Tower, there was already a crowd of onlookers everywhere. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Back then, Senior Lin Sun, the first true saint in the ancient Desolation territory, also came to White Jade capital to break through the 12 buildings and set an unprecedented record. Is Subai going to imitate Senior Lin Sun? If Subai can set another record today, it will be equivalent to breaking all the records set by Yun Qingbai when he was in the reincarnation development realm. Do you know the origin of Subai? I don't know where this guy came from. It's really amazing that he has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. There was a lot of discussion in the field. Not long after, a straight figure walked out of the highly anticipated Soul Refining Tower. He was a young man in green clothes, with firm eyebrows and a dignified temperament. Subai, there was a commotion in the field. Some women even showed infatuation. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes, not to mention a dazzling young hero like Subai. He broke the record. An old voice sighed in the Soul Refining Tower. This sentence caused a complete sensation in the field. Everyone looked at Subai as if he was a rising star in the ancient Desolation territory, about to shine in the sky. However, Subai sighed in his heart. The world only knew that he had broken Yun Qingbai's record, but no one knew that his efforts these days had not once surpassed the record left by his master Lin Sun. How powerful was Master when he was at the reincarnation development realm? Subai was startled, his thoughts flying. In the nearby area, the crowd was cheering, but he paid them no attention. From the day he acknowledged Lin Sun as his master, Subai had regarded Lin Sun as his lifelong goal. For this reason, he'd cultivated tirelessly and tempered himself with all his might, and he'd practically never slacked off. No matter how magnificent the mountains and rivers were, how beautiful the cities were, how vast the world was, and how beautiful the beauties were, Subai would never linger. Subai cultivated diligently without any distractions. Coupled with his innate sword bone, his cultivation naturally advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his peers. The world regarded him as an outstanding figure among the rising stars in the ancient Desolation realm, but Subai knew that the foundation he had now was still not as good as that of his master. Besides feeling dejected, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The more he learned about his master's past in the ancient Desolation realm, the more he felt that he was lacking. Compared to those in the same realm, he was still lacking. I must work harder. Subai secretly clenched his fists. He had always remembered Lin Sun's words. His only hope was that when his master returned to the ancient Desolation realm one day, he would not be disappointed with him. He was already satisfied with this. As for the evaluation and opinions of the world, he simply didn't care. This guy is just like Yun Qingbai back then, someone in the field spoke. Su Bai, who was thinking, suddenly frowned, looked over, and said, Yun Qingbai is Yun Qingbai, and I am me. He and I are destined not to be the same kind of people. Everyone was stunned. It was just a casual remark, but Su Bai actually refuted it, giving people the feeling that he was making a fuss over a minor issue. However, Su Bai was too lazy to explain the reason. He was about to leave. He had no interest in anything other than cultivation. Young man, are you willing to join my heavenly sword sect to cultivate? An old man suddenly appeared and looked at Su Bai with a kind smile. There was a commotion in the field, and everyone was envious and surprised. The Heavenly Sword sect was one of the few ancient orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm, and this old man was an antique of the Heavenly Sword sect, a master who had already stepped into the Saint realm. I'm not interested. To everyone's surprise, however, Su Bai refused without even thinking about it. Because in this life, he would only worship one person as his master, the old man could not help but be stunned, and then he immediately smiled. Don't you want to think about it? With the Heavenly Sword sect as your backer, any cultivation resources you need can be satisfied. Sorry. Su Bai shook his head and left directly. The old man could not help but frown as he watched Su Bai's figure gradually disappear. He shook his head and walked away. On this day, the news of Su Bai breaking Yun Qingbai's record and refusing to join the Heavenly Sword sect spread quickly, as if it had wings. However, no matter how sensational the news was, no one had ever given a definite answer about Su Bai's origin and his master. His rise was more like a mystery. Just like Lin Sun, when he rose in the ancient Desolation realm, no one knew his master and origin. It was only later that people learned that he came from the lower realm. The lower realm, Xiao Empire. At the top of the observatory, the night sky was quiet and the stars were twinkling. If that kid is still alive, he should have left the Kunlun ruins. The old priest stood leaning against the railing with his hands behind his back. He had an old face, a stooped figure, and gray hair, but he had a pair of eyes that were as clear and clean as a baby's. After leaving the Kunlun ruins, he's destined to never return to the lower realm. For this kid, only the starry sky ancient path can bear his footsteps in seeking the Tao. In the moon abode, the solitary old man drank and spoke lazily. The two were separated by an unknown distance, but they were talking to each other at this time. The old priest said softly, the child that Lu Boya spent so much effort to look after is always different. If nothing goes wrong, this child should already be a peerless great saint. The solitary old man drank the wine in the jug in one gulp and smacked his lips. Great sage? Haha, perhaps. Stop guessing, you won't be able to figure it out. However, I do know that if Lu Boya is still alive, he's definitely hiding on the starry sky ancient path. Perhaps. The old priest seemed to be deep in thought. Lu Boya. He was a legendary figure that was like a mystery. Back then, even the old priest and the solitary old man could not see through where he came from. It was a desolate and gloomy world. In the mountain ridge, blood mist soared, transforming into all sorts of distorted and terrifying phenomena. Waves of sharp roars rang out like evil ghosts laughing. Terrifying fragments of the great Tao fell from the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Boom, a huge ferocious bird rushed out of the mountain ridge. It spread its rotten wings that were filled with black mist and shook a fierce light that shot into the sky. It was like an undead ferocious bird from hell, ferocious, enormous, and terrifying. On the desolate ground in the distance, a figure was swiftly teleporting. She wore a black robe with a hood that covered half her face, and only half of her crystalline and pure white chin was revealed. Her figure was delicate and graceful, yet she revealed a fierce and decisive bearing when she moved, and she held a bone spear that was suffused with dreamlike starlight in her fair hand. Rumble, the enormous ferocious bird tore through the sky in pursuit, and its rotten wings flapped out surging black mist that seemed like the aura of death was spreading out. Even space was in disorder while the ground was collapsing. Clang, suddenly, the delicate figure stomped on the ground, and then her figure rose up from the ground before she twisted her waist and raised the bone spear in her hand. She fiercely tossed it out. Pooh! The bone spear pierced through the neck of the enormous ferocious bird and pierced through its body, causing a string of black-colored and rotten blood to flow out. Inconceivably, the enormous ferocious bird seemed as if it didn't feel pain as it pounced down from the sky, and its stench covered the heavens and the earth. The black-robed figure stood in midair and suddenly took a deep breath before she stretched out a crystalline and snow-white palm, and then her slender fingers pressed together as she punched out. A large hole was suddenly blasted open in space a few kilometers away while spatial turbulence swept out like a torrent, and it drowned the enormous ferocious bird's body within it. Rumble, an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. That expanse of space seemed as if it had shattered into pieces while the heavens and the earth were overturned, and it revealed signs of great destruction. Woo-woo-woo, the piercingly cold waves of wind swept out and lifted the black hood of the delicate figure to reveal a face that was beautiful to the point even the heavens and the earth dimmed in comparison. Her skin was fair and crystalline, her eyes were large and clear, the bridge of her nose was straight, and her lips were puckered lightly to form a beautiful arc. Her figure was tall and graceful while her features were picturesque, and she looked silently into the distance. The heavens and the earth were desolate while the mountains and rivers were dim, yet she was a wisp of the most brilliant color. She was so beautiful and so tranquil. Summer solstice. After a short moment, she lightly pulled down the black hood to conceal her face, and then she arrived at the place the enormous ferocious bird had been annihilated and picked up a gray-colored fragment of the Grand Tao. 1937th. She thought for a moment and waved her hand. The white bone spear flew over from afar and landed in her palm. He turned around. Once again, he walked into the depths of the desolate, broken, and gloomy world. All these years, she had been fighting here alone with a spear. He had once been forced into a desperate situation, his figure bathed in blood, his body shattered, and he was on the verge of death. He had also killed many powerful enemies, and wherever his spear pointed, he was unparalleled. He had once silently healed his wounds in the darkness and was in a daze. But most of the time, she was fighting. Like never tired. In this desolate and ruined world, there was no one to talk to. She didn't want to say anything either. Even though she was heavily injured and on the verge of death, she only treated it in silence. He did not say a word. Only when she occasionally thought of that figure would she feel that the world wasn't completely dark. She walked alone in the vast and gloomy world, and her graceful figure drew out a lonely shadow on the barren land. Lin Sun, wait for me. The following content was free. 1. The content of the chapter that was uploaded yesterday was repeated twice. Goldfish contacted the technical department to correct it, but the extra crosstalk coins could not be refunded. Goldfish looked at the platform. There were almost 1,000 readers who had spent 18 extra crosstalk coins, which meant that each of them had spent 1.8 cents more. In a few days, Goldfish would send out a big red packet on the official account to make it up to everyone. For those who did not follow the official account, they could search for Xiaojinyu 233 and follow it. 2. Since yesterday morning, Goldfish had been running a fever, and her temperature was 38.7 degrees. She felt uncomfortable all over, and she could only update one chapter today. In the depths of the vast universe, Lin Sun was like a light feather that was carried by an enormous force and flashed deeper. There were no stars, no light, and not even a speck of dust in the surroundings. He couldn't even feel the passage of time or the distance. It was empty. However, there was no danger along the way, causing Lin Sun's nervous and vigilant state to gradually calm down. When he first obtained the Tao Karma from the master of Fengsuan on the five-colored Tao altar on the pilgrimage platform, Lin Sun sensed that something was wrong after it transformed into the pattern of a crescent and 3 stars and disappeared into his right palm. A taboo force appeared on the five-colored Tao altar, preventing him from leaving. When he engraved his Taoist name, Lin Dao Yuan, on the pilgrimage tablet, the taboo force had already changed. It was like a huge hand that wanted to grab him away from the five-colored Tao altar. At that time was tight, so Lin Sun didn't have time to explain the reason. He could only bid farewell to Ahu in a hurry. I wonder where exactly I'm going, Lin Sun spread his divine consciousness, but he couldn't sense anything. As time passed, he couldn't be bothered to think about the reason. He started to calculate the gains and losses of this trip to Kunlun ruins. In the treasure refinement ground, the broken blade absorbed a large amount of treasure refinement Dao Qi, and 54 natal treasure inscriptions appeared. Its power had undergone a tremendous change. In the Peach Garden secret realm, swallowing an immortality peach was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation, allowing his cultivation to break through to the perfection of the Great Saint stage. What left a deep impression on Lin Sun was that the purple figure hidden in the immortality peach tree had been waiting for the arrogant senior brother to return. At the peak of Mount Yulong, he killed all the heroes, entered one of the 9 secrets, and learned the secret of the Great Way Infinite Bell. He used the Great Way Infinite Bottle to collect the wish energy of all living beings. It was also at that time that Lin Sun found out about senior brother Li Xianwei and the Dao Discussion Lantern Party on Kangwu Mountain in the ancient Desolation region. On the way to the pilgrimage platform, one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun ruins, he met senior brother Guyupu and a solitary Sky Demon Emperor. In the end, the solitary Sky Demon Emperor was sealed in the Tower of Endless Way. Senior brother Guyupu gave him the 3,000 ups and downs left behind by the master of Fengsuan Mountain, and taught him the Great Way Golden Court scripture. When he arrived at the pilgrimage platform, Lin Sun's cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the Great Sage realm. After an incredible induction, he finally understood that the opportunity regarded as the secret of becoming an emperor or ancestor was the Taoist karma left by his master, the master of Mind Mountain. Apart from these ups and downs, he had experienced many bloody battles since he entered the Kunlun ruins. There was no need to elaborate on the process, but Lin Sun had already determined that he'd probably completely offended many great powers amongst the 6 great Dao courts and 10 great war clans. However, no matter in the past, present, or future, Lin Sun would never fear or regret it. At the same time, in each bloody battle, Lin Sun obtained an astonishing amount of spoils, including some invaluable treasures. For example, when Xianxia's trump card, a mysterious sword tip, and Void Spirit Kuan's 16 diagrams of Emperor's saber. In short, Lin Sun had gained a lot from this trip to Kunlun ruins. The only regret was that he wasn't able to reunite with Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the others before such a sudden and unforeseen event occurred. Suddenly, Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he looked into the distance. A wisp of light suddenly appeared in the depths of the empty universe, and then a figure suddenly condensed. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a high hat and ancient clothes, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. His beard and hair were like silver, and his expression was indifferent. He stood in the void, and his body was surrounded by terrifying power of the Grand Tao of Order. From afar, he was like a ruler that presided over the universe. His dignity was boundless, and it made Lin Sun feel as tiny as an ant just by looking at him from afar. His body felt cold. "You've finally arrived. I didn't let you down for making me wait here for so long," an indifferent voice sounded out from the middle-aged man's mouth. Every single syllable was like a decree from the heavens, and it resounded with a rumble, causing the nearby space to ripple violently. When that person spoke, he had already looked at Lin Sun. What kind of gaze was that? It was deep like the sky, indifferent and merciless, as if the heavens were looking down at an ant. Lin Sun felt his scalp go numb, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. Almost in an instant, he judged that this should be an existence in the Emperor realm. "Young man, the fortune on the pilgrimage platform isn't something you can bear now. Leave it to me." The middle-aged man waved his hand. Swoosh, Lin Sun felt the power that enveloped his body was dispersed, and then he came uncontrollably to the middle-aged man's side. The middle-aged man's eyes were indifferent as he stretched out a hand. At this moment, Lin Sun's hair stood on end. It was just a hand, but it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, and the power released was so terrifying that he couldn't even think of resisting. Right at this moment, the 3,000 floating and sinking appeared. It was just a horsetail whisk, and it waved lightly in the void. The middle-aged man was shaken back, and his body crushed a huge crack in the void of the universe, and it extended extremely far. The horsetail whisk of the Great Way. "Guyupu, you're not dead yet?" The middle-aged man's furious voice resounded in the distance, and it shook the universe. The 3,000 floating and sinking glowed, and an illusory figure dressed as a woodman appeared. It was Guyupu. Lin Sun was stunned, and he blurted out, "Senior brother, you're still alive?" Guyupu couldn't help laughing, and said gently, "Junior brother, death is like a lamp going out. It's not that easy to resurrect. This is just the willpower I left behind." "Guyupu. How dare you, a dead man, stop me?" In the distance, the middle-aged man appeared out of thin air with an indifferent look. His beard and hair flew in the air, and he suddenly took out an 8 trigrams mirror. Swish, the 8 trigrams mirror rotated, and 8 mysterious worlds emerged: wind, thunder, earth, fire, sky, water, mountain, and swamp. The 8 worlds produced 8 kinds of world order, integrated with the supreme Tao of Emperor, and released unimaginably terrible power. Guyupu held the horsetail whisk and waved it gently. Boom, the universe was complicated, and the void of the universe collapsed. Lin Sun only felt a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, and he couldn't see or feel anything. The confrontation of such power was too supreme, and it was not something he could understand or pry into at all. When his vision was clear again, the middle-aged man was no longer in the field, and only the remaining fragments and cracks in the void proved the horror of the battle just now. Junior brother, there should be a lot of demons and monsters along the way. They are all concerned about the Tao karma left for you by Master. Beside him, Guyupu said gently, however, you can go ahead. They can't hurt you. Senior brother, can you tell me why I'm here? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Guyupu sighed, because there is only a chance of survival from here. For countless years, the Tao karma left by Master on the pilgrimage platform has been targeted by many old things. If you leave from other places in Kunlun ruins, you are doomed to suffer a great disaster. Lin Sun was stunned and frowned, but this place doesn't seem to be complete. The middle-aged man just now was obviously an old monster who had stepped into the Emperor realm, and he could recognize the horsetail whisk at a glance. How could he be an ordinary person? Guyupu said, Junior brother, this road is left by Master. It can't be wrong. If you leave from other places in Kunlun ruins, even if you escape, you will be targeted for life. Targeted for life, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little cold at the thought of it. Senior brother, you. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly saw Guyupu's figure blurred, and wisps of light rain scattered. It was obvious that he was about to disappear. Junior brother, take the 3,000 floating sinks and go forward. Guyupu smiled gently, like an elder who was urging eagerly. When his voice fell, his figure disappeared completely. Lin Sun was stunned. He held the 3,000 floating sinks firmly in his hand, took a deep breath, and looked into the depths of the universe. But the invisible power of the 3,000 floating sinks bathed Lin Sun in it, and took him to the depths of the universe. Along the way, it was still empty. There was nothing. Whoosh, after a long time, a handsome young Taoist flew over from afar, stepping on a yellow-skinned gourd that emitted chaotic qi. He smiled warmly, and his eyes were clear and clean. He said, young friend, if you can block my sword, I will leave immediately. Lin Sun gasped. This Taoist looked like a young man, but he was actually an old monster in the Emperor realm. Junior brother, let me do it. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded in the 3,000 floating sinks. Accompanied by the laughter, a tall figure with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes appeared. He was dignified and exuded a wanton and unrestrained aura. Lin Sun's dusty memory was touched, and he recognized at a glance that he had seen this young man in the test of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival in Kangwu Mountain. Senior brother Xianxia? He was shocked. Yes. The young man said with a smile. In the distance, the smile on the young Taoist's face disappeared and was replaced by a rare solemn expression. His body exuded a terrifying aura that could shock the world. He took a deep breath, and a Taoist sword appeared in his palm. He said word by word, I have a sword that can kill all Tao and make it void. Boom, the Taoist sword swept out like a natural mote, cutting through the void of the universe. At the same time, Li Xuanwei's sleeves were fluttering. He flicked his fingers, and the void was suddenly replaced by a vast and heavy aura. Vaguely, there seemed to be a green lotus, swaying, and its petals bloomed layer by layer, blocking the sword qi. When the sword qi disappeared, the green lotus fell, and the petals withered. Green Lotus World Method is really worthy of being a first-class Taoist scripture in the world. Goodbye. In the distance, the young Taoist sighed, put away the Taoist sword, stepped on the yellow-skinned gourd, and turned away. He said that he would only use one sword, and since it was blocked, he turned away. Thank you. Li Xianxia cupped his hands in the distance. Lin Sun, on the other hand, couldn't help feeling shocked. Li Xianxia stood in the void, his sleeves and long hair fluttering in the wind, looking cool and elegant. Lin Sun looked at him in a daze, his emotions fluctuating. He could understand the appearance of Gu Yupu, but Li Xuanwei's appearance was completely beyond his expectation. Junior brother, I may not be able to answer your doubts, but I can tell you everything I know. Li Xianwei smiled and pointed to his head. You can probably see that I'm just a force of will. My head is not very good. Lin Sun shook his head with a wry smile. I've probably guessed some of the reasons. These are all related to the 3,000 ups and downs, right? Li Xianwei raised his thumb and praised, Junior brother, you're right. The 3,000 ups and downs is a treasure left by Master. It's incomparably marvelous. Although it's severely damaged, it can escort you out safely. I think it's not a difficult thing. Lin Sun looked at the horsetail whisk in his hand and asked after a moment of silence, Senior brother, is it because the Tao karma I obtained this time is unusual that I was targeted? Li Xian smiled and said, yes, a long time ago, Master left this on the pilgrimage platform. Over the countless years, any martial emperor with a bit of insight would more or less be able to see some clues. It's only natural for them to make some plans for it. Lin Sun gasped. For a Tao karma, they had planned and waited for countless years, then just how extraordinary was this Tao karma to be able to make those emperor realm existences care so much about it? This suddenly reminded Lin Sun of the time in the mulberry forest, when Calamity Emperor left a chance to become an emperor, but it made golden cicada, white cicada, thousand feather sword flower and other terrifying old monsters wait in the mulberry forest for a long time. Such a comparison also made Lin Sun more aware of the preciousness of the crescent and 3 stars on his right palm. Junior brother, let's go. I'll send you off again. Li Xianwei said and strode forward, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Lin Sun's figure was enveloped by a shapeless force, and he flashed towards the depths of the universe with Li Xianwei at an unbelievable speed. Junior brother, I was transformed from a chaotic green lotus planted by Master. After I gained intelligence, I have been following Master to cultivate. In terms of talent, I am not as good as many of my senior brothers and junior brothers. In terms of foundation, I am also not as good as many of my senior brothers and junior brothers. The only thing I can show off is that I was born with a bright sword heart. On the way, Li Xianwei said casually, unfortunately, this is only a strand of my will brand. Otherwise, I would be able to let junior brother appraise the Green Lotus Abode world technique that I've figured out myself. Lin Sun smiled and said, Senior brother, I don't lack methods now. 9th senior brother just taught me his yellow court scripture not long ago. Li Xuanwei's eyes lit up. That's 9th senior brother's trump card. It's to temper the 5 organs and condense the 5 virtues Tao body. The higher one's cultivation, the more terrifying the combat strength they can display. Back then, when we were discussing the Tao together, everyone had a lively conversation. Only 9th senior brother was slow in speech and didn't say a word. But when we really fought, 9th senior brother was completely domineering. He summoned his 5 Dharmakaya and killed all his senior brothers and junior brothers. Ha ha ha. In the end, Li Xianwei couldn't help laughing. Come to think of it, this memory left a deep impression on him, and he couldn't forget it until now. Lin Sun felt a little sour in his heart. 9th senior brother had passed away a long time ago. He took a deep breath and changed the topic. I heard from the spirit of the Great Way Lawless Bell that you once went to the ancient Desolation territory and cultivated in the Azure Parasol Mountain. Li Xianwei nodded, indeed. Where are you now, senior brother? Asked Lin Sun. Li Xianwei was stunned and said helplessly, who knows? This wisp of willpower has been sealed in the 3,000 ups and downs a long time ago. If I'm on the starry sky ancient path, I can sense the existence of my original body in an instant, but I can't in this godforsaken place. Lin Sun was surprised. However, junior brother, if you reach the starry sky ancient road, you can make a trip to the Xuanji Dao sect. Their founder, Bo Yazi, was an honorary disciple that I casually took in back then. If he is still alive, he might be able to find out where my original body is. Lin Sun was shocked and stunned. Xuanji Taoist sect. Wasn't that the sect where Ji Qian and Jiang Heng were? If that was the case, wouldn't their sect's founding master have to call him martial uncle? What made Lin Sun feel most incredible was that the founder of Xuanji Taoist sect was just a registered disciple accepted casually by his senior brother. A registered disciple, not a true disciple. Lin Sun's expression became strange. He had a strong hunch that his guess should be correct. On the starry sky ancient path, it was absolutely impossible for the existence of any sect to repeat their names. In that case, it would be tantamount to a battle of orthodoxy. Who could bear it? There was bound to be conflict and killing. Oh, someone else is coming. Suddenly, Xian said with a smile. Before his voice died away, a snow-white giant lion rushed out of the distant universe. It was incomparably handsome and surrounded by a holy aura. On the snow-white giant lion sat a figure of Buddha. A round light shadow appeared behind his head, reflecting the strange phenomenon of flowers falling from the sky and the light of Buddha. As soon as it appeared, the dark and empty universe suddenly became bright and dazzling, full of solemn and tranquil zen. Bursts of Sanskrit resounded like the sound of nature. There was no doubt that this was a Buddha who had reached the emperor realm. In the eyes of Buddhist practitioners, he could be called an indestructible bodhisattva with infinite light. If it was before, Lin Sun's mind would have been shocked by the solemn Zen sound, but now it was different. Because Xian was here. Monk, you know more about fate than I do. Let me give you a piece of advice: repent and be saved. Xian spoke in a clear voice. His clothes fluttered and flowed with green chaotic qi, and the momentum around him suddenly changed. He was like a green lotus that held up the turbid heaven and earth. In the struggle for the great Tao, persistent pursuit will lead to the other side. Fellow Taoist, if you're willing to discuss the Tao, this poor monk can talk with you. On the giant white lion, the Buddha put his palms together. He was neither sad nor happy, nor angry. Ha ha ha, who doesn't know that all Buddhist practitioners are eloquent? To be able to persuade a demon to convert to Buddhism, your eloquence is extraordinary. Xian laughed. Since you're unwilling to retreat, then don't blame me for being rude. Boom, he casually pressed his palm out. The Buddha chanted, and his body seemed to be made of golden liquid, releasing the sound of dragons and tigers. Sanskrit appeared in his internal organs, limbs, and bones. He was like a bodhisattva that had descended to the world, extremely sacred. Whoosh, tens of thousands of golden lights gathered in the Buddha's palm. Layers of treasure light flowed from his body, and he made a palm gesture with one hand facing the sky. Xian smiled teasingly. The palm he struck out suddenly turned crystalline like a piece of green jade glass. It was imprinted with the power of the Tao patterns of order. This time, Lin Sun was not disturbed, so he clearly saw a shocking scene at this moment. Boom, Xian's palm was blocked 3 feet above the Buddha's head, and then it collapsed. The Buddha's figure remained motionless from beginning to end. Did he block it? Just as this thought came to Lin Sun's mind, a trace of bitterness suddenly appeared on the solemn face of the Buddha, as if he had encountered an obstacle when he was trying to comprehend the Buddha's Buddhist teachings. A wisp of willpower can have such great power. How can I not turn back? With a sigh, Lin Sun saw that there were traces of cracks on the Buddha's golden body, like a spider web, and soon spread all over the body. Finally, there was a bang. The whole figure of the Buddha, like a broken vase, turned into pieces. In the end, even the giant white lion under his crotch wailed. Its hair withered, its bones and skin cracked inch by inch, and blood splashed everywhere. It turned out that this Buddha didn't block Xian's palm. Under the spread of the palm force, his golden Buddha body had already been shattered. Lin Sun couldn't help but take a breath. Before, when Xian blocked the young Taoist's sword, he was inexplicably shocked. But when he saw Xian take the initiative to attack, he knew that Xian's combat power was so fierce. Thank you. Xian cupped his hands. In the distance, the golden Buddha light gathered and turned into the figure of the Buddha. He put his palms together, bowed his head, and chanted the name of Buddha. Donor, there are many people ahead. I'm afraid you can't protect this boy alone. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this time, Lin Sun noticed that the figure of Xian suddenly became blurred and illusory at this moment. Obviously, this wisp of willpower couldn't hold on for long. However, Xian didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he laughed happily and said, "This monk is not reconciled to his defeat, but let's wait and see." From beginning to end, he was unrestrained, leisurely, and carefree. That kind of demeanor made Lin Sun yearn for it. Xian said, "Junior brother, there's not much time. Lend me the 3,000 ups and downs and the Tower of Endless Tao." Lin Sun took them out without hesitation. With the two treasures in hand, Li Xian added a touch of confidence between his eyebrows. He said, "Junior brother, have you ever seen the demeanor of master in those days? He sat on the ninth heaven cloud cattail, with a horsetail whisk in one hand and a pagoda in the other. Tut, that's the demeanor of a real master." Saying that, without waiting for Lin Sun's reply, he strode away with Lin Sun. Time flew. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense. In the depths of the originally empty universe, specks of bright starlight suddenly appeared, and they flickered without end and were faintly visible. Lin Sun was refreshed. When he walked before, there was only emptiness everywhere. It was oppressive and gray, making people unable to feel the existence of space and distance. But now, it was different. At the same time, Li Xian stopped. A pair of sword-like eyebrows wrinkled, which was rarely seen. He murmured, "Junior brother, we're in a bit of trouble this time. Who would have thought that a teaching event would make three old guys of the Emperor realm join hands together? How shameless they are. They're obviously going to bully us." As soon as Li Xianwei finished speaking, three figures appeared in the distant universe. One was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He stood on auspicious clouds and had a Tao diagram above his head. His entire body was covered in profound light. The other was a beautiful woman in a crimson robe. Divine flame surged in her eyes. Her slender body was surrounded by pythons formed from the laws of lightning. The last one was a white-haired man in a black robe. 9 Tao swords appeared behind him. The sword shadows flickered and created scenes of destruction. 3 martial emperors. No matter who it is, no one can take away this good fortune. The old man smiled and said, "Even the inheritors of Fangsuan Mountain won't be able to." His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded in the universe and caused the void to crack and explode. "You're wrong. Fangsuan Mountain collapsed during the Martial Emperor's battle. The Crescent and 3 Stars Mountain steel was destroyed. There's no more Fangsuan Mountain in this world. There's only a group of wandering ghosts." A beautiful woman in a crimson robe with lightning pythons coiled around her said coldly. "So, what we have to do now is to kill 1 or 2 wandering ghosts?" The white-haired man in black had a mocking expression. Li Xianwei counted with her fingers and said with a smile, "The first one to jump out, the Void Murder Demon Emperor, was beaten by my senior brother with a horsetail whisk. He fled with heavy injuries and was in a panic like a stray dog. Jade Hollow Child, who was the second to jump out, was quite sensible. After I blocked his sword, he retreated. The third one to jump out, Kuanjiu, was quite miserable. His Nirvana golden body was destroyed by me with a slap. Only his soul was left and he fled." Li Xianwei glanced at the three in the distance and smiled even more happily. "Now, I want to ask, which ending do the three of you want?" These words caused the faces of those 3 old geezers who were capable of shaking the starry sky to turn gloomy. Li Xianwei continued, "So what if they're wandering ghosts? If I, Li Xianwei, was here, would you really have the guts to stand out?" Her voice carried undisguised disdain and was extremely domineering. The expressions of the 3 antiques who had lived for countless years grew even more unsightly. They naturally knew of Li Xianwei, the 13th successor of Mount Innerheart. However, on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, Li Xianwei had another more famous Taoist name, Green Firmament Sword Emperor. On the path of the Sword Tao, he had been known as an emperor for countless years. He was a legendary figure who was praised by many Emperor realm experts as the path of the Sword Emperor is only mysterious and boundless. If Li Xianwei's true body was here, they would know that they wouldn't have the confidence to make such a grand appearance. Most importantly, the current Li Xianwei was nothing more than a strand of wool brand. Moreover, his strength had been greatly consumed. "Li Xianwei, your true body vanished on the ancient path in the starry sky a long time ago after the Tao battles, and it hasn't appeared until now. Many old fellows have deduced that you, Li Xianwei, have suffered calamity and perished a long time ago." The old man on the auspicious cloud sneered. "So what if my true body is still alive? There is no place for the remnants of Mount Fangsuan on the ancient path of the stars." The crimson-robed beauty sneered. Hearing this, Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. After the Tao battles of the emperors, Mount Fangsuan collapsed and its orthodoxy was destroyed, or after the Tao battles of the emperors, there was no place for the remaining successors of Mount Fangsuan on the ancient path of the Stars, what happened to Mount Fangsuan during the Dao battles of the emperors? At this moment, Li Xianwei laughed. Junior brother, do you know why they are talking so much nonsense? Without waiting for Lin Sun to answer, Li Xianwei said word by word, because they are also worried and afraid. Even if I am just a strand of willpower, they still dare not act rashly. His voice was powerful and full of mockery. The faces of the three Emperor Realm experts were as gloomy as water. Lin Sun also laughed. Senior brother is right. I thought these Emperor Realm experts were amazing, but it turns out that they are just a bunch of weaklings. Li Xuanwei's smile became more and more cheerful. He patted Lin Sun's shoulder and said, Junior brother, don't listen to their nonsense. Our Mount Fangsuan is indeed destroyed, but there are other secrets. Of course, I can tell you that the enemies of our Mount Fangsuan are not these trash. Our Mount Fangsuan will not be defeated by enemies like these trash. The three Emperor Realm experts' faces darkened when they heard the word trash. Lin Sun, however, felt indescribably happy. Good scolding. At the same time, Li Xuanwei's voice sounded in his ears. Junior brother, I will send you away later. Remember, if you go to the ancient path of the stars to cultivate, don't walk with the identity of a disciple of Mount Fangsuan until you become an emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun felt his shoulder being patted. He looked up and saw Li Xianwei looking at him with a smile. Lin Sun's heart trembled. But before he could say anything, his body was suddenly enveloped by a supreme force and rushed into the distance. Li Xianwei, don't you dare! Do it! A furious roar resounded in the field, surging like thunder. But no matter how hard Lin Sun tried, he could not see anything. His vision was filled with scenes of stars moving. It was as if he was drifting in the tide of time and space. Junior brother, you have to remember that this old man is Dark War Emperor, that vicious woman is Red Fire Thunder Emperor, and that white-haired boy is Jiuzhen Sword Emperor. All of them are famous, trash on the ancient path of the stars. In a trance, Li Xuanwei's heroic laughter resounded in Lin Sun's heart. If I see my real body one day, I will tell him the names of these trash. If I don't destroy their mountain gate and kill all their disciples, I am not Li Xianwei. Lin Sun's heart was boiling with excitement and worry as he listened to Li Xuanwei's words. He was excited because Li Xianwei was fearless and peerless. He was worried because Li Xuanwei's words obviously meant that this wisp of his willpower was very likely to disappear. Junior brother, take it. Suddenly, Li Xuanwei's voice exploded in Lin Sun's heart again. Then, the 3,000 ups and downs and the Tower of Endless Way appeared in front of Lin Sun. At this point, Li Xuanwei's voice did not ring out again. In the following period of time, there was only silence. Only the strange and dazzling scenes in his field of vision were constantly changing. Lin Sun's heart surged with a strong sense of loss, and there was also an indescribable anger. The inheritance of the crescent moon and 3 stars was actually targeted by so many old monsters. Every one of them regarded him as a fish on the chopping block. This feeling was extremely aggrieving. On the other hand, the collapse of the willpower of Gu Yupu and Li Xianwei made Lin Sun feel complete pain and hatred. Senior brother, I will not only remember them, but also the Demon Emperor, Yu Shuzi, and Buddha Kunjiu. None of them can escape. Lin Sun's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists. He knew that if it weren't for his 2 senior brothers who risked their lives to help him, he wouldn't have been able to leave the Kunlun ruins alive. What made Lin Sun feel the most bitter was that he had originally prepared a trump card to help Li Xianwei at the critical moment. Who would have thought that Li Xianwei would suddenly make a move and send him away, leaving him no time to react? Boom, after an unknown period of time, accompanied by a roar, Lin Sun saw stars, and his body fell uncontrollably like a meteorite. In the end, he smashed into a hard ground with a bang, creating a huge pit, and smoke and dust filled the air. Swoosh, in the next moment, Lin Sun rushed out of the pit. Apart from being a little embarrassed, he was unharmed. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced around vigilantly. However, after a moment, he was stunned. What the hell was this place? End of chapter 1779. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.